Reborn as a good-for-nothing who'd been cast out of his family and trapped in a setup by his sister-in-law to catch him in the act right from the start. This was a hopeless, life-threatening situation. Yet you smiled. Because you'd already tasted this damned predicament once in your previous life. Looking at the alluring sister-in-law in your arms who was actively unbuttoning her cheongsam and crying out for you to impregnate her, your eyes held nothing but bottomless murderous intent. You quietly tapped the video recording on your phone, and the agonized screams of your meridians being shattered in your previous life seemed to ring in your ears once more. But just as you were going with the flow and frantically exacting your revenge, a domineering light suddenly flared up within your mana core. Ding! Dragon bloodline has awakened. 9 dark gold dragon shadows roared wildly within you, and an aura of Saint stage level might instantly course through every fiber of your being. Listening to the footsteps of the couple catching you in the act approaching from outside the door, you were like an awakened god of slaughter, waiting to crush the swarm of ants inch by inch. Expelled from the clan, awakened with the 9 dragons protecting you. Do you regret it? In your past life, you were a worthless trash who was betrayed by your brother, leading the clan elders to sever your meridians. Cast out of the family registry like a stray dog, you suffered every humiliation. In this life, you returned bearing a heavy burden, awakening the dragon bloodline right from the start. Ancient divine beasts instantly transform into 9 dragons to shield you. Your clan brothers are stunned, the elders are filled with regret, and you have already become a god-like figure looking down on everyone. Chapter 1, Rebirth. Shen, just give in to your sister-in-law this once. She wants a child of her own. A seductive female voice drifted over. Shen snapped back to reality, gazing at the soft, warm body in his arms, and a surge of lust welled up in his lower abdomen. Finally, he has been reborn. The woman in his arms was none other than his older sister-in-law, Maxine. Such a stunningly beautiful woman, throwing herself at him. Was this really a gift from heaven? As the saying goes, unwarranted kindness is either a trick or a trap. Only Shen knew that all of this was actually a conspiracy targeting him. If he couldn't resist and slept with her, the next day, family members arranged by his sister-in-law would come to catch them in the act and falsely accuse him of defiling her. By then, his status and assets within the family would be completely confiscated, and he'd be treated like a dog, his meridians severed before being cast out of the family. That's exactly what it means to be a cast out. How could Shen know all this? Naturally, it's because these lessons were hard-won through blood and tears in his previous life. That's right, he has been reborn. After being disowned by his clan in his past life, having lost everything, he not only ended up destitute on the streets, at the mercy of bullies, but also had to constantly flee from the assassins she sent to wipe him out completely, living in constant fear. Fortunately, during one such pursuit, he was driven into a secret realm, where he received the legacy of the dragon bloodline. This dragon bloodline not only transformed his entire meridian system, allowing him to survive in the secret realm for 10 long years, but also granted him the chance to be reborn. Back to that night that rewrote his life and turned him into a stray dog. Shen took a deep breath and peered along the meridians within his body until he saw the extraordinary sight at his mana core. There were 9 dark gold dragon shadows, circling and paying homage to the center, while a tiny crimson gold dragon shadow loomed in the very center of the space. It appeared to be slumbering, yet this did not diminish its aura of dominance over the world in the slightest. This was the dragon bloodline made manifest. It was just a pity. How could a mere mortal possibly hope to master the dragon bloodline? For now, it remained sealed. He would need to gradually activate the 9 companion dragon shadows before the bloodline could truly awaken. And his current progress was half a companion dragon shadow. Even so, Shen could still feel the domineering golden energy coursing ceaselessly through his meridians. Even just half a companion dragon shadow was enough to skyrocket his strength to the saint stage. This kind of evolution in one's life force was simply mesmerizing. Note: Fighter stage, Master stage, Grandmaster stage, King stage, Venerable stage, Demi-Saint stage, Emperor stage, Sovereign stage. 10 years of cultivation in the secret realm, plus the protection of the dragon bloodline. The days of his past life when he was like a stray dog, desperately evading those who sought to kill him, would never be repeated. In this life, I will hold the universe in my hands, practice the most powerful cultivation techniques, sleep with the most beautiful women, and become the strongest person of this era. Xian calmed his surging emotions and brought his thoughts back to reality. He saw his older sister-in-law writhing like a twisted rope in his arms, her gaze as alluring as water. Xian, just tell me, is it a yes or a no? Could it be that your older sister-in-law lacks charm and can't attract you? Of course she was. Even with Xian's discerning eye, he had to admit she was a stunner. She was of average height, with a curvaceous figure, her skin as fair and alluring as milk. A long, white leg peeked out from the side of her cheongsam, and her cleavage was so stunningly ample that it was impossible to look away. At 30, Maxine was at the peak of her beauty in every way. If she weren't so strikingly beautiful, how could she have successfully seduced him in her past life, ruining his reputation? Ha! Xian smiled meaningfully. She really was willing to go all out, even putting herself on the line to lure him in. Of course, he wasn't going to let this kind gesture go to waste. He reached into his pocket, quietly activated the video recording function, and at the same time, put on a look of distress as he said, "Sister-in-law, please behave yourself. After all, you're my sister-in-law. If my older brother's spirit in heaven found out." "Don't mention that dead man." Maxine took a deep breath. "It's his own fault for being such a short-lived wretch. He died before we were even married, leaving me a widow all alone." Xian sneered inwardly. She wasn't wrong about that much. Maxine had married into the family to fulfill a family-arranged marriage, but who could have predicted that on the day of the wedding ceremony, her eldest brother would suddenly suffer a heart attack and die on the spot? That was why she'd been a widow for so long. The reason she'd come knocking on his door now was, on the one hand, to take advantage of him and snatch resources from his third wife's household. On the other hand, she was likely genuinely looking for someone to father a child. As long as the child carried the Xian family's bloodline, the clan would have no choice but to hold their noses and accept it. Xian continued to play along, feigning confusion as he said, "A widow? What do you mean, sister-in-law? I don't understand." Maxine gritted her teeth. Was this jerk really that dumb, or was he just playing dumb? "I've practically thrown myself at him. Sister-in-law, I just want a child." "Want a child? Then go adopt one from an orphanage." Xian continued to play dumb. "Children from an orphanage aren't yours. I want my own child." "Oh? But you can't have a baby all by yourself, can you?" Maxine really wanted to pin him down and force the issue, but unfortunately, she had no choice. She could only say patiently, "That is right, which is why I came to see you tonight to borrow some seed." Seeing that Xian was as thick as a log, she gritted her teeth and simply undid the buttons on her cheongsam. "Xian, tonight I'm all yours. Please. Just grant your sister-in-law this wish, okay?" He'd finally taken the bait. Xian sneered inwardly, making sure his phone was clearly recording this exchange. Now that he'd achieved his goal, there was no need to keep up appearances. "Since you're inviting me so warmly, I won't hold back." Xian chuckled, tore her cheongsam to shreds, scooped up her slender body, and amid a gasp threw her onto the bed. The next morning, Maxine felt as if a truck had run her over. Recalling what had happened last night, she was both shocked and ashamed. He seemed like such a blockhead. How could he have suddenly become so domineering? She couldn't help but pull back the covers, spotting a crimson stain on the sheets. Her heart settled. This was irrefutable proof. Such a huge sacrifice, it was all worth it. She just had to wait a little while for her younger brother to arrive with his men, thoroughly pin the blame on that little bastard. By then, no matter how he tried to wriggle out of it, he wouldn't escape being kicked out of the family. Then, under the guise of compensation, they could seize everything belonging to the third branch of the family. "You aren't waiting for someone, are you?" A languid voice drifted down from above. Xian, who had been fast asleep with his eyes closed just moments ago, was now propped up on one elbow, lying on his side and studying her. "Yes, no. What do you mean, waiting for someone? I don't know what you're talking about." Maxine was startled and quickly denied it outright. "Ha ha." Xian sneered, "Setting up such a massive scheme, even sacrificing your wedding night isn't that just to cement my guilt and get me expelled from the family?" My brother-in-law, is he already on his way here right now? This guy had hit the nail on the head. Knowing full well it was a trap, why did he have to keep me up half the night? Maxine's mind was in turmoil, but she quickly regained her composure. What was there to panic about? Since the mask had already been torn off, she wasn't going to pretend to be the gentle, virtuous sister-in-law anymore. Raising her voice, she said, "So what if you know? The evidence is irrefutable. You should thank me, your sister-in-law, for letting you enjoy a treatment even your older brother never got all before you're expelled from the family." Maxine snorted coldly, dropping all pretense. As long as she started welling up with tears now and, once everyone arrived, poured her heart out to the family elders, how could this guy possibly defend himself? As long as a woman is willing to go all out, no man can escape a false accusation. However, Shen chuckled, secretly mocking her naivety. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and leisurely pressed the play button. Chapter 2, My sister-in-law did it willingly. That's why my sister-in-law came to see you tonight to borrow some seed. Please grant my sister-in-law this wish, okay? A clear voice came from the phone. Shen watched as her face instantly turned as pale as paper and asked leisurely, "There are still 2 hours left. Do you want me to keep playing it?" Maxine, the person involved, knew all too well what had happened during those 2 hours. Shen had vented all the grievances, resentment, regrets, and anger he'd endured over the years on her during last night. Those 2 hours were the limit of the phone's storage, not his. Struck as if by lightning, Maxine muttered in a daze, No, when did you record this? Is that what you're worried about right now?" Shen set down the phone and offered a helpful reminder, "In 2 minutes, your brother Victor will burst through the door with his men. Tell me, what do you think will happen when I show them this video?" Maxine's delicate, pretty face turned deathly pale. As soon as this video was made public, the carefully orchestrated conspiracy they plotted would instantly turn into a farce, and the Huang family would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's wrath. Now, you're faced with a choice. When my brother-in-law comes in, how are you going to explain this? As soon as Shen finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open with great force. A square-jawed young man in his 20s, accompanied by a dozen or so men, stormed in with a menacing air. "Shen! You shameless beast! How dare you bully my sister? Drag him down and beat him." The man who had arrived was none other than Victor, the youngest son of the Huang family. 4 or 5 thugs swarmed forward, ready to drag Shen off the bed. "How dare you!" As soon as Shen spoke, the aura of the true dragon surged around him, sending shockwaves through the air that knocked the 4 or 5 thugs back. These thugs, still at the fighter stage, couldn't even put up a fight. They all let out agonized screams and were sent flying backward. Victor was both shocked and furious. "You little bastard, you bully my sister-in-law and still dare to resist Elder Chuanji, take a look at him." At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stepped forward. His clouded eyes conveyed disappointment. "Shen, did you really do that?" This man was none other than the clan elder, Zachary. He was known for his integrity and incorruptibility. And it was precisely because of this that Victor had invited him to the scene of the adultery, to witness this farce with his own eyes. Zachary looked utterly disappointed. How could a son of the prestigious Xian family commit such a sordid act that went against the family's traditions? Not only that, but they'd even given the Huang family leverage to make such a huge fuss out of it. It was an absolute disgrace. "What did I do? Why don't you go ask the person involved yourselves?" Shen leaned back on the bed, completely calm. Maxine's face alternated between pale and crimson. Under everyone's probing gaze, she struggled to find the words, "Shen and I, it was consensual." The expressions on everyone's faces were a mix of shock and disbelief. They couldn't help but look at Victor, as if to say, "You went to all this trouble to summon us here just to watch this?" Victor was both shocked and furious. "Sis, what are you talking about?" By this point, Maxine had made up her mind. If the video were released, the entire Huang family would become a laughingstock. But if she admitted it was consensual, only Victor would be made a laughingstock. Given the choice, she knew exactly what she had to do. Sorry, little brother. Maxine lowered her head. I did it willingly. The moment Victor heard this, rage flared up inside him. You must have threatened my sister. Die. Without a second thought, Victor knew Xian was behind this and lashed out with all his might. Ha! Xian didn't even flinch, showing no fear whatsoever. He boldly countered with a punch of his own. Boom! Their fists collided. Victor felt a tremendous force surge through the palm of his fist, and it felt as if something inside his arm was snapping. Ah! Victor stumbled back 2 steps. The bones in his arm were actually deforming. He was utterly horrified. When did this guy's strength become so unfathomable? He could even sense that the other man's punch had been delivered without a care. It was merely a casual strike. Enough! With all this commotion, isn't the Huang family ashamed enough already? Zachary's voice was furious as he put a stop to this farce. Victor, this is the Xian family's home, not your personal playground. Even if Mei Xin has made a mistake, considering she has been a widow for the eldest branch for so many years, you have no right to interfere with whom she chooses to be with. This is the Xian family's decision. Zachary's words were undoubtedly meant to back them up. As the daughter-in-law of the eldest branch, Maxine had been a widow for so many years. If she were to remarry, it would certainly damage the Xian family's reputation. If she didn't, people would criticize the Xian family for forcing her into widowhood. Now that the two of them had ended up together in a muddled situation, they would handle it internally. Though not the best arrangement, it was certainly none of the Huang family's business as outsiders to point fingers. Victor, you and your men, get the hell out of the Xian household. As for you, Xian and Maxine, you two figure it out yourselves. Zachary tossed out those words, turned, and walked away, signaling that he would no longer interfere in the matter. Victor glared fiercely at Xian, his face darkening as he said, Once I figure out what's going on here, I'll make you pay a price you'll never forget for the rest of your life. Ha ha. Xian clasped his hands behind his head and said leisurely, I haven't seen the price yet, but I already collected the interest last night. Your sister is quite the piece of work. It was infuriating. Victor couldn't stand to hear any more and stormed out of the room with his henchmen. Xian chuckled. Just then, he sensed a complex gaze from the side, one filled with strangeness, conflict, and resentment fixed on him. Maxine clenched her teeth. You think this will hurt us? Dream on. Once the dust settles, this incident won't have any impact on our Huang family at all. Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, no impact at all? You don't really think the Xian family will let you live out your days as the young mistress in peace after I've played with you, do you? He struck at her very core, analyzing the situation for her slowly and deliberately. Now the entire Xian family knows you were the one who actively sought me out. With a scandal like this, do you really think the Xian family won't take it seriously? So, the Xian family will definitely force you to marry me, perhaps even as a concubine. No matter how much my family dislikes me, the elders will never allow a twice-married woman to become the Xian family's primary wife. They still have some dignity left. Xian gently lifted her chin and said with a smirk, When that time comes, how do you think I'll treat you, big sister-in-law? He deliberately drew out his words, his voice brimming with mockery. Without the clan's protection and living under the same roof, he had 10,000 ways to make this woman die without a trace. Maxine's face turned deathly pale, though her resolve wavered. She refused to admit it. No, no. You're lying. I just. Xian laughed heartily and mercilessly called her out. Just what, exactly? Just trying to get your hands on my third wife's assets? Just trying to kick me out of the house? Dream on. Every choice comes with a price. And you, my dear, have chosen a path of no return. Maxine staggered, barely able to stand. But the blow wasn't over yet. At that moment, Xian wiped the smile from his face and said coldly, Furthermore, your schemes against me won't be so easily forgotten. Today's events are just a small lesson. In the days to come, I'll make you and your brother regret ever being born. You'll be left in a state where you can neither live nor die. It was a bolt from the blue. Maxine was so shaken she nearly blacked out. One piece of bad news followed another. She just lost her status as the eldest wife, and now she offended Xian. Would she ever have a good life again? Chapter 3, Giving My Cousin a Physical Exam. Xian, I'm still your elder sister-in-law, after all. You don't have to be so ruthless, do you? Besides, my scheme didn't actually succeed. You already collected a night's worth of interest last night. Please let me off this once, okay? Regret welled up inside Maxine, and she took his hand of her own accord, pleading softly. Xian felt his hand being pulled toward Maxine's chest. The soft touch was full of sincerity. However, he responded with a cold laugh, "You think that's enough?" As far as Maxine was concerned, she felt that her scheme had simply failed, and since she paid the price with her body, the grudge between them should be settled. But for Xian, this was only the beginning. Killing this brother and sister would be too easy on them. Those days of wandering in exile, with every bone in his body shattered and his body reduced to a wreck, he would make them pay for every single one of them. Xian would never even consider whether, having been reborn, he should spare the enemies from his past life. Being reborn merely altered the timeline, giving him a chance for revenge. It didn't mean these people had reformed. Even if they hadn't had a chance to hurt him in this life yet, given the opportunity, they would still make the same choices as in his past life without hesitation. Since that was the case, there was no way Xian would let them off easily. Seeing his resolute attitude, Maxine felt both hatred and fear welling up inside her. "Xian, are you really going to be so ruthless?" "Ha!" Xian merely shot her a contemptuous glance. Maxine felt as if she'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Yet she had no choice but to resign herself to getting dressed and leaving the room. The room soon fell silent. Xian headed to the bathroom, took a refreshing shower, and let the hot water pour over his head, washing away his fatigue. Dealing with this brother and sister was merely a minor interlude in his rebirth. Xian planned to head out after his shower to figure out how to activate the dragon bloodline within him. That was what truly mattered. When he emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested and wrapped in a towel, he found someone else in the room. A petite figure stood there, her expression filled with excitement as she saw him, Brother Xian. The girl was about 16 or 17, pure and lovely. A sliver of her snow-white, slender waist peeked out from beneath her blouse, her graceful curves subtly defined an indescribable radiance of youth and beauty. She was none other than his distant cousin, Arya. She was also one of the very few people in the vast Xian family who truly cared about him. "Arya? What are you doing here? I saw the Huang family coming after you with such a large entourage and were so worried, so I followed along to check on you." Arya's face flushed slightly, clearly embarrassed by his appearance, and she said with concern, "But judging by the way you look, Xian, it seems nothing really happened." Xian smiled and ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, what is there for me to worry about? Even if something really had happened, what could a girl of 16 or 17 possibly do?" Still, her thoughtfulness truly touched Xian. He remembered it was just like this in his previous life. When he was falsely accused and expelled, only this young girl had stood up to speak on his behalf. And after he was exiled, precisely because she'd grown too close to him, Maxine viewed her as a thorn in her side. She forcibly arranged a marriage for Arya, intent on driving her out of the Xian family. What he never could have imagined was this. Before her wedding, Arya denounced the siblings' various crimes against her in front of the entire clan. In the end, she even chose death as a form of protest, a true testament to her virtue and loyalty. In this life, having been reborn, he would absolutely not let her repeat the mistakes of her past life. Not only that, he would treat her 100 times, 1,000 times better. To make up for what he owed that girl, Arya. "Little girl, hold out your hand." Arya didn't understand why, but she did as she was told. Xian took her pulse. Spiritual energy circulated through her body once. Just an ordinary fighter stage cultivation level. Her talent was a bit lacking. When he had time, he refined some tonics to strengthen her foundation and elevate her strength to the king stage. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about her being bullied while he was away.
Brother Xian.
Arya's face flushed slightly as she looked at him with big, bright eyes. Xian withdrew his hand, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Assessing a person's innate potential is, by its very nature, an extremely intimate matter after all. Having spiritual energy flow through one's entire body is practically the same as being completely exposed. However, Xian didn't harbor any romantic thoughts. He always treated her like a younger sister, so he simply smiled. All right, stay here with me for the next couple of days and don't go anywhere.
I might need to ask you for a favor. Arya nodded vigorously upon hearing this.
She didn't ask why, she simply trusted her Xian brother unconditionally.
Xian picked out a casual outfit from his closet, changed into it, and left the house right away. He was heading out on an errand.
If his memory served him correctly, a treasure he needed was scheduled to be auctioned off today at Luo's auction house.
An hour later. Outside Luo's auction house.
The opulent facade, adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuded the grandeur befitting Huan City's premier auction house. Various Bugattis and McLarens were parked at the entrance, and the people coming and going all exuded an air of nobility in their attire.
Dressed in casual clothes, Xian stood out strikingly among the crowd, drawing countless curious glances. Isn't that the third young master of the Xian family? Is that good for nothing here to attend the auction too? Well, maybe his parents left him a windfall after their accident.
He should still have enough to bid on a couple of tea sets, ha.
Does he look rich to you? He can't even afford a decent outfit, how pitiful.
The crowd buzzed with gossip and idle chatter.
Xian paid no attention, joining the line and entering the auction house on his own. He heard this kind of gossip far too many times. The whole city of Huan knew he was a good-for-nothing. The reason was simple.
His parents were cultivation prodigies renowned far and wide throughout Huan City. In their early 30s, they had both reached the venerable stage, making them local legends and true exceptional talents. Unfortunately, as their son, Xian had been assessed from birth as having the lowest level of cultivation talent.
According to the original timeline,
his cultivation level right now would barely have reached the fighter stage.
With such a massive disparity, it was no wonder that after his parents' accident, every faction in Huan City, big and small, had been secretly calling him a good-for-nothing. Fortunately, after being reborn, he not only obtained the dragon bloodline, but his strength also skyrocketed, reaching the saint stage. Naturally, this information meant little to outsiders. Xian reached the front of the line at the entrance, where a staff member registered him and assigned him a seat in the outer section. The outer section, ha! Although the Xian family wasn't one of Huan City's three major clans, its influence was still not to be underestimated.
Assigning him a seat in the outer section was a blatant display of contempt for his status as the third young master of the Xian family. However, Xian remained as calm as a still pond. After receiving his seat ticket, he walked straight into the auction house. It didn't matter where he sat as long as he could win that treasure, the trip would be worth it. When he entered the auction house, the interior was even more opulent, with all manner of gold-trimmed ornaments reflecting the prestige of Huan City's premier auction house. Xian was just about to sit down. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from behind him.
"Oh, isn't this the good-for-nothing third young master of the Xian family? What, have you come all the way here trying to chase after our ice?" Chapter 4, The Auction House. Young Master Wang, you're asking for it. A dandy with slicked back hair and heavy makeup, accompanied by his henchmen, surrounded him. Xian said calmly, "I've already told you. I have no interest in ice. If anything, you're the toad trying to eat swan meat. She just isn't interested in you."
This whole situation stemmed largely from a misunderstanding. He crossed paths with Ice a few times. Once, while daydreaming, he happened to be staring in Ice's direction, and Harold and his lackey saw him, mistakenly assuming he was drooling over ice.
Ever since then, they've been picking on him at every turn. But then again, does one really need a reason to hate someone?
Even without that incident, Harold and his crew wouldn't have treated him well. After all, they were just looking for someone to bully.
To outsiders, He is an orphan with little talent, shunned by his family. He fits the image of a pushover almost perfectly. It's only natural for them to pick on him. Harold didn't expect him to dare talk back and to hit a nerve, no less. His face darkened instantly. Who are you calling a toad? I think you're asking for trouble. The Wang family was one of the 3 major clans in Huan City. He was the one who was always in the position to humiliate others when had it ever been anyone else's turn to dare verbally provoke him? Especially when it was a good-for-nothing acknowledged by the entire city who was doing this, it was utterly unforgivable. He had to be taught a harsh lesson. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 4 or 5 henchmen surrounded Xian, rubbing their hands together and grinning maliciously. They were just waiting for the young master's command to take down this arrogant fool who didn't know his place. Just beating him up would be too easy on him. Come on, make him chug this. Harold grabbed a glass from the champagne tower nearby, spat into it right in front of everyone, and walked over holding the glass. Watching this, bystanders couldn't help but hold their breath for Xian. It's over, this guy offended young master Wang. He is about to get a beating. Who told this good-for-nothing to overstep his bounds and talk back? Damn, after drinking this spiked drink, he'll probably be too ashamed to show his face in Huan City from now on. Poor guy, poor guy. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed. Their reactions varied. Some felt regret, some felt sympathy, and others were just there to watch the show, hoping for more drama. Hearing the reactions around him, Harold grew even more excited. With a snarl, he walked up to Xian. He was just about to order his men to pin Xian down. Unexpectedly, Xian remained calm. Oh? Looks like you really like this drink. I like it? I love it. Harold sneered. Once I force it down your throat, I'm sure you'll like it even more. Xian seemed oblivious to his malice and replied calmly. Since you like it so much, I might as well add a little something to it myself. With that, he took the glass himself, pulled a cigarette from the pocket of someone standing nearby, crushed the tobacco inside, and tossed it into the glass, swirling it gently to mix it in. Harold watched with a snarl, making no move to stop him. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Not only did he not beg for mercy despite being targeted like this, but he was actually adding something to it himself. Was this guy out of his mind? All done? If you're done, drink it up. Harold's face broke into a cruel grin as he urged him on. Not yet. Let me add a little more dry stuff. Xian replied calmly. As he spoke, he set the glass on the ground and shook a bit of dust from the sole of his shoe into it. The stakes just kept piling up. Only after doing all this did he leisurely pick up the glass. Just looking at this concoction made one's scalp crawl. Even the bystanders couldn't help but cover their noses. Across from him, Harold laughed even more maniacally. So, you should drink it now, cough, cough. Harold hadn't expected him to strike so suddenly. Caught off guard, he was forced to take a full mouthful. The foul, pungent, and fiery taste made him cough uncontrollably, and his stomach churned violently. He felt like he was about to vomit bile. Such a sudden turn of events. It instantly sent shockwaves through the entire venue. How dare this guy humiliate the Wang family's eldest son like this? Does he want to die? Ugh, you bastard. Kill him, ugh, kill him. Harold ordered his henchmen while vomiting, his eyes practically shooting fire. As the esteemed eldest son of the Wang family, when had he ever suffered such a humiliation? He was so enraged he wanted to tear Xian to pieces. His henchmen obeyed the command and swarmed forward, clearly about to attack Xian. Just then. Stop! A clear, elegant, and cold voice rang out. A aloof woman in her 20s walked over. Her icy demeanor made it difficult to look her in the eye. She wore a haute couture gown. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and the high-waisted dress further accentuated the slenderness and grace of her waist. With red-soled high heels on her feet, she glided toward the scene with a cat-like stride. Harold, she said in a cold, detached tone, you've come to my Luo's auction house to cause trouble. Are you deliberately trying to antagonize me? The woman was none other than Ice, the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Harold gritted his teeth in fury. Ask this beast what he did to me?
A flicker of confusion crossed Ice's eyes. She had only just arrived and wasn't aware of what had happened earlier. Xian chuckled, young Master Wang has unique tastes, so I treated him to a special drink honestly spiked, with no tricks.
Young Master Wang, how did you like the drink?
You little bastard, you're asking for it.
Harold was shaking with rage and was about to lunge forward to fight him. Just then,
Ice stepped forward, blocking Xian's path, and said coldly,
"Today is a big day for my Luos auction house. If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to get past me first."
Seeing his beloved standing in front of him, Harold forced himself to stop in his tracks, grinding his back teeth so hard they nearly shattered.
He knew that with Ice protecting him today, there was no way he could do anything to Xian.
This wasn't just because Ice was the woman he loved. It was also because the Luo family was one of the three great families, with a legacy no less impressive than his own Wang family's. He was determined to cause trouble, but that wouldn't benefit anyone. Harold could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, snarling, "Xian, if you've got the guts, just wait.
We'll see how long you can hide." With that, he waved his hand and stormed off with his henchmen, seething with anger. He just ran off like that?
This woman showed up at the worst possible time.
Xian clicked her tongue in slight disappointment.
Although she didn't need to protect him, the other party had at least helped her avoid a hassle. Just as Xian was about to thank him, But to his surprise, Ice didn't even glance at him. She simply turned and walked away.
She sure is aloof. Xian found it a bit amusing. Looks like she doesn't want anything to do with him. Well, he was now widely known as a good-for-nothing. Given Ice's pride, why would she give him the time of day? Whatever. He hadn't come here to make friends anyway. The real goal was to win the treasure he wanted at the auction. Just as he was thinking this, a tinkling sound came from the auction house ceiling, the signal that the auction was about to begin. Chapter 5, Daring to compete with the Zhao family for this? Lot 18, Xianyang Spirit Vine, starting bid 6 million. Final bid, 20 million. Sold. Lot 17, Pei Yuan Pill. Starting bid, 10 million. Final bid, 35 million. Sold. Lot 16, Battle Tiger Gauntlets. Starting bid, 2 million. Final bid, 8 million. Sold.
The sounds of bidding echoed continuously throughout the auction hall. One rare and precious lot after another was brought out, and prices skyrocketed to insane levels in a short period of time. This was a game for the truly wealthy, a spectacle that could only be witnessed at Luo's auction house. Xian sat calmly in the outer seating area. No matter how frenzied the bidding became on the floor, he had no intention of placing a bid. The item he wanted hadn't appeared yet. Although he hadn't placed a single bid, he had noticed that most of the auction house's collection had been snapped up by the guest in the Tian VIP box on the second floor. Every bid from that box was no less than 5 million. Such lavish spending was impossible to overlook.
At that moment, on the second floor, the guest in the Tian VIP box successfully bid on another item.
Congratulations to the guest in the Tian VIP box for winning the Crimson Flame Spirit Fruit, sold for 40 million. Such lavish spending sparked a wave of gasps throughout the hall.
They're so rich. Which faction does the Tian VIP box belong to?
That's a no-brainer. Anyone capable of spending so freely must be the Zhao family, one of the three great clans. I didn't expect them to be participating in this auction either.
Looks like it'll be tough for us to snag any bargains.
The audience in the hall buzzed with speculation. Inside the Tian VIP box, a young girl set down her 40 million bid paddle and, bored, propped her chin on her hand.
Boring.
There's not a single person here who can give us a run for our money.
Auctions like this are such a drag.
The girl slumped on the sofa, propping her head up with her elbow resting on the windowsill, and couldn't help but yawn. She appeared to be just 20 years old, wearing a high-end, custom-made Burberry chiffon top paired with white, high-waisted, form-fitting pants. The tight fabric accentuated her sultry curves, and her beautiful legs were impossible to take your eyes off. The elderly man beside her smiled affectionately. The people down there know it's the Zhao family, of course they won't want to make fools of themselves. If you're bored, Xiao Jun, you can go home first.
Grandpa, just stay here and bid on that item. Hearing the old man's words, June shook her head decisively. No way. I want to see with my own eyes what could possibly make you, Grandpa, come all the way here yourself.
Old Master Zhao smiled but offered no explanation. He simply watched the auction proceedings below alongside his granddaughter, waiting quietly. Soon, lots ranging from number 18 all the way back to number 2 were successively sold.
Some items even easily surpassed the 100 million mark. The excitement among everyone in the room was building.
The caliber of this auction was arguably the highest it had been in the past decade.
With an event of this magnitude, just how stunning would the grand finale be?
Even though most people knew full well that an auction like this had nothing to do with them, simply broadening their horizons made the trip worthwhile.
Under the eyes of the eagerly awaiting crowd,
the final item, a uniquely shaped piece of vinewood resembling 2 intertwined snakes, was finally brought out.
Everyone waited for the organizer's introduction. However, lot number 1, unknown vinewood. Function unknown, purpose unknown. No reserve price.
The moment the words were spoken, an uproar erupted, and murmurs swept through the crowd like a tidal wave.
Are you kidding me? How can something with absolutely no information be the grand finale?
The Luo family is really going to make a fool of themselves this time. How dare they put something like this on the auction block?
The finale lot doesn't even have a price? Are they messing with us? Isn't this just an ordinary piece of vinewood? Faced with so much skepticism, the female auctioneer on stage explained, this item was acquired by the Luo family by chance. We've determined that the vinewood contains some unknown form of energy.
During our investigations, we employed methods such as smashing, burning, forging, and infusing it with spiritual energy. None of these methods could draw out the energy within for practical use, and the vinewood itself remained completely unscathed. Therefore, we're not setting a reserve price, we're leaving it up to you all to decide the value of this artifact. Even if the final hammer price is just 1 yuan, we'll accept it.
To bid or not to bid? If even the Luo family couldn't identify this item, would buying it just make it another ornament to display? The audience fell silent for a second, but soon someone tentatively raised a paddle and called out, 2 million? With that lead, others quickly joined the bidding war, offering their own bids. 4 million. 5.5 million. 7 million. Who cares what it is, let us buy it and study it. The bidding below grew increasingly fierce. The attendees were all members of the city's prominent families, for whom splashing out a few million was no problem at all. Just then, the long silent Tian VIP box finally entered the fray, 50 million. The auction price instantly skyrocketed by an order of magnitude. The heated auction atmosphere was abruptly cut short. Many felt a sense of helplessness, silently marveling at the Zhao family's immense wealth. Spending 50 million on a collectible of unknown purpose, only a business dynasty like the Zhao family could pull that off. The other families likely had no chance. However, just then, a lingering voice rang out, 55 million. Someone was bidding against the Zhao family. Who was so bold and reckless? The crowd turned to look and saw Xian leaning back in his chair, holding up his bid card, leaving everyone stunned. Isn't that the good-for-nothing from the Xian family? He actually dares to bid. Does he even have 55 million? It's probably a fake. Bid fraud is illegal. Coming here to cause trouble, the Luo family definitely won't let him off the hook. Everyone was buzzing with speculation, their skeptical gazes never wavering. Xian remained unfazed, his expression calm. Of course he had the money. As the sole heir of the third branch of the family, if he liquidated all his assets, he could come up with not just 55 million, but even over 100 million. The Luo Corporation's appraisal was correct. This mine would truly contain a massive amount of energy. As for why they couldn't identify it, it was naturally because it wasn't ordinary spiritual energy, but a trace of energy left behind by dragon blood. Once refined, it would activate the dragon shadow that accompanied him. Therefore, he was determined to get his hands on this dragon blood vine wood. However, Just then, a coquettish snort echoed from the Tian VIP box. You dare compete with the Zhao family for this? 60 million. Chapter 6, Driving Back the Zhao Family the Confidence to Burn the Ships. June set down her bidding paddle and let out a coquettish snort. Whatever the Zhao family wants. Who has the right to compete with us? The voice echoed through the venue, and no one dared to respond. A family of merchants for generations, the wealthiest in the region. When the Zhao family said to be able to buy the entire city of Huan made a move, no one would be so presumptuous as to think they could compete. However, Xian, seated in the outer section, calmly raised his paddle. 70 million. Whoa! The entire hall erupted in an uproar. The Zhao family's eldest daughter had spoken, yet this guy actually dared to step up and court disaster. It was nothing short of courting death. June was indeed a bit annoyed, her delicate nose wrinkled. You, a good-for-nothing sitting in the outer section, dare to compete with the Zhao family for this item? If you've got the guts, keep bidding. 100 million. The bid successfully broke the 100 million mark. A piece of rattan wood of unknown purpose and utterly useless had actually fetched such an astronomical price at auction. Everyone in the room gasped in shock. Oomph, let us see how you keep up now. The thought had barely crossed June's mind when, to her surprise, Xian calmly raised his paddle again. 110 million. Another bid. The bidding war before the 100 million mark was a completely different story from the one after. Everyone in the room was stunned by Xian's audacity. This guy was actually going head-to-head with the Zhao family. They dared not imagine what the Zhao family's reaction would be. Sure enough, June's delicate face was filled with anger as she snapped in a high-pitched voice, Xian, you're just a third branch of the Xian family. Do you even have that kind of money? If you're deliberately picking a fight with my Zhao family, do you know what the consequences will be? Her Zhao family might be wealthy, but they were certainly no pushovers. A mere third branch of the Xian family daring to bid such an exorbitant price, wasn't this just sabotaging their auction? Xian didn't even lift an eyelid. If you can't afford it, don't bid. What business is it of yours what price I bid? Hearing him speak so contemptuously of the Zhao family, June felt a surge of inexplicable anger and immediately prepared to raise her paddle to outbid him. Just then, Old Master Zhao raised his hand, reining in his impulsive granddaughter, and said to Xian with a smile, young man of the Xian family, I'd like to know why you're willing to spend such a fortune to buy this piece of rattan wood? I need a cane, I'll use it for fun. Xian replied with a smile of his own. You little brat. Daring to mock my grandfather? You're asking for trouble. June gritted her little silver teeth and immediately wanted to storm down and settle the score with Xian. Who in all of Huan City didn't know that old Master Zhao was in poor health and could only get around with a cane? Anyone who dared to mock her grandfather like that, she would make them regret ever being born today. June had just started to move. Old Master Zhao stopped her. Xiao June, don't be rash. With a mere gesture of his hand, the old master effortlessly held June, a grandmaster stage cultivator, in place. Grandpa, this kid is so infuriating. Let Xiao June teach him a lesson. Seeing that she couldn't go through with it, June returned and tugged at old Master Zhao's arm, pouting. Having weathered the storms of life for most of his life, old Master Zhao wasn't about to let a minor incident ruffle his feathers. He simply smiled warmly, ruffled his granddaughter's hair, and motioned for her to calm down. He then turned his gaze to Xian downstairs and asked with a kind, benevolent expression, young man from the Xian family, I'd like to know if the Zhao family were to raise the stakes to 200 million, would you follow suit? Of course I would. Xian replied calmly. Activating his companion Dragon Shadow was the most important thing for him since his rebirth. What was 200 million, after all? Oomph, you're just bragging. Do you even have that much money? June snorted derisively. Apart from their Zhao family, even the other two major clans would wince at the thought of coming up with that much cash. A mere third branch of the Xian family, where did they get the nerve to make such a bold claim? You're not the young mistress of the Xian family, why are you meddling so much? Xian wore a teasing smile. That mocking expression instantly made June's face flush crimson with anger, and she clenched her teeth tightly. That bastard, how dare he openly tease this lady. If it weren't for the old man stepping in, she would ve gone down there today to teach him a lesson. If the Zhao family offers 300 million, how would you match that?
Old Master Zhao asked with his usual cheerful smile, his expression kind and benevolent.
The real estate held by the Xian family's third branch should be worth quite a bit, Xian said with a smile, as if he were discussing something trivial. Everyone present thought he'd lost his mind. Is this guy out of his mind? Mortgaging the family's south entire estate just for a piece of rattan that's good for nothing? You've practically squandered your entire fortune just to prove a point to the Zhao family? How foolish. What a waste. The ultimate waste. Just because there are no elders at home, you think you can do whatever you want? I wonder what Grandfather Xian's spirit would think if he saw this. Sigh. Everyone's gaze toward Xian was filled with a mix of pity and mockery. June, standing on the second floor, wore an air of haughty pride, grinning widely. Ha, you're already giving up after just 300 million? That's not even a year's worth of my pocket money. You're bound to lose. Just as June was about to raise her bid card, Old Master Zhao stepped in to stop her again, saying calmly, since the young master of the Xian family wants this item, it wouldn't be proper for our Zhao family to take what belongs to another. You may have this vinewood for 100 million. The Zhao family is out of the bidding. At these words, the spectators below were all taken aback. The Zhao family had conceded defeat? Could they really be witnessing the Zhao family yield to another in a matter of wealth and to none other than the Xian family's good-for-nothing, notorious throughout the city? How could this be? Not only the audience, but even June, standing right beside him, was utterly baffled. She asked urgently, Grandpa, why are you giving it to him? Losing an auction to a family's good-for-nothing, where would that leave the Zhao family's reputation? Besides, June lowered her voice, puzzled. Grandpa, aren't you going to take that dragon's blood vinewood? That's the whole reason we came here.
Old Master Zhao shook his head, offering no further explanation.
Instead, he gave a slight bow toward the young man downstairs. Young man of the Xian family, we've forged a bond of goodwill today.
When you return, please convey my regards to your Xian family patriarch. Old Master Zhao's manners and demeanor were imbued with courtesy, leaving everyone in awe, truly befitting an elder of a distinguished, long-established family.
Faced with the Zhao family's gesture of goodwill, Xian also nodded slightly.
As for today's events, consider me in your debt, Zhao family.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent for a second, then erupted into thunderous laughter. The laughter was so loud it nearly brought the entire venue to its knees. Ha ha ha, did I just hear that right? This kid actually said he owes the Zhao family a favor?
He is actually putting himself on the same level as the Zhao family. That is hilarious.
How can someone be so utterly out of touch with reality? I've really seen it all. This good-for-nothing must have been suppressed by the Xian family for so long that he has gone completely mad, hasn't he?
The audience's thunderous mockery was shrill and piercing. Xian, however, remained unfazed. This was a favor from someone at the saint stage. In all of Huan City, there was likely not a single powerhouse above the venerable stage to be found. They didn't yet realize the true value of the favor he owed them, but they would come to understand it in time. A favor like this was something countless people would kill to have but could never obtain.
3-second countdown for uncontested bids. 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations to Mr. Xian for winning lot number 1.
The auctioneer announced the result with a professional smile. On the second floor, June snorted coldly, pulled the window shut, and didn't even bother to look. That guy was acting all high and mighty after getting the better of her. It was infuriating. She turned around, tugged at old Master Zhao's arm, and pouted, Grandpa, why did we have to let him have the dragon's blood vinewood? That guy has no money and loves to show off. We could have crushed him with just a flick of our fingers.
Could it be that?
Grandpa, are you trying to save some money so that after he wins the bid, we can find a way to snatch it back?
June smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, as if a mischievous plan had already formed in her mind.
Chapter 7, June is shocked. Is this the Xian family's good-for-nothing?
Old Master Zhao looked at his granddaughter with a mix of exasperation and amusement, tapping her gently on the head with his cane. Your grandpa has built a lifetime of reputation. I'm afraid it'll be ruined by you sooner or later. She has even come up with ideas like murder and treasure stealing. If word gets out, what will become of the Zhao family's reputation? Oh my. June covered her head with both hands and looked at her grandfather with a look of hurt innocence. But Grandpa, what were you thinking? There was no one else in the private room at the moment. Old Master Zhao smiled and said kindly, Xiao Jun, you must understand that in business, we believe harmony brings prosperity. The other party has already put their entire fortune on the line to compete with you. Pushing them to the brink may not necessarily be in the Zhao family's best interest. Leave them a way out, so you can meet again in the future. This is especially true for those in business. This was a lesson old Master Zhao had learned over the course of most of his life. Whenever he faced a challenge, this principle always proved effective, helping the Zhao family avoid one business pitfall after another. That guy just turned on us out of the blue. What kind of trouble could a good-for-nothing like him possibly cause? June wrinkled her little nose in displeasure. Xiao Jun, why do you think the other party would go to such lengths to bid on the dragon's blood vinewood? I suspect he is already aware of the vinewood's extraordinary qualities, and perhaps even more than that, he has a genuine need for it. Old Master Zhao explained calmly. June's beautiful eyes widened slightly, as if she heard something unbelievable. Him? That family is good for nothing? How could that be? Anything is possible. Old Master Zhao took it in stride, smiling as he said, to dare say in front of me, Zhao Guang, that he owes someone a favor that is a sign of both courage and ability. That kid from the Xian family, he is no ordinary fellow. He has kept a low profile all these years, even I hadn't noticed him, After a brief pause, Old Master Zhao continued, just give him the dragon's blood vine. It's not a perfect match for your attributes anyway, Xiao Jun. We'll find a more suitable one later. As for that young man from the Xin family, I suspect he'll need more than just one dragon's blood vine wood. In a moment, Xiao Jun, you should. Old Master Zhao leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing this, June's beautiful eyes widened, and she stared in a rather endearing daze. No way, Grandpa. Are we just going to give him the things we've worked so hard to collect? Seeing the look of resentment on his granddaughter's face, Old Master Zhao felt a bit heavy-hearted. He sighed softly and said, Grandpa isn't in the best of health, and your eldest uncle is good for nothing. If something were to happen to me in the future, the entire Zhao family will be counting on you, Xiao Jun. That young man from the Xian family may be a mystery, but judging by how he conducted himself today, he is a principled and capable young man. Building a good relationship with him will be a blessing for our Zhao family. Even if Grandpa is no longer here in the future, Xiao Jun, you'll still have a place to turn to. As he spoke, a keen observer would have noticed a faint wisp of dark energy swirling above the old man's head. June's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing that Grandpa was still worried about her at a time like this, she couldn't help but rush over and hug him. Grandpa. Old Master Zhao smiled kindly, wiped away her tears, and said, go home to get your things, then head over to the Xian family. Yes, Grandpa. June didn't dare disobey. She wiped away her tears and left the private room. At that moment, the auction came to a close. The various items were distributed to the buyers. Xian lifted the red cloth covering the tray and picked up the vine-like wood, which was over a meter long. It felt warm and smooth in her hand, as if it were alive, and contained surging energy within. The true dragon aura within him was resonating with the dragon bloodvine. He could faintly sense its excitement. This was a top-tier treasure imbued with a trace of the dragon bloodline. How could an ordinary person possibly identify it? Even Luo's auction house wasn't qualified to appraise it. Xian held the vine in his hand. He was ready to head back and begin refining it. He left the auction house. Just as he was about to head back, he unexpectedly sensed a series of furtive glances from behind. Xian gave a faint, cold smile, turned into an alley. Walking to the end, he found himself at a dead end. Unflustered, he said leisurely, you've been following me all this way. Come out. Sure enough.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 or 8 thugs burst out from behind him, led by none other than his old acquaintance, Harold. "You're pretty savvy knowing to pick a place where you'll get beaten up, ha ha. Don't worry, once I'm done teaching you a lesson, I'll strip you naked and toss you out onto the street so the whole city can see you running around naked." A savage grin spread across Harold's face. There was no way he was going to let this slide so easily. That bastard had caused him, the esteemed young master of the Wang family, to suffer such a humiliating defeat. If he didn't teach him a lesson he'd never forget, Harold wouldn't deserve to call himself a man. "Attack! Cripple his limbs first." Harold waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to strike. Facing his ferocious attackers, Xian calmly tucked the rattan staff into his robe. "Ha!" The first henchman charged straight at him, aiming a joint lock at his right hand, clearly intending to disable that arm first. Xian sidestepped the attack with the ease of a man strolling through a garden, then transformed his hand into a palm blade and slashed at the back of the man's neck. The first henchman's neck snapped at a 90-degree angle, and his entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground as if all power had been drained from him. Clean and decisive, one down. Such a brutal scene made the other 7 henchmen swallow hard, freezing in their tracks and hesitating. "What are you afraid of? There are 7 of you. Go get him. Whoever disables one of his arms gets 20 million, whoever disables a leg gets 30 million. Harold said with a menacing glare. Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth, amused. "You're willing to spend that much? It almost makes me want to sell myself." All 4 limbs combined would fetch 100 million. He hadn't even realized he was worth that much. Where there's a big reward, there's a brave man. The henchman's blood began to boil at the words. They immediately mustered their courage and charged forward with a roar, attempting to overwhelm Xian with sheer numbers. Unfortunately, a group of ordinary people who just entered the master stage didn't even have what it took to make Xian take them seriously. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted at his feet, and his figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. A afterimage swiftly sliced through about 7 of them, the whole scene unfolding as if in slow motion. By the time they realized what was happening, they found a palm print on their chests. When Xian's figure reappeared, these men reacted like dominoes, their chests exploding one after another with a series of boom, boom, boom. The scene was like blood-red fireworks going off in the alley, truly a spectacular sight. But to Harold's eyes, it was more terrifying than hell itself. You're not that good for nothing from the Xian family. Who the hell are you? How could that good for nothing from the Xian family possibly possess such power enough to crush his bodyguards and fill him with such deep fear? Xian smiled faintly. Is that your last words? Harold, sensing his killing intent, stumbled backward. No, don't kill me. I'm the sole heir of the Wang family. If you kill me, the patriarch will definitely wage a relentless war against you. By then, it won't just be you, the entire Xian family won't be able to withstand it. Harold was all bark and no bite, trying to intimidate Xian with his family's name. Xian remained unmoved, continuing to approach at a leisurely pace. Realizing this tactic was useless, Harold felt despair for the first time in his life. He watched helplessly as the other man raised his hand, seemingly about to strike. The immense psychological pressure made him shudder involuntarily. A warm sensation spread from his pants pocket. Chapter 8, You'll get a taste of what it's like to be a good-for-nothing. He actually wet his pants. Xian shot him a look of disgust. The wet stain on his crotch was obvious yellow and reeking of urine. The esteemed young master of the Wang family, when faced with a threat to his life, actually behaved even more pitifully than an ordinary person. Harold was also feeling a bit embarrassed, but in the face of life and death, he couldn't care less about saving face. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Xian, no, I mean Brother Xian. I know I was wrong. Let me off the hook, and we'll call it even. Not only that, but from now on, I'll follow your every command. You'll be my big brother. My dad. Wherever you tell me to go, I'll go." Xian smiled wryly, having suddenly gained such a son out of nowhere. What a pity. He had no interest in taking on a son. Unless a stunner like ice called him dad, Xian wouldn't feel the slightest stir in his heart. With that thought, Xian casually slapped his palm against Harold's chest, and spiritual energy instantly surged through his palm into Harold's body. Ah! Harold let out an instinctive scream. The overwhelmingly domineering spiritual energy raged through his body like a python, destroying every meridian in its path until all his meridians were completely severed and his martial arts spiritual energy utterly dissipated. Harold's face turned pale, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. What did you do to me? Don't you love calling everyone a useless cripple? Let me show you what it's like to be one. Xian said with a smirk. Little did he know that to Harold, that smile looked even more terrifying than a demoness. No! Harold's whole body was trembling. Having lost the chance to advance in the martial arts and reduced to a state of helplessness, even as the eldest son of the Wang family, there was absolutely no way he could inherit the family business. How he wished someone would tell him this was all a lie. But the emptiness within him proved that everything Xian had said was true. That reputation, wealth, status, and power, he felt it all slipping away from him. From now on, he would be nothing but a good-for-nothing. In less than an hour, he, the esteemed eldest son of the Wang family, had completely lost face in front of the entire city. Now he had been reduced to a mere cripple, and in the future, he would face endless rejection and alienation from his own family. Why? Why did he have to provoke this man standing before him? Harold's heart trembled violently, his vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. Xian chuckled softly. Dealing with a small-time nobody like this, killing him outright would be too easy on him. Only by keeping him alive could he make these people feel the consequences day after day, instilling a deep-seated fear of him in their hearts. Having dealt with this minor incident, Xian turned and walked away from the crate, leaving behind a floor littered with corpses and the unconscious, useless Harold. Back at home. Big brother Xian. Little Arya ran over cheerfully, looking up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Xian smiled affectionately, pulling her into his arms and ruffling her hair. Have you been a good girl while I was gone? Arya nodded vigorously, saying sweetly, I was bored at home, so I helped big brother Xian clean up a bit. I hope that's okay? Xian paused for a moment, glancing around the house. As a single man, he lived rather sparsely, and the place had been a bit messy, but now it looked completely refreshed. Clearly, she put a lot of effort into cleaning it up. Even Xian couldn't help but be touched. He couldn't resist ruffling her hair. You silly girl. I told you to stay here for a couple of days. I didn't ask you to come over and be my free housekeeper. You didn't have to work so hard and wear yourself out. Arya giggled, her girlish, charming smile as bright as the sunshine. It's not hard at all. I'm happy to do it. It's just a bit of a hassle to change the sheets. Xian, do you sweat a lot when you sleep at night? Arya asked, batting her eyelashes. Even someone as thick-skinned as Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt when his innocent little sister asked him that question. He nervously scratched his nose. Well, it depends. As a saint stage cultivator, how could he possibly sweat while sleeping? If anyone were to ask, it would have to be that woman, Maxine. This topic had to end right here. Xian quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. All right, I've got something to do in a bit. Could you keep watch at the door for me? Don't let anyone come in and disturb me. Leave it to me. Arya didn't ask any further questions and obediently went to stand guard at the door. Xian pulled the dragoness blood vine wood from his robe. However, he didn't rush to refine it. To refine a treasure of this caliber, one must first bring the body to peak condition, then channel one's inner spiritual fire to transform it into a pill that's easy to absorb. Only then can one maximize the energy it contains. Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, cleared his mind of all distractions, circulated his spiritual energy through his meridians, and entered a state of light slumber. After 2 full cycles, the spiritual energy within his body reached its peak condition. Xian flipped his hand, and a crimson gold flame suddenly appeared, dancing in the palm of his hand. The 9 transformation crimson flame, derived from the dragon bloodline within him, existed somewhere between a physical flame and a stream of energy.
Though its nature was violent, when used in alchemy, it could burn without destroying, truly the pinnacle of alchemical spiritual fires.
Xian exhaled softly, just as he was about to begin refining the elixir.
The sound of an argument suddenly reached him from the doorway. This interruption forced Xian to halt his preparations. He furrowed his brow slightly and stood up to investigate at the doorway.
No way.
I told you Xian brother is busy, no one else allowed to disturb him.
If you have something to deliver, I'll just pass it on for you.
Arya lifted her little face and stubbornly blocked the doorway. Standing before her was none other than June, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. She looked at Arya with contempt. Who knows if you'd steal it while you're in charge? Something this important, I'll naturally hand it over to that guy myself.
I don't care about your stuff.
Arya pursed her lips and emphasized once more, in any case, no one is allowed to go in and disturb Brother Xian.
I'm going in right now. Who dares to stop me?
June lifted her fair chin haughtily. As the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, there were few in all of Huan City who dared to defy her, and certainly not some little brat who had no business blocking her way.
No, I won't let you.
Arya lost her temper as well. This was the same temperament that, in her past life, had driven her to throw herself to her death in front of her clan to clear her brother's name. When it came to matters involving Brother Xian, she would never back down, even if the sky were to fall. Seeing her standing firmly in the doorway, June let out a cold laugh and, without further ado, raised her right hand, preparing to slap the inconsiderate Arya. Arya instinctively flinched, bracing herself to take the slap head-on.
Just then. Stop it right now. Xian's cold voice rang out. Chapter 9, Purple Rhythm Dragon Empress Ginseng, the domination of the dragon bloodline. Xian.
Seeing him come out, Arya happily ran over to him. Xian pulled her into his arms and looked at June with a calm expression. You came to my house to cause trouble.
You'd better give me a reasonable explanation.
He was already annoyed. Even if she had spoken disrespectfully to him at the auction, he wouldn't have caused trouble for the Zhao family because those were the rules of the auction. The highest bidder wins, there's nothing to make a fuss about. But someone coming to his doorstep, ready to teach him a lesson, that was a whole different story.
The tension in the air dropped several notches in an instant.
June felt inexplicably flustered. Why did this man exude such an overwhelming sense of pressure? It was even more suffocating than when her grandfather was angry. Not wanting to lose face as the Zhao family's eldest daughter, she forced a snort and said, "Who told her to block my path?
I was being kind enough to bring you a gift, and this is how you treat me?"
June's voice trembled slightly. She seemed genuinely worried that Xian was angry with her. So, after speaking, she quickly pulled a red sandalwood box from her bosom and handed it over.
Here. My grandfather told me to bring this to you.
Our Zhao family went to great lengths to collect this rare medicinal herb. Don't be so unappreciative. Xian paused for a moment, staring at the red sandalwood box in her hands. The box itself was already quite valuable, but when she opened it, the contents inside were even more thrilling. Resting quietly inside was a ginseng root shaped like a dragoness body, covered in purple gold scales.
Purple-hued dragon emperor ginseng.
Though not as precious as dragoness bloodvine wood, it was still an excellent, top-grade medicinal herb for alchemy, capable of enhancing spiritual energy affinity and improving one's physical constitution.
This gift was undeniably a gesture of sincere goodwill.
Xian accepted the herb with a calm expression.
Please convey my thanks to old Master Zhao.
I, Xian, accept this gesture.
Who would have thought that old Master Zhao, though nearing the end of his days, still possessed such a keen eye?
He had merely made a brief appearance at the auction house, without even revealing his saint stage strength. Not only did the other party willingly cede the dragon bloodvine wood, but he also went out of his way to present another precious gift. His instinct for seizing opportunities is truly remarkable.
Xian also didn't like accepting favors for no reason.
By having June convey his thanks, he was confident old Master Zhao would understand his meaning. Should the Zhao family ever face an insurmountable crisis in the future, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. At the very least, he would step in to help the Zhao family weather a crisis that could bring them to the brink of ruin.
This promise.
was surely exactly what old Master Zhao needed. After Xian finished speaking, to his surprise, June didn't turn and leave. Instead, she stood there with her hands on her hips. "Hey! Is that all you have to say?" June wrinkled her little nose, looking displeased. "I came all this way just to see you in person." Xian was taken aback for a moment, then found it somewhat amusing. "Thank you for bringing the medicine, too. Now we're talking. Bye." Satisfied with his response, June turned and walked away with a flourish. Xian watched her vibrant red figure disappear into the distance and couldn't help but chuckle. That girl sure has a lot of spunk. To put it nicely, she is genuine. To put it bluntly, she is just a child who hasn't grown up yet. He heard that old Master Zhao was in poor health, and that the Zhao family's eldest uncle was a good-for-nothing wastrel. The burden of such a large clan as the Zhaos would eventually fall on this girl's shoulders. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat for her. But then again, what did the Zhao family have to do with him? At most, he'd protect her this once, just to honor old Master Zhao's wishes. The most pressing task right now was to refine the dragon blood vinewood as quickly as possible. With that in mind, Xian turned and returned to her room to continue refining the elixir. Whoosh! The 9-turn crimson flame true fire materialized out of thin air from the palm of her hand. The temperature in the room instantly rose by more than 30 degrees, as if she were inside a high-temperature furnace. With a calm expression, Xian cast the purple-hued dragon emperor ginseng she had just obtained into the 9-turn crimson flame true fire, simultaneously increasing the flow of her spiritual energy. Whoosh! The flames immediately grew several times larger. Under the intense heat, the purple-hued dragon emperor ginseng emitted waves of a unique fragrance, while its surface began to show signs of melting. A dozen or so minutes later, the ginseng's solid form had completely vanished, transforming into a pool of purple medicinal elixir. This is the 9-turn crimson flame true fire. It burns without destroying. Its efficacy in purifying medicinal ingredients is simply unmatched. The fire had reached the perfect intensity. Xian seized the opportunity to toss the dragonblood vinewood into the true fire. The half-meter-long vinewood churned ceaselessly within the purple medicinal elixir, as if resisting the forced fusion. Xian snorted coldly, resisting fusion? That's not up to you. He channeled his spiritual energy with all his might, and the crimson gold flame instantly turned pure white, its intense heat visible to the naked eye. Second by second, time passed. After a full half-hour, the dragon's blood vine could no longer hold out. Its outer bark began to peel away, revealing an inner layer as crimson as blood. Xian continued to channel his spiritual energy. The purple ginseng elixir and the blood-red dragon blood vine finally began to fuse. They entwined and merged within the flames until they were ultimately reborn. 5 minutes later, a blood-red pill floated quietly in the air. It exuded a faint, exotic fragrance and was covered in purple gold patterns. Just looking at it, one could tell it was no ordinary item. A top-grade elixir, the 9 Transformation Nurturing Essence Pill. Without hesitation, Xian opened his mouth and sucked it into his stomach, beginning to refine it. The moment the 9 Transformation Nurturing Essence Pill entered the mana core, it released an immense surge of energy. One of the companion dragon shadows coiled within the mana core opened its mouth wide to swallow all the energy. Its dark gold body swelled at an incredible speed until finally, boom! A tremor resounded like a colossal bell shaking the heavens and earth. One of the 9 dragon shadows was fully activated. Coiled within the mana core, it seemed to have come to life, its scales and claws vividly lifelike as it continuously radiated golden spiritual energy. This scattered spiritual energy entered the meridians throughout his body, and as it flowed, it emitted a roar like surging rivers clearly audible. Phew! Xian opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. These eyes, which had once been human, had now transformed into golden vertical pupils, radiating majesty. The phenomenon lasted only a moment. He then voluntarily dispelled the aura, and his eyes returned to their human form. The energy contained within a single elixir had propelled him directly to the peak of the saint stage. At the same time, the full activation of one of his companion dragon shadows granted him abilities beyond those of a mere human. With a mere thought, Xian transformed his skin into dragon scale armor. Instantly, a layer of golden, translucent scales covered the skin on his arms, impervious to blades and impervious to fire. Unless an opponent possessed strength surpassing the king stage, they wouldn't even have a chance to breach his defenses. Even against opponents at the same saint stage. With his current combat power, he was more than capable of overwhelming them. This was the true might of the dragon bloodline. And this is just the effect of activating a single complete companion dragon shadow. I wonder what kind of surprises await once I activate the second and third dragon shadows. Chapter 10, Arya in the bathroom. Xian exhaled softly, clearing his mind of distractions. He had finished refining his own elixir. While refining the 9 transformation nurturing essence pill earlier, some medicinal residue remained. Not wanting to waste it, he used the residue to refine another batch of a lower grade version of the nurturing essence pill. With the experience he gained earlier, the refinement of this lower grade nurturing essence pill went very smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, 5 nourishing essence pills were successfully produced and floated quietly in the air. Xian sent a telepathic message outside, "Xiao Xian, come in for a moment." Arya obediently walked in. The scent of alchemy still lingered in the room, filling it with a unique fragrance. She took a whiff and asked curiously, "Brother Xian, did you call for me?" "Here, take this." Xian took out a Peiyuan pill and handed it to Arya. Although it was a weakened version of the Peiyuan pill, its potency was still 100 times greater than that of other Peiyuan pills on the market. Arya didn't think twice. She swallowed the pill in one gulp, then blinked before asking, "Brother Xian, what is this?" "A Peiyuan pill." Xian said calmly, "Your current strength at the fighter stage is too weak. I've refined a few pills for you to strengthen your foundation and nourish your essence, so that you'll have some ability to defend yourself when the time comes." Though his tone was calm, it was filled with genuine concern. These were pills he had personally refined, a privilege not everyone received. Arya was deeply moved. She threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest as she choked back tears. "Brother, you're the only one who has ever cared about me. You're so good to me." Sniff, sniff, sniff. Come to think of it, this girl had lost both her parents and had been living with the Xian family since childhood. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the two had grown closer and closer, gradually forming a bond akin to that of brother and sister. Xian sighed softly, running his fingers through her silky hair. "All right, don't be sad. From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to bully you." Arya lifted her reddened eyes and nodded slightly, Just then, Xian patted her shoulder and said, "All right, now take off your clothes." Arya's body visibly stiffened, the skin on her ears turned visibly red, and her face turned so pale it looked like it might bleed. "Brother, what did you just say? Just one pill and he's already planning to do that? That's way too fast." She wasn't even mentally prepared for this. A normal relationship should start with holding hands, or maybe some kissing and hugging. But he is Xian, her big brother. If Xian insists. Arya's eyes went out of focus clearly, the shock was so great it sent her mind wandering. Xian found it a little amusing. He tapped her on the head. "What are you thinking about? I'm going to help you channel your energy to disperse the effects of the nurturing essence pill. As a fighter stage cultivator, do you really think you can fully refine a complete nurturing essence pill on your own? Aren't you afraid of your body exploding?" He had always treated Arya like a younger sister, so naturally, he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. This nurturing essence pill not only contained precious herbs but also had a bonus effect from his own personal refinement. Even a lower grade version of the nurturing essence pill was absolutely beyond Arya's ability to process on her own. This was also why Xian Han simply handed all 5 nurturing essence pills to Arya at once. Oh, okay. Arya suddenly realized, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. So brother Xian still treated her like a child. She wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Soon after, Arya blushed as she slipped off her clothes. Xian's gaze was as calm as water, without a trace of lechery. Now, sit cross-legged, and I'll help you sort out the meridians within your body. His composure effectively eased the young girl's shyness. Arya relaxed. She went to the sofa, sat cross-legged, and began circulating her chi as she usually did during her practice. Xian sat down on the sofa as well, placed both hands on her back, closed his eyes, and began sorting out her meridians. In fact, at 17, it was already quite late for Arya to be having her meridians cleared. In some well-established, prestigious families, the heirs often had this step completed by their elders before the age of 3, which is why the descendants of such prominent clans tend to progress faster in their cultivation. Fortunately, though, this young lady had him, Brother Xian. The Peiyuan pill, imbued with a trace of dragon blood, combined with his personal guidance in unblocking her meridians, helps her absorb and consolidate the medicine's potency. This girl's future potential will be no less than that of the young scions from those prominent clans. Arya could feel a steady stream of warmth flowing from her back, making her feel cozy and warm. An incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy entered her meridians. If the source of this spiritual energy hadn't been Brother Xian, she would have almost instinctively resisted it. Fortunately, once this spiritual energy entered her body, it didn't harm her. Instead, it nourished her meridians, helping the Peiyuan pill's potency flow throughout her entire body. The sensation was like soaking in a hot spring, 100 times more comfortable than that. Arya almost felt as if her body were floating. She had no idea how much time had passed. A faint, teasing voice came from behind her. You haven't fallen asleep, have you? Wake up and feel the changes within your body. Only then did Arya open her eyes, realizing the treatment had already ended, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She used her spiritual energy to sense her body and discovered that she had actually advanced to the Grandmaster stage. The Grandmaster stage at 17. Even among the major clans, that would be considered a top-tier genius. Arya was both thrilled and excited. Brother, I'm at the Grandmaster stage now. Astonishment. Joy. Touched. A flood of emotions overwhelmed Arya, making her want to give him a big hug to show her gratitude. However, Xian didn't hug her as he usually did. Instead, he looked at her with a half smile. Arya sensed something was off and looked down. Eat? Her innocent little face instantly flushed crimson. It wasn't just because she'd forgotten she wasn't wearing any clothes. More importantly, after the Peiyuan pill's bone marrow cleansing, her body was now covered in a layer of black grime, making her look just like a filthy stray cat. Seeing her in such a filthy state, and with Xian watching her so clearly, Arya wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Bro, I'm going to take a shower. After blurting out those words, Arya jumped off the couch and ran into the bathroom as if fleeing. Xian recalled the scene from just a moment ago and scratched his nose awkwardly. Before he knew it, this little girl had already become a young lady. It seemed he'd have to be more mindful of his behavior around her from now on. With that in mind, Xian walked over to the bathroom door and knocked. Xiao Xian. No, don't come in. I'm taking a shower, big brother. Arya's voice was panicked and shy. Chapter 11, Revenge from the Dungeon. Xian found it a bit amusing. What are you talking about? When did I ever say I was going in? I'm just telling you. There are still several days left in this Peiyuan pill treatment. We have plenty of rooms in the house, you can pick whichever one you like later. We'll figure it out once the treatment is over. There were 5 Peiyuan pills in total excluding today. There were at least 4 more days left. Once the treatment was over, he was confident that Arya would have advanced to the king stage by then. At that point, whether he kept her by his side or let her come and go as she pleased, he wouldn't have to worry about her safety. Okay, Xian. Arya's voice was soft and sweet, making his heart flutter like a kitten scratching at it. For some reason, he suddenly thought back to that scene from earlier. This girl, she's really grown up. Xian felt a bit awkward and gave himself a mental scolding. Damn it, you beast. She treats you like a real older brother, and yet you have these inexplicable thoughts. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Xian cursed under his breath.
It was all that slutty vixen Maxine's fault. She seduced him into breaking his vows, and now he couldn't look at anything without thinking dirty thoughts. As he muttered to himself, he returned to his room to meditate and cultivate, hoping to calm his mind and soothe his spirit. Meanwhile, in the Xian family's main residence, Maxine suddenly sneezed, achoo. She rubbed her nose and wondered to herself, who was cursing me behind my back? Just then, Victor said impatiently, Sis, can you focus? We're discussing serious business. Okay, Maxine said sheepishly. She was being a bit cautious. After all, what happened today was essentially her doing. She set her younger brother up, causing him to lose face at the Xian family's house. Although she already explained everything to Victor, that the whole thing was that guy's doing, her brother was still furious, and she didn't dare provoke him again. By the way, getting back to the topic. Jingsheng, what were you about to tell me just now? The conversation returned to the original subject. Victor's emotions clearly flared up. He slammed his fist on the table and sneered. I said, I'm going to make Xin pay for this. Sis, I've already spent a fortune posting a bounty in the dungeon. It won't be long before they help us take out that bastard. I'll be damned if I don't see who can keep him alive. Maxine was startled and covered her mouth, afraid she'd scream out loud. Jingsheng, have you lost your mind? The dungeon. That was Huan City's #1 underground organization, specializing in shady dealings. Even several joint crackdowns by the three great families hadn't managed to wipe them out, a clear sign of just how formidable they were. Now her brother not only wanted to get involved with these people, but he was even planning to commission a hit on Xian. What if the plan was exposed? Would either of them end up with a happy ending? Sis, what are you worried about? Even if the mission is exposed, that's the dungeon's problem. Who is going to know we commissioned it? Victor seemed completely unfazed as he analyzed the situation. Besides, the entire Xian family knows you're having an affair with Xian. Once he is dead, won't everything from the third branch be yours? Maxine really wanted to ask, what do you mean us? She hadn't known about this mission from start to finish. If she had, she would have done everything in her power to talk her brother out of it. Although she had no proof. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Xian lately. He seemed like a completely different person. Take today's incident, for example. Victor, a master stage powerhouse, couldn't even block a single casual punch from his opponent. That alone was highly suspicious. Jingsheng, don't you think we're rushing into this a bit too quickly? Why don't we wait a little longer, figure out what that guy is all about, and then decide what to do? Maxine couldn't help but try to reason with him. Besides, even if the Xian family isn't one of the three great clans, they have plenty of elders and bodyguards. It won't be easy for anyone from the dungeon to take Xian down. Sis, what are you afraid of? They've got plenty of ways to do it. Victor let out a cold laugh, his face etched with a burning desire for revenge. Seeing her younger brother like this, Maxine hesitated, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately swallowed her words. The mission had already been issued. In the dungeon, there is no such thing as canceling a mission. She could only wait for the final outcome, hoping they'd be able to complete the mission successfully. The next day arrived. Xian emerged from his meditation. Having reached the saint stage, sleep was no longer essential for him. Meditation, on the other hand, provided better recovery. He stepped out of his room. Arya had gotten up early and was setting breakfast on the table. Seeing him come out, she waved happily, "Good morning, Xian." Xian nodded and sat down. Breakfast was simple: fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a plate of steamed buns, an ordinary, everyday meal. Arya picked up a bun, took a bite, and said cheerfully, "Good thing I got up early today. Otherwise, the kitchen staff would have said breakfast was all gone again." Xian found it a bit amusing. He glanced at her beaming face but didn't respond. How could there possibly be no food in the kitchen? With so many people in the Xian family, were they supposed to depend on the kitchen staff's whims for their meals? It was nothing more than the kitchen staff, seeing that they weren't favored by the family, deliberately trying to annoy them every now and then.
The less power they have, the more they like to flex their muscles and flaunt their pitiful sense of self-importance.
If the family elders wanted something to eat, do you think the kitchen would dare say no?
Xian shook his head and took a couple of quick bites. At his level, mundane food held little significance for him. It was more about keeping Arya company for the sake of the ritual. With him by her side, Arya enjoyed her breakfast heartily, and her appetite had improved considerably.
Brother Xian, I'm full. Don't wait for me at lunch, I'm off to school.
After clearing the dishes, Arya let Xian know she was leaving and went to change her shoes. Yes, Arya, now 17, was still in high school. Originally, she was just an ordinary fighter stage cultivator, and the Xian family had no intention of spending significant resources to train a distant relative like her. Therefore, they had arranged for her to follow the path of an ordinary person just getting a diploma to call it a day. Fortunately, she proved herself capable and earned admission to a top high school in Huan City. She was currently in her senior year, the busiest time for her studies. Xian smiled and reminded her, "Don't forget to come back tonight. Your treatment regimen for these past few days isn't over yet."
Okay.
Arya blushed, recalling everything that had happened yesterday. Still, she agreed without hesitation.
Soon after. Once Arya had left, Xian was the only one left at home. He sat in the living room, meditating and continuing his cultivation.
No matter how powerful he was, Xian never considered himself invincible. After all, there are always those more skilled than oneself, and the sky is not the limit. Seizing every opportunity to cultivate and improve his strength was the right path.
Time flew by.
After 5 great celestial circuits, Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brow slightly.
Why, did he have this feeling of unease?
With his saint stage strength, his body would never react with alarm for no reason. Something must have happened.
Was it the Huang family? Or was the Huang family targeting him?
His spiritual sense quickly scanned the surroundings, but he detected nothing unusual. It seemed the danger wasn't nearby, so what exactly? Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang.
Chapter 12, Is this really that good for nothing from the Xian family?
It was a call from Arya. As soon as Xian picked up the phone, a brief shout came from the other end, "Brother." The call was abruptly cut off. It seemed the caller was in a dangerous situation. Even her phone had been snatched away.
What is going on?
Xian furrowed his brow and dialed the number back. This time, the call didn't go through. The message said she was out of service range. Clearly, the other party had used a signal jamming device.
Arya is in danger. Xian realized this instantly.
He snapped out of his meditative state, took a step forward, and his figure vanished from where he stood.
Meanwhile, outside a prestigious high school in Huan City,
a group of men in black stuffed the unconscious Arya into a burlap sack and tossed her into the trunk of a silver SUV.
"Snake Princess, we got her."
The man in black clasped his hands in a salute to report. The leader was a woman wearing a revealing leather outfit. She said indifferently, "Take her back. Now we just wait for the target to take the bait. If I'd known this job would be so tricky, I should charged more." That youngest son of the Huang family, the intel he gave was all wrong. This girl is clearly at the Grandmaster stage, yet he claimed she was just an ordinary fighter stage.
If we hadn't sent enough people on this mission, she would almost gotten away.
Soon, the group got into the car.
The convoy of silver SUVs roared to life, blending into the traffic at the intersection ahead and heading toward their hideout. Less than 5 minutes after they left,
a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Xian quickly scanned his surroundings, taking in the environment as he reconstructed the recent battle in his mind.
8 people. Someone was injured and coughing up blood.
Most of them are likely at the Master stage, with one at the Grandmaster stage. His mind rapidly analyzed the relevant information. He looked at the trail of blood on the ground, his gaze betraying a savage fury. Since his rebirth, this girl was the only person he truly cared about. These men had better pray that Arya wasn't the one who got hurt. Otherwise, no matter who it was, he would make them pay a price far more brutal than blood. Xian took a deep breath to calm himself. He looked at the tire tracks on the ground, which bore a symbol clearly left there intentionally by the group that had kidnapped Arya. Inside a black circle was a dagger. This was the dungeon's emblem. Every major and minor family in Huan City knew this underground organization, which dealt in shady business. He just never expected they'd dare set their sights on someone close to him. If this were an ordinary kidnapping, what he should be doing right now would be going home to wait for them to contact him. However, what they'd done had already touched Shin's raw nerve. He didn't want to negotiate, he just wanted them dead. With that thought in mind, Shin took another step forward. His figure vanished from the spot instantly. 5 minutes later, at Luo's auction house. "Young master, someone outside wishes to see you." Ice was reviewing the auction house's settlement ledgers when he heard his subordinate's report. Without even looking up, he asked coldly, "Who is it?" "The third young master of the Xian family." Ice paused in her work. "That good for nothing from the Xian family? What on earth is he doing coming to see me now? Could it be that he is dissatisfied with the collectibles he bought at yesterday's auction and wants to return them?" Ice frowned in annoyance. However, a guest is a guest, and the Luo auction house had no rule against turning people away. She said in a detached tone, "Show him to a reception room and tell him I'll be there once I'm done with my work." No sooner had the words left her mouth than her assistant Han Ti even had time to respond. "No need to bother. I just have one question." Shen's figure appeared in the doorway. Both Ice and her assistant were taken aback. The assistant was on the verge of tears. "Young Master Xian, you can't just barge in like this." "It's fine. You may step aside for now." Ice waved her subordinates away, her expression still aloof and distant. "I wonder what business young Master Xian has at my Luo's auction house." "I'm here to see someone from the dungeon." Xian said indifferently, "I imagine Luo's auction house must have had some dealings with them in the past." Ice paused for a moment, then pursed her red lips. That was only natural. Given the nature of the auction house, the Luo family occasionally accepted items of unknown origin, many of which were stolen goods circulating through the underworld. Although the two parties had no formal partnership, they had, to a certain extent, developed a tacit understanding. If you wanted to contact people from the Undercity, the Luo family was indeed the right place to turn to. However, Ice sized him up, mentally weighing the risks and rewards of such a move. It was an auctioneer's instinct. "I do know how to contact them, but why should I tell you?" Ice tilted her chin slightly, her expression indescribably haughty, like a white swan. Who was this person standing before her? A good-for-nothing from the Xian family. Neither the Luo clan, one of the three great clans, nor the dungeon was a place where a family outcast had any right to stand on equal footing. "Just because you ask, does that mean I'll tell you?" Xian had long anticipated her reaction. He pulled a pill adorned with purple gold patterns from his robe and placed it in the palm of his hand. "Is this enough to trade for intelligence on the dungeon?" Even though it was a low-grade version refined from medicinal scraps. But he was confident that the head of an auction house would recognize its value, a top-grade pill that could easily fetch tens of millions at auction. Sure enough. The moment the pill was revealed, Ice caught a whiff of an exotic fragrance. Surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Forgetting her official duties, she hurried forward. "This is a Peiyuan pill." It wasn't ordinary, it wasn't just any pill. Ice had auctioned off countless pills and recognized it at a glance. This was actually a top-grade Peiyuan pill. How did you come to possess a pill of this caliber?" She was somewhat taken aback. This wasn't a matter of money, it was something truly priceless and impossible to find on the market. Even the Luo clan, with all its resources, only possessed high-grade Peiyuan pills. Where on earth did this outcast from a noble family get a top-grade pill? Xian spoke in his usual calm tone, "Either you tell me where to find them, or I'll ask someone else." Time was tight and the task was urgent. He had no time to chat idly with this woman. For the sake of this top-grade nurturing essence pill, Ice didn't mind his rude attitude. She took a deep breath and said, "I can tell you the address of the dungeon, but once you return, you'll have to tell me why you're looking for them." Just to satisfy my little bit of curiosity. She was indeed curious.
How could a useless outcast from the Xian family possibly be connected to the people of the underground city? And he could even casually pull out a top-grade pill. All of this made her feel that the man before her was shrouded in mystery, and she couldn't help but be intrigued. Xian nodded. All right. Ice could tell he didn't want to chat, so she immediately shared the information she had, saying, if you're looking for people from the Undercity, head to the black market on Lien Street, that's their headquarters. Thanks. Xian said, then turned and walked away. Ice was about to have someone see him off, but before she knew it, he'd taken a single step and vanished from the office. The empty space before her left her stunned. If it weren't for the top-grade Peiyuan pill in her hand, she'd have suspected she'd just had a dream. This guy, is he really that good for nothing from the Xian family? Lien Street, the black market. This was the dungeon's hideout, filthy, chaotic, and run down, with sewage flowing everywhere on the ground. It looked like a slum, but in reality, countless crimes were taking place here every minute and every second. The moment Xian took his first step inside, he instantly felt more than 20 pairs of eyes fixated on him, all filled with ill intent. He strolled leisurely, wandering about at his own pace. If that woman, Ice, hadn't fed him false information, since this was the underground city's headquarters, they would naturally have noticed his arrival. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, the number of hostile stares rapidly rose from the initial 20-odd to over 100. Almost as far as the eye could see, everyone on the entire street was glaring at him with hostility. Some had even drawn their weapons, watching him with predatory eyes. Chapter 13, Arya, unbowed even in the face of death. Xian comes to the rescue. The burly man with the scar on his face, who seemed to be the leader, sneered, "Kid, you've got guts. Daring to barge into our dungeon's territory all by yourself. Hand over my people, and I'll let you keep your bodies intact," Xian said coolly. From the moment these men dared to lay a hand on those around him, it had been a lost cause. Leaving their bodies intact was the greatest mercy Xian could offer. Ha! I think you've lost sight of your place. You can't even save yourself, why worry about others? But speaking of keeping bodies intact, the burly man with the scar licked his lips and grinned savagely. Our Lady Snake loves torturing these young girls. Since you're so late, I'm afraid that little girl has already turned into a corpse by now, haha. As soon as the words fell, everyone present could clearly feel the air pressure drop by more than a degree. It was as if a low-pressure vortex were forming with Xian at its center, and a sense of oppression instantly struck everyone's hearts. You lot are asking for death. Xian narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura swirling around him like a demon from the underworld. If anything really happened to Arya, he would make everyone in the entire dungeon pay with their lives. Humph. Still spouting threats when death is upon you. Attack. Kill him and claim the bounty. At the scar-faced brute's command, over 100 men charged forward in unison. The first man at the forefront swiftly closed the distance, swinging his blade straight for Xian's vital throat. Xian snorted coldly and flicked his finger through the air, striking the opponent's forehead. Crimson gold spiritual energy surged from his fingertip, accompanied by a sound like a dragon's roar, piercing a bowl-sized gash through the man's forehead as blood and flesh were flung from the back of his head. These thugs, with their master stage cultivation, were as helpless as defenseless infants before him. What? The scar-faced brute was taken aback. Xian's speed outpaced their reactions. He fired 3 consecutive finger taps, sending crimson gold spiritual energy whizzing out in rapid succession. The angle of this strike was masterfully precise, piercing through the bodies of over a dozen men as if stringing through gourds. Before he even closed in, he had already taken out over a dozen of them. At that moment, they finally realized something was terribly wrong. Something's off the sky isn't at the fighter stage. What happened to the Xian family's good for nothing? Quick, call for backup. It was too late. Their speed in fleeing was no match for Xian's speed in killing. He strolled along as if taking a leisurely walk. With every step he took, more than 10 people fell at his hands. The scene was filled with a continuous chorus of screams, like a symphony performed by human bodies. By the time Xian reached the burly man with the scarred face, He was the only one left on the scene still breathing. The burly man's legs trembled uncontrollably. It had all happened so fast that his mind went completely blank. Over 100 master stage fighters, more than half the dungeon's elite forces, had been utterly helpless against this man. This was nothing short of a massacre. "Where is your snake princess?" Xian asked in a flat tone. "There's a nightclub called Mingli at the end of Lian Street. Her ladyship the snake princess usually goes there to have some fun." The burly man with the scarred face dared not hide a single detail, spilling everything like beans spilling out of a sack. Just as he was about to say something else, a hole the size of a bowl suddenly appeared in his forehead with a whoosh, and he was as dead as could be. Without even glancing at the corpse, Xian strode off and vanished into the street. All that remained behind him was a scene straight out of hell. At that moment, at the Mingli nightclub, Arya lay on the bed, tightly bound. Who are you?" She sat up against the headboard, her expression panicked and anxious. After all, she was a 17-year-old girl. It was her first time being kidnapped out of the blue by a group of strangers, so naturally, she couldn't stay calm. What Snake Princess admired most was the helpless expression on her prey's face. Holding a leather whip in her hand and wearing a twisted smile, she said, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that from now on, you'll be my pet." Arya stiffened, overcome by an inexplicable chill, as if she were being stalked by some dangerous predator. Why did you kidnap me? I really don't have any money." Arya cowered, her face a picture of helpless despair. "Big sister, you're a good person. Please let me go, okay?" She really didn't have any money. A distant relative of the Xian family, she even walked to and from school on her own. If the kidnapper demanded a ransom, she wouldn't have the slightest idea what to do. The Snake Princess chuckled. "Someone else already paid the ransom. Besides, you're not the one I'm after, you little brat." With that, she pulled out a cell phone, turned on the recording function, and pointed it at Arya. "From now on, whatever I say, you repeat. You're on good terms with that Xian, aren't you? Lure him here." Arya froze for a moment. So these people were actually after Brother Xian. Staring at the camera pointed at her, her lips trembled slightly, and then, she turned her head away. Although she didn't know what these people wanted with Xian, judging by their methods, it certainly couldn't be anything good. She wasn't going to be an accomplice, no way. Seeing her defiant stance, Snake Princess sneered, "So you're not going to cooperate, are you? Disobedient pet. I've got plenty of ways to deal with you." As soon as the words left her mouth, the whip lashed out. Cutting through the air with a whistling sound, it cracked against Arya's body with a sharp smack, tearing her school uniform to shreds and leaving red welts on her fair skin. "Ah!" Arya couldn't help but cry out in pain. The whip was covered in barbs. Each strike felt as if it were scraping a piece of flesh from her skin. The intense pain shot through her nerves, causing her to convulse uncontrollably. As a 17-year-old girl, she had never endured such torture before. Just one lash nearly caused her to pass out from the pain. A perverse smile played on the Snake Princess's face. The girl's wails filled her with a sense of conquest. This job was a total windfall. Not only would she collect the Huang family's bounty, but she'd also acquire such a top-notch little pet. It was a win-win situation. "Are you going to talk? As long as you're a good girl and do as I say, I'll make you feel good, okay?" The Snake Princess leaned in close and whispered seductively into her ear. Just then, Arya turned her head unexpectedly and bit down on the Snake Princess's shoulder, growling through clenched teeth, "You can dream on. SSSS." The Snake Princess finally managed to break free. She touched her shoulder, and the splotches of blood on her palm sent her into a rage. "You're asking for trouble. Fine, fine, fine." The Snake Princess laughed bitterly in her fury. She'd dealt with plenty of girls who put up a stubborn fight. In the end, they were either tortured to death or completely subjugated into mindless shells of their former selves. She was eager to see just how long this girl could hold out. With that thought in mind, the Snake Princess showed no mercy, bringing the whip down again. Crack. The skin was torn open, and blood stained the whip. Meanwhile, at the nightclub, the neon-lit entrance boasted a decor steeped in glitz and glamour. Xian's figure flashed at the doorway, and she stepped inside. Who goes there? This is private property. No entry without an invitation. Stop right there, or don't blame us for getting rough. The bouncers at the door immediately spotted him. They rushed forward to block his path. Chapter 14, Teaching the Snake Princess a Lesson She Chose the Wrong Side. Xian certainly wasn't about to get tangled up with a bunch of thugs. He casually pointed in their direction. 5 henchmen with master stage strength met their end in an instant, and the entrance was suddenly clear. He strode inside, making his way into the nightclub. This private nightclub wasn't open to the public. There weren't many people inside, but the decor was clearly extravagant. Xian casually grabbed a person dressed as a waiter. Whereas Snake Princess? What? Who are you? The waiter was clearly startled by his sudden appearance. Too much nonsense. Xian clearly had no patience for this. He simply snapped the man's neck and sent him on his way. If he couldn't find anyone to ask, he'd just have to look for her himself. Xian took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in a VIP suite on the 2nd floor, kicking the door open. Bang! The kick startled the people inside. An obese wealthy businessman was on top of a prostitute. Xian's sudden appearance nearly made him lose his erection. Who the hell are you? Help! Before he could finish, the businessman was clutching his neck, blood gushing through his fingers. Dead as a doornail. Xian paid no attention to the prostitute, who was frozen in shock, and turned toward the next room. He violently kicked the door open once more. Bang! This time, inside were an 80-year-old woman and a young man. Both were startled by Xian's appearance. The old woman clutched her heart and gasped, "What kind of blind fool are you? Get the hell out of here." Still, he didn't give them a chance to speak. Xian casually took care of both of them. He moved on to the next room. In no time, the entire nightclub was thoroughly searched by Xian in the shortest possible time. Not a single survivor could be found. Where the hell is she? Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that Scarface was deliberately deceiving him? Did he still have the nerve to do this when facing certain death? Every minute that passed put Arya in even greater danger. Just as he was about to leave the nightclub to look for clues elsewhere. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly came from the floor. It sounded like a young girl crying, extremely faint. If he hadn't slaughtered everyone here, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to hear it. Xian quickly pinpointed the source of the sound. This nightclub has a basement. He took a step forward, his foot striking the floor, and the pressure from Saint's stage instantly caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear across the ground. The cracks spread rapidly, and the floor began to collapse at a visible pace, until it caved in completely. Boom! Xian fell into the pit along with the collapsing floor. When the dust settled, a basement came into view, along with a stunned Snake Princess. You Xian! How did you find me so fast? The Snake Princess couldn't hide her surprise, along with a hint of barely perceptible tension. It wasn't just how efficiently he tracked her down. Even his entrance was so unique. Xian ignored her, or rather, the Snake Princess didn't even register in his eyes. He walked right past her as if she weren't there, heading to the bed where Arya lay. There she was, tightly bound with ropes, her body covered in whip marks, her clothes hanging in tatters. She looked as if she'd been tortured. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Xian's eyes. Damn it! How dare they hurt the girl like this? Even in his previous life, when he'd been driven to the brink of danger several times by assassins sent by his clan, he'd never been this enraged. But Arya was even more distraught than he was. Brother, you have to get out of here. That woman is at the Grandmaster stage. They're targeting you. They lured you here on purpose. Her eyes red, the girl pushed against Xian with her body, trying to get him to leave. Hurry up and go, big brother. Don't die here for my sake. Sniff sniff.
even though she was in terrible pain. Arya didn't want to be a burden to Brother Xian, so she desperately tried to stop him from getting close.
It's okay, Brother Xian is here. No one can hurt you now.
Xian gently pulled her into his arms and patted her back softly.
That familiar, warm embrace instantly broke through Arya's defenses, shattering the facade of strength she'd been putting up. She leaned into Xian's arms and burst into tears.
"Wah, big brother, I'm so scared.
It hurts so much.
I was worried I'd never see you again." Arya choked back her tears, her words coming out in fits and starts. After all, she was just a little girl. Facing something like this, she'd done remarkably well to hold it together this long. What a strong little girl.
Xian felt a surge of tenderness.
He ruffled her hair and said in a gentle tone, as if comforting a child, "It's okay, it's okay.
I'm here, and no one will ever be able to hurt you again."
This was his failure. He planned to boost the girl's strength over the next few days, but he never expected something like this to happen right at the start. He'd been too complacent. He'd have to learn from this lesson. He must never let his guard down, no matter what. As the brother and sister exchanged words, the Snake Princess standing nearby felt a surge of inexplicable anger.
"Kid, are you done talking yet? Don't you know whose turf this is?"
The Snake Princess was about to call her men in. But to her surprise, even after snapping her fingers twice, there was still no response from outside, as if everyone had vanished.
"Are you waiting for your men to come in? I'm afraid you'll have to go down there to meet them."
Xian let out a cold laugh. By now, there was likely not a single living soul left in this nightclub. The Snake Princess's pupils contracted slightly. Refusing to believe it, she snapped her fingers twice more, but the result was the same.
"Impossible. How did you do that?"
With no response from the henchmen outside, there was only one possibility: they'd all been slaughtered before she even noticed.
This was the underground city's headquarters. How could he have done this without making a sound?
Ha ha!
Xian didn't waste words on her.
He took a single step, vanished, and reappeared right in front of the Snake Princess.
The Snake Princess's pupils contracted violently.
So fast. Xian didn't give her a chance to speak. With a single flick of his finger, the Snake Princess's jawbone shattered. At the same time, violent golden spiritual energy surged into her body, destroying her meridians along the way. In the blink of an eye, the Snake Princess realized her limbs were completely beyond her control. As she lost all control of her body, her spiritual energy continued to leak out in vast quantities.
"What did you do to me?" The Snake Princess's expression was one of utter terror, a stark contrast to her previous self. "I merely stripped you of your cultivation. This is the punishment you brought upon yourself. Now, tell me who was the mastermind behind this incident."
Xian said in a flat tone. He had no shortage of enemies, but he had absolutely no ties to a power like the dungeon. Today's events must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. However, even in such a desperate situation, her face pale and covered in cold sweat, the Snake Princess still gritted her teeth and refused to give in.
"Don't even think about getting any information about my employer out of me.
There are rules in this line of work. This woman actually has quite a strong sense of professional ethics."
Xian sneered inwardly. Too bad she'd chosen the wrong side. Chapter 15, Returning to the Xian family, treating Arya's wounds.
It doesn't matter if she doesn't speak. Xian hadn't expected her to reveal any crucial information anyway. He slowly reached out and pressed his hand against the Snake Princess's forehead. This gesture exerted immense pressure on her, causing the Snake Princess to tremble involuntarily. With her limbs rendered useless, she couldn't even resist. Buzz! The Snake Princess clearly felt a golden torrent surging into her mind. Immediately, her thoughts began to grow sluggish, and even her vision grew blurry.
Ah!
The Snake Princess wanted to scream, but found she had completely lost control of her body. Everything before her plunged into utter darkness.
Destroying the sea of consciousness, a simple yet effective method.
Xian looked at the Snake Princess, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, feeling not a shred of pity. A woman who had lost the ability to resist no matter how high and mighty she once was. Her future misery was all too predictable. This was the price she paid for daring to lay a hand on him. That was why he didn't care for simple, brutal killings. To make his enemies regret crossing him, he had to condemn them to eternal torment, forcing them to slowly savor the bitterness of regret in an endless hell. After doing all this, Xian picked up Arya, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, they were already back at the Xian residence. Inside the room, Xian gently laid her on the bed and whispered, "Xiao Xian, stay here for a while. I'm going to find some medicine for you." As soon as Arya heard he was leaving, she immediately grabbed the hem of his shirt with her hand and said tearfully, "Brother, I'm scared all by myself. Can you please stay and keep me company?" Xian sighed softly. "It's okay. I'll be back soon. You should get some rest for now." With that, he pressed his finger against the Tianchu acupoint on Arya's neck, lulling her into a temporary sleep. With her injuries this severe, she definitely needed medicine. However, the Xian family's ointment was only moderately effective, and he didn't want to just slap something on Arya as a half-hearted solution. The best course of action was to personally refine some medicinal ointment for her. With that in mind, Xian's figure vanished once more, heading for the Luo family auction house. At that moment, at the Luo family auction house, it hadn't been long since Xian's previous visit. His reappearance left even Ice stunned. "Why are you back already? I'd like one portion each of you chow, three-tailed windleaf, wood spirit 3 needle flower, and earth core fire rasher." Xian rattled off his list in one breath. These were all top-tier healing herbs. Aside from the Luo family auction house, it was unlikely any other place could fulfill his request all at once. "We do have them, but what do you need so many top-tier healing herbs for?" "They'll come in handy, of course." "How much are they?" To his surprise, Ice smiled. "The Peiyuan pills you gave me earlier were enough for the Luo auction house to make a nice profit. As for these healing herbs, consider them a gift from me." With that, she had someone fetch the items from the Luo auction house's warehouse. These top-tier healing herbs were worth at least 20 million. The fact that Ice was giving them away so generously showed just how valuable a single top-grade Peiyuan pill really was. The Luo auction house never did business at a loss. "Thanks." Xian didn't beat around the bush, he simply accepted the healing herbs. Having spent 100 million on the dragon blood vine wood at the auction earlier, he really didn't have much spare cash on hand. "Now can you tell me what you were doing in the dungeon?" Ice, remembering their earlier agreement, asked with a hint of curiosity. To her surprise, Xian had no intention of making small talk. He took the items and left immediately. "I'll tell you next time we meet." With that, his figure vanished instantly, leaving Ice momentarily stunned. Immediately, the Ice Queen couldn't help but grit her teeth. That guy. There were so many young masters from prominent families across Huan City who had to make appointments just to catch a glimpse of her, yet this guy just showed up and left whenever he pleased. What on earth did he think this place was? Soon, Xian returned home. He quickly summoned the 9-turn Crimson Flame and set about refining a wound remedy. 4 types of top-grade medicinal ingredients were cast into the Crimson Gold Flames, where they churned and melted until they were refined into an ointment. 5 minutes later, the ointment was fully prepared. Its clear green texture exuded a faint, exotic fragrance. Just looking at it, one could tell it was no ordinary remedy. Xian packed the ointment into the box that had previously held the purple rhythm dragon Emperor Ginseng, then walked into Arya's room. The girl was still sleeping peacefully. Seeing her injuries, even Xian let out a soft sigh, unsure where to begin. The wound on her arm was easy to treat. The real problem was the numerous whip marks scattered across her body. Applying the ointment to them would likely require. Just then, "Brother, it hurts so much." Arya's weak and slightly aggrieved voice rang out. She had woken up. Xian let out a sigh of relief. "Xiao Xian, it's good you're awake. I've prepared some healing ointment for you. Just apply it yourself, and you'll be back on your feet in no time." "I can't lift my arm." For some reason, Arya's voice sounded a bit whiny.
Just power through it. The thing is, you're covered in wounds all over, so it's not really appropriate for me to apply the ointment for you. Xian said helplessly. This wasn't like when he was unblocking her meridians, just a quick touch on her back and it was done. Applying ointment, no matter how he thought about it, skin-to-skin contact was unavoidable. It didn't matter to him as a guy, but Arya was a young lady, and she'd naturally have some reservations. Bro, it really hurts. Arya pouted slightly. So you want to just watch me suffer like this? Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. With her putting it that way, he really had no choice but to help. Alright, then. This is my first time applying ointment to someone, so let me know if I hurt you. It's just applying medicine, right? He always treated this girl like a little sister since she was a kid. What's the big deal about helping her out? Xian held his breath as he helped her change her clothes, handling her with the same care he'd used with a doll throughout the entire process. It didn't take long. He finished applying the ointment. The girl's face had been bright red the whole time. She didn't even dare to look up and meet his gaze. Actually, Xian was feeling pretty awkward himself. He gritted his teeth and managed to get through the process, and once he was done, he helped Arya get dressed again. Alright, now that the ointment's on, the wound should heal by tonight at the latest. It definitely won't leave a scar, don't worry. Xian let out a sigh of relief and reassured her. With so many top-tier healing herbs, plus the fact that he personally refined the ointment using the 9-turn Crimson Flame True Fire, it would be hard for it not to work. Arya kept her head buried like a quail and nodded shyly, Seeing her like this, Xian couldn't resist giving her a light tap on the head, making her wince so hard tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Don't you ever learn? You're already at the Grandmaster stage, and yet you still let yourself get captured. It's a waste that I even bothered to boost your strength. He said, both annoyed and amused. That so-called Snake Princess was also at the Grandmaster stage just like this girl, yet she'd been captured so easily. If this girl could shown a little more grit and held out for just 5 more minutes when she was captured, he could made it to the scene in time. Fortunately, nothing serious happened this time. But what if next time he wasn't around, and he couldn't come to her rescue in time? Chapter 16, Hot-Blooded and Almost Making a Mistake. Wah! Arya clutched her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't have any combat experience, you know? I panicked when so many of them surrounded me. Besides, I knew you'd definitely come to save me, Xian. Xian felt both exasperated and amused. All right. Expecting a little girl like her to have high combat ability seemed a bit unrealistic. He wanted her to be able to defend herself. Either he'd have to be ruthless and throw her into a brutal life or death battle to toughen her up, or he'd have to boost her strength as much as possible, ideally to the point where sheer power overcomes all skill. As for the former, Xian glanced at Arya, who was clutching her head and staring at him with pitiful eyes. Alright, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. He winced whenever she got hurt or bumped into something, let alone making this little girl face life and death situations on her own. Alright, you can't stop the meridian unblocking for the next couple of days. Once it's done, your strength should reach the king stage. That put my mind at ease a little. Xian ruffled her hair and said softly, get some rest now. I'm heading out. Arya grabbed his sleeve and said pitifully, Big brother, I'm scared to be home alone. Will you sleep with me? Xian was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl, do you think it's still like when we were kids? Boys and girls shouldn't sleep together. Now that you're all grown up, of course you have to sleep on your own. Worried Arya might say something else, he quickly added, I've got some things to take care of. Just stay home and wait for me to come back. With that, Xian quickly got up and left the room, afraid that if he lingered even a moment longer, he'd soften his heart and stay. After he was gone, Arya's face showed a mix of 3 parts reproach and 3 parts resentment. You idiot of a brother. He'd already seen everything and touched everything, and now he's bringing up men and women shouldn't be too close. She'd even been so proactive. Yet Xian still treated her like a child. What a frustrating guy. Xian stepped out of the room and let out a long sigh. That was close, he almost slipped up. Applying the ointment had been a massive test of his willpower. As a young man in the prime of his life, how could he possibly remain unaffected by a porcelain doll like Arya? Damn it, this girl sees him as an older brother, and he actually dared to have any improper thoughts. He's worse than a beast. It was thanks to that sense of principle that he managed to hold the line. Of course, Xian hadn't let his head be clouded by her beauty either. He caused Arya to suffer such severe injuries. The mastermind behind this must pay the price. Otherwise, who knows how many open and covert attacks he'd face in the future, and he wasn't in the habit of playing defense. With that thought in mind, Xian took a step forward, striding straight through the Xian family courtyard and into the grounds of the first household. The first household's grounds were much larger than those of the third household. Numerous servants employed by the first household were coming and going, busily sweeping the courtyard. Upon seeing him, they all stopped what they were doing. "Where's Maxine?" Xian asked calmly. "What do you want with our first lady?" A 19-year-old, delicate-featured maidservant stood with her hands on her hips, her tone somewhat dismissive. Xian recognized her. She was Li Mengyue, Maxine's dowry maid, who also served as the first household's steward, responsible for its day-to-day affairs. "I have something to ask her. Tell her to come out and see me. The first lady isn't here. If there's anything, just tell me, and I'll pass it on for you." Upon hearing this reply, Xian was already 7 or 8 parts certain of the answer in his heart. She is hiding pretty fast. She didn't go out to play earlier or later. She had to go out right when something happened to Arya. If she didn't have something to hide, who would believe that? Xian let out a cold laugh and said, "Tell Maxine this, she can't hide forever. I'll find her sooner or later." "Humph. Who are you trying to scare, you good-for-nothing from the Xian family? Running off to the first house to scare our first lady? Get the hell out of here, or I'll have the guards beat you up." Li Mengyue stood with her hands on her hips, speaking in a haughty, bossy tone. If she dared to act this way toward a mere maid, one could only imagine how arrogant the first wife usually was in the Xian household. Xian didn't bother arguing with a mere servant. He simply turned and walked away. As for the bribery of the dungeon, he didn't believe Maxine, a woman who never set foot outside the front gate, could have pulled it off on her own. Victor, or even the Huang family, must be stirring up trouble behind the scenes. He was going to make the Huang family pay. After Xian had left, Li Mengyue stood on tiptoe to make sure he was out of the main wife's territory before hurrying back to her room. To her surprise, Maxine was inside. She'd been hiding in the First Lady's room the whole time, eavesdropping. "First Lady, why are you so afraid of him? He is a good-for-nothing who isn't even at the fighter stage. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll just have the guards beat him up, won't I? He can't stir up much trouble in the Xian family anyway. Even the elders won't take that good-for-nothing side," Li Mengyue said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Maxine let out a bitter laugh. "What do you know? This guy has become very different lately." It had even made her a little afraid. That kind of aura was definitely not something a good-for-nothing could possess. Until this was all over, she didn't want to have any direct contact with Xian. "By the way, the First Lady said she wanted to see you just now. She looked pretty angry. Do you know what it's about?" Li Mengyue asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Go away, go away. It's none of a servant's business, don't pry." Maxine shooed her away impatiently. Even though Li Mengyue was her confidant, she absolutely couldn't let a single word of her conspiracy with her younger brother leak out. Li Mengyue pouted as she walked away. Left alone in the room, Maxine felt her heart pounding. She just couldn't settle down. I wonder how things are going down in the dungeon. That Xian guy was so furious he must have already found out that Arya was captured. Was he on his way to rescue her now? If that were the case, all she had to do was wait at home for news. She hoped the dungeon would step up and handle things flawlessly, ideally, making that guy vanish from the face of the earth once and for all.
Maxine comforted herself with these thoughts, unaware that the dungeon, on which she had pinned such high hopes, had already been wiped out.
At that moment, Xian's figure flashed into view, appearing at the entrance to the Huang family estate.
The guards immediately spotted him and rushed to block his path.
Who goes there? Stop right there. Is Victor inside? Xian asked calmly. What do you want with our young master? Today is the old patriarch's 80th birthday. No unauthorized visitors without an invitation are allowed inside.
As the guards spoke, they moved to shove him out.
Xian didn't even bother to strike, he simply radiated an aura that instantly and completely overwhelmed the two fighter stage guards.
They could only watch in terror and horror as he walked right through the gates of the Huang family estate. Inside, everything was exactly as they described. The courtyard was decked out with festive decorations, red lanterns hung from the eaves, creating an atmosphere of joyous celebration.
Unfortunately, Xian wasn't there as a guest. Chapter 17, Wreaking Havoc at the Birthday Banquet. You're asking for it, kid.
At that moment, in the Huang family's birthday hall,
an elderly patriarch, dressed in a brocade birthday robe, sat upright in the high chair at the head of the hall.
Below him, the male members of the Huang family stood in line, ready to offer their birthday wishes to the patriarch. May the old patriarch enjoy blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as long as the heavens, and may he continue to lead the Huang family to glory.
Year after year.
The eldest uncle of the Huang family was the first to clasp his hands in a bow, delighting the old patriarch immensely.
Good boy, here as a reward. The eldest uncle accepted a handful of golden melon seeds and walked away grinning.
The male members of the family stepped forward one after another to offer their birthday wishes.
In the crowd, Victor was a bit distracted, staring blankly at the ground.
This prompted the eldest uncle, who had just stepped down, to give him a nudge.
Jingsheng, what are you spacing out for? It's almost your turn to offer birthday wishes to the old master. Oh. Victor finally snapped out of it. He had indeed been a bit distracted.
Logically speaking, the people from the dungeon should have already completed their mission and contacted him by now. But he'd been waiting this long without even a single word. A vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart.
Oh well, he must be overthinking it.
With that good-for-nothing, the dungeon crew probably took him out the moment they moved. He might even be going through the disposal process by now.
With that in mind, Victor stepped forward to offer his birthday wishes to the old man. Grandpa, I wish you. He didn't even finish his sentence. Bam! A powerful flying kick sent Victor tumbling forward, landing face first on the floor.
This sudden turn of events instantly had everyone in the Huang family's grand hall jump to their feet. Who dares cause trouble in my Huang family's house?
Xian's figure appeared in the hall.
He slowly withdrew his foot and said calmly, I'm here to ask Victor a few questions.
Once I'm done, I'll leave. Arrogant. Domineering. Contemptuous.
His attitude instantly sparked everyone's anger. He clearly didn't hold the Huang family in any regard.
You brat, are you looking to die? Don't you know today is our patriarch's 80th birthday? Daring to disrupt the Huang family's birthday banquet in public, not even your clan elders can protect you now. Guards, come forward.
The Huang family's eldest uncle snorted coldly, giving him no chance to respond, and immediately summoned the security guards. More than 10 elite security guards surged in, all with combat prowess at the master stage or above, and were about to surround Xian.
Calm down. At that moment, the Huang patriarch, seated at the head of the table, silenced the crowd and spoke, You are a young man from the Xian family? It's been so many years since we last met. I never imagined you'd grown into such a handsome young man. He. Old Master Huang chuckled, appearing kind and affable.
However, his expression quickly turned serious. But even if you are a young man from the Xian family, coming to the Huang family to cause trouble demands a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, before the Xian family elders arrive, I'm afraid I'll have to teach this young man a lesson on their behalf. As soon as the old patriarch finished speaking, someone immediately slipped away to go and report the incident to the Xian family.
Xian caught sight of this. But he did not stop the person from going to tip them off. Instead, he clasped his hands in a bow and said, "I meant no offense, sir. I merely have a personal grudge with Victor that I need to settle. Whatever the grievance, speak up. The Huang family will certainly adjudicate the matter fairly." With those words, things became much simpler. Xian chuckled softly, watching Victor scramble to his feet in a disheveled state, and made a startling declaration. "This afternoon, someone kidnapped my men and lured me into an ambush in the underground city. Victor, you bribed these people to kill me, didn't you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room was stunned. Victor's eyes widened in disbelief. Has this guy already fallen into an ambush? Then why isn't he dead yet? The eldest uncle of the Huang family slammed his fist on the table in rage. "Boy, slandering my Huang family out of thin air, you must be asking for death. No respectable family in Huan City would ever want to be associated with an organization as notorious as the Dungeon. Especially when it came to hiring hitmen, that was the ultimate taboo." Victor quickly realized what he needed to say and retorted defiantly, "You're making baseless accusations. How could I possibly do such a thing?" The Huang patriarch frowned in displeasure. "Young man of the Xian family, do you have any evidence to back up what you're saying? If that brat Jing Sheng really did it, our Huang family will certainly not shield him. We will punish him severely without exception. But if you have no evidence..." Though he didn't finish his sentence, everyone could clearly understand what he meant. The Huang family's birthday banquet had been disrupted, and one of their younger relatives had been injured in public. Anyone could tell this matter would not end well. Facing their skepticism, Xian replied calmly, "I have no evidence." The only person who might have known the truth, the Snake Princess, was now nothing more than a drooling, feeble-minded invalid. He truly had no evidence to prove Victor's involvement in this matter. He had even killed every member of the dungeon crew who had participated in the ambush, leaving no living witnesses. As his words fell, the entire Huang family hall fell silent for a second. Then everyone erupted in fury, nearly spitting fire. "There's a limit to this nonsense. You're a complete scoundrel. Without a shred of evidence, you dare come to the Huang family and cause trouble. The Huang family may not be one of the three great clans, but that doesn't mean just any good-for-nothing can come here and pick a fight. Don't wait for the Xian family elders to arrive. Seize him right now, break both his legs, and throw him out." Among the crowd denouncing Xian, Victor was the most vocal, shouting, "Someone! Someone! Seize him! Enough noise!" Xian said coldly, pointing a finger, a streak of golden spiritual energy instantly shattering Victor's shoulder blade. Crack! The sound of breaking bone shocked everyone. This guy, how dare he injure someone without any evidence? The Huang family's eldest uncle's eyes bulged with fury, his fingers trembling. This is an outrage. An absolute outrage. The old patriarch of the Huang family also lost his affable expression, his voice turning grim. "Young man, you owe me an explanation. Since you have no evidence, why did you injure my grandson, Jing Sheng?" Xian replied indifferently, "Presenting evidence is something a judge needs to decide a case. I don't need evidence. It's enough that I believe it was him." His detached tone left the entire Huang family speechless for several seconds. Just based on intuition, he dared to storm into the Huang family's birthday banquet hall and, in front of so many Huang family members, injure their own son and nephew? This wasn't just arrogance, it was sheer audacity. Audacity that defied all laws and order. "You Xian scoundrel, you've gone too far. You were ambushed. What the hell does that have to do with our Jingsheng? Attack! Take him down!" At the Huang family patriarch's command, the bodyguards charged forward. There was no way this matter would end peacefully today. To be bullied on their own doorstep to this extent, if they let this guy walk out of the Huang residence unscathed, their family would become the laughingstock of Huan City from that day forward. However, these bodyguards, whose strength barely reached the master stage, weren't even worthy of Xian's serious attention. He simply stood where he was. It was as if an invisible shield surrounded him. No matter how hard the guards struggled, they couldn't get even half a step closer. With a slight tremor from Xian, a dozen or so guards were sent flying, spitting blood. Chapter 18, I'll cripple Victor right in front of you, so what? You good for nothing. If you want tea, just surrender peacefully, how dare you resist? Huang's eldest uncle, enraged, struck out. A furious blow from his perfect master stage realm, accompanied by a piercing whoosh, surged toward Xian. Xian calmly took a step back to dodge the attack, then kicked the Huang family's eldest uncle in the abdomen, sending him flying backward over 10 meters and knocking over countless tables and chairs along the way. Ah! The Huang family's eldest uncle writhed on the ground for a moment but couldn't manage to get back up. And this was only because Xian had held back. Otherwise, that single blow would have been enough to rip his intestines out. This scene sent shockwaves through the Huang family. It was one thing to defeat a dozen or so bodyguards, but how could even their uncle, a master stage cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, fail to land a single blow against this guy? Uncle, are you okay? Isn't he that good for nothing from the Xian family who doesn't even have fighter stage cultivation? The Huang family members were in a state of chaos, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan. Just then, Xian took a step toward Victor. In that instant, Victor felt the pressure mount to the breaking point and instinctively stepped back. Why what are you going to do? I'm telling you, this is the Huang family estate, don't get out of hand. He was scared, truly terrified. This guy was a madman, he didn't give a damn about the Huang family. His uncle, who had reached the perfect master stage, couldn't even withstand a single move against him, let alone Victor himself. Endless regret welled up inside Victor. He cursed the dungeon agents as useless fools. Not only had they failed to take out their target, but they also landed him in this massive mess. Enough! Seeing that Xian was about to harm his grandson, old Master Huan could no longer sit idly by. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "You've caused a huge disturbance at the Huang family's birthday banquet and injured many of my sons and nephews. Do you really think the Huang family is so easy to bully? As for the attack, I see you weren't injured, and there are no witnesses or physical evidence to prove the Huang family was involved. Why don't you, young man, go home for now? The Huang family will investigate this matter internally. If it turns out that a member of the Huang family was indeed responsible, no matter what, I will certainly give the Xian family a proper explanation. I will not cover it up." He had done his utmost to get the Huang patriarch to make such a concession without even mentioning holding Xian accountable. Even members of the Huang family felt the patriarch was being far too merciful, giving that kid way too much leeway. How can this be, patriarch? After causing all this trouble, this guy gets off scot-free? Just let him walk away like that? If word gets out, where will the Huang family's reputation stand? Jing Sheng was injured, and so was my eldest uncle. We've got to make him pay for this. We've got so many of us here. If it comes down to it, we'll fight him to the bitter end. The Huang family members were all in a frenzy. The situation had escalated to the point where it was no longer just about Victor, it concerned the honor of the entire clan. Never mind whether Victor had hired a hitman or not. Even if he had, so what? How could the life of a young member of the Xian family possibly compare to the honor of the Huang family? Shut up! I have already made my decision on this matter. If it truly is the Huang family's fault, then having our doorstep stormed and ransacked is nothing but what we deserve. The elder Huang rebuked the crowd angrily. No one would be in a good mood after having their birthday banquet disrupted, but as the head of the Huang family for over 60 years, he knew what was best for the family. If they let this young man continue causing a scene until the whole city knew about it, regardless of the outcome, the Huang family's reputation would be completely ruined. Now that the patriarch had spoken, the members of the Huang family had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Just as everyone thought the matter was about to be settled, and that Xian would calmly accept these terms, Xian said in a flat tone, "Is an investigation really necessary for such a trivial matter? I'll gather the evidence myself." The moment his words fell, a burst of golden spiritual energy shot from Xian's fingertips, piercing Victor's knee at lightning speed. Victor let out an agonized scream and fell to his knees, his dignity completely shattered. Ah! Victor wanted to roll around in agony. Unfortunately, the very next moment, he felt the top of his head being grabbed and held firmly in place. "I'll give you one chance to speak.
Either tell the truth, or I'll destroy your spiritual sea, turning you into a drooling invalid just like the Snake Princess. Xian looked down at him from above. His voice was indifferent, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Especially for Victor. The moment he heard the word Snake Princess, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. This guy, he actually took out even the Snake Princess? Hearing what had happened to the Snake Princess, Victor's blood ran cold, and he began to struggle fiercely within himself. If he confessed, the Huang family would certainly not protect him, they might even expel him from the family. But if he didn't confess? What if he ended up a mindless, drooling invalid? What would the Huang family's wealth and prestige have to do with him then? 3, 2, 1. Before he could even utter a single word, Victor steeled himself and stammered, yes, it was me. I paid 20 million to the dungeon to put a bounty on your head. It was me, blinded by greed for the third wife's fortune. I know I was wrong. Faced with a life or death threat, Victor wept so hard that tears and snot streamed down his face, exposing his utter humiliation. His words also made everyone from the Huang family gasp in shock. Could it really have something to do with him? Jing Shang, you've lost your mind. A family like ours, how could we possibly get involved with underground organizations? You actually dared to hire a hitman? That's the height of stupidity. Listening to his relatives' rebukes, Victor felt the pressure mounting until he was on the verge of a breakdown. Kneeling on the ground, he looked up at old Master Huang. Grandfather, I know I was wrong. Please don't let him kill me. You little bastard. Old Master Huang, furious at his grandson's lack of integrity, shouted harshly, our Huang family has been a respectable clan for generations, yet you've ruined our reputation completely. You actually dared to hire a hitman. Is there anything in this world you wouldn't dare do? Old Master Huang's rebuke echoed throughout the room. No one present dared even breathe loudly. Only Victor's sobs and wails could be heard. Grandfather, I truly know I've made a mistake. Please give me a chance to make amends. Your grandson will turn over a new leaf and absolutely never do anything like this again. Old Master Huang truly wished he could beat him to death with his cane. But facing his own grandson, he inevitably softened his heart. Sighing softly, he said, this matter is indeed a failure of discipline on the part of the Huang family. How could we have raised such a beast? As for the young man from the Xian family, look. Old Master Huang was just about to propose a compensation plan. But just then, Xian's expression remained calm. Grandfather, you are indeed reasonable. Since you've acknowledged the Huang family's responsibility, this matter becomes much easier to resolve. Debts must be repaid, murder must be atoned for with one's life. As the words fell, a sense of foreboding settled over everyone present. Victor instinctively reached for his grandfather, crying out, Grandpa, save me. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. Xian applied a slight pressure with his palm, and a torrent of golden spiritual energy surged into Victor's mind, instantly obliterating his consciousness. After a brief spasm, Victor's eyes rolled back, and he began foaming at the mouth. He had actually been crippled right in front of the Huang family. Chapter 19, The Huang Family in Shock. The Elder's Interrogation. This. Jing Shang. The members of the Huang family cried out in anguish. Everyone knew full well that once the sea of consciousness was destroyed, he was doomed to spend the rest of his life as a feeble-minded invalid. This was irreversible damage. Even if Hua Tuo were alive today, he couldn't restore him to normal. The Huang patriarch paused slightly, gazing at his grandson's dazed and foolish state, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Young man of the Xian family, why did it have to come to this? It was wrong for his grandson to hire a hitman. But you weren't injured, were you? Old Master Huang's attitude reflected that of the entire Huang family. They all felt Xian had gone too far. Faced with such hostility from the Huang family, Xian chuckled, completely unfazed. Old Master, there are some things an outsider like you shouldn't comment on. Since he chose to hire a hitman to kill me, he should have been prepared to face the consequences.
He is the one who started this, so how others choose to retaliate is none of his business. Besides, I spared his life, didn't I? Xian said with a smile. There was one thing he didn't say, though. What he had just done wasn't destroyed Victor's spiritual see, it was seal it. While sealed, Victor could still sense everything around him, he just couldn't express it. In the days to come, this useless cripple who, to outsiders, seemed incapable of taking care of himself, would experience the cruelest highs and lows of human nature, watching helplessly as he was abandoned and despised. That endless sense of loneliness would torment Victor for the rest of his life. This was Xian's true form of revenge. Ah! Old Master Huang, completely oblivious, simply sighed for his grandson. Just then, Xian glanced around, as if only now realizing this was a birthday banquet. With a smile, he clasped his hands and said, wishing the old master a happy birthday. I have some business to attend to, so I won't be staying for dinner. After saying this, he pulled some loose change from his pocket, solemnly counted out 200 yuan, and placed it on the table. The amount wasn't even a round number. It consisted of 50 and 20 yuan bills. The total just barely came to 200. What could he do? After spending 100 million at the auction house, he was now completely broke. Having done all this, he paid no heed to the extremely grim expressions on the faces of the Huang family members and left the Huang residence with a flourish. Grandfather, are you just going to let him walk away like that? That brat is way too arrogant. He has offended the Huang family like this, we should at least break one of his legs. The Huang family's eldest uncle couldn't help but speak up. A good-for-nothing had caused a huge scene at the patriarch's birthday banquet. If word of this got out, the Huang family would become the laughingstock of Huan City. Many others shared his sentiment and began urging the patriarch to act. Exactly. Why didn't you step in earlier to stop that brat? He is so arrogant. Not even the Xian family would dare shield him for what he did today. While he hasn't gotten too far yet, grandfather, make a decision, let us chase after him right now and settle this once and for all. We can't let the Huang family's century-old reputation be trampled on like this. Everyone chimed in, as if they'd already sentenced Xian to death. However, at that moment, old Master Huang sighed softly, this matter, let us not speak of it anymore. Let it go. His decision left everyone stunned. His eldest son spoke up urgently, grandfather, why are you doing this? You ask me why? The reason is simple, I have no confidence that I can stop him. As soon as the words fell, the entire Huang household fell into a deathly silence. None of them could believe what they just heard. That can't be true, even you aren't confident you can handle that kid? He is a good-for-nothing known throughout the whole city. The Huang family's eldest uncle's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The old patriarch was at the peak of the grandmaster stage, one of the very few masters of that caliber in all of Huan City. With such top-tier combat prowess, he didn't even have the confidence to keep that kid, Xian, in check. Just how strong is that kid, anyway? The Huang patriarch sighed softly, that's the truth. I never expected that after all these years, I'd have misjudged him. That young man from the Xian family, he is no ordinary young man. True. Xian Gong and his wife were such extraordinary talents back then, how could the son they bore be just an ordinary person? He looked up, seemingly lost in memories of events from 15 years ago. A moment later, old Master Huang seemed to have aged a dozen years overnight as he said weakly, what happened to Jingsheng was his own doing, no one from the Huang family is to pursue the matter. From this moment on, the Huang family will close its doors to visitors. No one is permitted to reveal today's events to the outside world. Everyone was deeply shocked. But faced with the old patriarch's decision, they had no choice but to reluctantly agree. At that moment, Xian had already teleported back to the Xian family estate. No sooner had he returned than a servant at the gate stopped him and said respectfully, young Master Xian, the elders request your immediate presence at the ancestral hall, they have questions for you. Understood. Xian wasn't surprised, what was bound to happen would happen sooner or later. After all,
There was no way the Xian family elders could remain unaware of what he had done at the Huang residence.
He strode through the Xian family compound and arrived at the ancestral hall in the rear. This was where the Xian family enshrined their ancestors.
Apart from the annual ancestral rites, this place was only used to bring Xian family members here to face charges when they had committed offenses. It was clear that the elders were deeply displeased with his recent actions.
"Since you're here, hurry up and get inside."
A stern rebuke rang out from within the ancestral hall.
Xian chuckled softly and stepped inside. He saw 3 Xian family elders seated upright on meditation cushions.
As they noticed him, one of them, a square-faced elder, shouted, "You wretched beast!
Kneel at once! Who gave you permission to cause trouble at the Huang family's residence and injure their sons and nephews?"
The speaker was none other than Xian Zhan, one of the 3 elders and the Xian family's most formidable fighter, a grandmaster stage master at the peak of his power.
The other 2 elders also wore expressions of rage.
Word of the incident at the Huang family's had, of course, been reported back to them. They never expected this brat to be so brazen as to cause a disturbance at the old patriarch Huang's birthday banquet. He was utterly lawless.
"Ha, I do as I please. Why should I explain myself to you? Besides, old Master Huang didn't he say a word? Who are you to point fingers?" Xian's words were infuriating. He never enjoyed any young master treatment in the Xian family. He'd always been the one ignored and overlooked.
Even his inheritance had been left to him by his parents. And now they were pointing fingers at him.
Ha!
Hearing his disrespectful words, 2 elders' beards immediately bristled.
"How dare you? What kind of attitude is that toward your elders? As long as you're a member of the Xian family, we have the right to discipline you." Chapter 20, How about I marry you as a concubine? "Oh? A member of the Xian family? All these years in the Xian family, how come I never knew I was a member? What have you ever done for me? When I was mocked as a good-for-nothing out there, did you just stand by and watch? Or was it the day I was deemed to have poor talent that you completely stopped investing in me, not even giving me a single body-tempering manual?"
Xian's face was icy as he fired off his accusations one by one.
He wasn't one to blame fate or others.
With his poor talent, he was unable to practice martial arts. It was understandable that the clan had adopted a hands-off approach toward him.
But if that was the case, they shouldn't expect him to show the clan an ounce of gratitude. They hadn't fulfilled their clan obligations, yet they still wanted Xian to be an obedient clan member? They could dream on. You insolent wretch!" The 2 elders glared at him furiously.
Having lived a life of luxury and privilege in the Xian clan for so many years, they could not tolerate such disrespect from a junior. Thus, one on the left and one on the right, they lashed out in anger, pinning Xian's shoulders down to force him to his knees. But to their surprise, Xian merely gave a slight shake, and the 2 elders were sent flying, stumbling back several steps before regaining their footing.
"What?" The 2 elders exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief.
The 2 of them, both at the Grandmaster stage, had actually been forcefully knocked back by a junior. Although they hadn't been prepared, this kid didn't seem to have even used his full strength.
"Enough!
This is the ancestral hall, a sacred place.
What kind of behavior is this?"
Zachary, seated in the seat of honor, snapped sharply to put a stop to it. Among the 3 elders, he was the most senior and commanded the greatest respect. Seeing that Zachary had spoken so firmly, the 2 elders each shot Xian a glare before returning to their seats. At that moment, Zachary said calmly, "Xian, since you consider the matter with the Huang family to be a personal grudge, we won't pry any further. We didn't call you here today to lay charges against you."
Xian raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then why? It can't be to divide up the family estate, can it?" Even someone as level-headed as Zachary was momentarily at a loss for words. "That brat." After a moment, he said with a mix of exasperation and resignation, "Of course not. We wanted to ask about your situation with Meishin. What are your plans, you little rascal? She has been a widow for the Xian family for many years. Now that she has chosen you, you owe her a proper status, don't you? Xian fell silent for a moment. If the elders hadn't brought it up, he probably would have forgotten all about it.
In the elders' eyes, the relationship between the two was likely a mutual, consensual affair. Now that they'd taken the initiative to consult him, they must have a plan in mind.
So Xian asked calmly, "What's your idea?"
"Go ahead."
Zachary chuckled and said, "Though our Xian family isn't some wealthy, prestigious clan, we still have our rules and we absolutely do not allow clan members to carry on secret affairs. Since the two of you are mutually consenting, let us arrange a wedding within the clan, a low-key ceremony for you and Meishin. That way, Meishin will have a proper status, and you two won't have to go about things in secret." "Xian, what do you think?"
This was actually quite in line with what Xian had been thinking. Whether it was voluntary or forced, the Xian family certainly couldn't stand by and let Maxine's relationship with him continue. It was also to be expected that they would seize the opportunity to bring up the matter of formalizing their relationship. However, regarding the incident in the dungeon, it was obvious that Maxine was definitely involved. Originally, Xian had planned that after returning, he would either kill her or impose a mind seal on her, just like the one he placed on Victor. But judging by what the elders were saying, it seemed there was a third option for retaliation.
"I have no objections,"
Xian said flatly. Seeing that he relented and was so easy to deal with, the elders all breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good, that's good." Zachary asked tentatively, "So, should we let Maxine marry you as your wife?"
"Ha!"
Xian folded his arms and let out a cold laugh. Did this woman even deserve to be his primary wife, even if only in name?
Seeing his attitude, Zachary knew it was out of the question. He took a step back and said, "Then make her a concubine."
"We can't go any lower than that.
After all, she is a respectable young lady from the Huang family. You'd better treat her well from now on, you little rascal."
"Naturally."
Xian chuckled. In his past life, this woman had forced him into a life of wandering. Now, in this life, she dared to reach out to him again. He certainly had plenty of ways to deal with her properly.
"Is there anything else?"
"No, I'm leaving." Xian impatiently confirmed the answer and turned to leave the ancestral hall.
After Xian had left the ancestral hall, the three elders exchanged glances, finally dropping their facades, their eyes filled with concern. "Xian Zhan, Xian Wu, the two of you just fought, and did you sense anything?"
Zachary was the first to speak up. Xian Zhan pondered for a moment before saying, "This kid has such profound spiritual energy within him, even I'm no match for him."
"Judging by this, I'm afraid the seal from back then might have been broken?"
Upon hearing this, Elder Xian Wu let out a wry smile.
"What was bound to happen has finally happened. We've gone to such lengths to conceal this for so many years, yet I never imagined our efforts would fall short at the very end.
I just wonder what level of power this kid has now, and how much of the seal has been lifted."
At that moment,
Zachary shook his head and said with a look of helplessness, "His growth in power isn't the issue. I'm just worried if he learns the truth about what happened back then, he'll probably turn the entire city of Huan upside down."
"The truth of what happened back then?"
The other two elders, seemingly lost in their own thoughts, both sighed in unison. Since things have come to this, there is no point in worrying needlessly. In the matter of Meishin, the fact that this kid was willing to accept the clan's arrangements proves he is still open to communication.
As for everything else, we'll just have to take it one step at a time.
Meanwhile, at the Xian family's main branch,
Maxine dropped the porcelain bowl she was holding, shattering it on the floor, and fell into a daze.
It took her quite a while to snap out of her stupor.
She muttered, What did you say?" "That good-for-nothing caused a scene at the patriarch's birthday banquet and publicly crippled my younger brother?"
Maxine couldn't believe what she'd just heard.
Li Mengyue nodded, patted her chest, and said, "Madam, it's true.
I heard this from the Huang family. It's as real as it gets.
That guy is incredibly arrogant.
Not only did he cripple young Master Jing Shang, but he also injured my eldest uncle. Now the entire Huang family is seething with hatred toward him."
Li Mengyue grew angrier as she spoke.
Although she and her maid had married out of the family, they were still considered part of the Huang family. Now that the Huang family was being bullied like this, she naturally felt indignant on their behalf. Upon hearing her words, Maxine instantly slumped into her chair, her whole body seeming to lose all sense of reality as she muttered, No, he is just a good for nothing. How could this happen?
Why did Xian cripple Jingsheng? Wasn't he it because of the dungeon incident?
Now that Jingsheng has been taken care of, the next one will be.
Maxine shuddered, her face turning deathly pale.
There was no time to mourn her own brother.
She desperately wanted to know how much that guy actually knew and whether he had targeted her for revenge.
Sitting in her chair, Maxine reached out with trembling hands and said urgently, Quick, Xiaoye, help me up. I need to go to the third wife's quarters.
Chapter 21, The Concubine's Status Punish Maxine. Maxine nimbly stood up and pulled her clothes on.
Li Mengyue hurried over to help her dress, muttering under her breath as she did so, It's just to see that good-for-nothing first lady. Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it?
It was no wonder Li Mengyue was complaining.
The main reason was that Maxine had chosen a bohemian-style long dress. Its form-fitting cut perfectly accentuated her incredibly sultry figure, and the exposed skin was fair, delicate, and smooth, radiating a captivating glow. Her allure was simply unbeatable. Anyone who knows us going to see that good-for-nothing in the third wife's quarters would understand, but someone who didn't know might think you were going to seduce a lover.
Ouch!
No sooner had Li Mengyue made her remark than she was pinched hard on the waist, causing her to cry out involuntarily.
Maxine said irritably, That's what you get for running your mouth. You have no sense of propriety.
It was only because they'd grown up together as mistress and maid. Otherwise, in any other family, this girl would have been caned long ago for her big mouth. After scolding Li Mengyue, Maxine had no time for small talk. Her mind was entirely focused on how to survive this crisis. The girl was right. She had indeed come here with the intention of using her charms. To survive, this was no time to worry about saving face. Who knew when Jingsheng's fate might befall her? With that in mind, Maxine changed her clothes and hurried over to the third household.
10 minutes later,
Xian was sitting cross-legged in the living room. He had just completed a full cycle of qi cultivation to replenish the spiritual energy he'd expended that day. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door.
Xian, are you there? The woman's voice was tentative. After waiting a moment with no response, she said to herself, I'll just come in, then?
Maxine walked in and, upon seeing Xian in the living room, couldn't help but feel a jolt of unease.
What's up? Xian gave her a once-over.
This woman was dressed in flashy, garish clothes. Who knew what kind of trouble she was up to now?
I'm here to explain.
The whole dungeon thing was all Jingsheng's doing behind my back. It has nothing to do with me.
Oh. Xian replied indifferently.
Whether she was involved or not didn't matter. What mattered was that he'd already sentenced this woman to death. The only question was how she would die and when. Judging by Xian's tone, Maxine knew he wasn't convinced, so she steeled herself and hurriedly continued her explanation.
I really wasn't involved in Jingsheng's plan. By the time I found out, he'd already arranged everything. Now that you've crippled Jingsheng, I'm willing to give you 50 million as compensation. Let us put this behind us, okay?
As she spoke, she took Xian's hand and pressed it to her chest, trying to let him feel the tenderness in her heart.
However,
Xian chuckled.
I believe you weren't involved. You just didn't stop him, right? Who doesn't know how to play word games? Did this woman think that by rephrasing things, she could clear herself of suspicion?
Victor was the main culprit in this incident, so this woman was an accomplice. She definitely couldn't escape responsibility.
Maxine's heart skipped a beat. How could this guy be so sharp? He zeroed in on the crux of the matter right away.
With things having come to this, she knew she'd have to shell out a huge sum today. Gritting her teeth, she said fiercely, 80 million. The first wife can come up with 80 million in cash right now. As long as you agree to let me off the hook, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. At the same time, I promise I'll never interfere with your life again. We'll keep to our own sides. I'll stay as far away from you as possible and will have absolutely nothing to do with the third wife ever again. Maxine was scared, truly scared. Ever since she schemed against Xian, in just a few short days, she not only lost her virtue but also ruined her younger brother. The price she paid was too high, she simply didn't dare to entertain any more schemes. What a pity. This wasn't the outcome Xian wanted. He spoke slowly. Do you really think that after scheming to seize my third wife's assets and attempting to take the lives of Xiao Xian and me, a simple promise to mind our own business from now on is enough? Naive. To those who were kind to him, he would repay them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. To those who stood against him, Xian would make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Maxine's expression darkened. Xian, don't go too far. I've already paid 80 million. Surely that's enough compensation, isn't it? 80 million from you? Xian looked at her and couldn't help but let a faint smile slip through. Do you know that just a moment ago, the elders decided to have you marry me as a concubine? Theoretically, the first wife's estate is now my property. How could you possibly give me 80 million? What? Maxine's pupils dilated, and she was overcome with horror. What right do they have to make such an arrangement? Have you forgotten, sister-in-law? That day when we caught them in the act, you were the one who willingly chose to be with me. Not only do they see nothing wrong with this arrangement, but they actually think it's a blessing in disguise. Xian chuckled. From now on, we're family. Tell me, how should I treat you? Hearing his words, Maxine froze, feeling as if her whole life had turned gray. She'd been able to establish herself in the Xian household and strut around with such arrogance precisely because of her status as the Xian family's eldest mistress. Now, not only had her status been demoted to that of a concubine, but more crucially, she couldn't even stay away from the third wife. She'd have to serve this good-for-nothing as a concubine from now on. Given this guy's vindictive nature, would her life even be bearable? No, to be precise, the question was how much longer she'd even live. At this thought, Maxine was truly terrified. Remorse slithered through her veins like a venomous snake. The agony of regret gnawed at her heart and spread throughout her entire body. Why had she coveted the third branch's fortune and provoked this killing machine? Not even all the members of the Huang family could stop him from crippling Victor. Now that they'd be living under the same roof, this guy would likely have 10,000 ways to get back at her, and she wouldn't even have a chance to vent her grievances to anyone. At this thought, Maxine fell to her knees with a thud, clinging to Xian's legs as she wept uncontrollably. I was wrong, Xian. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have gone after you or the people around you. Please, give me a chance to make it right. I'm willing to pay any price. From now on, I'll listen only to you. Maxine wept as if her tears were falling like rain on pear blossoms. With her beauty, the sight of her kneeling and pleading was indeed heartbreaking. No man could look at her without feeling a pang of compassion. Unfortunately, she was facing Xian. Xian shook his head and sneered. You don't realize you've made a mistake, you just know you're about to die. This woman was venomous to the core. There was no way he could trust a single word that came out of her mouth. Next, it was time for this woman to pay the price. Maxine felt a large hand cover the top of her head as golden spiritual energy gathered in the palm. Overwhelmed by terror, she trembled and asked, Wait, what are you doing? No, don't. Chapter 22, Take me as your servant. Maxine's intelligence. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A torrent of golden energy had already surged into her mind, rapidly forming a seal that severed all her connections to the outside world. From the outside, Maxine didn't even manage to let out a full scream. Her eyes rolled back, and she passed out, collapsing onto the ground. A stunningly alluring beauty lay there apart from the slight rise and fall of her chest and abdomen, which proved she was still alive. She looked no different from a corpse. Xian watched the scene calmly. From the moment this woman had schemed against him, she was destined to pay the price. But this was merely the first step in his revenge. 5 minutes later, Xian timed it perfectly and lifted the seal from her mind. Huff huff. Maxine, having regained consciousness, gasped for air as if she'd been drowning, her delicate face covered in cold sweat. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Xian was filled with terror. What did you just do to me?
Maxine asked, her voice trembling. I just let you experience the same treatment your brother did, Xian said nonchalantly. Little did he know that to Maxine, those words exploded like a massive bomb. The news from the Huang family was that Jing Shang had become a complete invalid, unable to care for himself. But judging from her experience just now, this state clearly involved retaining consciousness. One could clearly perceive everything around them. He simply couldn't speak or move. It was as if he'd fallen into an endless abyss. That feeling was too terrifying, far beyond what words could describe. Maxine's body began to tremble with fear. This agony, worse than death, was something she couldn't endure for even 5 minutes, yet Jing Shang would have to endure it for the rest of his life. This is the devil, it's definitely the devil. I was wrong, Xian. Please, give me a chance to make it up to you. I'll agree to anything. Please, don't ever make me go through that again. I beg you. Maxine knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably as she pleaded. Sure enough, it's only when a person pays a price that they become sincere. However, at that moment, the room fell silent. Xian said nothing. The air seemed to freeze, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. As the seconds ticked by, the pressure building inside Maxine reached its limit, and cold sweat kept streaming down her face. She knew that Xian's next words would determine her future fate. Life or death, it all depended on how this man chose to treat her. She didn't know how long it had been. Just as Maxine was on the verge of a mental breakdown and could hold on no longer, Xian's voice finally drifted down from above her. What value would forgiving you have for me? Maxine paused for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she slipped off her long dress, revealing her shapely figure, and pleaded. Xian, from now on, you'll be my husband. As long as you'll forgive me, I'll serve you however you wish. With that, she cupped Xian's hand against her chest. She looked so pitiful, as if she had fully accepted her status as a concubine. Only Xian knew that when dealing with a woman like this, one must never be fooled by appearances. He sneered coldly. It seems you've misunderstood something. You're my concubine to begin with. Serving me is your duty. Using that as a bargaining chip is nowhere near enough. Maxine's expression flickered, but she quickly regained her composure. Then what are you saying? I lack nothing here except for a servant to bring me tea and water, Xian said in a detached tone. Maxine clenched her teeth. This was too much. As the eldest daughter of the Huang family and the eldest sister-in-law of the Xian family, no less she already humbled herself enough by becoming this man's concubine. And now he actually wanted her to serve as a maid. It was a blatant insult. What's the matter? You don't want to? Xian raised an eyebrow. Did this woman still think of herself as the eldest sister-in-law of the Xian family? It was her good fortune to be allowed to stay and serve in his household, otherwise, he could make her suffer the same fate as Victor at any moment. No. Thank you for giving me this chance to atone for my sins. I'm willing to stay and serve you. Maxine's smile was a bit forced, but at least she had accepted her fate. If she has to be a servant, so be it. It's better than being a vegetative state, suffering in agony day after day, isn't it? She believed in the saying, those who endure the greatest hardships rise above others. As long as she could survive this ordeal, sooner or later she'd have a chance to turn her life around. Just as she was thinking this, a strand of golden spiritual energy entered her Tianqi acupoint. Before Maxine could react, it circulated through her body once and then vanished. This sudden turn of events made Maxine tense up. What did you do to me? Just a little precaution. Xian smiled faintly. I've placed a restriction within your body. As long as you make any move to betray me, no matter how far apart we are, I can activate the restriction inside you and send you back to your state as a living dead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Maxine's face turned deathly pale. With this restriction in place, didn't that mean she'd never be able to escape this guy's control? She never wanted to experience that agony worse than death a second time in her life. I've already agreed to be your servant. And yet you still imposed a restriction on me? That's despicable. Maxine was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This whole trip had yielded her absolutely nothing and she just gambled away the rest of her life. Ha! Dealing with a woman like you requires special measures. Xian had no intention of showing her any mercy. He stared at her coldly and said, "Also, as my handmaiden, what should you call me?" His gaze was indifferent, yet brimming with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under such an oppressive aura, Maxine could only take a deep breath. Filled with humiliation and embarrassment, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "I'm sorry, master." Only then did Xian withdraw his aura, patting her head encouragingly. Killing someone is no big deal. But winning over a person, especially a viper like beauty like Maxine, is a whole different level of difficulty. Xian looked forward to seeing the final results of her transformation. Just then, Maxine couldn't help but say, Master, I promise I'll never betray you. Could you please release this restraint? I'm starting to feel a little unwell." Xian chuckled, "If you're not feeling well, just tough it out." Maxine gritted her teeth inwardly. This guy was completely unyielding. It seemed he was determined to keep her confined. But the thought of serving him for the rest of her life, as his slave, left her feeling deeply resentful. After a moment's thought, Maxine made up her mind. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Master, I have some extremely important information. You'll definitely want to know this. I'll tell you as long as you release me from this restriction." Xian raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "What kind of information?" "Your parents' deaths back then weren't an accident." As soon as the words left her mouth, Maxine suddenly sensed that something was off about the atmosphere around her. Xian darted in front of her, clamped his hand around her throat, his gaze so cold it seemed capable of killing. "What did you just say?" Chapter 23, The Truth Behind Her Parents' Deaths. Who is the mastermind? Maxine hadn't expected him to change his expression so quickly. Before she even had a chance to react, he had her by the throat, and her delicate, beautiful face turned bright red. I'm serious. Master, please let me go." Maxine kept slapping at Xian's arm, her struggles growing weaker by the second. How could her strength possibly match Xian's? It looked as though she was about to be choked to death. Just then, Xian finally realized he'd lost his composure. He let go, letting her fall to the ground, and asked coldly, "What did you just say about the cause of my parents' deaths? Weren't they an accident back then?" Everyone in Huan City knew it. Back then, his parents had died in an accident. They both lost control while practicing martial arts. And now, someone was implying that what happened all those years ago wasn't an accident after all? Cough, cough, cough. Maxine coughed a few times and couldn't help but say, "I can tell you what I know, but in exchange, you have to remove the restriction on me." Xian sneered inwardly. It seemed this woman still hadn't figured out her place. Bargaining with him. No matter how much he wanted to know the truth behind what happened back then, he still held all the cards. With a casual snap of his fingers, the restraints he placed on Maxine immediately activated, sealing off her spiritual sea. Maxine, a fighter stage cultivator, didn't have the slightest chance to resist and instantly fell into a coma. 10 minutes later, Xian finally lifted the seal. This time, the punishment lasted twice as long. When Maxine woke up, she felt as if she'd been pulled out of the water. Cold sweat made her shiver uncontrollably. "You seem to have forgotten that you're in no position to make demands of me. Either you talk, or I'll keep doubling the duration from 10 minutes to 20, from 1 day to 2 until your will completely collapses." Xian's cold demeanor made Maxine tremble all over, feeling a deep-seated dread. He could not only say it, he could actually do it. Under the absolute crushing weight of his power, no one had the right to negotiate with him. I'll talk. I'll talk." Seeing him raise his hand again, Maxine hastily surrendered. She was scared, truly scared. She'd rather die than go through that experience again. She'd intended to strike a deal, but Xian's domineering manner had made her realize exactly what it meant to shoot herself in the foot. "Your parents' deaths back then weren't an accident, they were orchestrated." How could two venerable stage masters at the peak of their power both perish from a single instance of energy backfire? They were murdered. Maxine stammered. Xian radiated a sky-high killing intent that was almost tangible. His eyes had transformed into golden vertical pupils as he fixed her with a piercing glare. Speak! Who were they? Whoever dared to harm his parents, he would track them down and tear them to pieces. The killing intent radiating from him left Maxine unable to speak coherently. I don't know. This is all from casual conversations with our family's elder. That's all I know. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat from nervousness, and her tone was pleading, as if she were terrified Xian wouldn't believe her. Xian stared at her. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Maxine was so terrified her heart nearly stopped. Only then did he look away. After 2 punishings, even if he left her hanging like this, she wouldn't dare hide anything else. Such a momentous secret was certainly not something a woman married out of a second-rate family like hers would have access to. Xian suppressed the raging fury within him and asked patiently, besides your family's patriarch, who else knows about this? The passing of your parents caused such a sensation back then that speculation has never ceased. It's just that no one dared to speak of it openly. As for the details behind it all, the heads of the 3 major families certainly know quite a bit. Maxine spoke the truth. That was all the information she had. In fact, this matter wasn't really a secret at all. It was just that no one had ever mentioned it to Xian. After all, he was widely regarded as a good-for-nothing, lacking both ability and any reason for anyone to bring it up. Who could have imagined that this guy was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, hiding his true strength so well? If Maxine had known this earlier, not even 100 times the courage would have made her dare to come here and provoke him. The 3 major clans. Xian took a deep breath, processing this sudden revelation. That's right. With 2 venerable stage cultivators, how could they possibly have perished from a single instance of energy backfire? The truth hidden behind this was definitely not normal. Something capable of causing the simultaneous deaths of 2 venerable stage cultivators and even suppressing all news of it across the entire city of Huan had kept him from sensing anything amiss all these years. The dark force behind this must be unimaginably powerful. But no matter what, he had to uncover the truth of what happened all those years ago to give his parents closure, and to give himself closure as well. Xian suppressed his emotions, circulated his spiritual energy through one small cycle within his body, then calmed his mind and exhaled gently. Your intelligence is excellent. When a person has lived surrounded by lies since childhood, those lies become as natural as breathing unless someone exposes them. It's hard to detect anything amiss. From this perspective, then can you lift the seal for me? Maxine's eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, all she received was a cold, unyielding stare. Don't even dream of it. Not even on the day you die will I ever lift this restriction. Xian let out a cold laugh. The lessons from his past life were still fresh in his mind. He couldn't afford to let his guard down around this woman for even a moment. Leaving the restriction active, turning her into a living dead, was the best reward he could give her. Maxine's expression shifted. Not only had she gained nothing, but she also suffered needlessly. She couldn't pull off a single trick in front of him. This man was unbelievably ruthless. Just then, Xian glanced at the sky outside and said indifferently, if you have nothing else to do, you can go now. It was already late. Starting tomorrow, he would seek out members of the 3 major clans to investigate the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. No matter what schemes and intrigues lay behind it, he had to uncover the truth to settle every grievance and avenge every wrong. Maxine instinctively picked up the clothes from the floor and put them on, but she quickly realized a problem. If she went back like this trip would have been a total loss. Not only had her situation remained unchanged, but more importantly, she was now bound by a restriction that would leave her at someone else's mercy in the future. She gritted her teeth and said resolutely, Master, I want to stay and serve you. Could you let me stay here? Chapter 24, A Visit to the Zhao Family. Maxine didn't even bother putting her clothes back on. Instead, she put on a pitiful, helpless expression.
once a woman is willing to lower her guard.
Even if it's just a temporary pretense, it can bring immense satisfaction. Xian raised an eyebrow. What? You want to stay and serve me? I am your servant, master. It is my duty to serve you. Maxine's cheeks flushed slightly. Besides, according to the elders' arrangements, I'll be moving in here sooner or later anyway. Some things get easier with practice. If it were anyone else, she'd probably wouldn't be able to accept this role so naturally. But the night before last, the two of them had already crossed that final line multiple times, allowing her to experience what it was like to be a woman. If this was what she'd be doing to serve in the third house from now on, it didn't seem all that hard to accept. Seeing the former eldest sister-in-law of the Xian family so submissive before him, it would be a lie to say Xian felt nothing at all. In fact, Maxine was quite attractive, fair-skinned, beautiful, and curvaceous, definitely ranking among the most stunning women. However, Xian's expression remained impassive, seemingly unmoved. Even if you serve me perfectly, I cannot lift the restriction on you. I don't need the restriction lifted, I simply wish to serve my master. Maxine said respectfully. She was indeed a clever woman. After 2 punishments, she had come to terms with her place. Even if she was just putting on a show, she was playing her part well enough. Xian chuckled. Since Maxine was so sensible, he couldn't very well let her down. He picked her up in his arms and carried her into the room. The next day arrived. Maxine left the third wife's quarters, her whole body aching and weak. Li Mengyue, who was waiting for her outside, was startled. First Lady, what happened to you? Nothing, I'm fine, why are you here? Maxine's eyes darted away as she changed the subject. She simply couldn't bring herself to speak of last night's experience. She certainly couldn't say she spent the whole night attending to a certain man. Li Mengyue blinked. I came to look for you. First Lady, you didn't come back all night yesterday. I thought something had happened to you. Did you spend the night in the third wife's quarters last night? Did that good-for-nothing bully you? She accused, her voice filled with righteous indignation. But instead of an answer, she received a crisp, loud slap. Smack! The slap left Li Mengyue stunned. Maxine said sternly, mark my words, from now on, you're not allowed to call the third young master a good-for-nothing in my presence. If I hear you call him that again, you'd better watch out. Li Mengyue clutched her right cheek, unable to believe what had happened. First Lady, you. How could this be? Just yesterday, when they were at home, they'd been calling him a good-for-nothing left and right, having a field day with it. How could everything have changed in just one night? Was the First Lady actually standing up for that good-for-nothing now? Things sure change fast in this world. The first and third families are merging. As part of my dowry, you'll have to move in with me too. Remember to watch your words and behavior in front of him. No more speaking without thinking. Maxine sighed and explained slowly. This girl had grown up with her since childhood, but she had a tendency to blurt things out without thinking. If she moved to the third house, and this girl kept talking without a filter, who on earth would be able to save her then? Li Mengyue felt like today's news was one bombshell after another. Her brain was about to shut down. Our first house is merging with the third house? Why? Just think of it as my own doing. Maxine sighed helplessly. If she'd known that getting involved with that man would lead to this, she'd never have dared to entertain any mischievous thoughts, even if it killed her. Now that she'd given herself to him and the restriction had been placed, all she could do was pray that nothing went wrong in the future otherwise. At that thought, Maxine felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her body and mind. She raised her hand and said, all right, help me back to rest. I'm so tired I can barely walk. Li Mengyue watched in silent amazement. What on earth had that guy done to the usually domineering First Lady last night to make her act like this? At that moment, Xian was sitting in the living room. Hearing the conversation between the two outside, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Sure enough, there was a shortcut to conquering a woman. Whether she was truly convinced or not, at least her outward attitude showed that she had accepted her place. Of course, Maxine was nothing more than a minor detour.
Since his rebirth, his goals had never been focused on someone as insignificant as the eldest sister-in-law of the Xian family. Besides, he now had a far more important objective, uncovering the truth about what happened to his parents all those years ago. The intelligence held by the three major families. Which family should I start with? Xian pondered to himself. The Zhao family, the Luo family, and the Wang family. The three major families of Huan City each had their own spheres of influence. Xian ruled out the Wang family first. The reason was simple: because of Harold, he didn't have a high opinion of the Wang family. As for the Luo family, he already bothered them enough over the past couple of days, picking up medicine and asking for information, so he could wait a couple more days before dealing with them. That left only the Zhao family the most suitable place to make his first move. With that in mind, Xian stepped out of his room, ready to head to the Zhao family estate. Unlike the life or death situation when he rescued Arya earlier, this was a routine visit. So Xian didn't resort to the reckless shrinking the earth to an inch technique. Instead, he took a taxi. 30 minutes later, the taxi pulled up in front of the Zhao family mansion. Xian got out and had just closed the car door. 158. The driver announced the meter reading and waited for payment. Xian instinctively reached into his pocket, his expression turning slightly awkward. Oh no, when he'd gone to the Huang family's place yesterday, he'd handed over all the cash he had on him without thinking. Now, with his current status, he didn't have a single penny to pay the fare. Riding for free wasn't his style. Just as Xian was hesitating over whether to teleport back to get some change, a mocking voice came from nearby. You don't happen to be short on fare, do you? Xian turned around to see a young man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks standing there with a group of people, watching the spectacle with glee. Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? You were splashing the cash at the auction house, weren't you? How come you've now sunk so low that you can't even afford 100 yuan fare? The speaker was Qian Ming, the young master of the Qian family. As a second-rate family in Huan City, Qian Ming was Harold's loyal lackey. He was always among the crowd that usually mocked and belittled Xian, deriving some cheap sense of superiority by putting Xian down. Xian chuckled and shot back, can't be Harold's lackey anymore, so you're looking for a beating, are you? You. Qian Ming was momentarily speechless. He'd been called out. For some reason, Harold had been holed up at home lately, and not being able to act as his lackey had left him feeling a bit uneasy. Under normal circumstances, if that good-for-nothing from the Xian family had dared to speak to him like that, he would had someone teach him a lesson. But today he had business to attend to, so he could only snort coldly and say, "You're lucky, kid. I don't have time to mess with you today, or else you'd be in for a world of trouble." As soon as the words left his mouth, behind Qian Ming, a white-haired old man carrying a medicine chest spoke up in exasperation, "Have you two finished chatting yet? How much longer do you expect this old man to wait?" Seeing the old man's displeasure, Qian Ming immediately changed his expression and smiled obsequiously. Yes, master, this way please. We'll be at the Zhao family's place in no time." Xian heard their conversation and raised an eyebrow slightly. So these two were also on their way to visit the Zhao family? Chapter 25, Grandfather's Serious Illness, June's Engagement. At that moment, Qian Ming led Master Xinyun over and declared defiantly, "Good dogs don't block the path, get out of my way. You're delaying Master's treatment of the old man, can you really afford to waste time like this?" Xian was taken aback for a moment. The old man of the Zhao family was sick? Seeing that he hadn't moved, Qian Ming glanced at him and sneered, "Oh, I almost forgot you can't afford the fare, right?" With that, he pulled a wad of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and scattered them on the ground. "I'll pay the fare for you, you good for nothing. Get on your knees and pick them up one by one, then get out of the way." The tension in the air was palpable. Just as the confrontation was about to escalate, someone emerged from the Zhao family mansion. It was June. She looked at Xian in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Xian, I've come to visit old Master Zhao to ask him a few questions." June's face betrayed a hint of unease. After hearing this, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, but the Zhao family has been dealing with some matters lately. Please come back another day. With that, she walked over to Qian Ming's side, hurriedly bowed to the white-haired elder, and said, Master Sangyun, you've arrived. Please follow this junior over here. Master Sangyun stroked his beard and strode forward with an air of dignity. Seeing this, Qian Ming decided not to linger with Xian and quickly hurried to catch up. The three of them walked briskly into the Zhao family mansion, and immediately afterward, the main gate was shut tight, clearly signaling that visitors were not welcome. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. This situation didn't look good. He wondered how old Master Zhao was doing. If something had happened to him, wouldn't his plan to extract information from the old master come to nothing? Just then, the taxi driver standing nearby had overheard the entire conversation. He stole a glance at Xian, seeing that his attention was elsewhere. He quickly got out of the car and scooped up all the 1,000 yuan bills lying on the ground. When he looked up again, however, he discovered that Xian had vanished from where he'd been standing. The taxi driver froze. Where did he go? But he didn't dwell on it for long. Smiling to himself, he tucked the 1,000 yuan into his pocket, hopped back into the cab, and sped off. Meanwhile, inside the Zhao family mansion, the Zhao family had been waiting for quite some time. June led the visitor to the main guest room. Master Sangyun, my grandfather is right in there. I'm counting on you. Inside the room, old Master Zhao lay on the bed with his eyes closed. His face was pale and gaunt. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he had already passed away. Master Sangyun stroked his beard and said gravely, the situation is very dire. Your grandfather has clearly been afflicted by wind pathogen. If it isn't expelled in time, I'm afraid he won't have long to live. As soon as these words were spoken, every member of the Zhao family in the room grew anxious. A middle-aged man heavy-set with deep bags under his eyes asked urgently, Master, what should we do about our old man now? Can he be saved? The speaker was none other than Warren, the eldest uncle of the Zhao family. Master Sangyun paused for a moment, then replied with a look of difficulty, even if I were to use the ancestral cold cloud divine needle technique, I'd only have a 50% chance of success. Moreover, it's been a long time since I've practiced this art. Performing this acupuncture treatment would take a tremendous toll on me. It might even shorten my lifespan by 10 years. June, Master, please go ahead and treat him. Whatever you require, the Zhao family will do everything in our power to fulfill your requests. Master Sangyun exchanged a glance with Qian Ming, and they shared a secret signal. Only then did he stroke his beard, adopting the air of a reclusive sage, and say, I have never placed much value on material things. I am agreeing to this treatment solely for the sake of the young master of the Qian family. June understood immediately and turned to Qian Ming, saying, Qian Ming, on behalf of the Zhao family, I thank you for your assistance. As long as you can cure my grandfather, the Zhao family will give you 10 billion in cash, plus the 20-year mining rights to a large gold mine outside the city. All of it will belong to you. Upon hearing the promise June had made, the expressions of the Zhao family members present all twisted slightly. 10 billion in cash was nothing to a business-oriented family like theirs. It was the 20-year mining rights to the gold mine that mattered. That was the real cash cow. The way that girl had just waved her hand and offered it all away, more than one member of the Zhao family felt a pang of regret. What a pity. With the old patriarch currently unconscious, June as his most beloved grandchild held the decision-making within the Zhao family. Besides, it was all to save the old patriarch. No one dared to question June's decision at this moment. Qian Ming swallowed hard. He, too, was stunned by the Zhao family's generosity. A second-rate family like the Qians was completely outclassed by a top-tier family like the Zhaos. However, he had paid such a heavy price to have Master Sangyun put on a charade for him, and he wasn't aiming for just that. Qian Ming shook his head. Xiao Jun, you're really insulting me. I didn't do all this for the Zhao family's gratitude. I did it for you. If I can get the master to cure your grandfather, Xiao Jun, will you marry me? His answer left the entire Zhao family speechless. No money, just a person? Jun's expression darkened. Looking at his deeply affectionate expression, she felt an inexplicable urge to vomit.
How was this any different from taking advantage of someone else's vulnerability? Besides, everyone in Huan City knew it. This guy was nothing more than a lackey, tagging along with the Wang family's eldest son, chasing women, drinking, gambling, and indulging in every vice imaginable. Now, taking this opportunity to make June marry him was nothing short of a toad trying to eat a swan. Just then, Warren, however, stepped forward with righteous indignation. Since this is to save the old man, as her eldest uncle, I can make the decision for Xiao Jun. As long as you can save the old man, we'll agree to any request you make. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Warren with suspicious eyes. Wasn't he this clearly selling out his own niece? Warren, however, didn't seem to care. A forced smile played on his plump face. Xiao Jun, Grandpa has always doted on you the most. Now that he is on the brink of death, surely you wouldn't begrudge making this small sacrifice? June shot him a cold glance. Saving Grandpa was just a pretext. Their real goal was to use this opportunity to get rid of her and seize the Zhao family's fortune. But even though June had seen through their charade, she had little room to maneuver. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Fine. As long as Grandpa can be brought back to life, whoever cures him, I'll marry him. At worst, after Grandpa was cured." On the very night she was to fulfill the marriage contract, she'd bring a pair of scissors to the wedding, first cut that disgusting bastard to pieces, and then end her own life. Xian Ming, completely unaware of the dire situation his little brother was in, exchanged a glance with Master Sangyun and said smugly, "Master, you may begin the acupuncture treatment." Master Sangyun nodded, pulled a cloth bag from his medicine chest, and spread it out to reveal silver needles of various sizes, each glinting coldly. Just as he picked up a silver needle, preparing to insert it into old Master Zhao, every member of the Zhao family held their breath. Having said that, Warren, to make his stance clear, pointed directly at Xian and shouted, "Guards! This man dares to delay our old master's treatment. Break one of his legs and throw him out." A dozen or so servants strode in, surrounding Xian with menacing expressions. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. How dare they? Originally, out of gratitude for the dragon blood vine what he'd received earlier, he'd stopped that quack from practicing medicine, a favor he'd done for the old man. If he'd actually let that quack perform the acupuncture, the old man likely wouldn't have made it through the night. He would have died on the spot. Whether the old master lived or died was the Zhao family's private affair. But what if old Master Zhao held some exclusive intelligence from back in the day? They couldn't afford to lose that lead. Just then, June stepped in to stop the servants. "Stop. Don't lay a finger on him." Her intervention took everyone by surprise. "Xiao Jun, what are you doing? The old man's life is hanging by a thread. Instead of rushing to have the master treat him, why are you protecting this kid?" Warren stepped forward to confront her. June shook her head. "Of course I trust the master's judgment more. Master Sangyun is a renowned miracle healer in Huan City. If he treats the old man, we'll have a much better chance of success." "Then why are you protecting this kid?" "Because," June said decisively, "when Grandpa was lucid, he had high hopes for him. I wouldn't let any of you hurt him. That reason alone was enough." Although she couldn't see anything particularly remarkable about him, she chose to trust her grandfather's judgment. Sure enough, old Master Zhao commanded considerable respect within the Zhao family. As soon as his name was mentioned, all objections fell silent. Even Warren merely snorted without saying a word. At that moment, June approached Master Sangyun and said earnestly, "Master, we mean no offense. Please proceed with your acupuncture treatment as you see fit. As long as you can cure my grandfather, we'll add half as much to the original 10 billion in cash." 15 billion in cash. That was by no means a small sum. Even Master Sangyun couldn't remain unmoved. He stroked his beard and said, "In light of your sincerity, this old man will." But just then, Xian spoke up again in a leisurely tone, "If you trust this quack, you might as well start preparing the coffin right now." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Zhao family's anger flared up once more. Even Master Sangyun was furious beyond measure, pointing his finger and exclaiming, "Young man, you're far too arrogant. Do you know anything about medicine? Do you know acupuncture? Old Master Zhao has been afflicted by a wind evil invading his body. Only my ancestral cold cloud divine needle technique can cure him. You've repeatedly prevented me from performing the treatment. You're the one truly out to harm the old master." Upon hearing Master Tsang Yun's words, everyone from the Zhao family shot him hostile glances. Xian replied calmly, "Whether it's true or false, a simple test will reveal the truth. If you can't cure the old master, then let me take over." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was taken aback for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? This kid is throwing down the gauntlet at Master Sangyun. If you can't do it, I'll take over? You're talking big R&T, you afraid of straining your back? Who does he think he is? Master Sangyun is a renowned miracle doctor in Huan City. How dare you even think of standing on equal footing with him? If even the master can't cure him, there is no way you can." No one believed he could accomplish what even Master Sangyun couldn't. Even Jun's gaze was filled with skepticism. It wasn't that she was overly suspicious. It was simply that in the medical field, the more experienced and seasoned a practitioner is, the more highly regarded they are. How could Xian, a young man in his early 20s, possibly be compared to the white-haired, white-bearded Master Sangyun? Master Sangyun abandoned his air of otherworldly grace, flicked his sleeve, and snapped, "Very well. Since you've repeatedly questioned this old man's medical skills, I shall grant your wish. If I fail to cure him, I'll renounce my reputation and never practice medicine again. But if I succeed, I will demand that you disable one hand and one leg, and offer a solemn apology to me in front of everyone." Whoa! The members of the Zhao family all gasped in unison. Who could have imagined the stakes would be so high? One was staking his professional reputation, the other his future. It was clear to everyone that Master Sangyun was truly furious. However, Xian didn't hesitate for a moment. He nodded and said, "It's a deal." He trusted his judgment. If he let this quack do as he pleased, old Master Zhao would certainly not survive the night. Master Sangyun snorted coldly, "Fine, you've got guts. Let us see how you handle this in a moment." With that, he unfolded the cloth strip once more, took out the silver needles, and prepared to devote himself entirely to treating the old master. Seeing that the master had become serious, everyone in the Zhao family turned their attention to him, and for the moment, no one was paying attention to Xian. Just then, Xian sensed someone approaching. He turned around and saw it was June. Her delicate little face showed a hint of distress as she hesitated. Why did you accept the wager? If you lose, Grandmaster Sangyun will really cripple one of your hands and one of your feet. He is a man of his word. Xian chuckled. So what if he let some half-baked physician at the Grandmaster stage have his way? Did she really think she could threaten him? After his laugh, he said earnestly, "I'm confident I'll win. Besides, I absolutely must save your grandfather." Xian spoke with absolute certainty. He intended to verify every piece of intelligence held by the three major clans, just in case anything had been overlooked. If he stood by and let old Master Zhao be killed by a quack, he might never be able to verify any intelligence belonging to the Zhao family. But June had clearly misunderstood. Her expression froze for a moment, and it took her quite a while before she bit her lip and asked, "You're going to such great lengths to cure my grandfather, is it because? For the sake of our Zhao family as promise?" Chapter 27, Humiliating the Miracle Doctor. You can't cure this illness. What Zhao family promise? Aside from cash and the gold mine, the most important clause was, of course, that June would marry whoever cured her grandfather. However, Xian was clearly unaware of this and took it in a different direction. Curing her grandfather and getting him to reveal the truth he knew back then, couldn't that also count as a kind of promise? Xian didn't give it much thought and nodded. "I suppose so." Hearing his affirmative answer, June's cheeks flushed a pale red, and her usually confident demeanor turned slightly shy. "We aren't a good match. The person I like has to be strong, steady, and capable of conquering all the world's difficulties. You aren't my type." Rumor had it that this guy was only at the fighter stage. He'd likely never even break through to the master stage in his lifetime no matter what, he couldn't possibly meet her standards. June didn't want him to sacrifice his original life just for her sake. Xian was a bit baffled by what she said. What a load of nonsense. I'm going to save your grandfather, what does that have to do with what kind of person you like? But he didn't have time to ask. The treatment had already begun over there. After tossing out those words, June ran over to observe Master Sangyun's treatment process. She watched as Master Sangyun, holding 2 CUN long silver needles, inserted them into 12 key acupoints on Old Man Zhao's body, including the Qihai, Buron, Zhongji, and Shinmen points. Throughout the entire acupuncture session, the onlookers felt a faint, thread-like chill in the air. Soon, the treatment was complete. Old Master Zhao's complexion shifted from pale to rosy, and his breathing became steady and strong. These visible changes drew waves of admiration from the crowd. Truly the Master's supreme art, the cold cloud divine needles. You can tell a true expert by their first move. He is a true master, far better than those clowns who just seek attention and pretend to know what they're doing. The old man is saved. May heaven bless the Zhao family. The crowd chattered away, as if Master Sangyun had already won the wager. Even Master Sangyun himself felt certain of victory. With a cold chuckle, he said, "Well then, will you cripple yourself in a moment, or will you be too cowardly to do it? Shall I give you a hand?" Xian chuckled. "Do you think you've won?" "Oof. Since I've personally performed the ancestral cold cloud divine needle technique, the old master will naturally be cured the moment the needles are inserted and will wake up before long." No sooner had Master Sangyun finished speaking than old Master Zhao on the sickbed suddenly underwent a drastic change. The old master coughed twice with his eyes closed, his complexion rapidly grew pale, turning a faint blue, and even frost formed on his eyebrows. This sudden turn of events terrified the Zhao family members. Even those with no knowledge of medicine could tell that old Master Zhao's current condition was far from optimistic. "Master, what is happening to old Master Zhao? This doesn't look good. Is something wrong? Please, do something to save him." Everyone was so anxious they were all talking at once. Master Sangyun was also utterly astonished. He hurried forward to check on old Master Zhao, reached out to touch his forehead, but instantly pulled his hand back as it was met with ice. Ouch. He instinctively sucked in a sharp breath and muttered, "This shouldn't be happening. He was supposed to wake up by now." How could his condition not only have worsened, but also developed symptoms that Master Sangyun couldn't make sense of at all? Just then, Xian Ming also sensed something was wrong. He hurried over and whispered, "Master, what is going on?" This. Master Sangyun's expression shifted several times as he stammered, "As I said at the very beginning, even if I were to treat him myself, there is still a chance of failure." Whoosh! As soon as his words fell, the entire Zhao family was thrown into an uproar. Didn't this amount to the master admitting defeat himself? Just then, a lingering voice drifted over. "The old master has cold poison in his body, and this guy used cold attribute silver needles to stimulate his acupoints. With the two factors overlapping, it's only natural that the cold poison inside your grandfather's body would erupt. This isn't an illness. You can't cure it." Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Xian. June, who had been at a complete loss, suddenly seemed to find a lifeline, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. "You can clearly identify my grandfather's current symptoms? Then can you cure him?" It wouldn't normally be difficult. All it would take is to infuse the old man with supreme young spiritual energy to expel the cold poison from his body, and he'd be cured. Unfortunately, a quack's reckless treatment has allowed the cold poison to invade his bone marrow. As Xian spoke, he shook his head and sighed, "I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence. At that moment, June's face turned pale, as if all hope had vanished. The members of the Zhao family glared furiously at Xian Ming and Master Sangyun, their eyes burning with such hatred they could have sliced them to pieces. Quack! And to think you call yourself the #1 miracle doctor in Huan City. You're incompetent and yet you go out and harm people. If anything happens to my old man, neither of you will get off easy. The overwhelming pressure made Song Yun and Xian Ming sweat bullets. This was one of the three major families in Huan City. If they really offended the Zhao family, neither of them would come out unscathed. Unfortunately, no matter how much they were blamed, the damage was already done. Jun's eyes were red-rimmed, and she was filled with immense regret. If only she had trusted Xian just now, Grandpa's condition wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. If anything happened to Grandpa, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. At that moment, June looked at him as if she'd lost her soul and murmured, "Xian, is there really no hope of saving my grandpa?" "Oh? Who said your grandfather can't be saved?" Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. That casual tone left June, who had been plunged into despair, stunned. She asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Xian chuckled. "It's not like the cold poison in your grandfather's body can't be removed." "Then why were you shaking your head and sighing just now?" "It was supposed to be an easy cure, but now I have to treat it with great care. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive." "If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you sigh too?" Xian shrugged helplessly. "That's why quacks are so harmful. Because of them, he has to go through all this extra trouble." Hearing this, June felt as if a flame of hope had been reignited in her heart. She pleaded, "Please save my grandfather. No matter the cost, the Zhao family is willing to pay." Xian chuckled, "All right, just don't forget your promise." Hearing this, June felt both ashamed and angry. At a time like this, he still couldn't resist bringing up that marriage promise. Did this guy really want her to marry him that badly? Afraid she might have misinterpreted his words, she tested the waters, saying, "Rest assured, the Zhao family's promise of 1.5 billion in cash, plus a gold mine outside the city, will definitely be kept. We'll transfer it the moment Grandpa wakes up." "What do I need a gold mine and cash for?" Xian shook his head indifferently. Money was just material wealth. What he wanted most was for old Master Zhao to wake up and reveal everything he knew. June, however, had no idea she'd misinterpreted his words. Embarrassed and angry, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, as long as you can cure my grandfather, whatever demands you make, I'll agree to them." Xian nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Since that was the case, he could begin treating old Master Zhao. He walked to the bed. "Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll definitely find you the best doctor to treat you." The Zhao family members all spoke at once, vowing their loyalty. Unexpectedly, old Master Zhao cast a cold glance at Warren, who had been speaking the most enthusiastically, and held out his hand, saying, "Bring me my cane." Warren was puzzled but obeyed anyway, fetching the old man's cane and handing it to him. "Sir, what do you need the cane for?" Thud. A crisp, loud sound. It sounded just like the strike of a wooden fish. Warren let out a yelp, clasping his head with both hands, his plump face contorted into a grimace. "Ouch! Old Master, why did you hit me? You ungrateful wretch!" Old Master Zhao let out a cold laugh. Though frail, the aura of the Zhao family patriarch was still unmistakable. "If it weren't for that young man Xian, do you think I would have woken up at all? You dared to obstruct him time and time again from treating patients and saving lives. Even after I woke up, you still tried to settle scores with our Zhao family's savior. Beating you to death would be too lenient a punishment." The Zhao family members were all stunned. They stared at Xian beside them in disbelief, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Judging by the old patriarch's tone, had this guy actually cured him? Just him? "But Patriarch, you were coughing up blood just now." Warren said helplessly, "You've always been in poor health. We were just worried about you." Old Master Zhao sighed deeply and shot his eldest son a look that said he was beyond help. Even with the facts right in front of him, he still couldn't figure it out. How utterly stupid. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this fool and turned his attention to Xian. Xian said calmly, "Don't worry, old master. Coughing up blood is a normal reaction. The cold poison had previously accumulated in various vital parts of your body, and I used my spiritual energy to force it out along with the stagnant blood.
The cold poison has now been eliminated. All you need to do now is rest for a few days, and your health will naturally improve. Despite his physical limitations, old Master Zhao still gave Xian a slight nod. Thank you for what you did today, young man of the Xian family. The Zhao family owes you a huge favor. From this day forward, the Zhao family's doors will always be open to you. No matter what you need, the Zhao family will do everything in its power to help. The members of the Zhao family all swallowed hard. This promise was nothing short of momentous. To receive the full support of the Zhao family, one of the three great clans would allow even an ordinary person to with confidence in Huan City. Even as the Zhao family's own sons and nephews, they could at best bask in the family's glory. They were far from being able to wield the full power and influence of the entire Zhao clan. Yet, no one dared to question the old master's decision. The reason was simple: for a top-tier family, the importance of a highly respected patriarch goes without saying. If anything were to happen to the elder Zhao, and Jun as his successor had not yet matured into the role, the Zhao family's power and influence would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. It was even possible they might fall from the ranks of the top-tier families. Therefore, saving the elder Zhao's life was, in a sense, equivalent to saving the Zhao family itself. However, faced with the Zhao family's gratitude, Xian showed little reaction, saying indifferently, "No need to thank me. I already owed the Zhao family a favor from the auction house. Now we're even. I came to the Zhao residence today because I have another important matter to discuss with the patriarch." Chapter 29, The Truth Behind His Parents' Death. The Fong family of the capital. The Zhao patriarch already had his suspicions about the purpose of his visit and couldn't help but say, "Young man, there are some things that are better left unknown. If you insist on digging deeper, have you considered the consequences?" The Zhao family members present were completely baffled, having no idea what the old patriarch was talking about. Xian, however, understood exactly what he meant. His expression remained unflinching as he replied calmly, "I don't care what the future holds. I only ask to have peace of mind. That is my only request of the Zhao family. Some things are better left unknown. But to learn of the blood feud against one's parents and fail to avenge it, that would be a life lived in vain." All he wanted was the truth about what happened back then. No matter the cost or the consequences, he would shoulder them all. The elder Zhao studied his expression and understood. With a faint sigh, he said, "I see you all, please step outside for now." The old patriarch waved his hand, dismissing the onlookers. Though the others were puzzled, they complied, and everyone left the side room. "You, young lady, go out as well." Old Master Zhao looked at Jun with an amused expression. "Grandpa, is there anything in our Zhao family that I'm not allowed to hear?" "My dear granddaughter, just be a good girl and do as I say." Old Master Zhao smiled kindly, but his tone was firm. There were some things she wasn't ready to know yet. Jun sighed in resignation and followed the others out of the side room. Once everyone had left the side room, old Master Zhao relaxed. "Young man, do you really want to know what happened back then?" "Of course," Xian said calmly, "otherwise, even if I owed the Zhao family a favor, I wouldn't have intervened so readily today. There are many ways to repay a favor. It doesn't necessarily have to involve saving someone's life." Old Master Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "You kid, you really don't hold back at all." To dare treat the Zhao family with such disregard. His initial assessment had indeed been correct. This kid was definitely no ordinary person. Only someone possessing both arrogance and ability, neither of which could be lacking, could have such confidence. Old Master Zhao wasn't angry, however, and smiled as he said, "In that case, I'll tell you. As for what happened 15 years ago, the Zhao family wasn't there to witness it firsthand. We've only caught a glimpse of the full picture." "Young man, after all these years, do you know where your parents are buried?" The old man suddenly changed the subject and asked. Xian replied calmly, "Bagong Mountain. I never fail to pay my respects there every Qingming and Double Ninth Festival." His parents were his emotional anchor, even after they had passed away. Xian had always maintained the tradition of paying his respects. He knew the road to Bagong Mountain better than the one leading home. At that moment, however, old Master Zhao shook his head and said, "Have you ever considered that there might actually be no one buried in those two graves on Bagong Mountain?" Xian froze. "What did you say?" I've been thinking about this for all these years.
You've never used your spiritual sense to probe those two graves, have you?
Old Master Zhao said with a chuckle.
Xian didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. He snapped, "Don't be ridiculous.
What kind of child would be so deranged as to do something like that?" All these years, he had indeed never once considered that those two graves might be empty.
After all, who could have imagined such a thing? What would be the point of erecting two empty graves there? Back then, we actually never found your parents' bodies.
We simply erected symbolic graves for them after receiving news of their deaths. As for the story about them losing their minds, that was just for public consumption.
Don't take it seriously.
The information old Master Zhao provided left Xian feeling somewhat confused. He shook his head. "If you didn't see my parents' bodies, how could you be certain of their deaths?"
That doesn't make sense.
The news came from the Fong family in the capital. It's naturally true, old Master Zhao said calmly.
The Fong family in the capital. Xian fell silent.
There were 4 top-tier families in the capital: the Fangs, the Hongs, the Chus, and the Weiss. Even the Zhao family, which held absolute power in Huan City, was nothing more than a second-rate power in the face of these elite families. Xian had, of course, heard of the Fong family's reputation. But the question was, how could his parents possibly be connected to one of the capital's top families? Old Master Zhao sensed his many unspoken questions and spoke first. "That is all the information the Zhao family has. As for whether there is more to your parents' deaths and what connection that might have to the Fong family, that is something even the Zhao family doesn't know."
Xian fell silent for a moment.
He thought that by seeking out the Zhao family, he'd at least make some headway. Instead, the answers he received not only failed to bring him closure but actually raised even more questions.
Still, this was enough.
As long as he had a lead, at least he now knew where to focus his investigation.
The Fong family in the capital. Xian silently committed this to memory.
Just then, the old patriarch of the Zhao family smiled and offered a hint. The 3 major families each have their own intelligence networks. If you're not ready to give up, you might want to try your luck with the other 2 families. You might just stumble upon some unexpected discoveries.
Xian nodded. "Thank you."
With that, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the old patriarch spoke up.
"Young man, are you leaving already?"
Xian stopped in his tracks, puzzled.
"Is there something else?"
Old Master Zhao smiled warmly, his expression gentle. "Actually, even while I was unconscious, I was still aware of what was going on around me. The 1.5 billion in cash and the gold mine that Xiao Jun promised to give away, I'll have someone transfer them to you shortly." Xian nodded but said nothing. To him, money was merely a worldly possession. More importantly, he sensed the old man had more to say.
Sure enough, seeing that Xian remained unmoved, the old man continued, "Young man, what do you think of our Xiao Jun? She is quite nice."
Xian was a bit puzzled but remained polite. He didn't know Jun very well. His only impression was that she had a spirited personality and was bold and decisive. Old Master Zhao chuckled. "Actually, our Xiao Jun is also very beautiful. You saved my life this time. That's a great service. Since you 2 are about the same age, as a token of the Zhao family's gratitude, what if I were to arrange for little Jun to marry you?" Xian was taken aback for a moment, unsure what old Master Zhao was up to with this sudden move. Admittedly, Jun was indeed very beautiful, gorgeous looks, a great figure, and a top-tier family background. Even if her personality was a bit spirited, she was undoubtedly the goddess countless men in the city would pursue. To be unexpectedly betrothed to her, judging by the old man's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Xian didn't believe such a windfall would fall from the sky so easily, so he decisively shook his head.
"Sorry, I'm not interested in her."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a faint rustling sound came from outside the private room. It sounded as if someone had fallen and was now quietly groaning. Chapter 30, Phoenix Bloodline. "Hey, kid, why don't you become a son-in-law of the Zhao family?" Outside the private room, Jun clutched her knee, the pain almost making her cry out.
"This guy, what the hell?"
She gritted her teeth in fury, nearly crushing her little silver teeth. When she first heard her grandfather was going to betroth her to Xian, Shi actually felt a twinge of hesitation. They hadn't known each other for very long, and their family backgrounds and personalities would likely require some adjustment. However, Shi made that wager herself, and with her grandfather's approval, it looked like she really was going to have to marry this guy. June hadn't even had time to feel shy when she unexpectedly heard Xian's refusal, and such a blunt one at that. This guy. Is it that I'm not pretty enough, or that my figure isn't good enough? He refused so flatly he might as well have written "I despise you" on his face. If Grandpa hadn't been inside, she would kick the door open and stormed in to confront that guy. June clenched her jaw, unable to bear listening any longer. She stomped her foot and turned to leave. At that moment, inside the side room, both Old Master Zhao and Xian sensed who was outside and couldn't help but chuckle. The girl has been spoiled since childhood. She does have a bit of a headstrong personality. Old Master Zhao said with a chuckle, but I was serious about what I said earlier. Won't you at least consider it? That girl is my designated heir. As long as you marry her, you can consider the Zhao family's fortune yours. All he had to do was nod. He could possess the Zhao family's fortune said to rival a nation's wealth, and that temptation was undeniably great. However, Xian remained calm. Old man, do I look like I'm short on money or short on women? Old Master Zhao detected the refusal in his tone and couldn't help but ask. Young man, do you have any idea how much influence the Zhao family holds? There are probably only a handful of people in all of Huan City who could turn us down. You're rejecting this so decisively, aren't you afraid you'll regret it in the future? As he spoke, the old patriarch began to grow somewhat displeased. This was clearly a tremendous opportunity. Why was this young man avoiding it as if it were the plague? Was it that the Zhao family's influence wasn't deep enough, or that his granddaughter wasn't pretty enough? Xian chuckled, because I don't believe in free lunches. Old master, if I'm not mistaken, the condition you're setting for June to marry me is that I'll have to become a son-in-law by marriage, isn't it? Old Master Zhao nodded frankly. That's only natural. In the future, you'll have to take the surname Zhao as well. How could an outsider possibly be qualified to inherit the Zhao family's fortune? But rest assured, even as a son-in-law, I'll guarantee your standing in the Zhao family. I'll never let little June show you the slightest disrespect. The true intent was revealed. Xian had realized from the very beginning that things wouldn't be that simple. Even though old Master Zhao's request wasn't unreasonable, simply becoming a son-in-law to gain ownership of the Zhao family's long accumulated wealth, it was a golden opportunity that countless people in Huan City would have jumped at. But he was Shen. There was likely no person or power in this world capable of making him bow his head. Xian chuckled, sorry, becoming a son-in-law is out of the question. Rejected once again. Old Master Zhao gave up on the idea and laughed helplessly. You kid, you do have your principles. Most people, upon hearing such an offer, would likely jump at the chance they might even hold the marriage ceremony that very day. That this young man could refuse time and again, whether out of principle or sheer arrogance, who knows? Oh well. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Old Master Zhao let go of the idea and mused, young man, do you know why I wanted you to marry into the Zhao family? Because you're about to die? Hearing Xian speak so bluntly, Old Master Zhao nearly choked on his breath. After a moment, he laughed helplessly. If the Zhao family heard what you just said, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk out the door. Xian chuckled but said nothing. Did that bunch of nobodies really think they could keep him around? However, Old Master Zhao didn't deny what he said. He continued, you're right. I don't have much time left. Even without today's incident, I'd probably only have 2 or 3 years left. The Zhao family's wealth and influence are vast. Even if future generations squander it, they'll remain wealthy and prosperous for 100 years. The only thing that keeps me up at night is that girl, Xiao Jun. Old Master Zhao let out a soft sigh. Once a person grows old, they come to view wealth and jewels with detachment. The only thing that truly matters is their descendants. Xiao Jun is different from the rest of the Zhao family not just because she is exceptionally gifted, but because she possesses the 1 in 10,000 phoenix bloodline. This bloodline allows her to make rapid progress in her cultivation. She has already reached the Grandmaster stage at the age of 20.
But once I'm gone,
the Zhao family will lose the one who can protect her. As a young woman with Grandmaster stage strength, she'll be targeted by all sorts of factions in the future. In the best case scenario, they'll take her as a disciple, but what if she encounters villains?
Old Master Zhao sighed deeply. What does it mean to bear the sin of possessing a precious gem?
Jun's Phoenix bloodline is not only her ticket to higher realms of cultivation, but it also makes her an even easier target for the dangers of the outside world.
Stealing bloodlines, killing to refine elixirs. When human evil is exposed in the pursuit of gain, its depths can surpass anyone's imagination. On this point, Xian felt the same way.
The Phoenix bloodline was merely one branch of the Phoenix lineage. Its purity had already been greatly diluted, yet Jun still faced all manner of dangers.
As for him, he possessed the dragon bloodline. If exposed, the attention it would attract would be unimaginable.
Perhaps ordinary opponents posed no threat to him. But his dragon bloodline held a fatal allure even for those ancient monsters who had been in seclusion within the Forbidden Lands for 1,000 years. That's precisely why, even though he is now at the peak of the Saint stage, he wouldn't reveal his secret lightly.
So, you want Jun to marry someone who can protect her? But why me?
You have to understand, I'm known throughout Huan City as a good-for-nothing. I can't even take care of myself.
If there is a faction even the Zhao family can't handle, I might not be able to hold my ground either, right? Hearing Xian's self-deprecating words,
Old Master Zhao couldn't help but glare at him.
Pretending right in front of me.
To be able to expel the cold poison from this old man's body using spiritual energy, your strength must be at least at the venerable stage or higher. Xiao Jun is in your care. You're certainly far better than those good-for-nothing scoundrels from the Zhao family.
At this point, the old man was still a bit annoyed and said irritably, I never would have thought you could hide your true abilities for so many years.
If it weren't for a stroke of luck, I'm afraid I would have completely misjudged you.
Xian chuckled softly.
He didn't deny that he possessed the strength of the Saint stage. To be precise, the auction house's decision to part with the dragon blood vine would have been a favor, and revealing the truth about his parents' passing today was another. By saving the old man's life, he had, at most, repaid one of those favors. Since the old man's heart's desire was to put his mind at ease regarding that girl Jun, he didn't mind repaying the favor by looking out for her.
All right.
Let us just forget about this marriage talk. I, Xian, have lived a free and carefree life all my life. I'm not in the habit of living under someone else's roof.
As for your wish, old man,
once you're gone, I'll look after that girl Jun and make sure no one takes advantage of her.
That should be enough, right? Chapter 31, Teaching Jun a Lesson. So what if I'm a rogue?
Having secured Xian's promise,
Old Man Zhao nodded. With your promise, I can rest easy.
Although he hadn't achieved the best possible outcome, he couldn't ask for more. After all, a being with strength surpassing the venerable stage was willing to protect his granddaughter.
The matter was settled for the time being. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be going.
Old Master Zhao didn't try to keep him. He simply shook his head. Xian turned to leave, but just as he was about to step out the door, he made a seemingly casual remark. Oh, right. Old Master, the cold poison in your body has been temporarily removed, but you'll need to be more careful with your diet from now on. Be careful, illness enters through the mouth.
With that, Xian left the side room.
Old Master Zhao was taken aback. Having been a shrewd man all his life, how could he fail to grasp Xian's meaning? This was clearly a warning to watch out for a mole within the family.
Diseases enter through the mouth. Someone had been secretly poisoning his food. But who exactly was trying to harm him?
Old Master Zhao took a deep breath. The faces of the Zhao family members flashed through his mind, and he remained silent for a long time. At that moment, Xian was about to leave the Zhao residence.
Just then,
"Hey!" A clear, ringing voice called out to him. Xian turned around to see a graceful figure in a red Burberry dress running up to him. She pressed a black and gold bank card into his hand and said in a sweet, crisp voice, "This is the Zhao family's black and gold card. It contains 1.5 billion in cash, plus an unlimited credit line. Also, that gold mine has already been transferred to your name. It generates roughly 3 million in cash flow every day. These are the terms we promised you earlier. Take them. June spoke as casually as if she were handing him a box of apples. Truly befitting the Zhao family, a family so wealthy they could rival a nation. Xian didn't make a fuss about it. He took the black and gold card, slipped it into his pocket, and said indifferently, "Thanks." With that, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, June wasn't about to let him go that easily. She stepped in front of him and snapped, "Hey! What's up?" Xian stopped in his tracks and raised an eyebrow. They were standing extremely close together. He could even smell the faint scent of her perfume. He hadn't had a chance to take a good look at her before, but now that they were this close, he could finally get a proper look. Needless to say, she was beautiful. She was dressed in custom-made luxury clothing, and her skin was as smooth as cream. Most captivating of all were her red lips. Not only were they full, but the corners turned up slightly, giving her a natural, cat-like smile that was both charming and delicate. As those red lips moved up and down, her tone was anything but friendly. "I'm asking you, why did my grandfather betroth me to you, and you turned me down? Is there something wrong with me? Do you have any idea that the number of men in all of Huan City who want to court me could fill an extra long train?" June stood with her hands on her hips, her face a picture of annoyance. Xian replied calmly, "I'm not used to living under someone else's roof." "Humph." June was clearly dissatisfied with this answer and pressed further, "What if you didn't have to move in with my family?" She was determined to prove herself today. Ever since she was a child, men had always revolved around her, waiting to be rejected by her. She'd never been turned down so bluntly before. This wasn't just a rejection, it was a blatant humiliation. Not moving in? That wouldn't work either. Why? Because. As Xian spoke, he sized her up from head to toe, lingering for 2 seconds on the key area of her chest before shaking his head regretfully. "I'm not into your type. You've got, way too much room for improvement. There are many ways to judge a figure." June was tall, with long, straight, fair legs. She definitely fell into the good figure category. The only thing lacking was her development in the key areas. She lacked a bit of feminine allure. According to his standards, a woman had to be at least on Maxine's level to qualify as one. June at best, she was just a girl. June was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered. She crossed her arms over her chest to block his gaze and gritted her teeth in anger. "You pervert." In a fit of rage, she launched a low kick, striking toward Xian's groin with lightning speed. "Damn, this girl really doesn't hold back." He grumbled inwardly, but didn't hesitate to dodge, taking a step back to easily evade June's attack. "You're the one who asked for a reason, but now that you've got it, you're unhappy. I really don't get you women. Come on, try again." Xian dodged another deadly flurry of kicks, a flicker of anger in his heart. "One more time and I won't go easy on you. I'll take you down no matter what." June scowled and snorted coldly, completely ignoring what he said. She was determined to teach this hooligan a lesson. Fine. Looks like he needs a lesson." Xian wasn't about to go easy on her either. He took a step back and effortlessly dodged her roundhouse kick, causing June's foot to graze the tip of his nose. Seizing the moment, he reached out and grabbed her ankle, holding her firmly in place. "You let me go." June struggled fiercely but couldn't break free, and her face flushed bright red in an instant. She was wearing a skirt today. She was practically exposed. "Apologize first." "Say it. Did you do wrong?" Xian remained unmoved, holding her leg aloft as he spoke slowly. "Like hell I did. I haven't even used my Grandmaster stage power yet." June scowled defiantly, refusing to admit she was wrong. "Of course not. If you dared to go all out, do you think I'd be able to stand here talking to you right now?" Xian let out a cold laugh. Thank goodness this girl hadn't used any spiritual energy just now. It was just a bit of ordinary roughhousing. Otherwise, even if only out of respect for old Master Zhao, he'd have to teach this arrogant young miss a proper lesson.
You're lying. What realm are you actually at? This isn't ordinary fighter stage strength at all. June gritted her teeth in exasperation. As a Grandmaster stage cultivator, even without using spiritual energy, she was absolutely no match for a fighter stage cultivator. The fact that this guy could subdue her so easily clearly meant he'd been hiding his true strength all along. What is it to you? Admit you were wrong, and I'll let you go. Xian said leisurely. Humph. You're dreaming. June snorted coldly. If you've got the guts, let me go, and we'll have a fair fight. Seeing how stubborn she was, Xian wasn't about to indulge her. He grabbed her ankle and lifted her straight up. Ow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. June couldn't help but gasp. The pain nearly knocked her off her feet. She'd already been standing on one leg, and now that he'd lifted her like this, she was practically forced into a split. What made her even more mortified was that they were standing so close together in this position. She couldn't block his scrutinizing gaze at all. You pervert! Quick, let me go! Chapter 32, Teasing Miss Zhao. June is fuming. First, admit you were wrong and apologize to me. Xian said slowly. He held all the cards now, so he wasn't in any hurry. To have the esteemed eldest daughter of the Zhao family perform a split just for him, he doubted anyone else in the world could enjoy such an honor. Even though this girl looked sassy and fiery, he never expected her fashion sense to be so childish. The cartoon print was really a bit. Xian clicked his tongue and shook his head. He hadn't even said a word, but that critical look alone was enough to make June want to kill him. You let go of me. Bullying a girl like me, what kind of man are you? June's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment, she wasn't sure, and her whole body was trembling. So you're admitting you're a girl now? I didn't get that impression when you were sweeping my legs just now. Xian snorted coldly, but he had no intention of making things difficult for her. Just apologize, and I'll let you go. I'll apologize once you let me go. I'll let you go once you apologize. The two bickered like children, neither willing to back down. After a 30-second standoff, Xian, unwilling to put up with her nonsense any longer, finally played his trump card, pulling his phone out of his pocket. Why what are you doing? June had a strong, ominous feeling in her gut. Sure enough. The next moment, the sound of a camera shutter clicking filled the air. Xian leisurely slipped his phone back into his pocket and said nonchalantly, just a keepsake. June froze, her red lips forming an O. It took her a long moment to realize that her embarrassing moment had been captured on camera. Her face turned so red it looked like it might bleed. You pervert! You bastard! Rogue! Shameless! Ashamed and furious, she hurled every curse word she could think of, gritting her teeth as she ranted. If looks could kill, Xian would have died hundreds of times by now. Are you going to admit you were wrong now? Xian asked, raising an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this girl to blush so fiercely. Her expression shifted several times, yet she still didn't say a word. What a stubborn little thing. Xian felt a bit helpless. He really didn't know what to do with her. Even his trump card hadn't worked. Maybe he should just knock her out and then teleport away? Just then, after a moment of internal struggle, June took a deep breath and finally spoke up, whispering, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That's more like it. Xian finally let go of her ankle. He hadn't expected that the first thing she'd do upon regaining her freedom would be to grit her teeth and say, you, delete those photos from earlier. This time, though, she'd learned her lesson and didn't dare make a move otherwise. Who knows how many more embarrassing photos would end up in her past. Xian, of course, wasn't about to get into a long argument with her. He just chuckled, no way. We'll talk about it next time we meet. With that, he took a step forward and vanished with a flash. June was left standing there, looking completely dumbfounded. Was this guy just going to walk away after taking advantage of her like that? Ashamed and furious, she stomped her foot on the spot, vowing to never forget that man. The next time they met, she was going to teach him a lesson. Soon, Xian returned home. Just as he approached the front door,
he unexpectedly heard the sound of an argument.
No way, you can't move in here. Why not?
I'm your brother's girlfriend, it's only natural for me to live here. It's you, little girl, who has no right to be hanging around here.
But commotion caught Xian's attention.
He pushed open the door and looked into the living room. There, Maxine was facing off against Arya, neither able to convince the other.
Big brother Xian.
Arya noticed him and hurried over to greet him, seeking comfort like a little animal that had been wronged.
What's wrong, Xiao Xian?
Xian smiled as he ruffled her soft hair. She was packing her things this afternoon to move in, saying she wants to live with you from now on.
Why?
Arya looked a little aggrieved. She had always thought she and big brother Xian would rely on each other and live together from now on, but she never expected Maxine to suddenly show up out of nowhere. Plus, it seemed like this woman was trying to steal her brother away from her, which was a bit too much for her to handle.
It's okay, sweetie.
Once she moves in, she'll be here to serve us.
Just treat her like a maid.
Xian sensed the sensitive girl's worries and comforted her with a smile. No matter what, Arya was the person he cared about most in the world, so of course he'd choose to be considerate of her feelings. If she really couldn't accept it, well, she was just a mere servant, he could always send her away.
Just then,
Maxine, who had been listening nearby, froze.
What did he mean by treating her like a maid? What? Am I supposed to serve this girl too from now on? Isn't it enough that I just serve you? Her expression was one of disbelief.
She had already mentally prepared herself to serve Xian. This man was powerful and mysterious, and now he held the power over her life. All her past judgments of him had been wrong, so if she had to be a servant, so be it.
But serving a young girl? What gives him the right?
Xian cast a detached glance her way.
What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that?
Maxine shuddered under that gaze, recalling those terrifying experiences. No, I wouldn't dare.
From now on, in this house, that girl Arya is the mistress.
Whatever she says, you do.
Xian said coldly.
A woman like Maxine needed a good lesson, otherwise, she'd never recognize her place. Arya's feelings for him had withstood the test of the previous life, her status was naturally unique.
As for Maxine, she was nothing more than a servant and a plaything. How could she possibly be compared to Arya? Me, I'm the mistress? Really? Arya's eyes lit up, she was clearly delighted.
For a girl who had lost both parents at a young age and suffered from a severe lack of security, having her status affirmed by the person she loved provided a sense of security that was unparalleled.
Of course. You can ask her to do anything from now on.
You've got school and martial arts training to focus on, so you can put a lot of the housework aside and let her handle it.
Xian said with a smile.
His gentle, soft-spoken manner was a complete contrast to the attitude he'd shown toward Maxine just moments ago. Watching this, Maxine couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy toward Arya. They were both women, after all.
Why should she be treated so differently? Arya nodded happily.
Actually, bro, it's no big deal for me to do a little more housework. I love doing your laundry, cooking for you, and cleaning up.
Just do what you feel like. Just don't overdo it. Xian shook his head, a bit exasperated.
This girl was only 17, he had no idea whose genes she'd inherited, but she didn't have any of the hobbies a typical teenage girl would have. Instead, she loved doing housework. He'd much rather she went out to sing, dance, or hang out with a few good girlfriends. That's the right way for a young girl to enjoy her youth.
By now, it was getting late.
Xian ruffled her hair and said, "All right, it's getting late.
Go back to your room. It's time for me to help you clear your meridians for today." Hearing this, Arya's face flushed.
Chapter 33, It Hurts,
Big bro, can you put some ointment on it for me? 5 minutes later, in the room. Arya sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating.
With her eyes closed, she sensed the changes within her body. The potency of the Peiyuan pill was continuously nourishing her meridians, causing her strength to rise at a speed ordinary people could scarcely imagine. For anyone else, such rapid progress would almost be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, a counterproductive act. However, Xian, sitting cross-legged behind her, was using an endless stream of golden spiritual energy to help her consolidate her cultivation realm. Another 10 minutes passed. Late Grandmaster stage. Arya had successfully broken through to the next minor realm. "Brother, I've broken through." She opened her eyes, beaming with joy. Xian smiled. "The potion S effects haven't fully worn off yet. Keep meditating to regulate your qi." She is this excited just from breaking through a minor cultivation level. There are still 2 more Peiyuan pills left in the treatment. If she breaks through all of them smoothly, this girl might just become the top prodigy in Huan City. Reaching the king stage at 17 wound that be something to fear? Arya obediently resumed her meditation to absorb the remaining potency of the elixir. Soon, with her meridians fully realigned, he withdrew his hands, exhaled gently, and said, "All right, there are still 2 nurturing essence pills left. It'll take 2 days at most. By then, once your meridians are fully realigned, you'll have the strength to defend yourself." Xian smiled as he spoke. And that was a conservative estimate. A 17-year-old at the king stage, she could walk all over Huan City with no problem. However, in the future, as he investigates the truth behind his parents' deaths, he is bound to offend more and more people and factions. By helping this girl boost her strength, at least he won't have to worry about her safety. Hearing that the treatment would only last 2 more days, Arya felt inexplicably reluctant to let it end. Lately, she'd been under Xian's constant care, and that feeling of being cherished might disappear in just 2 days. The thought of that made her feel a bit anxious and uncertain. "What is wrong? Are you upset that the treatment is ending?" Xian, unaware of her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. Arya pouted. She actually hoped these days would never end. "Bro, do you still have any of that ointment from yesterday?" "I do have some, but what do you need it for?" "My wound hurts a little." Xian was slightly taken aback. The wound still hurt? That shouldn't be possible. Had he made a fake ointment? A healing ointment personally refined using the 9-turn crimson flame true fire, combined with top-grade herbs. How could the wound still not be healed after just 1 day? He looked at Arya's back, smooth and fair as a porcelain doll, without a single scar. "Your injury should be healed by now, right?" Xian asked, puzzled. As it happened, the girl had just finished unblocking her meridians and hadn't put her clothes back on yet, so the condition of her back was plain to see. As for the front, he couldn't see it, but he assumed it had healed as well. "Well, I just don't feel like it's fully healed yet," Arya said with a pitiful expression. The world may be vast, but a patient's emotions reign supreme. Xian could only take out the ointment with a mix of exasperation and amusement. He certainly wasn't going to be stingy about using a little of this on his own little sister. Fine, here you go. Just rub it wherever it hurts." "I don't know how to apply it." "Big brother, can you help me put it on?" Men and women shouldn't touch each other. How could that be possible? Xian said helplessly. This little girl was clearly so shy, her ears were red, yet she was still making such a request. He really didn't know what to say. "Then why were you able to help me yesterday?" "Because yesterday you were the patient. But I'm the patient today too." "Big bro, can't you take care of this patient for me, please?" Arya, in a rare moment, started acting all cute. Watching this scene left Xian a little dazed. Ever since her parents died, she'd been living under someone else's roof. How long had it been since she'd acted this way? This was a failure on his part as her older brother. Oh well, it wasn't the first time he'd applied medicine to this little girl anyway, might as well see it through. With that in mind, Xian sighed helplessly, "There's just no dealing with you." "Turn around. I'll apply the medicine." Arya bit her lip and turned to face him. Meanwhile, Maxine was adjusting to her role as a servant. Carrying an elegant wooden serving tray filled with dishes, she made her way from the kitchen to the third wife's quarters, with her senior maid, Li Mengyue, following close behind, also carrying a tray laden with food.
seeing the usually noble First Lady personally carrying the food.
Li Mengyue felt a pang of indignation on her behalf.
First Lady, that guy is really taking advantage of you. Who told you to come serve the food yourself? He is really treating you like a servant. Why don't we go complain to the elders? It'd be best if they punished him. Let us see if he dares treat you like this again.
Hearing this, Maxine freed one hand to tap her on the forehead.
You little brat, cut it out. Stop going on and on about that guy. If he hears you, I don't know how I'll protect you.
After being punished twice, Xian had become almost as much of a demon in her mind as the devil himself. She never wanted to go through that again in her life. It was worse than death. Li Mengyue had grown up with her since childhood and was her loyal head maid. Maxine certainly didn't want anything to happen to her.
I don't get why you, the First Lady, are so afraid of him. If all else fails, we still have the family elders backing us up. No matter how powerful he is, he's still part of the Xian family?
I just don't believe he dare go against the elders, Li Mengyue said indignantly.
Maxine gave a wry smile. If only that were true.
But the problem was, she now suspected that even the family elders might not be able to keep that guy in check. The topic was too heavy, and Maxine didn't want to dwell on it, so she changed the subject.
Anyway, from now on, do whatever I do. You absolutely must rein in your temper and not offend anyone, understand? At the very least, she herself had been thoroughly intimidated by Xian in every way. Got it. Li Mengyue nodded, though it was unclear if she'd actually taken it to heart.
Maxine looked at her and sighed softly. She could only hope that Li Mengyue would develop some common sense in the future, otherwise, who knows how that guy Xian might punish her.
Chapter 34, Born with a Yin Meridian Ice's Special Quality. Meanwhile, Luo's auction house. Ice was going through the documents for the next auction. After a while, she finally couldn't help but look up from her papers and said helplessly, Xiao Jun, you've been ranting for 20 minutes now. Aren't you over it yet? Inside her office,
June was lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and chattering nonstop, muttering things like, son of a bitch, and I'll have someone take care of you sooner or later.
Hearing this, Ice grew a bit impatient. She said discontentedly, hey. I'm being bullied, you know. It's bad enough that you helped me call that guy out, but now you're even saying I'm annoying? What happened to us being best friends? Ningbing, you're being so dismissive of me now. Wah.
June feigned tears with a look of grievance on her face, but she was actually just trying to get Ice's attention.
Sure enough,
Ice was completely at her wit's end from June's pestering. She set down her documents and said helplessly, I didn't mean to say you're a nuisance.
It's just that I didn't do anything wrong. You picked a fight with that guy and got beaten up. Didn't you bring that on yourself? Although the two were similar in age and family background and had become close friends, their personalities were completely different.
The Zhao family had pampered June like a little princess since childhood. Accustomed to being spoiled and indulged, she was inevitably a bit willful. But Ice, who had to manage the vast Luo family business on her own, had been independent and self-reliant since her teenage years, so her personality and way of thinking leaned more toward rationality. It was clearly June who went out of her way to provoke him, and now she has come here to complain. Ice couldn't do anything about it and could only sigh in exasperation.
That's not why I'm upset.
It's mainly that guy actually rejected my engagement right in front of Grandpa.
What gives?
He is just a good-for-nothing from the Xian family, no family lineage, no connections. It's his good fortune to marry me. What right does he have to reject me? June grumbled and whined, venting her frustration.
Ice sighed helplessly. Everyone has their own aspirations.
Not everyone can accept the idea of marrying into a family.
Besides,
she hesitated, as if about to say more. According to the information she'd received, for some unknown reason, the entire dungeon had been wiped out in the past couple of days. Even their leader, the Snake Princess, had been reduced to a drooling fool for reasons unknown. The once massive underground organization, which had cast a shadow of crime over Huan City, had been wiped out overnight.
What was even more baffling was that no matter how thoroughly they investigated, they couldn't figure out which organization was behind it. Ice, however, inexplicably recalled the day Xian had come to her asking for intelligence on the dungeon. Come to think of it, it seemed the news of the dungeon's collapse had come right after that. So, could the dungeon's collapse have something to do with him? Ice was startled by her own wild imagination. She chuckled and shook her head. How could that be possible? Still, she offered a friendly reminder. Xiao Jun, you should just take him with a grain of salt. That guy isn't necessarily a loser. Besides, he just saved your old man. The entire Zhao family owes him a debt of gratitude. If you go picking a fight with him now, I doubt even your old man would speak up for you. You should count yourself lucky that he went easy on you this time. Hearing that her best friend wasn't on her side, June clenched her little silver teeth. So we're just going to let this slide? Not only did he look down on me, but he also insulted my figure. Ice paused for a moment, instinctively sizing her up, especially the key area on her chest, her gaze lingering there for 2 seconds. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Hey! Now even you're discriminating against me? How are you any different from that guy, judging people by their figures? Are you even on my side, woman? June noticed her gaze and demanded through gritted teeth, is it such a big deal that you're well endowed? Who would have thought that Ice, who the outside world had always viewed as an icy beauty, cold and unapproachable, actually had a figure that was second to none? If the two weren't best friends, June probably wouldn't have known that Ice usually wore a corset, so you can imagine just how amazing her figure really is. Ice gave a wry smile. June, why do you care so much about this? Figures are natural. Some men like them big, some like them small. More importantly, why should we care what others think? Ouch. She was just about to comfort June. Unexpectedly, the girl launched a surprise attack, her little hand restlessly slipping under her clothes. Ice instantly lost all her strength, her whole body going limp. She let out a soft moan. Xiao Jun, you stop messing around. He. June grinned, a triumphant smile on her face. You thought you could talk so smugly? Take this. The two had been best friends for years. That was precisely why she knew her best friend's weakness. Though she appeared to be an ice queen, she actually had a very unique physical constitution. She absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with others, otherwise, she'd lose all ability to resist. That was why, for all these years, Ice had always presented herself to the world with an icy, aloof demeanor. Otherwise, once her weakness was exposed as June had just done, she could easily twist and turn her however she pleased. Oh my, June, if you keep this up, I'm going to get mad. Ice's face flushed red as she teased. June teased her for a while before reluctantly letting go. No wonder men all prefer bigger ones, they really do feel amazing. Ice smoothed out her clothes with a sigh. Xiao Jun, you're old enough now, you really should act your age. He. June grinned. Her mood had indeed improved considerably after the prank, and she asked with concern, by the way, Ningbing, haven't you found a solution to your physical condition yet? It must be exhausting to always present yourself as so cold and aloof, right? Do you think I don't want to? Ice shook her head slightly. But a naturaline meridian isn't that easy to fix. It was a rare and extraordinary meridian. Even with the power and influence of her Luo clan, they collected countless herbal formulas to no avail. The difficulty of treatment was unimaginable. There were even outlandish rumors. Some claimed that a naturaline meridian was another way of saying one was born to be a furnace vessel. Utter nonsense. Whoever dared to treat her, Ice, as a furnace and cauldron, she'd fight to the death to kill that person and make them pay for their stupidity. Besides, having a congenitaline meridian isn't all bad. At least when it comes to cultivation speed, I'm on par with you, Xiao Jun. I suppose it's a blessing in disguise. If it can't be cured, then so be it. After all these years, I've stopped holding out any hope anyway. Ice let out a soft sigh. How could she not care? She couldn't even have normal friends or a normal life every day. She had to present herself to the world behind a cold mask. More crucially, very few people born with a Ein meridian live past 30. This meant her life was constantly on a countdown. But the longer you wait for something, the greater the disappointment. Over the years, she tried every possible remedy, but being born with a Ein meridian wasn't an illness even the most skilled physician couldn't treat it. After so long, she stopped holding out much hope. Just then, June's eyes darted about as she said, "Actually, it seems there might be a way after all. Ordinary doctors can't cure it. How about Ningbing, why don't you go try that guy?" Chapter 35, Hope for a Cure, The Birthday Party. Go find the third young master of the Xian family? Ice was taken aback for a moment. So many doctors couldn't cure it, how could he possibly do it? June snorted and said, somewhat reluctantly, "I don't know how good his medical skills are, but it's true that he cured my grandfather. He solved a condition that even Master Sun Yun couldn't diagnose in an instant. I think he must maybe have some real skill? You have to understand. Although Master Sun Yun made a complete fool of himself at the Zhao family's residence, nearly costing the old master his life, and has since been expelled from Huan City. But the fact that he made a name for himself in Huan City before proves he is no charlatan. It's safe to say that, given the circumstances at the time, no one could have cured old Master Zhao's illness, yet that guy managed to do it effortlessly. No matter how much June disliked him, she couldn't deny that. Seeing her reaction, Ice couldn't help but give it some thought. It seemed this plan might actually work. Others might not know. But she clearly remembered that not long ago, Xian had come to her with a top-grade Peiyuan pill. That Peiyuan pill was so precious that even her Luo clan wouldn't dare put it up for auction. It was still safely stored in the family vault, and they dared not touch it lightly. Although she still didn't know how he had come by that Peiyuan pill. But whether he acquired it by chance or inherited it from some medical sage, it seemed enough to spark a glimmer of hope in her. Who knows, maybe she really could rely on that guy to solve her physical constitution issues. Ice took a deep breath and decided on the spot, all right, let us give him a try. But we're not related to him in any way. What excuse can we use to invite him here? As the Luo clan was one of Huan City's most prominent families, and she was its matriarch, every move she made was closely watched. Inviting a city-famous good-for-nothing to her home for no apparent reason would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. She certainly didn't want people to think that Xian was her kept man. This could easily have a negative impact on both the Luo family and Xian himself. Hey, isn't that easy to fix? Tomorrow is your 22nd birthday party, Ningbing. Let us throw a huge celebration and invite everyone. By then, every family in Huan City, big and small, will be there to celebrate. Just send an invitation to the Xian family, and it won't attract any attention at all. June beamed, her expression brimming with glee at the prospect of a spectacle. When it came to joining the fray, she was the most resourceful. Ice thought for a moment. A birthday party. It seemed like a good excuse. The next day arrived. Xian awoke from a night of passion. Lying beside him was a slender, fair-skinned figure. Her pale thigh was draped over him. Maxine's brow was slightly furrowed, as if she hadn't quite recovered from her dream yet. You couldn't blame him for that. Now that the dragon shadow had been fully activated, certain aspects of his body were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. After all, dragons are inherently lustful by nature. To awaken the dragon bloodline, he must accept this reality. Whether mentally or physically, only by being able to do exactly as he pleases can one be called a true dragon. Smack! Xian gave Maxine a light tap. Half asleep, she instinctively stuck out her plump, pert buttocks. But after waiting a moment without the storm she imagined, she finally opened her eyes and looked at Xian, completely bewildered. Stop sleeping. I'm heading out, Xian said calmly. Maxine was a bit confused. What does it have to do with me if you're going out? Then she remembered her current status as a concubine and quickly got up to help him get dressed. Be careful out there, master. Come back soon. Maxine was now behaving exactly like a true concubine, submissive and compliant, without the slightest hint of insubordination. But no matter how obedient she appeared, Xian wouldn't trust her in the slightest. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. He nodded slightly, saying nothing more. He was now aware of the intelligence held by the Zhao family, one of the 3 major clans. For the time being, he intended to focus his attention on the other 2 major clans. Soon, he was fully dressed. As Xian prepared to leave, he was surprised to find someone already waiting outside. "Third young master, here is an invitation for you. It's from the Luo family." Li Mengyue handed him a gold-embossed invitation with both hands. His name was written right on it. The Luo family? And they're sending an invitation specifically addressed to me? Xian opened the invitation and quickly scanned the details. Ice's birthday party. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family and the head of the entire clan, Ice's birthday party was on an exceptionally grand scale. In the past, the only guests invited were either the ultra-wealthy or the city's most powerful and influential families. With a background like his, it was absolutely impossible for him to receive an invitation from the Luo family under normal circumstances. What could they possibly want with him? Xian furrowed his brow. Still, he didn't hesitate and accepted the invitation. He was planning to visit the Luo family anyway to ask around about what happened all those years ago, so he might as well make a detour. Just then, Li Mengyue smiled. "Third young master, are you heading out? I brought this back from the kitchen. Why don't you have breakfast before you go?" It had to be said, times had certainly changed. In the past, Li Mengyue, a maid from the first wife's household, would call him a good-for-nothing whenever she saw him, her eyes brimming with contempt. Now, however, she addressed him as third young master without fail. Even if she was thinking something else entirely, her attitude was at least respectful. Xian wasn't surprised by her change. After all, Li Mengyue was part of the eldest wife's dowry maidservants, and now that Maxine was his concubine, her status had indirectly plummeted. Theoretically speaking, Xian was now her master, holding the power of life and death over her. "I'll skip breakfast. I'm heading out right now." Xian had no interest in small talk with her, so he headed straight to the Luo residence. Nothing was more important to him right now than uncovering the truth about what happened all those years ago. Every second counted. Only after Xian had left did Li Mengyue carry the breakfast into the room. The room was a complete mess. It bore witness to last night's intense encounter. Maxine was struggling to get dressed, so Li Mengyue hurried over to help, saying with concern, "Madam, you really need to exercise some restraint. It's only been 2 days. If you keep serving me like this, I'm afraid your health won't hold up." Maxine spat at her. "Put. You little brat, you can't say anything nice. Am I the one who isn't exercising restraint? It's him who won't leave me alone, okay? Besides, who says I'm the only one serving him? You'd better be prepared. When I'm not feeling well, you won't be able to escape either." Li Mengyue hadn't expected her to be so blunt as a virgin. Her face flushed instantly. "First lady, you what on earth are you talking about?" Maxine pinched her and said irritably, "You little minx, don't play innocent with me. Don't tell me no one taught you those things." As her chief concubine's maid, she'd been personally instructed by the elderly matron in all manner of matters. In the event that her mistress fell ill, the head maid would have to step in and, in her own way, help her mistress consolidate her position. It was simply that, after she married into the family, she had the misfortune of becoming a widow. That was why Li Mengyue had remained a virgin for so long. Otherwise, in any other family, she'd likely already have a child by now. "From now on, you'd better work harder, girl. Let us both do our best to reclaim the status that's rightfully ours. Do you hear me?" Li Mengyue nodded, her face flushed. Only then was Maxine satisfied. Her approach had been wrong. Before haste makes waste. A woman must know how to leverage her greatest asset to make a man invest in her. She didn't expect to regain her former status now, but surely she could at least serve a certain someone diligently enough to get him to lift the restrictions on her? Chapter 36, Attending the Birthday Banquet. The Fire Lotus Revival Pill. At that moment, at the Luo family manor,
a large number of Porsches and Rolls-Royces were already parked at the manor's entrance. Everyone stepping out of the cars was dressed in dazzling finery, exuding an air of wealth and nobility. At the estate entrance, attendants were in charge of registering visitors. Xian arrived by taxi, which stood out like a sore thumb amidst the sea of luxury cars. Just then, a young man dressed in a suit, looking every bit the part, blocked his path and raised an eyebrow mockingly. "Stop right there. Today is Ningbing's birthday party. What are you, an uninvited good-for-nothing, doing here? I've told you a million times Ice doesn't tea like you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here." As soon as the words left his mouth, the other guests at the scene turned their gaze toward him, some with mockery, others eager for a show. Who in all of Huan City didn't he know that the Xian family's good-for-nothing third young master had a crush on Ice? Especially after Harold and the others had blown the story out of proportion. Whenever Xian showed up at an event where Ice was present, he was practically guaranteed to be mocked. Prejudice weighs as heavily as a mountain. When everyone believes you're a toad trying to eat a swan, no amount of explanation will help. That's precisely why Xian never bothered to explain himself. "Move aside. Or face the consequences," Xian said coolly. He'd come to Luos today on official business, not to stir up trouble. It was also a way of saving face for Ice. But just because he didn't feel like explaining himself didn't mean certain people could walk all over him. You're threatening me on Luos turf? If you don't have an invitation, get the hell out of here, or I'll have my men throw you out right now. The contempt on Luo Haochen's face was plain to see. As Ice's distant cousin, his power and influence on Luo Corporation's turf were far beyond what the Xian family could match, let alone some good-for-nothing from a second-rate family. "Who says I don't have an invitation?" Xian remained impassive as he pulled the invitation from his pocket and waved it around. The gold foil embossing on it caused the surrounding guests to pause in surprise. "Holy crap! This kid actually has an invitation. You've got to be kidding me. How could the Luo family invite him to such an important event? He probably stole it from somewhere." The guests murmured among themselves. Luo Haochen stared at the invitation in shock as well. It wasn't just the invitation itself, he even recognized the handwriting on it. It was actually written in Ice's own hand. How could that be? Ice actually wrote the invitation herself to invite a good-for-nothing to her birthday party? Xian took advantage of their momentary distraction. He took back the invitation and walked into the estate on his own. The Luo family estate was steeped in Western European style. The mirrored hall alone had a 10-meter-high ceiling. The gilded spiral staircase wound its way up to the third floor, and the various silk carpets and hand-painted murals all showcased the Luo family's heritage. Families that run auction houses like this really know how to live in luxury. Xian, dressed in casual clothes, strolled leisurely through the hall, looking left and right as if he were at home. Just then, a female attendant in a butler's uniform approached him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xian?" "That's me. Our head of the household would like to see you. Please follow me." The waitress spoke very politely, showing not the slightest prejudice toward Xian's attire. As for the head of the household she mentioned, it was, of course, Ice, the current head of the Luo family. Xian had been looking for her anyway, so he followed the waitress to a private reception room on the second floor. "Hello, our head of the household is waiting for you inside." After saying this, the waitress left, clearing the way. Xian pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the reception room sat none other than Ice, whom he had met before. The woman was now wearing a white evening gown, her porcelain-like long legs faintly visible beneath the fabric. Her fair, delicate feet were shod in silver high-heeled sandals, showcasing the slender, graceful curves of her legs to perfection. A cascade of jet-black, lustrous hair fell loosely over her fragrant shoulders. Her expression remained as aloof as ever, exuding an air of distant reserve. "Did you send me the invitation?" Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The last time they met at the auction house, this woman had been rather dismissive toward him. Now she'd taken the initiative to send him an invitation. Such unwarranted courtesy made Xian suspect there was something fishy going on. Yes, I was thinking. Ice took a deep breath, just as she was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the door was suddenly flung open. A young man in a suit barged in, and upon seeing the two people in the reception room, he looked even more surprised than they did. Luo Haochen glared at Xian and snapped, "What are you doing here, you good-for-nothing?" "Luo Haochen, I'm meeting with a guest. If you need to talk to me, you'll have to wait until I'm free," Ice said coldly. Clearly, she took issue with Luo Haochen's uninvited visit. "Hey, I was just in a hurry." Lu Haochen showed no sign of self-awareness and said smugly, "Ningbing, it's your birthday today. I went out of my way to get you a birthday present. I guarantee you'll be thrilled, Ningbing. I've told you so many times, don't call me Ningbing. We're not that close." Ice furrowed her delicate brows slightly, feeling a sense of disgust. "Also, please step outside. Don't waste my time." This man, relying on his status as a distant relative of the Luo family, often flaunted his influence under various pretexts. If it weren't for the sake of her uncles, she would have had him thrown out long ago. But just then, Luo Haochen didn't seem to care in the least. He pulled a jade green bottle from his pocket, securely sealed with a wooden stopper. "Ning Bing, look, I found this Fire Lotus Revival pill especially for you. It'll do wonders for your constitution." He proudly displayed it, then removed the wooden stopper. A bright crimson pill rolled into his palm, emitting waves of a strange fragrance. It truly seemed extraordinary. Ning Bing's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, she couldn't even bring herself to be angry. A hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. "Where did you get this?" Having run an auction house for so long, her eye for quality was naturally keen. This Fire Lotus revitalizing pill was of high-grade quality, the kind that's extremely hard to come by. "I went all the way to the capital to have a master alchemist refine it for me. It cost me a pretty penny." Luo Haochen now adopted a look of deep affection. "But for you, Ning Bing, no amount of money matters. As long as this pill is useful to you, that's my greatest wish." Ice had been in charge of the Luo clan since she was 18. She wasn't the type to be easily moved. Seeing his over-the-top display of affection, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Furrowing her brow, she said, "High-grade pills like this can easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Where did you get that kind of money?" Ice wasn't falling for it. Her instincts told her something was off. After all, this Fire Lotus Revival pill had unique properties. Ordinary alchemists simply weren't qualified to refine it. As for the renowned Grand Alchemists, they were either sponsored by top-tier clans and rarely interacted with the outside world, or they simply looked down on refining such pills. At the very least, in all the years she'd been in charge of the Luo clan, she'd never been able to find a master willing to help refine it. Luo Haochen is just a distant relative. How could he possibly pull this off? Chapter 37, I'll give you the elixir, just agree to one condition. Facing Ice's skepticism, Luo Haochen chuckled. "You don't need to worry about that, I have my own ways. Anyway, what do you think of this birthday gift, Ningbing? Does it convey my feelings?" Ice found it a bit strange. As a birthday gift, the value of this elixir far exceeded what was appropriate, making her sense that something was off. "Of course I appreciate the gesture. But you've gone to such great lengths. I suspect it's not just about giving me a gift, is it? Go ahead, what do you want in return?" Ice said calmly. Although she desperately wanted this Fire Lotus Revival elixir, she wouldn't let the immediate benefit cloud her judgment. Given Luo Haochen's personality, he was usually either stirring up trouble or out there womanizing, drinking, gambling, and carousing. The fact that he was willing to splurge so much to curry favor with her this time meant there must be a reason behind it. She had already steeled herself for it. If this guy had gotten into trouble somewhere, as long as it wasn't too serious, she might be willing to smooth things over for him once, for the sake of this elixir. However, Ice never could have imagined it. His motives were purer than she'd imagined, and his ambition even greater. "Since you've already figured it out, Ningbing,
Luo Haochen flashed a lecherous grin. That's right, I'm certainly not giving you this pill for free. My condition is this: if you accept this pill, I want you to marry me. Ice froze for a moment. She could hardly believe what she'd just heard. When she came to her senses, her usually icy expression gave way to a mix of exasperation and amusement. Luo Haochen, do you even know what you're saying? He thought a single elixir would be enough to make her marry him? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Not to mention that she alone bore the weight of the entire Luo clan, a massive responsibility, so marriage was absolutely no trivial matter. Even setting aside that, her personal will alone would never allow her to marry a wastrel who did nothing but eat, drink, womanize, and gamble. Ha! Ningbing, you're rejecting me so flatly. Have you thought about the consequences? How much effort has the Luo clan put into your health? Have you ever considered that this Fire Lotus revival pill in my hand might very well be your only chance in the next few decades to resolve your physical condition? Luo Haochen was confident of victory and showed not a hint of panic. As a member of the Luo family, he naturally knew all the efforts the family had made over the years to help Ice with her health. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't dare to make such an outrageous demand, asking Ice to marry him. Ice took a deep breath. I'm sorry, but you can forget about it. Even if she were to remain plagued by her physical condition for decades to come, there was absolutely no way she would accept a wastrel who did nothing but eat, drink, womanize, and gamble as her husband. However, she did genuinely want that Fire Lotus revival pill. I cannot agree to your demand. Why don't you propose a different condition? Whether it's money, assets, or a promise from the Luo family, as long as it falls within my authority, I can make the decision for you. Ice took a step back, offering a concession. Ha! Luo Haochen, however, let out a cold laugh. I have only one demand. If you don't agree, don't even think about solving the problem you're facing. With that, he made no further attempt to argue and simply turned and walked out of the reception room. As long as he had that Fire Lotus resurrection pill in his possession, sooner or later he would find an opportunity to force Ice to submit. At that moment, the reception room finally fell silent. Ice's expression darkened. She never imagined that, as a fellow member of the Luo clan, this man would resort to such despicable tactics to coerce her. Xian had watched the entire spectacle from the sidelines, observing Ice's reaction with great interest. This woman certainly had some backbone. Perhaps, to some extent, the two of them had something in common. They both harbored a sense of pride. Of course, since this was someone else's family affair, Xian had no interest in getting involved. She spoke leisurely. Now that's out of the way, may I ask what you wanted to discuss with me? The woman had been about to speak just a moment ago. She'd simply been interrupted by that jerk, Luo Haochen. Ice snapped back to reality, composed herself, and said, I've heard your medical skills are quite good? Average, Xian replied nonchalantly. No need to be modest. Xiao Jun has already told me about you. Being able to cure old Master Zhao, that's not something ordinary medical skills can achieve. Even a master physician like Master Sanyun was at a loss regarding the old master's condition. Your medical skills are at least on par with his. Hearing Ice speak with such conviction, Xian couldn't help but find it a little amusing. This woman seemed to have misunderstood something. In fact, his ability to cure old Master Zhao was entirely due to the supreme yang true dragon qi within his body, which perfectly counteracted the cold poison in old Master Zhao's system. It was the clash of opposing elements that saved old Master Zhao's life. In terms of medical expertise, he could only be considered average. His true strength, however, lay in his top-tier alchemy skills, a byproduct of the 9 transformation Crimson Flame True Fire within him. It could be said that with the 9 transformation Crimson Flame True Fire, alchemy posed no difficulty whatsoever for him. It was practically like having a cheat code. Of course, there was no need to explain any of this to others. So, what do you want from me? Xian didn't bother clarifying the misunderstanding and asked calmly. At that moment, Ice took a deep breath and asked tentatively, I was wondering, do you have a way to cure a congenital meridian? Xian was slightly taken aback. A congenital meridian? Are you asking for yourself? Hmm. Ice nodded, though she couldn't help but feel a little nervous inside. Xian, however, showed no reaction to this. So what if it's a congenital meridian? I'm from the dragon bloodline, after all. He nodded thoughtfully.
No wonder that guy dared to threaten you with that Fire Lotus revival pill earlier.
So that's how it is. Family shame. I'm embarrassed to have let you see this. Ice gave a wry smile. She, the head of the Luo clan, had actually been threatened by her own kin. If word of this got out, the whole city would surely laugh at her. Just as she was about to change the subject and get back to treating the illness, Xian spoke slowly. It's a good thing you didn't agree to his terms just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing his words, Ice visibly froze for a moment. Why? Chapter 38, The Fake Elixir, the Luo Clan's Conditions. Because that thing just now. It wasn't a genuine Fire Lotus revival elixir. Xian said slowly. It was a bolt from the blue. Ice's expression froze. It wasn't a genuine Fire Lotus revival elixir. How do you know that? She had handled hundreds, if not thousands, of artifacts in her career. Ice was confident in her own discernment. Even she hadn't been able to tell that the pill was fake. Of course I could tell. That pill had a lustrous surface and gave off a unique fragrance. It looked exactly like a genuine Fire Lotus revitalizing pill. But the key point is, a genuine Fire Lotus revitalizing pill is scorching hot all over. Its potent medicinal properties cause it to constantly radiate heat, so it's absolutely impossible to pour it out and hold it in your hand for display. If I'm not mistaken, that must be a Fire Lotus revitalizing pill that has lost its potency. Hearing Xian's assessment, Ice took a deep breath. So that's how it is. I almost got fooled by that scammer. It wasn't her fault, though. The main issue was that this specific type of elixir was virtually unavailable on the market, and no one had a foolproof method for identifying it. Luo Haochen had capitalized on this very fact, which is why he dared to strut in here and try to swindle people. Even she had almost been fooled. You see? She had actually considered using other methods to trade for the elixir from that guy just a moment ago. After all, her physical condition had plagued her for far too long. Her innate meridian not only made her constitution different from others but could even affect her lifespan. Almost no one with an innate meridian lives past 30. Precisely because of this, even for the sake of the Luo clan, she had to do everything in her power to resolve this issue with her constitution. Unfortunately, just as a glimmer of hope appeared, it was ruthlessly shattered in the blink of an eye. The disappointment on Ice's face was beyond words. Seeing her expression, Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Still, just because the elixir he had was fake doesn't mean your physical condition can't be resolved. Ice froze. Her spirits, which had sunk to rock bottom, soared instantly. You have a way? Of course. Didn't you come to see me specifically today for this very reason? The genuine Fire Lotus revival pill. I can refine it. As soon as Xian's words fell, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into Ice's heart, triggering a violent shockwave. A look of disbelief flashed across her beautiful eyes. You can refine it? As long as I have the ingredients, refining a pill of this grade isn't difficult. Xian's tone was calm. A pill that even top-tier alchemists might not be able to refine. Yet when he spoke of it, it sounded so casual. If anyone else had said that, Ice would surely have dismissed it as empty talk. But, remembering how he had once produced that top-tier nurturing essence pill, a sense of hope for Xian welled up in her heart. Really? Can you really refine a genuine Fire Lotus revival pill? Xian smiled. Why would I lie to you? As long as I have the right ingredients, refining a Fire Lotus revival pill isn't difficult. That pill Luo Haochen has, even though it's lost its potency, can still be effective if it's remelted and used as a catalyst. You just need to prepare a few more auxiliary ingredients for me. For your Luo clan, that shouldn't be a big deal. Ice immediately understood what he meant. So you're saying that as long as I can get my hands on that pill Luo Haochen has, you can use it to refine a genuine Fire Lotus revival pill? This woman was indeed smart, she caught on instantly. Xian nodded with a smile. Exactly. Ice took a deep breath to calm herself. No one could understand the excitement she felt at that moment, the thrill of suddenly discovering a glimmer of hope after having reached a dead end. All right, I'll find a way to get that pill. When the time comes, I'll humbly ask the third young master to help refine the genuine Fire Lotus revival pill. As long as you can do that, you'll have free reign to choose from all the treasures in the Luo clan's vaults, and the entire Luo clan will be eternally grateful to you. It had to be said. Faced with the terms Ice had offered, even Xian was tempted for a moment. The Luo family's century-old auction house surely held no shortage of treasures, some of which were rare masterpieces rarely seen on the market. But despite the tempting offer, Xian didn't let it go to his head. He still remembered why he had come to the Luo family. Let us discuss the reward later. I can help you refine the elixirs, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. For some reason, Ice's heart skipped a beat when she heard his request. Could it be that his condition was also for her to marry him? Her expression grew much more reserved as she said coldly, I'm sure the third young master is well aware of my stance on marriage by now. If this is a similar request, I'm afraid I cannot agree. This woman really was the type to be scared of a well rope for 10 years after being bitten by a snake once. She had way too high an opinion of herself. Xian chuckled, you're overthinking it. My standards are much higher than you imagine. What I'm asking is for you to help me investigate something, preferably something that would require an elder from your Luo family to provide an answer. His demeanor was completely straightforward, and there wasn't a trace of lust in his eyes. Ice opened her mouth, realizing she'd overthought it. She felt an instant wave of embarrassment that made the hair on her scalp stand on end. I see. What exactly are you looking into, third young master? The circumstances surrounding my parents passing 15 years ago. Your parents? Didn't they lose their minds? Well, I see. Ice had been a bit puzzled at first, but when she saw the serious look on his face, it clearly wasn't a joke. She immediately caught on. There must be more to the story from back then. Enough to make the man standing before her go to any lengths to investigate it. Although Ice was the head of the Luo clan, Xian wasn't surprised by her reaction of complete ignorance at that moment. After all, when the incident occurred back then, this woman was just as young as he was. Even after taking over as head of the Luo clan, she might not have been privy to the truth of the matter. And as far as he knew, the Luo clan's patriarch had been in seclusion for over 10 years. If he did the math, he might even have witnessed the events of that time firsthand. To investigate what happened back then, he'd have to find a breakthrough with the Luo clan's patriarch. As for how to gain an audience with the patriarch in seclusion, that would depend on Ice's abilities as the eldest granddaughter. That was also why Xian had agreed to help her refine the elixir. All right. Regardless of the outcome of the elixir refinement, I'll arrange for you to meet the patriarch, and I'll also find ways to help you gather information about those events from other sources. Ice agreed to his request without hesitation. The ability to cure her congenital meridian was of obvious importance to the entire Luo clan. What was a mere meeting compared to that? Just then, a female attendant hurried in from outside. Head of the clan, your birthday banquet is about to begin. It's time to go out and greet the guests. Ice gathered her composure, exhaled softly, turned to Xian, and said elegantly, it's just the right time. You are a distinguished guest of the Luo clan. Please come with me. Chapter 39, A Toad Wants to Eat a Swan. Soon, in the grand hall of the Luo clan estate, the guests were all seated at the banquet tables, waiting for tonight's star to make her entrance. They didn't have to wait long, and sure enough, Ice appeared before everyone in a flowing white evening gown, stunning everyone's eyes. Just as they were about to applaud to welcome her, to their complete surprise, another person emerged right behind her. Wait, who is that walking out with Ice? That good-for-nothing from the Xian family? That can't be right. How dare he walk so close to Ice? Ice is usually cold and aloof toward everyone. Why is she here with this guy today? Could it be that? The guests below felt a mix of emotions. Thanks to the Wang family's eldest son and his lackeys, everyone in Huan City knew that the Xian family's good-for-nothing toad was trying to snatch a swan. Now that the two were walking so close together, damn it, could he really have gotten his hands on her? Ice didn't care about any of these stares. Right now, Xian was the only one who could help her overcome her physical limitations. No one was more important to her than Xian. She personally arranged a seat for Xian right next to her. Third young master, please sit here. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll have someone take care of it. The usually cold and aloof beauty. Her behavior at this moment was nothing short of thoughtful. Such treatment left the guests nearby unable to hide their envy. Xian ignored the murderous glares and obediently took his seat. Thank you. Just then, a gaze from within the crowd stood out as particularly intense. It was practically shooting fire. Luo Haochen watched the way Xian was being treated. His mind was in turmoil. He wanted nothing more than to flip the table over. A good-for-nothing from the Xian family, what right did he have to receive such treatment? A good-for-nothing like that should be trampled under his feet. With that thought, Luo Haochen walked straight over to Xian without a moment's hesitation. Get up! Xian didn't even lift an eyelid. Who are you? Ice also furrowed her brow slightly and said displeasedly, Luo Haochen, don't cause trouble here. Ha, me, causing trouble? Just look at everyone sitting here, aren't they all either rich or noble? He is a good for nothing. What gives him the right to sit here? I'd bet he can't even afford a birthday gift, Luo Haochen said with a cold laugh. He wasn't wrong about that. Since he'd been invited at the last minute, Xian naturally hadn't had time to prepare a gift. At such an important occasion, representatives from other families either brought priceless collectibles or lavish cash gifts. It wasn't uncommon to see red envelopes containing millions or even tens of millions. In comparison, Xian had shown up in casual clothes, which certainly made him seem a bit out of place. However, Ice frowned and said, the third young master is my guest, of course he has every right to sit here. If you have a problem with my arrangements, please leave on your own. Her voice wasn't particularly loud. Yet the protective tone in her words left everyone stunned. To kick a member of the Luo family out of a birthday party all for the sake of a good-for-nothing? This seemed to go far beyond mere favoritism. People would even believe they were having an affair. Luo Haochen was stunned. Ningbing, what are you talking about? I was just trying to protect you. This kid came to your birthday party without bringing a single gift. It's obvious he has zero respect for you. Isn't it only right for me to teach him a lesson on your behalf? Ice glared at him coldly. You don't need to worry about that. Whether he brings a gift or not, the third young master is my honored guest. Whoa! The room erupted in a stir. To openly show favoritism towards someone at an event like this, what the hell is the difference between that and making it official? In an instant, whispered murmurs filled the room, sweeping through the crowd like a wave. However, what Luo Haochen found even harder to accept was that Xian's, if you can't afford it, why even come to the party? 100 yuan, haha, if people find out, they'll laugh their heads off. The guests made no effort to hide their mockery. Xian, however, remained as calm as ever. After all, the last time he gave a gift for the Huang family patriarch's 80th birthday, it was only 200 yuan. Although the Luo family's heritage far surpassed that of the Huang family, Ice, as a peer, was already lucky to receive 100 yuan from him. If anyone else had done this, they'd probably have been kicked out by now, but he was Xian. The two of them understood each other without needing to say a word. If there was one gift she could receive at this birthday banquet that would be the best of all, it would naturally be the Fire Lotus revival pill she was about to have the chance to refine. Given that, even if Xian had given her a wild grassy D casually plucked from the side of the road, Ice would have gladly accepted it with a smile. However, to Luo Haochen, this scene stung like needles piercing his eyes. You good for nothing, if you can't afford it, just don't give it. My dress shoes alone cost several thousand yuan. Who do you think you're humiliating with a measly 100? Luo Haochen sneered coldly. Even if he didn't know what kind of relationship this kid had with Ice, The way things were heading was already dangerous. He absolutely would not tolerate a rival vying with him for ice. Oh? You say I can't even spare 100 yuan, so what have you prepared then? I heard you secretly got your hands on a Fire Lotus revival pill, planning to surprise Ice at this birthday party, huh? Xian said with a chuckle. Such a blatant bait and switch made Luo Haochun's brow twitch. He suddenly felt like he'd been set up. This guy. Could it be that he's deliberately trying to lure me into a trap, planning to use reverse psychology to get the pill out of me? Luo Haochun let out a cold laugh and was just about to say something. I don't even know where you heard that. The gift I prepared for Ningbing is. But just then, Xian spoke leisurely. Don't bother explaining. It's only natural that it's nothing to write home about. You paid a fortune for a fake Fire Lotus revival pill. If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to even show it. Chapter 40, Exposed. Are you convinced now? What? What the hell are you talking about? Luo Haochun froze for a moment, then flew into a rage. His face turned an ugly shade of red. I went to such great lengths. I personally commissioned a top-tier alchemist to refine this Fire Lotus revival pill, and you're calling it a fake? This is a genuine, top-tier elixir. You're a good-for-nothing who doesn't know a damn thing. Luo Haochun shouted furiously. Xian said calmly, Isn't it a fake? If you've got the guts, bring it out and let everyone see for themselves. Ice also spoke calmly at that moment. Third young master, do you have any proof? Luo Haochun is a member of the Luo clan. He prepared this birthday gift for me. How could he possibly fob me off with a fake pill? If he really had the guts to do that, the Luo clan's rules wouldn't let him off lightly. As the words fell, Luo Haochun's face turned ashen. How could he not realize that this woman was actually playing a double act with that good-for-nothing Xian? In just a few words, she had established that this Fire Lotus revival pill was indeed a birthday gift. He didn't even have a chance to refute it. Realizing this, he immediately shifted his focus and glared at Xian. You good-for-nothing, what do you know about pills? How dare you slander me in front of so many people? You say it's fake. What proof do you have? Tell me, who refined this pill? Xian asked calmly. This was a deal between me and the Grandmaster. Why would you, an outsider, want to know? Seeing him change the subject, Luo Haochun grew even more arrogant, certain that Xian couldn't produce any evidence. I think you're just making baseless accusations. You can't even come up with a decent birthday gift yourself, yet you dare to slander others so recklessly. Xian chuckled. Whether it's real or fake, we'll know as soon as you bring it out. Do you dare? Hearing that this guy didn't even dare to mention the alchemist's name, Xian was already absolutely certain of his position. There were only a handful of alchemists capable of refining such a top-tier elixir. As long as this guy dared to reveal the alchemist's identity, his bluff would be immediately exposed, which was precisely why he dared not do so. If I'm going to bring it out, I'll bring it out. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Haochun sneered coldly, pulled the jade vial from his pocket, and poured out the Fire Lotus revival pill. The pill rolled into the palm of his hand. An exotic fragrance instantly filled the entire hall, its scent refreshing and soothing. It caused a stir among the guests present, who turned their heads to observe and offer their opinions. Red and lustrous, with a unique fragrance, it really is the Fire Lotus revival pill. To actually be able to produce something like this birthday gift is truly precious. No wonder young Master Luo was so angry at being slandered. There were no shortage of well-traveled guests in the room who recognized it immediately. The pill in Luo Haochun's hand matched the Fire Lotus revival pill described in the rumors in every detail. It was undoubtedly the genuine article. In an instant, the mood of the entire venue shifted in Luo Haochun's favor. Ha! Are you convinced now? You're just a good-for-nothing from a second-rate family. How many fine things have you ever seen in your life? Look at your shabby appearance, and yet you still had the nerve to come out here and make a fool of yourself. You're not just slandering me, you're bringing shame upon the entire Luo clan. If you get down on your knees and apologize to me right now, I might just let you off the hook. Luo Haochun let out a cold laugh. But just then, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Xian had snatched the pill away and was now holding it. You dare claim this pill is real? If I'm not mistaken, the genuine Fire Lotus Revival pill possesses the ability to alter a person's constitution. This pill is refined from the Earthfire exotic lotus. Even after it's been refined, it retains some of the Earthfire exotic lotus's properties. Its surface temperature can reach over 200 degrees. Yet here you are, holding this pill in your hand for all to see. Xian tossed the pill casually in his hand, his tone nonchalant. Then there's only one explanation. This pill of yours wasn't refined recently at all. It's an old pill you acquired from who knows where. 99% of its medicinal properties have already dissipated, and it has completely lost its ability to alter a person's constitution. I'm saying it's a fake pill. Is there a problem with that? As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Haochen felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He froze in place, his vision going dark. Impossible! How did this guy find out? Even he had only realized he'd bought a fake pill after paying a fortune for it and carefully cross-referencing ancient texts. This guy's a good for nothing. How could he possibly know so much about pills? At that moment, Ice's expression turned as cold as ice. Luo Haochen, is this the best you can do? I've always treated my clan members generously, yet I never expected you to try to fool me with a fake pill on such an important occasion. This shows just how despicable you are. Effective immediately, all privileges granted to you as a member of the Luo clan are revoked until you reform. Whoosh! Luo Haochen's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He simply couldn't imagine that in just 2 minutes, he'd gone from heaven to hell. As a member of the Luo clan, one of the 3 great families, once his privileges were revoked, he'd be no different from an ordinary person. His status, wealth, and women would all be gone. Living an ordinary life would be more agonizing than death itself. Ningbing, don't you dare call me that. Ice cut him off coldly. Ice, never judge friends by their status. I only look at their sincerity. If you truly consider me a friend, even 100 yuan red envelope would make me very happy. But what you absolutely, positively should not have done was deceive me with a fake pill. Ice, detest deception more than anything. As her words fell, the expressions of all the guests in the room turned utterly bizarre. Wait, at a time like this, she still had to throw in a dig at that guy. Are you two really not hooking up? Luo Haochen's face alternated between pale and ashen, looking absolutely dreadful. He was absolutely certain that Ice hadn't realized it was a fake pill, otherwise, she would have seen right through it the first time he pulled it out. And the one responsible for this complete loss of face was none other than that good-for-nothing, notorious throughout the city. Luo Haochen shot Xian a look filled with sheer venom. Xian, however, chuckled and mouthed the words, "You're welcome." This scene nearly made Luo Haochen spit blood in rage. He could no longer bear to stay there, so he left the scene in disarray, even forgetting to take back the pill from Xian's hand. Of course, as a fake pill, it naturally had no value for recovery. Xian, beaming with glee, pocketed the pill. Whether a pill is genuine or not depends on who holds it. Even if it had lost most of its potency, he could still refine this pill back into a genuine Fire Lotus Revival pill. At that moment, he had no interest in attending the upcoming birthday banquet. He sent a mental message to Ice, saying, "Prepare the auxiliary ingredients for me: illusion heartgrass, Buddha flameroot, and 3-leaf green rasher, and find me a room. I'm going to start refining the pill." Chapter 41, The effects are too intense. Ice can't take it. Ice was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Xian to be so efficient. He'd just received the pill and was already preparing to start refining it. Even she hadn't expected to get the pill this quickly. After all, top-tier alchemists capable of crafting the Fire Lotus Revival pill often have their own quirks. Even after half a year of pleading for a pill, one might still come away empty-handed. Xian's dedication to her own affairs touched Ice deeply. "Come with me to the 2nd floor. There's an alchemy chamber up there. I'll have those auxiliary ingredients delivered right away." The two of them went up to the 2nd floor right in front of the guests. Leaving one after the other like this left the guests in the hall exchanging bewildered glances. However, given Ice's personality, she couldn't care less about how outsiders viewed her. Even if rumors spread, it didn't matter. As long as she had a clear conscience, that was all that mattered. Soon, inside the alchemy chamber on the second floor, all the herbs Xian needed for alchemy were fully prepared. He summoned the 9 transformation crimson flame. A crimson gold blaze erupted, instantly raising the temperature in the entire room by more than 20 degrees. It must be said that this was indeed a Luo family alchemy chamber. The array symbols engraved on the floor greatly reduced the energy consumption of his alchemy and enhanced the precision of his flame control. Alchemy became twice as efficient with half the effort. Unfortunately, he wasn't an array master, otherwise, he would certainly have found a way to engrave a spirit gathering array at home. At that moment, Xian took out the Fire Lotus revitalizing pill, which had lost its medicinal potency, and cast it into the flames. The pill's round shell quickly melted, leaving only a pool of fiery red medicinal liquid, from which the faint residual potency was extracted. It was only thanks to him and the fact that the 9 transformation crimson flame true fire possessed the property of burning without destroying that he was able to successfully extract the medicinal liquid. Otherwise, even if he brought in those top-tier alchemists, they wouldn't have been able to re-extract the residual medicinal properties from a pill that was practically a write-off. At that moment, Xian flipped his palm open, revealing the illusion heart herb, Buddha flame root, and 3-leaf green rasher. These auxiliary herbs, which enhanced the effects, were successively added to the medicinal liquid, where they swirled continuously. 10 minutes later, a pill, entirely crimson in color, finally took shape. It floated quietly in the air. Xian reached out to catch it. The moment the pill touched his palm, a warm sensation spread through him. Keep in mind, he was now at the saint stage. The fact that even he could feel warmth showed just how hot this freshly forged Fire Lotus revitalizing pill was. And this was precisely the hallmark of an authentic elixir. The elixir was complete. Xian sent a telepathic message outside the alchemy chamber, "You can come in now." Ice, who had been waiting for quite some time, walked in. "Here is your Fire Lotus revitalizing pill." "It's ready," Xian said, casually tossing it her way. Ice instinctively caught the pill, but her expression froze. Its appearance was almost identical to the previous one, yet the searing heat radiating from her palm told her without a doubt that this was definitely the genuine Fire Lotus revitalizing pill. There's no comparison like a direct one. Compared to the one Luo Haochen had produced earlier, this one would instantly reduce that one to nothing but dust. If this truly helps resolve my physical condition, the Luo family will do everything in our power to repay you. Ice's tone unconsciously carried a hint of excitement. If all went well, she would only need to swallow this pill, and the physical condition that had plagued her for over 20 years would be resolved in an instant. Even she, with her usually icy demeanor, couldn't help but feel her excitement rise. With that thought in mind, Ice didn't hesitate. She tilted her head back and swallowed the pill. The scalding pill melted the moment it touched her tongue, instantly transforming into a massive surge of heat that flowed from her chest and abdomen to every limb and bone. The coldness in her body, caused by her innate meridian, was dispelled almost instantly, and Ice could clearly feel her body actually improving. The joy in her heart was indescribable. However, she soon realized something was wrong. The heat accumulating inside her body showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it was rapidly intensifying. In the space of just 5 seconds, fine beads of sweat appeared on Ice's usually cool face, and her complexion turned slightly red. She hurriedly tried to suppress it with her spiritual energy, only to find she couldn't contain it at all. "Third young master, what is going on?" Ice asked, unable to hold back as she struggled against the abnormality within her body. "It's normal. The potion's effects are too potent, your body simply can't process them all at once." Xian offered a calm explanation. When it came to alchemy, he had never made a mistake. As for Ice's condition, he had anticipated it long ago. It was, after all, a top-tier elixir, and since he had personally crafted it, its potency was naturally extraordinary. Then what should I do? Ice's skin had already turned a scorching red. The potency of the elixir far exceeded her imagination. The sensation of her meridians and internal organs nearly burning made her suffer terribly. However, just then, Xian said calmly, "Show me your back." Upon hearing this, Ice froze for a moment before glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger. What do you mean? If you don't show me your back, how am I supposed to use my spiritual energy to help you dispel the potency of the elixir? Xian's expression remained calm, his eyes free of any impure thoughts. It was all because this woman had swallowed the elixir so quickly he hadn't even had time to explain the precautions before she'd already swallowed it whole. However, the outcome didn't end up causing much of a problem. She certainly couldn't digest a top-tier elixir like this on her own. Xian didn't mind providing a little after-sales service after all. He refined the elixir himself, and he couldn't just stand by and watch this woman burn to death from its fierce potency. You. Ice gritted her teeth, fighting the scorching heat inside her, while wavering slightly. Her real concern was her physical constitution. She kept her distance from the opposite sex all these years precisely because of that damn softening effect. Now that they were alone in the room and given that this guy could refine the Fire Lotus Revival pill, he was naturally well aware of her physical vulnerabilities. If they made physical contact and he harbored any ill intentions, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. She'd be at his mercy. This sense of insecurity left Ice torn. Listen, Xian found the whole situation somewhat amusing. You're a modern person, you can't possibly be that old-fashioned, can you? What's the big deal about showing a little back? Or is there some rule in your Luo family that says if anyone sees anything above your wrists, you have to get married? Ice silently rolled her eyes. You're the one who is old-fashioned. The burning heat inside her grew more intense, almost as if her skin were on fire. Seeing how open and straightforward Xian was, Ice steeled her resolve, decided to trust him just this once, took a deep breath, and said, "I'll trust you this once. But if you do anything during the process, I won't let you off that easily." Xian found it somewhat amusing. Even at a time like this woman still couldn't resist putting on a tough front. Chapter 42, Resolving the Innate Meridian and Unexpected Delight. What if I really did something to you? Do you even have the strength to resist right now? Xian said leisurely, drawing a furious glare from Ice. But he quickly added, "Don't look at me like that. You're so beautiful, there isn't a man alive who wouldn't want you. I'd love to sleep with you too, but I have plenty of ways to get what I want without resorting to such despicable tactics." Xian's demeanor was unusually calm. I seemed to be both infuriated and amused by his bluntness. "You've got some nerve. Daring to say you want to sleep with me right to my face. Do you realize that no matter how outstanding your alchemy skills are, with the Luo clan as power and influence, if they set out to hunt you down with all their might, you wouldn't be able to escape no matter how far you ran? Knowing that, do you still dare to repeat what you just said? Being able to craft top-tier elixirs doesn't mean you're invincible." In Ice's mind, no matter how talented the man before her was, he was no match for the Luo clan, like a mantis trying to stop a cart. However, what she didn't know was this. How could Xian possibly take the Luo clan seriously? He laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "If you weren't the head of the Luo clan, I wouldn't even be interested in you. Do you think a woman just has to be pretty to catch my eye? Ice, listen to me carefully. Not only am I going to sleep with you, but I'm also going to make you willingly become my woman. I'll make you possibly the most powerful woman in Huan City. Bow down before me and bear me a bunch of sons." Ice's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected Xian to not only fail to rein himself in but to actually go even further. Uttering such blasphemous words, theoretically, she could call for someone right now to break this insolent man's legs and throw him out. But Ice quickly regained her composure and retorted, "Becoming my man isn't that simple. The kind of man I like is one who can win me over with his strength, a fierce beast who, even when facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, will never cower, but will charge headlong, disregarding everything, and tear off a chunk of flesh with his teeth. I admit I misjudged you before. You're definitely not the good-for-nothing the rumors made you out to be. But, as you are now, you're simply not qualified to be my man, Ice." "Frank," Direct. Ice held nothing back, voicing her innermost thoughts.
That's right, even though her opinion of Xian had changed, a top-tier alchemist could only earn her respect, not her submission. Her man must conquer her heart with unquestionable power and dominance. If he could achieve that, she wouldn't mind fawning over him, serving the man before her in the most humble manner, just to win his favor. For the head of the Luo clan to say such a thing, that was an irresistible temptation for any man. Xian scrutinized her with an amused gaze. You said that yourself. Don't regret it later. Once I've spoken, I'll never go back on my word. Ice replied, her exquisite face set in a frosty expression. Xian chuckled, it's settled, then. What are the criteria for winning you over? If it were merely a matter of strength, wouldn't he be able to win her over right here and now if he were to directly display his saint stage power? As for you. Ice took a deep breath. Within a year, you must reach at least the king stage. More importantly, you have to accomplish something spectacular in Huan City, something that makes everyone look at you with new respect. At the very least, I don't want my future husband to be labeled a good-for-nothing by everyone in the city. The first requirement was easy to meet. The king stage wasn't that big of a deal. Xian could easily exceed that standard right then and there. Ice must have taken his situation into account and deliberately kept the strength requirement from being too difficult. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was still that good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate and was stuck at the fighter stage. So the main challenge was the second requirement. How could he pull off something that would shake the entire city of Huan? For the moment, Xian really didn't have much of a clue. But it didn't matter, some things are only fun when they're a challenge. I've made my stance clear. Can you treat me now? Ice clenched her teeth slightly. During that brief conversation, she felt the heat inside her was already nearing its limit. I was just waiting for you to mentally prepare. Unzip the back of your evening gown. Xian got back to business. The top priority right now was still to help Ice process the effects of the medicine. Fortunately, this woman was wearing an evening gown today with a zipper in the back, so there was no need to take the whole dress off. Ice remained silent as she reached behind her back and unzipped the gown. Her fair, snow-white skin was exposed to the air. Her two shoulder blades were delicate and slender, and her waist tapered sharply downward, forming a beautiful, narrow silhouette. Should I take off the bustier? Ice kept her tone calm, betraying no inner turmoil. Xian raised an eyebrow. Of course. Otherwise, how am I supposed to infuse you with spiritual energy through a layer of fabric? Ice didn't hesitate. She reached out and removed the bustier. The moment she took it off, the bustier clearly gave a sharp snap, as if something had finally been released from its constraints. That elasticity even took Xian aback. Even though he couldn't see her from the front, he could imagine the size of her breasts. Who would have thought? This woman was so full of surprises. Didn't she find it suffocating to be wrapped up so tightly all the time? If you can win me over, you'll have plenty of chances to look in the future. I'll even let you touch me. But for now, put those inappropriate thoughts aside. Ice urged, gritting her teeth. Xian didn't hesitate. He pressed both hands against her back and began channeling spiritual energy into her. Boom! It felt like a collision that split the heavens. Ice felt a stream of supremely yang and vigorous spiritual energy coursing through her body, helping to dissipate the scorching effects of the medicine. Wherever it passed, a long-lost sensation of coolness spread. That was her body's reaction as it gradually adapted to the medicine's effects. The sensation of her body improving was unmistakable. Ice felt that stream of spiritual energy coursing through her entire body, helping the Fire Lotus revitalizing pill take effect. Soon, Xian withdrew his palms. The treatment was over. Barring any surprises, the side effects of urinating meridian have now been resolved. Ice extended her fair, slender hand. Touch me. Xian complied, taking her soft, delicate hand in his and casually beginning to play with it. You pervert. Ice gritted her teeth in exasperation and pulled her hand back. Asking this guy for help with a test, and then trying to take advantage of the situation. He really isn't a good person. However, after the test, she could feel that her past condition, which had prevented her from having any physical contact, had been completely cured. Now she could not only interact with people normally, but even her congenital cold constitution had been resolved. Urine meridians are naturally cold, while the fire lotus revitalizing pill is young. When the two balanced each other out, they completely transformed your constitution. Now, the yin and yang within you should have achieved balance. Xian calmly explained the pharmacology to her. Following the principle of seeing things through to the end, he continued. It's not just that the side effects are gone. You could say you've turned a misfortune into a blessing and gained an added benefit in the process. Ice paused in surprise. She was already satisfied that her illness had been cured. She hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. What benefit? Xian replied calmly. With your current constitution, balanced between yin and yang. If you were to engage in dual cultivation with someone, your strength would likely improve very quickly. Chapter 43, The Agreement Meeting the Luo Clan Patriarch. Ice was taken aback for a moment. Once she came to her senses, she gritted her teeth and said, "What kind of bullshit is dual cultivation? What do you take me for, a furnace vessel?" Xian remained expressionless as he nodded. You could put it that way. In reality, there is a difference. A cauldron is often someone who benefits others at their own expense, the one from whom yin energy is drawn to replenish yang. But since Ice's constitution is balanced between yin and yang, she could benefit from it as well, which is why he used the term dual cultivation. Essentially, she is no longer a natural yin vein cultivator, but a re-engineered, perfected version, the yin-yang holy body. To be honest, even though he is currently at the saint stage, if he could practice dual cultivation with Ice, it would bring him immense benefits. Previously, Xian had been somewhat attracted to Ice, but now he had a reason. He simply had to have her. At that moment, Ice snorted coldly. I already made my conditions very clear just now. If you want me, Ice, to be your furnace vessel, you're not qualified, not yet. Xian smiled cheerfully, not the least bit annoyed. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm qualified or not. Ice shot him a disdainful glance. The treatment is over now. Please go wait outside. I need to get dressed. Xian didn't even budge, watching her with his arms crossed. You'll be my woman sooner or later anyway, what's there to be shy about? A sneak peek now, considerate interest on the loan. His matter-of-fact tone almost made Ice laugh out of frustration. Could this man be any more shameless? He actually dares to treat me like his personal property? Fine. If you're so confident, don't go out, just stand right here and watch. Ice let out a cold laugh. But you'd better think this through. There's a price to pay for looking at my body. If you don't earn my approval within a year, I'll make you stay at Luo Corporation for the next 20 years. I'll give you the best treatment, making you a patron of Luo Corporation, a status far beyond that of the third young master of the Xian family. But the price is 20 years of your freedom. What a ruthless woman. Just one glance at her body, and he'd have to trade 20 years of freedom for it. For anyone else, this would definitely be a bad deal. However, Xian said with a smile, then what are we waiting for? After you change your clothes, you still have to introduce me to your clan's patriarch. I saw that she couldn't scare him off at all. She silently cursed under her breath. This guy wasn't the least bit worried about the consequences of failure. She wasn't sure if that was admirable courage or sheer audacity. She gritted her teeth, pretended not to care, and started getting dressed. As the evening gown slid down to her waist, Xian was almost taken aback. That figure was just too outrageous. No wonder she had to use a bustier to contain it. Maxine's figure was already impressive enough, but it turned out there was always someone even better. With a figure like Ice's, she could easily serve as a wet nurse no matter how many children she had in the future. However, Ice wasn't about to let him admire her for too long. She quickly put on that sinful bustier and zipped up her evening gown again. The beautiful view was obscured. Xian clicked his tongue in slight regret. Ice resumed her usual icy demeanor.
Let us go. I'll take you to meet the family patriarch. Although this guy had taken full advantage of the situation, he had, after all, helped her cure the side effects of her congenital meridian. Now it was her turn to fulfill her promise. With that, Ice led the way. Before long, they passed through the Luo family estate and arrived at the back garden. Given the Luo family's wealth and influence, the back garden was actually connected to a mountain peak. The garden alone likely covered over 10 kilometers. The man-made rivers and the variously shaped artificial rock formations along the way all revealed the grandeur of a top-tier family. Great-grandfather went into seclusion 10 years ago and rarely sees outsiders. When you meet him in a moment, remember to watch your words and actions. Great-grandfather doesn't have the best memory, and if you say something to upset him, even I won't be able to save you. Ice led the way while reminding him of the precautions. Xian furrowed his brow. A poor memory? But could he still remember what happened back then? Curious, he asked, why did your ancestor go into seclusion? I don't know either. As far back as I can remember, my great-grandfather has been in seclusion. It's been 15 years now. At that moment, it dawned on her. What a coincidence! Wasn't that exactly the time period when Xian's parents met with that accident? If nothing had happened back then, it would be fine, but if it turned out that her great-grandfather was directly involved in the deaths of Xian's parents, how would the two of them be able to get along? She couldn't very well turn against her savior for the sake of the Luo clan's interests, could she? She glanced back at Xian with some concern, her feelings inexplicably complicated. When you're here, you might as well make the best of it. No matter what the outcome, we'll have to face it. Xian, however, remained unusually calm. He had no particular feelings for the Luo clan. He would simply settle any grievances or seek revenge as needed. Soon enough, Ice led him to a cave residence, but the restrictions at the entrance stopped them both in their tracks. This is the Luo clan's secret realm, a sacred family site off limits to outsiders. Your great-grandfather is inside, in seclusion. I'll help you open the barrier. You can go in on your own. With that, Ice took out a token, traced a gesture in the air, and the living being barrier at the entrance was lifted, revealing the entrance to the cave residence. Xian didn't suspect any trickery and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped inside, he instantly sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave was 2 or 3 times denser than outside. This wasn't an effect created by any formation. It was a genuine, naturally spirit-gathering cave, where the quality of the spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary formations. No wonder it was a sacred site of the Luo clan. Xian followed the path deeper into the cave. The interior wasn't very spacious, and before long, he saw an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face sitting cross-legged on a lotus pedestal, his eyes closed as if dozing, seemingly oblivious to everything outside. Xian furrowed his brow, just as he was thinking about how to wake the old man. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the old man on the lotus pedestal suddenly opened his eyes. His cloudy gaze fixed on Xian, and he roared furiously, "You brat from the Xian clan, how dare you show your face before this old man? Prepare to die at once." The moment his words fell, 3 streams of icy true qi appeared out of thin air beside the old man, each as sharp as a needle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy divine needles shot toward Xian at breakneck speed, aiming straight for the crown of his head, a lethal strike from the very first move. Chapter 44, The Chongshu's Secret Realm. The truth of those days. Xian's expression darkened as he summoned his protective spiritual energy. The 3 frost divine needles collided with the golden protective aura, lost their momentum, and quickly fell to the ground. This old man, using a killing move right off the bat? Just then, seeing that Xian had blocked his attack, Ancestor Luo snorted coldly, "You've improved, you little brat from the Xian family." Xian furrowed his brow. Judging by that tone, it seemed Ancestor Luo had met him before? Yet in his memory, he had no recollection of this elder Luo. "Old man, when was the last time we met?" "Ha ha!" Elder Luo sneered coldly, 3 days ago, in the Chongshu secret realm, you and your wife joined forces to wound me. Are you already trying to deny it so soon?" Xian fell silent for a second. He wasn't he even married? Where would a husband and wife come from? Wait a minute. A flash of insight struck Xian. Wasn't he at Lord Xian and his wife who injured you? Quite right. Ancestor Luo snorted coldly, his voice laced with searing hatred as he said grimly, the two of you stole my destiny and left me gravely wounded. This grudge, I shall never forget for as long as I live. Xian never expected to hear news of his parents right here. What a pleasant surprise. This old man must be seriously injured. So much so that his mind has gone a bit muddled. He has mistaken himself for his own father. No wonder I said great-grandpa had a bad memory. This is basically dementia. Judging by the old man's tone, he was injured 3 days ago, but according to ICE, this old man had been in seclusion for 15 years. Could it be that what he is talking about right now actually refers to 15 years ago? Maybe I can find out from this old man exactly what happened 15 years ago. You say I injured you, but I don't remember that at all. Tell me, what exactly happened back then? Xian asked tentatively. Ancestor Luo snorted coldly, seemingly still bitter about the events of that year. You little brat, you're still trying to deny it. Back then, in the Chongqiu secret realm, ID finally managed to find the legacy, but who knew the two of you would set your sights on it? Though this old man was stronger than both of you, when you joined forces, you still stole my opportunity. I was gravely wounded to the point where my foundational cultivation was compromised and had no choice but to return to the Luo clan to recover. I never imagined you didn't die in the secret realm. Instead, you tracked me down to the Luo clan. This is simply outrageous. Xian processed the information, but his confusion only deepened. Speaking as if he were the one involved, he probed, why would I have died in the secret realm? Didn't I seize the opportunity and drive you away? Ha 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 ha, how naive. Ancestor Luo burst into laughter, seemingly overjoyed. Is the secret realm's supreme treasure so easily obtained? Back then, when the two of you obtained the legacy, the Fong, Hong, Shu, and Wei clans throughout the secret realm instantly joined forces to hunt you both down. Now that you've appeared here alone, I suppose your wife must have already perished in the secret realm, right? Xian took a deep breath. If what this old man said was true, then he was right. His parents had likely met his wishes and perished in the secret realm. What kind of legacy could there be in the secret realm that would drive the Fong, Hong, Shu, and Wei clans, the four top families of the capital, to join forces and hunt down his parents? Old man, what exactly is this legacy you're talking about? Why don't I have the slightest memory of it? Why don't you explain it to me in more detail? Xian tried to pry for more information. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Elder Luo furrowed his brow and said warily, something's off. You're not the Xian family's son. The secret realm's legacy has fallen into your hands. How could you possibly not know what you've obtained? Who are you, exactly? Ancestor Luo's face darkened, his cloudy, aged eyes fixed intently on Xian, as if trying to see right through him. Seeing this, Xian gave up on pretending and shrugged. I'm their son. Ancestor Luo seemed momentarily stunned by this revelation. His mind cleared for a brief instant as he shook his head. No. They're in their 30s. How could they have a son as old as you? How many years has it been since this happened? 15 years, to the day. Upon hearing the answer, Elder Luo's expression grew dazed for a moment. Time stands still in the cave dwelling. It's gone in the blink of an eye. Has it really been 15 years already? No wonder even their child has grown so much. Seeing him plunged into such profound shock, Xian couldn't help but ask tentatively, old man, what is this Chongqiu secret realm you mentioned? Why were you and my parents inside it? Ancestor Luo snapped back to his senses and gave a cold laugh. Why aren't you asking your own parents about what happened back then, instead of coming here to ask me? They're missing, Xian said calmly. Although all signs pointed to just how dire the situation had been back then. Still, until he saw his parents' remains with his own eyes, he would never declare them dead. As long as he didn't rashly assume their fate, there was still hope. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. With the four great clans hunting them down together, there was absolutely no way they could have escaped. Daring to vie with this old man for a chance at cultivation, this is the fate that awaits them. It seems, by snatching this old man's opportunity, they've actually spared me a disaster. Serves them right. Serves them right.
Ancestor Luo roared with laughter, his laughter hearty and unrestrained. For him, it was sweet revenge. To Xian, however, that laughter sounded rather jarring. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Humph. Ancestor Luo sensed the murderous intent in his eyes and snorted coldly, since the husband and wife are already dead, and only you a worthless little bastard remain, I might as well finish the job. I'll send you all to be reunited as a family. Having said that, Ancestor Luo struck without warning, soaring from the Lotus treasure platform and unleashing an icy palm strike aimed at Xian's vital point. Xian showed not the slightest fear and countered with a palm strike of his own. Boom! Golden and blue spiritual energy collided. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from their palms, shaking the entire cave residence to its foundations as earth and stone crumbled and fell. Saint Stage. Venerable Luo stumbled back several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. You've actually reached the Saint Stage? You can tell a master's true caliber the moment they make their move. That palm strike just now. He had been forced back several steps, while his opponent stood rooted to the spot, not even the hem of his robe having moved. With his venerable stage strength, he couldn't even block a single palm strike from this kid. If that isn't the Saint Stage, what is it? He. Shen chuckled, old man, if you just come clean about everything that happened back then, I won't make things difficult for you. This old man's attitude was a bit nasty. He kept calling his own parents brat to their faces. But this old man had his destiny stolen, was beaten to a pulp, and now suffers from dementia. It's truly rare to see someone end up in such a pitiful state. Come to think of it, if this old man was telling the truth, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his parents had taken advantage of him. It was only natural that he harbor such deep resentment. Xian hadn't actually intended to kill him. However, Ancestor Luo snorted coldly, speaking with great dignity, don't get too cocky, kid. There's a deep-seated grudge between us. Today, either you die, or I perish. Chapter 45, The Luo Clan's Treasure Chamber, The Storage Ring. Having said that, Ancestor Luo closed his eyes, and the entire cave residence began to tremble slightly in sync with his spiritual energy. A massive amount of spiritual energy was rapidly gathering. Centered on him, a vortex-like storm of spiritual energy formed. He was clearly brewing a lethal move. How could a cave residence built by over a dozen generations of the Luo clan serve only to gather spiritual energy? Xian didn't even need to think to know the answer. Once this killing move took shape, even he would struggle to withstand it, which was precisely why the old man was so confident. What a pity you didn't cherish the chance I gave you. Xian shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. He took a step and vanished. The protective storm of spiritual energy formed before him offered no resistance whatsoever. In the next instant, he teleported right in front of Elder Luo. How could you break through? Elder Luo's eyes widened, his cloudy gaze flashing with horror. This was the critical moment. Teleported right in front of him, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Xian chuckled and slammed his palm directly into the old ancestor's chest, shattering the spiritual energy storm that was rapidly forming. The golden true dragon spiritual energies swiftly destroyed his meridians. It happened in the blink of an eye. Put! Ancestor Luo offered no resistance. He coughed up a mouthful of old blood and collapsed onto the lotus pedestal. His body was already severely wounded, and now his injuries had only worsened. Life or death hung on Xian's whim. Fortunately, Xian had no intention of killing the old man. Otherwise, that single palm strike would have been enough to send him to his grave. The old man was quite pitiful at his advanced age. He'd been hiding away in his cave residence until he developed dementia. Xian shook his head and channeled another strand of golden spiritual energy into the old man's chest, sending Elder Luo into a coma. Just stay here and continue recuperating. With that, he turned away from Elder Luo, who lay unconscious on the lotus pedestal, and strode out of the cave residence. Although he hadn't managed to pry any more valuable information out of the old man,
This trip had already yielded quite a lot. 15 years ago, the 4 great clans his parents were hunted down in a joint assault. All of this pointed to that mysterious Chongshu secret realm. Xian took a deep breath. His next goal was to figure out exactly what this Chongshu secret realm was, perhaps that would unlock the mysteries of the past. Soon, Xian left the cave residence. Ice, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, rushed over as soon as he emerged. How did it go? Did the great-grandfather give you a hard time? Even with Xian's thick skin, he felt a bit awkward at that moment. How should he put this? Your great-grandfather tried to attack me, but I knocked him out instead? Xian cleared his throat and said, he didn't give me a hard time. Our conversation was very pleasant. Ice didn't suspect a thing and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was worried something might have gone wrong. All right, now come with me. Xian was taken aback. Where to? Did you forget? I promised you before, as long as you can cure my condition, you can choose one item from the Luo Clan's treasure vault to take with you. To be honest, Xian had almost forgotten about it. But Ice clearly wasn't going to go back on her word. Leading him to the Luo family treasure chamber, she pulled open the eagle-headed door knocker and ushered Xian inside. Inside, a dazzling array of rare and precious artifacts filled the room, enough to make anyone's eyes spin. As they walked, Ice pointed out the treasures along the way. Crimson Blood Spirit Fruit, top grade quality. Consuming just one extends your life by 10 years and slightly improves your internal chi and blood. Snowbone Ginseng, a top tier medicinal herb. Only one grows every 500 years in the frigid northern lands. Used in medicine, it can mend broken bones in half a day, and the new bone is harder than mystic iron. The Tsanyu sword, a personal sword forged by the master of divine iron himself. The blade is made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron and cuts through iron like mud. As expected of the Luo family, who run the auction house, their resources are truly vast. Every item they put up is either a top-tier medicinal herb or a top-tier divine weapon. However, the medicinal herbs aren't a priority for now. Xian casually picked up the Tsanyu sword. He tried swinging it. The black blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint ringing sound. The more spiritually attuned a sword is, the more it can sense the user's powerful aura. This Tsanyu sword certainly fits the definition of a divine weapon. Seeing him pick up the Tsanyu sword, Ice said calmly, "You have good taste." This Tsanyu sword was once pledged as collateral to the Luo family by a demi-saint stage practitioner. It's been 100 years now. Though the owner might not redeem it. But if you want it, you might have to get that demi-saint stage's consent first. Ice reminded him bluntly. Xian chuckled and set the Tsanyu sword down. Given his current strength, it didn't matter whether he had external aids or not. Rather than relying on external objects, his true combat power came from within himself. Ice didn't mind and continued to show him the collection. From elixirs that could extend one's lifespan to herbs that boosted strength, or even jade slips containing advanced martial arts techniques, the Luo Clan's inventory had everything one could imagine. He even spotted the top-tier Peiyuan pill he had refined earlier, which was also being carefully preserved. However, to Xian's slight disappointment, after looking through everything, he hadn't found a single item that would help activate his bloodline. That concludes the tour of the Luo Clan's collection. Well, have you decided which one to choose? Ice asked calmly. Xian pondered for a moment, still a bit undecided. The Luo Clan's collection was indeed impressive. But given his current strength, these items were of limited use to him, far short of his expectations. Maybe he should just pick one at random and take it with him? Just as Xian was thinking this, Ice furrowed her brow slightly. With so many items, isn't there a single one you find worthwhile? They're just so-so, Xian said honestly. Why don't you just recommend one for me? Ice ground her teeth silently. The entire Luo family's collection was open to this guy, yet all she got in return was a so-so evaluation. If anyone else had said that, she would kick them out by now. But since she was the one who made the promise, Ice could only sigh helplessly. Then tell me, what do you want? A weapon? A pill? A cultivation technique? Xian shook his head. I don't lack any of those.
He could refine his own elixirs, and given his current strength, he didn't have an urgent need for cultivation techniques or weapons.
Then what exactly do you want? I don't know, that's why I asked you to recommend something. Hearing Xian's unapologetic reply, Ice felt, for a split second, that this guy was deliberately making things difficult for her.
She shot Xian an exasperated glance, then slipped a ring off her right hand and held it out to him. A jade-colored finger ring lay in her fair palm, glowing with a radiant luster.
Its appearance alone made it clear it was extremely valuable. She said irritably, you don't want this, you don't want that, so this is the only thing that suits you. Xian raised an eyebrow. What's this?
A storage ring.
Chapter 46, You just want to sleep with me, don't you?
With standards this high, I thought long and hard, and only a Sumeru ring would suit you.
Well, are you satisfied? Ice said calmly.
This Sumeru ring couldn't be measured by worldly standards, it was a truly priceless treasure.
At least in Xian's eyes, this ring was far more valuable than any single item in the Luo clan's collection. I'm satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied.
Xian smiled broadly as he slipped the Sumeru ring onto his finger and channeled spiritual energy into it. As his divine sense probed the ring's interior, a 300 cubic meter storage space instantly appeared, though it was currently empty, making it seem a bit barren.
This is the Luo family's most treasured artifact. I'm giving it to you now.
I hope you don't let me down, I said calmly.
Xian chuckled. How could I ever let you down?
You're still waiting to bear me a chubby little boy.
If you can really pull that off, what's wrong with having a child with you?
Ice fixed him with a penetrating gaze.
All right, we're even now. Time to see you out. I hope the next time we meet, you'll give me a different impression. Xian didn't press the matter. With a smile, he accepted the ring and left the Luo clan. This trip was well worth it.
Not only had he gathered more intelligence about the past, but he also acquired a treasure like this storage ring. As for now, his goals were crystal clear. On one hand, he needed to boost his strength as quickly as possible and activate the second protective dragon shadow. On the other hand, he had to find a way to investigate exactly what the Chongshu secret realm mentioned by the Luo patriarch was all about, and what exactly had happened to his parents all those years ago. After watching Xian leave, Ice stared at his receding figure for a long time, her gaze utterly serene.
At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the treasure chamber. Though no figure was in sight, the Sumeru ring is a treasured artifact of the Luo clan. It took so much effort to pass it down to you, and you just hand it over to a good-for-nothing like that? What a waste!
Ice's expression remained impassive, his face as calm as ever.
What do you know? There is something different about his aura, he is not like the others.
If you really think this guy is a good-for-nothing, then all those years you've spent guarding the treasure vault have been a waste.
Another cold snort filled the air, echoing through the treasure vault. Apparently deeply dissatisfied with Ice's assessment.
The Sumeru ring is the symbol of the Luo clan's patriarch.
You must know what giving it away means. Is that kid really worthy of the high hopes you've placed in him?
Ice's red lips curved slightly.
Just wait and see. My judgment, Ice's judgment is never wrong.
Within a year at most, he'll definitely accomplish something great that will make both of us look at him with new eyes. By then, the Luo clan will surely follow him to a whole new pinnacle. Her tone was brimming with confidence and certainty. The treasure chamber elder let out a faint sigh, seemingly at a loss with her, and fell silent once more.
At that moment, at the entrance to the Luo family manor,
Xian stepped out, just as he was about to teleport back. Unexpectedly, a red Porsche 911 screeched to a halt with a squeal, coming to a graceful stop right in front of him.
The driver's side window slowly rolled down. June, wearing sunglasses, gave him a look and said boldly, "Get in." "What are you doing here?"
Xian was a little surprised. Judging by the way she looked, it seemed as if she'd been waiting specifically for him.
"I need to talk to you." "Get in."
June tilted her little face up and raised an eyebrow. I'm driving you myself, that's not a privilege just anyone gets. Xian found it a bit amusing. What, you didn't get your comeuppance a couple of days ago and are here today just to get even, did you? Put. I'm not that petty. June shot him a disdainful glare. Xian grinned as he pulled out his phone and said provocatively, really? Then let me pull up that photo again to relive the moment. You dare. June glared at him with her beautiful eyes, looking as if she was about to jump out of the car and beat him up. Seeing she was about to lose her temper, Xian stopped teasing her and said with a smile, so what exactly do you want from me? Get in the car first, and I'll tell you. June seemed to have something serious to discuss. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down. Xian chuckled and got into the passenger seat. The Porsche started up quickly and merged onto the city streets. Outside the window, traffic was bustling everywhere, while a faint fragrance lingered inside the car. At that moment, June let out a soft sigh and spoke up, I want to ask you for a favor. Oh? If you're looking for a breast enhancement formula, I don't have one. Xian said nonchalantly, glancing at her chest through the rearview mirror before letting out a slightly regretful sigh. Her figure had been belittled yet again. June clenched her teeth. If it weren't for this serious matter, she'd have loved to yank the steering wheel hard right then and there, drive the car into the river, and trade places with this jerk. She said angrily, I do have serious business to discuss with you. Oh, then go ahead. Xian wore an indifferent smile. June snorted coldly. She couldn't get the better of this guy at all, so she could only say. Ever since the day you cured him, my grandfather hasn't eaten a single bite. No matter how much the family tries to persuade him, he won't listen, and the doctors can't figure out what's wrong. I want to know, did you say something to him that day? Xian was taken slightly aback. Old Master Zhao is on a hunger strike? At his age, he is pulling stunts like this? Wait a minute, could the cause be that casual reminder he gave the old man as he was leaving the Zhao residence that day, about how diseases enter through the mouth? He didn't hide it, he simply stated his assessment from that day. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, June's face instantly turned pale. In disbelief, she exclaimed, are you saying someone within our Zhao family is out to get Grandpa? Was the cold poison incident last time caused by someone on purpose? This news was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. She had thought the matter was settled, but never imagined there was such a shocking conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. What else could it be? Where did your grandfather's cold poison come from? It's not an illness. Xian said calmly. Cold poison, as the name implies, it's naturally a poison. There was nothing surprising about this. Poisoning the family head was nothing when absolute self-interest was at stake. He'd seen far worse and more despicable deeds. No wonder Grandpa hasn't even been eating lately. So that's how it is. June's knuckles turned slightly white as she gripped the steering wheel. Her face betrayed a mix of distress and self-reproach. Grandpa had just recovered, how can this go on? Seeing her at a loss, Xian cleared his throat and offered reassurance, your grandfather is at the half-step venerable stage. Going without food for 10 days or half a month is no big deal, a few more days of hunger won't make much difference. June couldn't help but glare at him. Was that really supposed to be comforting? She clenched her teeth and asked, if what you're saying is true, then with your abilities, when the mastermind behind this poisons him again, will you be able to track him down? Well, that wouldn't be too difficult, Xian said nonchalantly. Since he was able to cure the cold poison, he naturally had the ability to identify it. Just as a glimmer of hope began to rise in June's heart, Xian nonchalantly added. But the question now is, why should I get involved in this mess? The Zhao family's internal strife, what does it have to do with me, a complete outsider? Xian raised an eyebrow and said indifferently. He cured the old man. The Zhao family had paid him 15 billion in cash plus a gold mine, they were even. As for the debt of gratitude he owed the old man, that had been transferred to June. As long as nothing happened to her, he saw no reason to get involved in their family's internal affairs. June was seething with anger, but she was completely powerless against him. She had no choice but to swallow her rage and humble herself. Xian, please, I'm begging you, can you just help us out this once?
Is that how you ask for a favor?
Xian chuckled.
You show absolutely no sincerity.
This girl still hasn't grasped her situation. She is clearly the one asking for a favor, yet she is putting on such a haughty act. She has clearly been spoiled rotten. He wasn't about to put up with that kind of spoiled brat attitude.
June was momentarily stumped and said, somewhat resentfully, "How much do you want?"
The Zhao family can give you another 1.5 billion in cash, just like last time, along with other asset compensation.
Sorry, I'm not short on money, Xian said nonchalantly. He really wasn't just showing off.
With 1.5 billion in cash sitting in his account, more than he could ever spend, no amount of money was anything more than a string of numbers to him.
If you don't want money, then what exactly do you want?
June felt a bit frustrated. As a member of a business-oriented family, this was the first time she encountered someone who couldn't be swayed by money for a moment. She actually felt as if she punched a bag of cotton. The Zhao family had plenty of money, but he didn't care at all, so she had no idea what to do.
What do I want? That's something you'll have to figure out for yourself. You'll have to find a way to win me over.
Xian smiled cheerfully. As long as this young lady dropped her haughty, high and mighty attitude and spoke a few kind, gentle words, he might just be willing to do her a favor for old Master Zhou's sake. However, June clearly misinterpreted his words and silently cursed him as a lecher. You don't want the Zhao family's money, yet you want me to think it over myself.
You just want to sleep with me, don't you? Ugh, how disgusting. And to think you acted all high and mighty when you broke off the engagement with my grandfather. Turns out you've been thinking about this young lady all along.
Xian was taken aback for a moment.
What on earth was she talking about?
He quickly caught on, and couldn't help but find it a little amusing. His words from just now were indeed easy to misinterpret.
He was about to explain.
But before he could, June took a few deep breaths and slammed on the brakes, the Porsche's tires screeching and leaving a skid mark on the ground.
If that's your demand. Fine. I'll agree to it. Chapter 47, June locked in one more addition to the future harem. June gritted her teeth, her expression resolute as if facing death. Isn't that all you men think about anyway? I'll agree to it.
But on the condition that you find the mole within the Zhao family and guarantee my grandfather's safety. Her filial piety was commendable, and she exuded confidence. But Xian couldn't help but chuckle as he sized her up from head to toe.
With you? Where do you get the nerve to negotiate terms with me?
To be honest, June was certainly pretty fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and a wealthy woman through and through. But he preferred mature, alluring women, the kind who knew exactly when to switch positions with just a pat on the butt. Those were the true gems of this world. Or perhaps a woman like Ice, naturally gifted with an unbeatable figure. That's the kind of woman who truly tempts him. For this girl to volunteer herself like this, she is a bit too confident.
You.
June felt that look of contempt directed at her once again. She was so furious her teeth itched, she wanted nothing more than to let go of the steering wheel and pounce on him to take a bite. But her concern for Grandpa made her force her anger down, and she said, "Do you think sleeping with this lady would be a bad deal?
Grandpa must have told you I'm a 1-in-a-million Phoenix bloodline. My first time can help you drastically boost your strength.
No matter how you look at it, you absolutely won't lose out." Xian was somewhat surprised. He wouldn't have had a clue about this bloodline trait if June hadn't brought it up herself.
A significant boost in power, huh?
If that's the case, would winning this girl over help him activate his second protective dragon shadow? Xian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, does this effect only work the first time, or does it last?
Can it be used long term?
June rolled her eyes at him and snapped irritably, "Aren't you the one who looked down on me? Why are you asking so many questions?"
She didn't deny it.
It seemed this wasn't a one-time thing. Xian grinned broadly. He was actually interested in June now.
Why pass up a free meal when it's right in front of him? Then it's a deal. From now on, you're my woman.
Hearing Xian's domineering declaration, June retorted irritably, "Who said I'd be your woman? This is nothing more than a one-time transaction. Once it's over, we go our separate ways. You turned down the old man's marriage proposal before. And now you want to be this lady's man? Humph. June snorted in displeasure, her face brimming with sassy pride. Xian chuckled softly, not the least bit annoyed. Before, he wanted to avoid the constraints of a marriage contract and certainly didn't want to become a son-in-law of the Zhao family. That's why, even when old Master Zhao repeatedly extended an olive branch, he never wavered. But now it's different. This girl, June, is genuinely helpful to him. She might even help activate the second protective dragon shadow. That alone was reason enough for him to bring June into his harem. Even if she did have a few physical shortcomings. Once she was in the harem, with continued ancient massage therapy, he was confident there was room for improvement. Just then, June, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, snorted and changed the subject. Since you've agreed, come with me to the Zhao family's banquet tonight. Your job will be to find the mastermind behind this. Xian snapped out of his reverie and replied calmly, I just cured the old man's cold poison, and now I'm suddenly paying a visit to the Zhao family. Even a fool could see through my intentions. So, you need to set me up with a plausible cover to avoid alerting them. June realized he had a point. After a moment's thought, she hesitated and said, How about you pose as my boyfriend? The Zhao family already knows that since you cured the old man, I'm going to marry you. It'd be perfectly normal for you to attend the banquet as my boyfriend. Boyfriend, huh? That's interesting. Xian chuckled. Let us go with that, then. June gave a soft snort and started the Porsche up again. After driving for a while, Xian realized the direction felt a bit off. They weren't heading toward the Zhao family estate. Puzzled, she asked, Where are you taking me? Humph, is that really what you're planning to wear to the banquet with me? I'm the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, for heaven's sake. I'm bringing my boyfriend home, and he is dressed in nothing but cheap knockoffs. If you aren't embarrassed, I certainly am. June said exasperatedly, I'm taking you to buy a few outfits so you don't embarrass me later. Chapter 48, Pretending to be something you're not. Soon, they arrived at Dawan Mall. As the busiest commercial center in Huan City, the parking lot outside was filled with luxury cars of all kinds, and inside, a dazzling array of luxury boutiques lined the halls. June drove into the underground parking garage. Go upstairs and pick out whatever you like, help yourself. This is the Zhao family's business. I'll cover everything you buy today. I'll go park the car first, then I'll come up to find you. June raised an eyebrow and said with a radiant smile. As the daughter of a business dynasty, she spoke with absolute confidence. Xian smiled. He wasn't used to having someone accompany him while shopping anyway, so he went upstairs on his own. As he rode the elevator up, he saw luxury clothing stores like Versace, Gucci, and Givenchy filling the entire mall. He picked a random clothing store and walked inside. He never cared much about his appearance. The casual clothes he was wearing were already washed out and faded, so this was the perfect opportunity to replace them. Xian skipped the men's suit section and picked out two solid-colored casual outfits, running his fingers over them to check the quality. He was just about to find a fitting room to try them on. Don't touch anything. Every item here costs over 10,000 yuan. You beggar, can you even afford to buy it if you get it dirty? A sharp, sarcastic voice rang out. An older female sales clerk snatched the Versace garment from his hands and hung it back up with a scowl. Xian froze for a moment and looked down at his own outfit. Although his casual clothes were faded from washing, a beggar certainly wouldn't keep them this clean. Still, to someone used to buying clothes that cost tens of thousands, his outfit a few dozen yuan south worth of street stall goods didn't seem much different from a beggaress. I never said I wouldn't buy it. You're running a business, aren't you supposed to let customers look at the clothes? Xian furrowed his brow slightly. The saleswoman shot him a disdainful glance. Just look at you, you're so penniless, it's obvious you can't afford it. I've seen plenty of people like you who try to act rich when they're broke. Get out of here, don't waste my time. The saleswoman's words left Xian feeling annoyed.
You're in the service industry, is this how you categorize customers into different classes? Ha, different classes? Do you, a lowly commoner, even deserve to be ranked? If you can't afford to buy anything, you're the lowest of the low.
The older saleswoman's tone was openly contemptuous.
Just then, a freckled young girl wearing the same uniform walked over and said timidly, "Sir, why don't I take you to the budget section? We have clothes there that we usually wear just a few dozen yuan, very cheap."
Xian's attitude softened slightly.
Are you an employee here too?
Yes, sir.
I'm in charge of the budget section. The young saleswoman snapped out of it and waved her hands frantically.
No, it's not the cheap section.
It's just that our prices are lower, but the quality is actually quite good.
In reality, it was the cheap section.
It was just that,
after hearing her colleague's mocking remark, the young woman was terrified of saying the wrong thing and hurting the customer's pride. At that moment, the older saleswoman said irritably, "Exactly.
Broke commoners should just stay in the discount section. What are they doing barging into our luxury counter? And touching everything with their filthy hands. Now I'll have to disinfect everything all over again.
Even a rich person's fart smells like perfume. But if a poor person so much as touches something with their hands, they're considered a breeding ground for germs. Everyone wants to avoid them.
In this world, it's people like this who divide us into different classes." Xian's expression turned cold as he looked at the young saleswoman. "If I make a purchase at this store, will you get a commission?"
"Yes, sir."
"Including this luxury counter?"
Yes, you can." Before answering, the young salesgirl cast a timid glance at the older female sales clerk standing beside her, seemingly worried about offending her. Xian immediately saw through the situation and chuckled, "All right then.
Go wrap up that outfit I was looking at earlier."
The young salesgirl hesitated for a second, then obediently went to wrap up the clothes. Seeing this, the older saleswoman beside her immediately snapped, "You idiot.
That outfit costs 50,000 yuan.
It's obvious this commoner can't afford something that expensive. He's just messing with you on purpose. Once you've wrapped it up, he'll say he doesn't want it after all." The young saleswoman pursed her lips.
"If he can't afford it, we can just hang it back up. She can't afford it now, but there'll be other chances in the future, one tea there?
Besides, once they're in the store, they're customers. It's our job to serve them." The older saleswoman rolled her eyes in disdain and muttered, "What an idiot." The young saleswoman didn't argue. She went ahead and wrapped up the clothes, then handed the package to Xian with both hands. "Very good," Xian said with a smile as he took the clothes. "I'd like 5 more women's outfits based on your size, and please pack those up for me as well." These were gifts to take back for his younger sister. At 17, she was at an age when she loved to look her best. She couldn't possibly wear her school uniform every day.
The young salesgirl hesitated.
"Sir, are you giving these to your girlfriend? Our prices are a bit high. If you buy this many sets at once, it'll cost at least several $100,000.
Why don't you browse around the mall some more? I'm sure there are other options that offer better value for the money, and the quality is good too."
She was willing to forego her commission. She had to look out for the customer's best interests.
This young girl was truly straightforward. Xian smiled. "No need.
I'll just buy them right here in your store."
Money is meant to be spent. What's the point of having over $1 billion in my bank account if I don't spend it?
Seeing that she couldn't dissuade him, the young saleswoman deftly packed up 5 outfits, each carefully coordinated in styles suitable for young women. She held them out with both hands, very politely, "Sir, your clothes are all packed.
The total comes to 880,000 yuan. You commoner, let us see how you handle the payment later.
Spending hundreds of thousands on clothes just trying to look richer than you are," the older female clerk remarked sarcastically. Xian ignored her, took the clothes without a word, and then pulled out that black gold card from his pocket. The gold embossed patterns and jet black glossy finish of the card highlighted the extraordinary nature of this unlimited black gold card.
"I assume your store accepts credit cards?" Xian waved the black gold card in his hand and laughed coldly. Both sales clerks froze for a moment. No, that's impossible, this card must be fake. How could a lowly commoner like you possibly have a black card?
The older female clerk stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. The young female clerk was equally shocked, but she still accepted the card with both hands and swiped it through the POS machine.
Beep, 880,000 yuan payment successful. A mechanical voice announced. The young clerk's mouth dropped open, and she stared blankly. It really went through?
Chapter 49, The 10 Million Tears of the Jade Dome. I'll take it.
What else could it be? Xian smiled. Such a massive transaction even drew the store owner over. A professional-looking woman hurried over and asked urgently, 88 million?
What did you sell today? When the store owner arrived on the scene and saw the packaging in Xian's hand, she immediately broke into a warm smile. You have to admit, she was a true shop owner. Having dealt with all kinds of customers, she didn't hold Xian's shabby attire against him in the slightest. She asked politely, Sir, was it you who spent 880,000 at our store?
Xian nodded. That was me. The shop owner's smile grew even more obsequious. Thank you so much for your business.
From now on, you're our esteemed VIP customer.
Whenever you visit, we'll be delighted to welcome you. Haha, welcome me? You'd be lucky just not to kick a lowly commoner like me out.
Xian chuckled, and the older female clerk's face instantly turned pale as she realized what he was about to say.
Sure enough.
The shop owner was taken aback by his words.
Sir, what are you saying? How could I possibly kick you out? And to insult your status? Ha, you wouldn't dare, but the staff here are much bolder than you.
Xian let out a cold laugh, gazing at the older female clerk. Having dealt with countless customers over the years, the shop owner was no fool. He immediately understood what had happened. She turned to the older female clerk, her expression cold and indifferent.
As of now, you're fired. Don't come to work here anymore.
The older clerk was struck as if by lightning. Shop owner, I have children to support and a mortgage to pay.
My whole family depends on my salary. How am I supposed to make a living if you fire me?
You should VE thought of that before you offended a customer. I told you to serve the customer properly, but instead you chased my customer away. Who else should I fire if not you?
The shop owner showed no mercy whatsoever.
On one side was a clerk earning a few thousand yuan a month, on the other, a customer who spent hundreds of thousands. Any fool could see which side to choose. The older female clerk's face turned ashen. The shop owner's words had stripped her of all hope. But no one would feel sorry for her. Everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. Sir, are you satisfied with how this was handled?
The store owner put on a warm smile. Xian nodded.
The only reason I shop at your store is because of this young lady.
Make sure she gets her full commission.
The store owner was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, I understand what you mean. She then turned to the young sales clerk, who was cowering with her neck tucked in, and praised her. Ran, you did a great job.
Our store needs employees just like you.
The store won't take a single cent of the commission from this sale. It's all yours.
Also, I'm transferring you over here.
From now on, you'll be in charge of this luxury section. The young sales clerk looked up, her eyes lighting up.
Really?
Happy as she was, she knew there was only one reason the shop owner was being so kind to her. The young girl turned around and bowed deeply to Xian, almost throwing herself forward.
Thank you, customer. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. From this single sale alone, she'd earn over 80,000 yuan in commission, equivalent to 2 years' worth of her salary.
And it was all thanks to the customer standing right in front of her. The older female clerk standing nearby watched everything she gained, her eyes red with jealousy, her heart aching with bitterness. The most painful thing in this world isn't what you can't get. It's when you once had the chance to have it, but let that opportunity slip away. If only she'd been a little more enthusiastic just now, and not so snobbish, that commission would have been hers. Not to mention that not only did she miss out on the commission, but she also lost her job. The bitterness of regret gnawed at her insides, turning the older saleswoman's face as pale as paper.
Xian chuckled softly. If she could learn her lesson and stop looking down on people from now on, that would be a good thing. But if she didn't change her ways, she'd have plenty of bad luck in the future. After finishing her shopping, Xian turned and left the clothing store. The young salesgirl escorted her all the way to the door and bowed once more. "We look forward to seeing you again." Stepping out of the clothing store, Xian began browsing the mall. This mall was filled with specialty stores the kind a big guy like him might not set foot in for years at a time. Since June wasn't there yet, it was the perfect time to browse around and pick up a gift for that little brat, Arya. She had such a hard life all these years. Now that he had over $1 billion in his bank account, what was wrong with spending a little on his little sister? Xian walked into a jewelry store. The multi-tiered display cases were filled with all kinds of accessories, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and more, and it was obvious at a glance that they weren't cheap. Earrings? If a high school student wears earrings, wouldn't the teacher notice during class? A bracelet? That's too mature, not right for someone Arya's age. A gold ring? A jade ring? They don't really seem to match Arya's personality either. Xian looked around but couldn't find a suitable gift. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a saleswoman approached with a polite smile. "Sir, can I help you with anything? I don't like any of the items at your counter. Do you have anything else?" Xian shook his head. The saleswoman looked a bit flustered. "Sir, don't any of these styles appeal to you? This is already the vast majority of our store's selection. They're perfect for a girlfriend or a mother. Would you like to look around some more?" Come on, if it were really a gift for his girlfriend or his mom, would he even be agonizing over it? Xian was both annoyed and amused. "Looks like you don't have what I'm looking for here. I'll just check out another store." Seeing him start to walk away, the saleswoman panicked. Hey, sir, wait. We have one more item in our store that you're sure to be interested in." Such an enthusiastic sales pitch made Xian stop in his tracks. The saleswoman quickly opened the safe and took out a meticulously wrapped necklace. Resting on a deep green velvet cushion, the necklace featured a pear-shaped emerald that instantly outshone the entire display case full of jewelry with its sheer elegance. "This is our crown jewel, a masterpiece personally designed by a renowned Italian jeweler, Tears of the Emerald Dome. Priced at 10 million. This necklace is one of a kind in the world, crafted from emeralds sourced from deep-sea rock formations. If you like it, I'll have it wrapped up for you right away." "Oh?" Xian raised an eyebrow and casually picked up the necklace to examine it, a simple gesture that nearly made the sales clerk's heart leap out of her chest. "Dude, take it easy. If he broke it, she'd have to work 10 lifetimes just to pay it off." The saleswoman was on pins and needles, not daring to make a sound that might disturb him. Xian held it in his hand and examined it. The design was quite attractive, and since the necklace would usually be hidden under a collar, he didn't have to worry about the girl not being able to wear it out in public. Understated, beautiful, and luxurious enough as a gift. "Nice piece, not bad. Go ahead and wrap it up for me." Xian handed the necklace back, pulled out his black gold card, and asked the sales clerk to wrap it up. Until the card was swiped. The sales clerk couldn't believe it's such a huge sale, and it went through so smoothly. However, just at that moment, "Hold on, I'll take this necklace." Chapter 50, He is trying to steal something. Arrest him. A young playboy strode over, strutting with arrogance, and declared, "Wrap up that necklace, I'm taking it." The sales clerk froze. Another customer wanting the tier of the Jade Dome? A big spender. She hurried over, forcing a smile. "Second young Master Wang, what brings you here?" The man was none other than the Wang family's second young master, Manny. He shot the sales clerk a sidelong glance. "Do I need to explain to you where I'm going? Stop blabbering. Wrap up that necklace, I'm taking it." The sales clerk glanced around, her face betraying her dilemma. Usually, she wouldn't see a single big spending customer in half a year. Why were they showing up one after another today? She absolutely couldn't afford to offend second young Master Wang, but the other customer had already paid. What was she supposed to do?
I'm so sorry, second young master Wang, but this customer has already paid.
May I recommend some other jewelry from our store? The sales clerk didn't want to offend either of them.
Manny finally noticed Xian standing nearby, but he didn't care in the slightest.
He let out a cold laugh. He paid, but he hasn't even taken the item out of your store yet.
I'm buying this tier of the Jade Dome today, damn it. It's my mama's birthday in a couple of days, and only the most prestigious jewelry is worthy of her status.
You think you can fob me off with that junk? No way. The sales clerk was torn, glancing from side to side.
She couldn't afford to offend the powerful Wang family, but after a moment's thought, Xian dressed in casual clothes seemed easier to handle. I'm sorry, sir, but we're no longer selling this necklace.
I'll refund your money.
As she spoke, the sales clerk reached out to take back the wrapped necklace. Xian's hand flinched slightly, dodging her grasp, and he frowned in displeasure. In business, first come, first served. I've already paid for it. This necklace no longer belongs to your store. If he hadn't paid, the store would be free to sell the necklace to whomever they wanted. But 10 million had already been paid. This necklace was now Xian's property. To take it from him, they need his consent. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's that good for nothing from the Xian family.
You think spending 10 million makes you all that? You think you're good enough to compete with Manny for what I want? I'm taking this today, no matter what.
Seeing this, the sales clerk broke out in a cold sweat. Please, don't let them start fighting. If they do, she won't be able to keep this store open. Xian looked at him impassively. What, are you going to try to snatch it by force?
If he remembered correctly, after the last beating, the Wang family's eldest son should still be in a coma.
If this guy didn't know any better, Xian wouldn't mind adding another comatose second young master to the Wang family.
Fortunately, Manny chose not to resort to violence. He snorted coldly and said, I'm the second young master of the prestigious Wang family. Do you, a lowly commoner, even deserve for me to lay a hand on you? How much did you just spend? 10 million?
I'll pay double 20 million for that necklace. His words rang out with authority.
The sales clerk's eyes lit up with delight. Second young master Wang, are you serious?
Of course.
Do you really think I'd lie to you? Manny chuckled and flung a credit card onto the counter. Charge it. A once-in-a-lifetime windfall.
The sales clerk beamed with excitement. 20 million.
How many pieces of jewelry would she have to sell to save up that much?
Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she knew exactly what choice to make. Her tone turned firm as she looked at Xian. I'm sorry, sir, but please return the necklace to us.
Otherwise, I'll have to call security. Are you sure? Xian raised an eyebrow.
This was essentially snatching back a necklace she'd already sold to him. What else could this be but extortion?
I'm very sure. This necklace hasn't left our store yet, so naturally it's still our property.
Hand the necklace back immediately, or I'll call security.
A scene like this won't reflect well on you.
The saleswoman's expression changed completely. There was no trace of her initial friendliness. Faced with pure profit, she didn't care about a single customer. She just wanted to get the necklace back to make more money.
Ha! Xian let out a cold laugh and ignored her. He simply turned and walked toward the exit. The transaction was over. Why would he listen to a saleswoman's orders? However,
just as his foot crossed the threshold,
ding ding ding,
the alarm suddenly blared throughout the store. A shrill, piercing sound accompanied by flashing red lights. Security guards from outside rushed in, surrounding him, and pointed stun batons and electric batons at Xian.
Stop right there. What's going on?
Facing the security guards' questioning, Xian remained calm. I was just shopping normally, paid for my purchase, and am now ready to leave.
At that moment, Manny spoke up sarcastically, his tone laced with sarcasm. Oh, really? You paid for it? A 20 million necklace. This kid paid only 10 million and thought he could walk away with it. You can check the payment records if you don't believe me. People like this disrupt public order. If we don't arrest him, who knows what he'll do next?
The security captain clearly recognized Manny. His expression wavered slightly, and he seemed to have taken the accusation to heart. He couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at the sales clerk and asked, "Is that true?" The sales clerk looked utterly torn. If she said yes, she'd be falsely accusing the customer and risking his arrest. But if she said no, she'd have to watch this guy walk away with the necklace. Not only would the 20 million be gone, but she'd also be offending young Master Wang. The sales clerk clenched her teeth and decided to save her own skin at the expense of others. Yes, that's exactly what happened. This guy came into the store and snatched a 20 million necklace from us. Arrest him immediately, don't let him get away. The security guards gasped, and the look in their eyes as they stared at Xian had completely changed. 20 million. Wow, a master thief. Just as they were about to prove their worth and rush forward to grab Xian, a shrill scream rang out from the distance. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" June, dressed in a red dress, strode over quickly, her petite face set in a frosty expression. "Who gave you permission to be so disrespectful to my man? Step back, all of you." The security guards froze, exchanging glances and daring not to make a single move. The sales clerk was also taken aback. "Miss Xian, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to take my boyfriend shopping." "Who would have thought that you blind fools would dare to treat him with such disrespect?" June's words left everyone present speechless. Boyfriend? Who could that be? Surely not that good for nothing from the Xian family? The sales clerk felt a vague sense of foreboding. "Miss, the boyfriend you're referring to is him." June casually slipped her arm through Xian's. Chapter 51, Punishing the Sales Clerk. So what if she embezzled 20 million? June's gesture was so natural and intimate. It made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. The Zhao family's eldest daughter actually had a boyfriend, and he was the city's most notorious good-for-nothing. Wait, what's the point of this? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the sales clerk's forehead as she realized something was terribly wrong. After all, this store was owned by the Zhao family. If this guy really was Miss Zhao's boyfriend, then what she'd just done would mean. Just then, someone couldn't wait to jump in and question the truth of the matter. "This good-for-nothing is your boyfriend? What gives him the right?" Manny's eyes were filled with intense jealousy. June was, after all, the golden peacock of Huan City. Countless rich playboys had expressed their admiration for her, using every trick in the book to win her favor, only to be rejected by the haughty young lady. Now, some good-for-nothing from a second-rate family had actually managed to win the beauty's heart. Manny was seething with jealousy, desperate to step in and take her place. "Who do you think you are to tell me who I can date?" June snorted haughtily. The Wang family, like the Zhao family, was one of the three great clans. But she was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, the designated heiress, so what was he, the second young master of the Wang family? The gap in their status was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. After speaking, as if to assert her claim, she clung even tighter to Xian's arm. Her supple breasts pressed firmly against Xian's arm, a bit flat but still quite generous. Xian found it somewhat amusing. He hadn't expected June to get into character so quickly. When she told him to pretend to be her boyfriend, she didn't beat around the bush at all. Women really do get into their roles fast. "Xian, what do you think just happened?" "I've got your back." June tilted her delicate little face upward. Xian looked at the pale saleswoman and said calmly, "I bought 10 million worth of jewelry from their store. After the deal was done, she falsely accused me of stealing." "Is that so?" June's expression turned cold instantly as she looked at the trembling saleswoman. I didn't know he was your boyfriend, Miss Wang. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have done that. Miss, please give me another chance. I'll never do it again." The sales clerk was on the verge of tears, her legs feeling like jelly. She was just a lowly employee. She couldn't afford to offend the Wang family, and she certainly couldn't afford to offend the Zhao family. Smack! June slapped her across the face and snapped, "You're taking advantage of your position as a store employee.
Who told you to do this? Our Zhao family has been in business for generations, and we always put the customer first. That person spent 10 million on our merchandise, and you actually tried to have the customer arrested. The sales clerk was completely stunned by the slap, clutching her left cheek in disbelief. Even her hair was tousled from the blow. However, the nightmare awaiting her was far from over. June continued, her tone full of contempt. From now on, don't even think about finding a job anywhere in Huan City. There's no place here for a heartless, treacherous employee like you. Not only that, security, call the Criminal Investigation Bureau to come and take her away. Charge her with disrupting business operations and damaging the Zhao family's reputation. Let the Criminal Investigation Bureau decide her sentence in any case. I never want to see her again. As soon as she finished speaking, the sales clerk's face turned as pale as paper. It's all over now. With the young miss speaking personally, she was definitely going to jail. Even if she were released, there would be no place for her in Huan City anymore. No, please, young miss. I was only thinking of the Zhao family. I made a mistake in a moment of confusion. Please don't send me to prison if I go in there, my life will be completely ruined. As the sales clerk was being dragged away, she cried out in despair, even kicking off one of her high heels. Too bad. Once June had made up her mind, there was no changing it. Until the sales clerk was dragged out of the mall by security, June simply watched impassively. At that moment, she turned to Manny, who was standing beside her with a grim expression. What are you still standing here for? Get the hell out of here. Manny looked as if he'd swallowed a fly. I paid 20 million, damn it. Give me my money back and I'll leave right now. He wasn't from a business dynasty like the Zhao family. Tens of millions was pocket change to him. If his family found out he'd spent 20 million and come back empty-handed, they'd definitely break his legs. As for the tears of the Celestial Dome, with June backing that good-for-nothing, he'd already given up hope of getting the necklace. However, he hadn't expected June to be even more ruthless. What 20 million? The sales clerk swiped the card that was her personal decision. If you want it, go ask her yourself. June chuckled derisively, showing not the slightest bit of courtesy to this spoiled rich kid. Manny's face turned ashen. What? Aren't you just trying to pocket my 20 million? And she wants me to go ask the sales clerk for it. A sales clerk could never come up with that much money even if she worked her whole life. What's the difference between this and throwing money down the drain? This is the Zhao family's turf. I call the shots here. Don't like it? Go back and have your mom come here personally to ask for it. June sneered, her tone dismissive. Manny ground his back molars to dust and pointed a trembling finger at her. Fine, just you wait. This isn't over yet. With that, not wanting to linger any longer on the Zhao family's turf, he turned and walked away. Once Manny was gone, June spat out, "What a jerk daring to bully my people on this lady's turf." After saying that, she turned to Xian, her tone tinged with reproach. And you, too, what on earth did you buy for 10 million? I told you I'd cover all the expenses today. Aren't you just wasting money? If there was really something he wanted, he should just told her. Jewelry worth 18 million? She could give that away on a whim. Who was he looking down on by buying it? You don't really think you're my girlfriend, do you? Do you have to question every penny I spend? Xian raised an eyebrow, still infuriating her beyond belief. The necklace was a gift for that Arya girl, so naturally, buying it herself showed more sincerity. Anyway, the 1.5 billion in cash in her account was just money she skimmed from the Zhao family. Spend it or not, it didn't matter. June gritted her teeth. She always felt this guy could easily get under her skin. Irritated, she let go of Xian's arm. Fine. This lady was just butting in. I'm not trying to be your girlfriend. I'll make you spend more money until you're broke. Are you done shopping? Once you're done, come home with this lady. Let us go. June snorted and strode ahead with an air of haughty defiance. Xian found it a little amusing.
This girl had such a sassy personality, teasing her for fun was actually pretty entertaining. Before long, the Porsche pulled up at the Zhao family home. It was right around dinner time, and when June appeared with Xian, the Zhao family members who were in the middle of eating were all taken aback. "Xiao Jun, what's going on here?" Warren held his bowl in his hands, his chubby face etched with astonishment. "I brought my boyfriend home for dinner. I probably don't need to introduce him, right? Xian, this is my boyfriend." June feigned calmness and, right in front of everyone, took Xian's hand, looking very affectionate. This scene left all the Zhao family members who were eating dumbfounded. Only Warren reacted the fastest. He quickly stood up to greet them warmly. "Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome. Ding Lan, quick, have someone bring an extra set of bowls and chopsticks." Warren quickly gave his wife a meaningful glance. A middle-aged woman nearby caught the hint and immediately went to notify the kitchen. Chapter 52, The Zhao Family Dinner Undercurrents Swirl. Soon, the bowls and chopsticks were ready, and June pulled Xian to sit down. "Uncle, where is my grandfather?" June couldn't help but ask. Warren let out a soft sigh. Grandpa is still in his room. He refuses to eat. "Master Healer, do you think it might be some after effect left over after the cold toxin was cured?" Xian chuckled. "It's possible. It's quite normal for a patient to have no appetite right after recovering from a serious illness." Upon hearing this, Warren breathed a sigh of relief, immediately letting go of his worries, and said with a smile, "That's good. Since it's normal, let us not dwell on it. By the way, Xiao Jun, how come you snuck off and got a boyfriend without saying a word?" "Because I like him." June cleared her throat, her face flushing slightly. He, that's great. Seeing you, Xiao Jun, find your happy ending makes your uncle very happy for you." Warren's chubby face was beaming with a broad smile. Just then, Aunt Ding Lan returned from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food. "Hurry up, everyone's here, let us dig in. Especially you, Master Healer. The Zhao family really owes you a debt of gratitude for helping us get through this crisis. Come on, help yourself to some more food." After saying this, she took her seat and enthusiastically served Xian some food. The meal was filled with joy and harmony. There wasn't a hint of anything out of the ordinary. At that moment, June secretly exchanged a glance with Xian and whispered, "So, can you tell if there's anything wrong with the food?" Xian took a bite of the dish on his own and savored it. Then he shook his head. There was no poison in this dish. Come to think of it, even if there really was a mole within the Zhao family, they wouldn't be in such a rush to poison him. As he leisurely ate his meal, he whispered, "I don't think it's likely we'll find the mole this way." June sighed helplessly. "What can we do? As long as the mole isn't found, Grandpa is at risk for another day. You can't guard against a thief forever. The old man is on a hunger strike now." She was genuinely worried that if this continued, Grandpa's health would suffer. Xian remained calm. "You should try a different approach. Look into the killer's motive. For example, if something really happened to the old man, who would benefit the most?" June fell silent for a moment, then pointed at herself. "It's me. You don't seriously suspect I poisoned Grandpa, do you?" Xian found it a little amusing inside. What a silly girl. No murderer would ever bring someone in to investigate themselves. I mean, aside from you, who else stands to gain? June pondered for a moment. "If I had to say, it would be my eldest uncle's family. I'm Grandpa's designated heir, but since I'm not old enough yet, my eldest uncle's family helps manage most of the Zhao Group's assets." "Are you suggesting they did it?" Xian nodded. "Motivationally speaking, they're the most likely suspects." "My eldest uncle's family?" June couldn't help but glance at the dining table, where Warren and Ding Lan were both warmly welcoming Xian, constantly serving food into his bowl, looking every bit the affable elders. In her memory, her eldest uncle's family had always been very kind to her, constantly checking in on her since she was a child. She really couldn't imagine it. That one day, they would actually be suspected of plotting against Grandpa. No, that can't be possible, can it?
June couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Xian chuckled. Why is that impossible? Once you rule out all other possibilities, what's left is the correct answer. What's so surprising about poisoning one's own father? The larger the family, the more sordid and unsavory its internal affairs tend to be. Even he, in his previous life, hadn't he been attacked until his meridians were severed, expelled from the family, and left to fend for himself? But even if what you're saying is true, we still don't have any evidence to take action against Uncle.
June felt a bit helpless. In the eyes of the Zhao family, Uncle always presented himself as a cheerful, smiling figure without evidence. It would be incredibly difficult to convict him. If there's no evidence, go find some. When someone does something like this, there's no way they wouldn't leave a single trace. If they really did it, their motive must be the Zhao family's assets. Now that the old master has woken up, they're bound to be repositioning themselves in other areas. If you investigate, you'll likely turn something up. June received his whispered message, her expression filled with conflict. If she actually launched an investigation, that would effectively place Uncle Zhao's family under suspicion. If it turned out they weren't the culprits, it would surely shatter the family's harmony and stability. Really, did it have to come to this? June hesitated for just a second before quickly making up her mind. Let us investigate, then. Come with me to the corporation tomorrow. Let us see if we can uncover any clues. If the investigation turns out to be a mistake, she could always apologize. It's better than leaving Grandpa in the dark about potential danger, isn't it? Xian chuckled, I'll take your lead. Their whispered conversation caught Warren's attention. He said with a smile, Master Healer, have you two decided when to hold the wedding? June was taken aback for a moment, her face flushing. Uncle, you don't ask about that the moment you walk through the door. Warren chuckled. Oh, come on, I'm just happy you found a good match. I'm just eager to see it happen. It sounds like you're really eager for Xiao Jun to get married, Uncle. Are you that impatient? Xian looked at him with a half smile. Warren was taken aback and quickly laughed it off. Ah, little June is my own niece. As her uncle, of course I'm concerned about her marriage. What's so strange about that? Never mind. Since the divine healer doesn't want to talk about it, let us not bring it up. Eat up, eat up. Warren laughed it off, casually changing the subject. Xian gave him a penetrating look. There was something a bit off about this chubby-looking uncle. If he'd only had a vague suspicion before, now he was beginning to have a faint idea of the answer. Soon, the meal came to an end, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. By then, night had fallen. Xian was about to take his leave, planning to stop by the Zhao group the next day. Just then, Warren eagerly tried to keep him there, saying with a smile, Master Healer, are you leaving already? The old master has been listless these past few days and isn't receiving visitors. I'd like to ask you to take his pulse again, just to make sure that previous serious illness hasn't left any lingering effects. Xian shook his head gently. There's no need for that. I've already expelled the cold toxin from the old master's body. All he needs now is rest and recuperation. It's late now, and I have things to attend to at home, so I won't stay any longer. With that, Xian gave June a subtle nod, signaling they'd see each other tomorrow, then strode out of the Zhao residence. Once everyone had left, the smile vanished instantly from Warren's chubby face. Dinglan hurried over and asked anxiously, Honey, wasn't this guy's visit a little too convenient? The old man just went on a hunger strike, and he shows up right away. I'm worried he might have figured something out. If it affects our plan, wouldn't that mean? Warren looked just as worried, but he patted his wife's hand, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes. So what if he figured it out? We've already done everything we needed to do. Even if he uncovers the truth, there's nothing he can do to change it. The Zhao family's assets will definitely be ours. If that guy really is that blind, then we'll just have someone take care of him and eliminate him as a threat. I refuse to believe that a worthless fighter stage weakling, with just a smattering of medical knowledge, could cause any trouble on our turf.
Chapter 53. What kind of clothes did you buy for me? 10 minutes later.
Xian took a step forward and teleported back to the Xian residence. Bright light shone through the window surprisingly, the lights in the living room were still on.
He walked in to take a look.
Arya's petite figure was slumped over the dining table, fast asleep, with a pile of food set out in front of her clearly prepared for him. A warm wave washed over Xian's heart. Ever since his parents had left, only Arya had genuinely cared for him and treated him like family. The sound of him coming in woke Arya. She rubbed her eyes, her expression still carrying a touch of that sweet, sleepy innocence.
Bro, you're back.
Xian ruffled her soft hair and smiled affectionately.
If you were tired, why didn't you go back to your room to sleep?
I was actually planning to wait for you so we could eat together, but I got so sleepy that I ended up dozing off on the table without even realizing it.
Arya stuck out her tongue, looking a little embarrassed.
Oh. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly felt the plates on the table.
Brother Xian, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The food's gone cold. I'll go reheat it.
Xian quickly stopped her as she stood up, saying with a chuckle, "It's okay, I already ate out."
Huh? Arya looked slightly disappointed and pouted, "Is that so? Seriously? I was really looking forward to having dinner with my big brother."
Seeing her looking downcast, Xian found it amusing. He pulled a carefully wrapped little gift box out of his pocket.
Don't be upset. I brought you a present. What's this?
Arya's cheeriness returned immediately, and she happily accepted the box.
She hadn't even seen what was inside yet.
Her face was already beaming with joy. Until the moment she opened the box.
Wow!
The deep green emerald of the tiers of the Azure Dome reflected a dazzling fire under the lights, and the jewelry's inherent elegance instantly captured the little girl's heart.
What little girl doesn't love sparkly things? Arya was thrilled, too. But she quickly came to her senses and asked with some concern, "Brother Xian, this necklace must have cost a lot, right? There are plenty of expenses at home. I can't accept such an expensive necklace."
The little girl had her principles. After all, she was just staying with the Xian family since she was in school. She couldn't earn money for her own family. She simply couldn't bring herself to accept such a valuable necklace with a clear conscience. Xian smiled and reassured her, "I bought it for 1,000 yuan at a street stall. It's just well made.
Go ahead and wear it. In the past, I didn't do a good enough job as your older brother and didn't take good enough care of you. From now on, I'll make it up to you tenfold."
After all, having raked in 1.5 billion yuan in cash from the Zhao family, a 10 million yuan necklace really wasn't much different from one that cost 1,000 yuan. Hearing him say that, Arya finally accepted the necklace, holding it happily in her hands.
"Brother, please put it on for me." With that, she handed the necklace to Xian and turned her back to him. Xian smiled and personally fastened the necklace around her fair neck. "There. Brother Xian, does it look nice?"
Arya happily spun around and leaned in so he could take a closer look. Young girls her age are naturally fresh and beautiful. When they make an effort to dress up, they're bound to look good. Not to mention that Arya was naturally stunning, and under Xian's care lately, she'd become even more radiant and charming, exuding an alluring youthful vitality.
"It looks great, of course it does."
Xian smiled sincerely and handed her a few more bags. "When I passed by the store, I picked up a few outfits for you.
Try them on and see if they fit."
He wasn't quite sure what young girls liked. So when he was shopping, he simply let the young salesgirl pick out 5 outfits at once. Surely one of them would be to Arya's liking. Precisely because of this, he hadn't seen how the clothes looked on her, so it was the perfect opportunity for Arya to try them on. Since she accepted a necklace worth 1,000 yuan, the clothes probably wouldn't cost more than a few hundred yuan in total.
Arya didn't think twice about it. She picked up the clothes and walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later. Xian raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. "Aren't you done changing yet? Do girls really take this long to change?" A resigned, even slightly bashful voice drifted out from the fitting room. "Brother Xian, what kind of clothes did you buy for me?" Huh? Xian was slightly taken aback. Just ordinary clothes that girls wear. Men and women have very different tastes.
Worried that his own sense of style might be lacking, he hadn't been involved at all. He let the sales clerk put together a few outfits for her.
Why did it sound like there was something wrong with the clothes?
It's not that the quality is poor, is it? Xian furrowed his brow. He didn't care about the 880,000 cost. That amount was a drop in the bucket to him. But he couldn't just be taken for a ride for no reason. He could spend as much as he wanted, but he had to get his money's worth. What kind of business was it to sell him defective clothes?
No, there is nothing wrong with the clothes. The quality is actually pretty good.
Arya's voice sounded a bit timid, as if she were holding back something.
This whole situation had Xian completely baffled.
So what's the problem, exactly?
Go change into the clothes and come out so I can take a look.
Inside the bathroom, Arya blushed and bit her lower lip.
Did her brother really not know, or was he doing this on purpose?
Had he bought these clothes just to tease her?
Outside the door,
Xian's slightly exasperated voice drifted out.
Why aren't you coming out yet? Is the quality of the clothes that bad? His urging made Arya even more embarrassed.
She steeled herself, mustered her courage, and opened the bathroom door.
So, what exactly is?
Xian was about to knock, but the door opened just then. His words trailed off mid-sentence. He was momentarily stunned. There stood Arya, wearing a revealing crop top that exposed her navel. Her rounded, fragrant shoulders, slender jade-like arms, and the area from her collarbone to her chest were all exposed, revealing a dazzling, milky white complexion. Her bust, framed by the top, was full and perky, though it couldn't yet compare to that of a voluptuous young woman. It was already quite substantial and charmingly alluring. The black hot pants she wore on her lower body left her two round, slender, fair legs fully exposed. Her dainty feet, slipped into flip-flops, were delicate and beautiful, with smooth, creamy insteps as white as jade.
Youthful. Gorgeous. Captivating.
Xian couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. He could even feel the tip of his nose growing warm. Fortunately, he had enough self-control to force down the stirrings of desire in his heart and asked, why are you dressed like this?
Damn, the fabric is so sheer.
It's a good thing there aren't any other men in the house, otherwise, she'd probably have been seen completely naked.
Arya noticed his gaze and blushed deeply, her voice trembling slightly.
Bro, what kind of clothes did you buy for me?
Chapter 54, I'll model them for you at home, okay? Xian silently sucked in a breath.
He hadn't known the clothes would be like this either. No wonder that young salesgirl had specifically asked if they were a gift for a girlfriend before picking out the outfit. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Even if he were buying them for a girlfriend, he wouldn't necessarily choose something this revealing.
There must be some kind of misunderstanding.
Xiao Xian, go try on something else. I'm pretty sure I bought quite a few. Hearing him say that, Arya blushed even more, her small hands tugging at the hem of her top.
This is already the most presentable one I have. The others are even more unsuitable for public view. Xian was stunned. The skimpy little spaghetti strap top was actually the most conservative one? Then what were the other four outfits like?
Just imagining that scene made his nose feel a little hot, so he quickly reined in his wild thoughts. Unexpectedly, Arya seemed a bit nervous at that moment. Summoning her courage, she asked, Bro, did you buy these clothes hoping I'd wear them?
Xian couldn't help but gasp.
He swore on his life.
He had absolutely never thought of it that way.
The girl had looked up to him as an older brother since she was little. If he pulled a stunt like this, what else would he be but a beast? He'd rather die than be that kind of beast. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Arya clutched the hem of her shirt with both little hands, her face flushing as she said, These outfits are all too, well, I can only wear them for you at home.
Brother Xian, please don't make me wear them outside, okay?
Xian felt like he was about to cough up a mouthful of blood.
When had he ever expressed such a thought?
Arya was just a high school senior, young and in the prime of her youth, and nowhere near as feminine as a mature beauty like Maxine. But you have to admit,
Youth is youth. Her figure was truly well developed. Paired with her fresh, water-like pretty face and clear, innocent eyes, she was simply too perfect. Not to mention that little spaghetti strap top she was wearing, which only served to draw more attention. Just standing there was a huge test for any man. There's no way he'd ever let Arya go out dressed like that. If anyone dared to look at her even once, he'd gouge their eyes out. Ahem, no one is forcing you to wear this out. Xian cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. You can wear these clothes if you want. If not, I'll return them. Anyway, let us not talk about that. Today is the last day of your Peiyuan pill treatment. I'll help you boost your strength first. Go sit on the couch. Arya nodded, her face flushed, and obediently walked over to the couch. Xian took a deep breath. Banishing all unwanted distractions, he began to help her sort out her meridians and absorb the medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill. After all, this girl was the person he cared about most in this world. As the investigation into the mystery of her parents' disappearance delved deeper, even more mysteries emerged one after another. It was like a complex, multi-layered spiderweb, entangling countless family factions. From the patriarch of the Luo clan, to the four top-tier families of the capital, the Fong, Hong, Shu, and Wei clans, and even that mysterious, unknown Chongshu secret realm, the power levels of these factions grew higher and higher with each one. Even he couldn't guarantee he'd emerge unscathed if caught between them. Therefore, as someone so close to him, Arya must be able to protect herself. 20 minutes later, Xian slowly withdrew his hand. The treatment was complete. She had successfully broken through to the king stage. Arya stared at her small hands, murmuring to herself, "It's true, I really did break through." Reaching the king stage at 17. Across the entire city of Huan, she was undoubtedly a prodigious young woman. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even imagine that one day she could break through to this realm. And all of this was thanks to brother Xian. Arya's crystal clear eyes brimmed with emotion as she looked at Xian and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. "Bro, thank you. We're family, no need to say that." Xian smiled, then scratched his nose awkwardly. "It's getting late. Little Xian, go get some rest. See you tomorrow." With that, he headed back to his room first. If he stayed any longer, facing a girl dressed so lightly and with no sense of modesty, Xian was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. You see? As the dragon bloodline gradually awakened, his personality was being increasingly influenced by it. What is a true dragon? One who fears no authority, looks down upon the world with pride, and can act on his desires without restraint. That is precisely why the saying "the dragon's nature is inherently lustful" has spread throughout the world, because a being as powerful as a dragon simply wouldn't deign to suppress the desires deep within its heart. But Arya had regarded him as an older brother since she was a child. Xian would naturally never betray her unconditional trust. There are countless worldly desires and gains, but true affection is hard to come by. Having been reborn once, he understood better than anyone just how precious this emotion untainted by any self-interest truly was. What he failed to notice, however, was this. When he returned to the room, a fleeting look of sorrow flashed in Arya's eyes as she sat on the sofa. She bit her lip and couldn't help but scold him playfully. "You really are such a clueless big brother." At that moment, in the room, Maxine was lying face down on the bed, fast asleep. This woman had an incredible figure. She was in the prime of her youth, and having been thoroughly developed by Xian recently, she liked to sleep on her stomach. The curves of her back and buttocks were nothing short of perfect. You're back?" Maxine was woken by the noise and couldn't help but rub her sleepy eyes. Xian was, after all, a normal man. Just moments ago, he suppressed the burning desire in his lower abdomen when facing Arya, but now, with Maxine, he had no qualms whatsoever. This woman had caused him so much suffering in his past life. No matter what he did to her in this life, it was merely collecting a little interest. As soon as Maxine came to her senses a little, she felt Xian's mischievous hands and his scorching masculine presence. She was completely powerless to resist. Realizing what Xian was up to, Maxine instinctively tried to push him away, but her whole body went limp with weakness. She couldn't push him off at all.
She quickly tried to soothe him with gentle words. No, you have to stop for a moment.
Xian let out a cold laugh as if he'd ever listened to her.
This woman had absolutely no standing in his eyes. She was meant only for unconditional obedience.
No, really, no. I am not feeling well today. Please listen to me.
Maxine offered only limited resistance. She couldn't possibly stop Xian from doing as he pleased, so she could only try to talk him out of it.
She really did have something to say.
Since she wasn't feeling well today, it was the perfect opportunity to let Li Mengyue take her place and serve him for a while.
That's exactly what a concubine is for.
If Li Mengyue could be made a full-fledged concubine in the future, their status in the third household would also improve.
However,
she hadn't expected Xian to give her no chance at all.
He flipped her over, let out a wicked chuckle, and said, "What does it matter? Since you're not feeling well, let us try a different approach."
Maxine finally realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. She couldn't stop him now.
Wait, this isn't right.
Chapter 55, The Blessing of Having Multiple Partners. Master and maid serving together. The night passed, and who knows how many tender moments they shared. Xian awoke from his blissful slumber.
Maxine, that stunning beauty, lay in his arms.
Her fair, rosy face was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and she furrowed her brow from time to time in her sleep, clearly suffering the aftereffects of last night's wild passion.
Reaching over to his side, he heard a soft moan.
A lovely 19-year-old girl was staring at him with wide eyes, a touch of shyness in her gaze.
"Third young master, are you awake?"
Li Mengyue asked, her face flushed. Xian paused for a moment, then remembered. Last night, Maxine had held out until the wee hours before begging for mercy, calling Li Mengyue in to join the fray. It had to be said the mistress and her maid worked in perfect harmony when it came to serving him, allowing him to enjoy the best of both worlds.
Xian nodded and got out of bed. Li Mengyue quickly rose to help him get dressed.
In the past, this maid from the main household had called him a good-for-nothing at every turn, showing him no mercy whatsoever. Now, however, she was willing to humble herself to serve and care for him, proof that there really is a shortcut to winning a woman over.
But
Xian didn't really care about a mere maid.
He was far more concerned about his performance last night.
Under normal circumstances, if Maxine hadn't been indisposed, Xian wouldn't have forced her to serve him. Not giving in to his desires didn't mean he was a lecher.
Especially with Li Mengyue's arrival.
Although this maid was quite attractive, pretty and quick-witted, he wasn't the type to take just any pretty face. Yet last night, not only did he take her, but he also kept the mistress and maid busy all night long. It was as if he'd been controlled by something.
Something's not right. Something is very wrong. Xian took a deep breath and used his spiritual sense to examine his mana core. Sure enough, upon closer inspection,
he saw a total of 9 protective dragon shadows within the mana core. Aside from the one he had activated earlier, a second dragon shadow was now becoming active. Its dark golden body was gradually fading, revealing a hint of newly born crimson gold.
Was this the effect of the second dragon shadow?
Activating the first dragon silhouette had boosted his strength to the peak of the saint stage.
So what effect would activating the second one have? Could it simply be fueling his desires in that area? Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow.
He wasn't averse to women, nor would he suppress his natural desires, but if the second dragon silhouette continued to influence him, who knew what changes might occur in the future?
Still, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. No matter what effect the second dragon shadow has, if he wants to become even stronger, he must activate it.
Xian exhaled deeply and calmed himself. Today was the day he'd arranged to meet June. After getting dressed, he left the Xian residence. Sure enough, a flashy red Porsche was parked at the entrance of the Xian residence, waiting for him. As soon as they met, the driver rolled down the window.
"Get in. I'm taking you to the corporation." June gave him a nod of her chin. Xian opened the passenger door and got in.
"Ha!" June wrinkled her delicate little nose, sniffed the air inside the car, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You're a grown man and you're wearing cologne?
That's not like you at all." Xian instinctively raised his elbow to sniff it. He wasn't sure if the scent was from Maxine or Li Mengyue, which of the mistress and her maid had left it behind. Fortunately, June didn't dwell on it. She started the Porsche and pulled away, explaining to him as she drove, the Zhao family owns numerous businesses including mining, apparel, smelting, automobiles, stocks and many other industries. To manage these scattered businesses, the old man established the Zhao Group. These high-quality businesses have already formed a virtuous cycle within their respective industries. So, 2 years ago, when grandfather fell ill, he stepped down from management and handed the group over to my eldest uncle's family to manage on his behalf. All they need to do is keep the group running smoothly and ensure nothing goes wrong. I am the first in line to inherit. And once grandfather passes away, I will inherit all these businesses. When June mentioned the old master's health, her mood visibly darkened. Don't let her usual haughty and headstrong demeanor fool you deep down. This girl is incredibly tender-hearted when it comes to those she truly cares about. Xian let out a soft sigh but offered no comfort. If the old master were ill, he could refine elixirs to help him recover. But aging isn't an illness. No matter how skilled he was at alchemy, he couldn't reverse the natural decline of a person's physical functions. Soon, the Porsche sped past the Zhao family group headquarters. A skyscraper soared skyward, its glass curtain walls rising vertically from the ground, the reflected sunlight highlighting the building's grandeur. This was the tallest building in Huan City, the headquarters of the Zhao family group. Only a family as wealthy as the Zhaos could afford to build such a massive skyscraper without regard for cost. Miss Xiao. Good morning, Miss Xiao. June led him inside, and along the way, employees in uniform bowed respectfully. Knowing her way around like the back of her hand, she led Xian to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor, the 88th. The elevator ride alone took 3 minutes, a testament to the sheer height of the Zhao family group headquarters and the immense cost of its construction. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. As soon as the doors opened, a female secretary in a business suit approached. Miss Xiao, what brings you here? I'm here to review the ledgers for the past 2 months. The secretary's expression changed. You want to see the ledgers? Right now? What's the matter? As the heir to the Zhao family group, don't I even have the right to look at the ledgers? June furrowed her brow slightly, looking somewhat displeased. A vague sense of foreboding had already begun to take root in her mind. After saying that, June didn't even bother to acknowledge the secretary. She simply pushed past her and walked straight toward the office. The female secretary looked extremely nervous. Wait. June stopped in her tracks and narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you trying to stop me? What right did a secretary in charge of administrative affairs at a conglomerate have to prevent her, the heiress, from inspecting the ledgers? Unless there was some secret hidden in there. Something they didn't want her to find out. The secretary realized she had overstepped her bounds and quickly waved her hands. No, I'm not stopping you, Mississippi. I just think if you're going to look at the Zhao Group's ledgers, what's an outsider like him doing tagging along? She was referring to Xian standing right beside her. Xian found it a bit amusing. Had she actually come up with an excuse involving him? Anger flared across June's face. He's my boyfriend. Of course he has the right to go in and look. If you dare stop us again, you can pack your bags and leave right now. With that, June grabbed Xian's hand and walked straight into the office. Bang! She slammed the office door shut, leaving the female secretary's face alternating between pale and crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately pulled out her phone and dialed the number stored in it. The call connected quickly. The female secretary hurriedly cried out for help. It's bad, Manager Zhao. The young miss has come with people to audit the books. You need to come over right away. What if she finds out about the things we've been up to? Chapter 56, The Zhao family group on the brink of bankruptcy, a crisis. What? Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Warren answered the call, his expression darkening. They're moving that fast? They're already at the group auditing the books? He hung up and immediately rushed to get ready to leave. Ding Lan hurried over. Honey, if what we've been up to gets discovered, I'm worried Xiao Jun will take it to Grandpa. That would be a disaster. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Warren's expression was grim, but he patiently reassured her, we've already finished everything anyway. Even if they find out, it'll be too late for them to change anything. But just in case, I'll contact someone to head over there right now. Oh, right. You go to Grandpa's place and stabilize the situation first. It'd be best if they can't get in touch with him. Ding Lan quickly nodded. Okay. After giving her instructions, Warren hurried off toward the Zhao family group. 20 minutes later. Zhao family group, top floor office. June sat at her desk, a laptop in front of her. Her slender fingers flew across the keyboard as she pulled up the Zhao family group's most recent financial statements. As the seconds ticked by, her expression grew increasingly grim. No, how dare they do something like this? June's face turned pale as she clenched her teeth tightly. Xian, oh? What did you find out? Starting in the first half of this year, my uncle sold off all the shares in the businesses he was in charge of. Right now, the Zhao family group is in a state of severe financial deficit. It might even go bankrupt. June was so furious her fingers were trembling slightly. She hadn't realized it until she looked into it. She never would have imagined that her uncle, who always seemed so affable, could be capable of such brazen acts behind the scenes. The Zhao family group, which had been operating smoothly, had suddenly fallen into severe financial deficit in just half a year. Only a fool wouldn't believe this was intentional. Oh? He is selling them off so brazenly, isn't he afraid of getting caught? Xian raised an eyebrow. Even if he gets caught, he is not afraid. My uncle's move was clever. He converted the assets he sold into cash, then funneled it all into a pharmaceutical company under the guise of an investment. That way, his actions look like legitimate investment activities. As for whether that investment money was actually spent or if he pocketed it himself, no one knows. June took a deep, resigned breath. The old man trusted Uncle so much she never imagined he'd be secretly selling off the family's assets behind his back. The key was that all of this was done through legitimate channels. No one could find fault with Uncle. No, I have to tell the old man about this. June pulled out her phone, ready to make the call. But a large hand suddenly pressed against hers. Xian smiled and said, I doubt anyone would answer if you called right now. Huh? Since they dared to do this, they're clearly not afraid of you tattling on them. More importantly, Grandpa probably doesn't want to take your call either. June froze. Why? It made sense that her uncle's family wouldn't let her contact Grandpa. But why wouldn't Grandpa want to take her call either? Xian explained with a smile, it's simple. Your uncle and his family did all this half a year ago. Back then, Grandpa wasn't sick yet. Do you really think he didn't notice their underhanded schemes? Why did Grandpa choose to turn a blind eye? I suspect this is the test Grandfather has set for you to see if you can resolve this crisis on your own. What a remarkable man Grandfather Zhao is. Having lived most of his life, how could he possibly be led around by the nose by a few younger generations? The test-like nature of this incident was all too obvious. Chances are, Grandfather Zhao is secretly observing this young lady's performance right now. If she passes the test, she'll naturally succeed her eldest uncle and become the next head of the Zhao family. If she fails, Grandpa has most likely set aside enough money for her to live out the rest of her life without worrying about food or clothing, and living a peaceful, uncontested life wouldn't be so bad either. June took a deep breath. With her abilities, could she really pass Grandpa's test? Just then, the office door suddenly swung open. Warren's plump figure pushed his way in, a friendly smile on his face. Oh my dear niece, what brings you over to the group? June looked at his friendly face and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. All smiles on the surface, but a completely different person behind the scenes. And to think she'd been calling him uncle all this time. Warren, who gave you the right to sell off the group's assets without authorization? Did you really think you could run amok just because Grandpa isn't here?
June asked through gritted teeth, her voice filled with hatred.
Warren's smile faded. She'd found out after all. But so what? He'd already done everything he needed to do, and the money was all in his own pocket. My dear niece, you're making baseless accusations. What do you mean, selling off the group's assets? I simply invested in a pharmaceutical company.
Since I didn't have enough cash on hand, I just sold off a few properties.
Sure, I spent quite a bit of money, but didn't you also acquire a pharmaceutical company? If you run it well, you might even make more than before.
Seeing Warren's shameless attitude, June wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces with her bare hands.
A person with no shame is invincible. It was clearly a scam, yet he made it sound so trivial. Thanks to his schemes, the Zhao Group was now on the brink of bankruptcy. Facing his niece's furious glare, Warren, however, just kept grinning. What did the Zhao family group's bankruptcy have to do with him? After all, he was only acting as temporary administrator. Once the old man died, June would be the heir anyway. If he didn't grab a quick profit now, when would he ever get the chance? June said bitterly, "What kind of pharmaceutical company is this?
It has no staff, no technology, it's nothing but a shell company."
Hey, you can't say that.
Facing June's accusations, Warren pulled a formula out of his pocket, shook his head, and said, "I paid a fortune to buy the formula for mind-clearing elixir from a high-level alchemist in Beijing.
As soon as this batch of mind-clearing elixir goes into production, the company is sure to turn a profit."
Even if June were an idiot, she could tell something was fishy here. She snatched the alchemy formula from Warren's hand. The more she looked at it, the more despair she felt. Because if she really followed her uncle's advice with this pharmaceutical company having the staff, the technology, and all its paperwork fully legal and compliant, she'd have absolutely no way to recover her investment and would just have to swallow this bitter loss. Meanwhile, the Zhao family group, already struggling with insufficient funds, would be dragged into the abyss by this pharmaceutical company and a mysterious alchemy formula. In the end, only the Warren family would come out truly ahead.
Unless she could prove that this elixir formula was a forgery. Only then would there be a chance to turn the tables. Just then,
a large hand reached out from beside her, taking the elixir formula from her grasp.
"Let me take a look."
A glimmer of hope welled up in June's heart, as if she grasped a lifeline.
Can you read alchemy formulas? This formula is fake, isn't it? Chapter 57, you can cure the old master, but can you save the entire Zhao family? Xian didn't answer her, instead quickly scanning the formula. At that moment, Warren let out a cold laugh. "Master Healer, can you read this alchemy formula?
No matter how skilled you are in medicine, I suggest you don't go spouting off about fields you know nothing about.
Medicine is medicine, alchemy is alchemy.
No matter how skilled a doctor is, or how many intractable illnesses they can treat, it doesn't mean they understand alchemy."
But what he didn't know was, alchemy was, in fact, Xian's specialty.
Xian quickly scanned the formula, then mused, "This formula of yours.
Well, is there something wrong with this formula?" June grabbed his sleeve, her eyes brimming with hope. "Xian, there is indeed a problem."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold snort rang out from outside the door. "How dare you!" An elderly man dressed in a herbalist's robe strode in, his expression stern.
"Young man, who do you think you are to speak so presumptuously about this old man's alchemical formula?"
Warren hurried forward to greet him.
"Dust, you're here." Xian gave him a dispassionate glance. "And who are you?"
"Humph. I am a senior alchemist who has traveled all the way from the capital to assist your Zhao family. I never expected that the moment I arrived at the door, I'd hear a mere youth like you spouting nonsense and disparaging my alchemical formula."
"Who do you think you are, daring to criticize my formula?" Dust's expression was stern.
Xian chuckled.
"With skills like that, you call yourself a senior alchemist? Has alchemy become so commonplace that just anyone can practice it now?"
Sensing Xian's blatant contempt, Warren could no longer sit idly by.
He leaped forward and sneered, "How dare you? Don't think that just because you cured the old master, you can be disrespectful to our honored guest. The art of alchemy is vast and profound. Dust has long been renowned in the capital. How could the formula he presented possibly be flawed? At that moment. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Dust snorted coldly. "I personally verified this formula. How could it possibly be fake?"
"Young man, if you've got the guts, produce your evidence.
Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." Warren quickly chimed in, "Exactly.
Our Group S pharmaceutical plant has been waiting for this formula. We're about to start production.
Time is money. With this delay, every minute and every second is wasting astronomical sums of money. Can you really take responsibility for that?"
Shin felt a small hand clasp his palm from behind. Turning around, he saw it was June.
She took a deep breath. "Are you confident you can prove there is something wrong with this formula?"
"Of course."
Shin smiled and replied calmly.
When it came to alchemy, he dared to claim second place. No one dared to claim first in front of him.
Since that was the case. Hearing his words, June's expression hardened with resolve. "I believe in you. This is an internal matter for the Zhao family. Even if there are consequences, I won't let you bear them. Go ahead with confidence."
This was unconditional trust. Even if this guy's words sometimes got under her skin. But, given how he had saved the Zhao family from disaster time and time again, Xian's standing in her heart had long surpassed that of any ordinary person.
Since that was the case, Xian held nothing back and said calmly, "Whether this alchemy formula is flawed or not, just have someone refine it, and you'll find out, won't you?"
Dust chuckled.
"Is that your way of proving it? Ridiculous.
Since I'm willing to hand over this formula, I've naturally refined it hundreds of times myself.
Otherwise, how could I justify the exorbitant fee the Zhao family paid?" Unexpectedly,
a faint smile tugged at Xian's lips.
"Refined it yourself? The Zhao family spent so much money to purchase this formula. Was it really so they could have you refine it personally?"
"I'm afraid even if you refined it until you coughed up blood every day, master, you still wouldn't be able to produce more than a few doses of mind-clearing elixir, would you?"
After all, he was a high-level alchemist from the capital. Xian didn't doubt Dust's abilities.
But the Zhao family had invested in a pharmaceutical company. Naturally, they intended to industrialize this elixir. At the very least, they needed to be able to produce it on a large scale.
Otherwise, if they'd known from the start that Dust would be the only one capable of refining it, would they have spent so much money? Dust exchanged a glance with Warren.
They both saw a hint of trouble in each other's eyes.
That's right, the formula was undoubtedly genuine.
But this formula had one fatal flaw: it demanded an extremely high level of skill in the refining process. It could be said that this formula was only effective in Dust's hands. If they tried to scale up production and turn it into an industry, the outcome would be worse than death.
So, why don't we find an ordinary apprentice alchemist and have him try refining it according to the formula?"
Xian said slowly.
Dust and Warren's expressions changed instantly.
At that moment, June also realized the insidious nature of this formula.
Gritting her teeth, she snapped, "Warren, you spent so much of the Group's money pushing the group to the brink of bankruptcy just to buy this one formula? It's completely impossible to produce on a large scale. How is that any different from a fake formula? Do you believe me when I say I'll have the Criminal Investigation Bureau come here right now and throw you all in jail? Fictitious transactions, embezzlement.
Those two charges alone were enough to send them to prison."
Dust and Warren also realized the gravity of the situation.
But Warren had long been prepared for this.
He let out a cold laugh. "Fine. Go ahead and call the police. I've already transferred my assets overseas. Even if you arrest me, you won't be able to get the money back."
On the other hand, with a scandal like this hitting the Zhao family, news of their impending bankruptcy will spread throughout Huan City in an instant.
When that happens, I'd love to see how you're going to face the old man. Hearing Warren's brazen threat, Jun's face turned pale in an instant.
If you call the police and have me arrested, the Zhao family will go bankrupt immediately.
So you have only one choice. And that is to turn a blind eye and pretend none of this ever happened.
Warren laughed heartily, his chubby face brimming with smug satisfaction.
At worst, it would be a lose-lose situation. The Zhao family would go bankrupt, and he'd end up behind bars. Either way, he wouldn't come out losing.
Moreover, as the one who exposed all this, June might face the clan's resentment and be blamed for making a big deal out of it. She'd just have to take things one day at a time.
By then, you'll be the scapegoat of the entire Zhao family, despised by the old master in the clan. Warren gloated, and you, too.
He turned to Xian, his expression contemptuous.
Do you really think your medical skills make you so great?
You can cure the old master, but you can't save the entire Zhao family.
Do you think that by hooking up with June, you'll be able to marry into the Zhao family? Let me tell you, you're dreaming.
June staggered, as if struck by lightning. The massive blow left her reeling, her face turning deathly pale. She had clearly exposed her eldest uncle's plot.
Yet the outcome was even worse. Could the Zhao family really be doomed? Chapter 58, kneeling to beg the old master to give it a try.
For a moment, June was overcome with despair. The conglomerate was the result of several generations of the Zhao family's hard work and the old patriarch's life's work.
Was it really going to collapse on her watch?
If this was the old patriarch's test, she truly had no idea how to pass it.
Ha ha. Out of options, aren't you? Don't blame your uncle. If anyone is to blame, it's you for lacking common sense.
If you exposed me, I could enjoyed a few more carefree days.
But who told you to be so blind as to come here and audit the books for no good reason? Warren snorted smugly. Outsiders thought he was fat and dim-witted, but as a member of a business dynasty, how could he possibly be truly stupid?
After half a year of planning, the time had finally come to reap the rewards. Now that all the money on the group's books had been transferred, the next step was for him to leave the country and enjoy a life of luxury.
Jun's face was as pale as paper. Warren, grandfather treated you well. Why would you do something like this? What is in it for you to bring down the Zhao family? Wouldn't it be better to just behave yourself as a member of the clan and enjoy the protection of the Zhao family? Warren's expression turned cold. Treated me well? Anyone has the right to say that, but not you, June. I'm your eldest uncle.
If anyone is supposed to inherit the family fortune, it should be me.
Why did the old man single out a little girl like you to be the heir?
Since the old man was biased and didn't want to give it to me, I'll just take it by my own means.
No more pretending. It's time to lay all the cards on the table.
Warren went all out, not even sparing Xian standing beside him, and said viciously.
And you, too. Do you really think that by hooking up with the Zhao family's eldest daughter, you can make a social leap and become a guest of honor in the Zhao household? Dream on.
A bankrupt Zhao family is a perfect match for a good-for-nothing like you, ha ha ha. Warren felt utterly triumphant. June was overcome with despair. By all accounts, the Zhao group seemed to have reached a dead end.
However, faced with Warren's provocation, Xian didn't even flinch. He said calmly, "Who said the Zhao group is going bankrupt?"
Both June and Warren froze for a moment, turning to look at him.
Warren snorted coldly, saying with disdain, "You still can't see the situation clearly even with disaster looming. I've drained every last penny from the group's coffers. You can't even pay next month's salaries. What else could this be but bankruptcy?" Xian chuckled, "If we can't pay salaries, can't we just go out and raise some money?" Ha 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 ha. With the group in such a shambles right now, where do you plan to get the money? Are you going to conjure it out of thin air?
Warren, convinced he'd found a loophole, laughed smugly. The news that the Zhao family group was broke wouldn't stay hidden for more than a month.
By then, bankruptcy would be inevitable. Go out and get money?
The Zhao family group was already the largest cash-strapped enterprise in Huan City. If it ran out of money, not even the combined funds of the other two major families could save it. That was precisely why Warren felt so confident.
The Zhao family was destined to collapse. Haven't you forgotten that the Zhao family isn't completely destitute right now?
At the very least, they still have a pill formula. Xian waved the pill formula in his hand.
This gesture only provoked even louder laughter from Warren, as if he'd heard a joke. A pill formula? You can even tell the pill formula is fake. How can you expect it to be of any use? Could it be that you're trying to win over Dust to refine pills for you, so you can make up for the group's financial shortfall? Dust stroked his mustache and took the opportunity to sneer. Just a moment ago, you were slandering this old man's formula, and now you're thinking of begging me for help? All right then. I'm not the type to hold a grudge.
As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, I might consider helping you refine a few batches of mind-clearing elixir.
Mockery, taunting. The two of them were treating him like a cat toying with a mouse. The Zhao family group was a colossal enterprise. Saving it from the brink of bankruptcy would require an astronomical sum of money. It needed massive cash flow.
Even if a master alchemist spent his entire life refining elixirs, he likely couldn't make up the shortfall.
Xian, you must not beg them.
June's delicate face hardened as she gritted her teeth.
This is an internal matter for the Zhao family. Even if the conglomerate really goes bankrupt, I can't let you make such a huge sacrifice.
A man's knees are worth their weight in gold.
You're not allowed to beg them, do you hear me? Xian found it a bit amusing inside. Beg? Like hell.
Not even a formidable figure like old Master Zhao could make him bow his head.
These two are just a couple of nobodies. Do they even deserve it? Looking at June's anxious expression, he smiled and teased her on purpose. What can I do? I did promise to help you, didn't I? I've been waiting for you to keep your promise. As soon as the words left her mouth, June felt both embarrassed and angry. What kind of time was this, and he still couldn't take it seriously?
Even so, I won't let you make such a huge sacrifice.
Even if the group really goes bankrupt, I'll still keep the promise I made to you.
After June finished speaking, her face flushed all the way to her ears.
What promise?
Naturally, it was that if the Zhao family could weather this crisis, she would sleep with Xian once. For a virgin like her to say such a thing required immense resolve.
But
from the moment it all began, Xian had always stood by her side, and his unwavering steadfastness left June deeply moved.
Even if she wouldn't admit it out loud.
But deep down, her heart had already, without her even realizing it, been completely taken over by his presence.
Humph. Are you two done flirting?
Boy, you can kneel down and kowtow to this old man a few times.
If you kowtow to my satisfaction, I might even step in personally and help you refine some elixirs.
Dust brushed off his robe, looking as if he were ready for action.
However,
from start to finish, Xian had never once considered asking these two for help. The Zhao family's crisis was a catastrophic disaster for those involved, a threat that could bring the entire clan to ruin.
But to him, it was nothing to worry about. There is something wrong with this alchemy formula. It's written terribly.
But it's not entirely worthless. With a few tweaks, it could actually be useful,
Xian said leisurely.
He walked over to the desk, casually picked up a pen, and began scribbling on the formula. After a few graceful, sweeping strokes, a brand new formula, its ink not yet dry, was ready.
June couldn't help but lean in for a closer look.
But the world of alchemy was as incomprehensible to her as a book written in a foreign language. After just a couple of glances, she felt a bit dizzy and disoriented.
Ha!
You've got some nerve, kid. My formula has been refined and corrected hundreds of times, and you think you can just tweak it after a quick glance?
You're so out of your depth. Dust said arrogantly, his eyes brimming with disdain. The creation of an alchemical formula was no simple matter. You must understand. Even as a high-level alchemist, he had only created 2 original formulas himself, and this mind-clearing elixir was the crowning achievement of his life's work. For some clueless youngster to think he could modify his formula was nothing short of a pipe dream. Chapter 59, The Lost Alchemy Formula and the Threat from the Medicine Faction. Oh? Is that so?
Xian chuckled, paying no mind to Dust's reaction. After all, this formula wasn't written for them. He handed the formula to June and said calmly, "Follow this formula to refine the elixir. Invest all of the Zhao family's remaining funds into this project and ensure the elixir hits the market within a month. By then, the Zhao family will naturally weather the crisis." His tone was calm, yet utterly confident. June stared at him in a daze, momentarily unable to process what he said. Is it that simple? This was clearly a crisis that could bring down the Zhao family. How could he make it sound so trivial, as if a single alchemy formula could solve everything? What a bold claim. Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue out? Warren sneered. Do you have any idea how big the Zhao family's funding shortfall is? They need at least 200 billion in cash. You expect to sell 200 billion worth of pills in a month with just one formula? If you can pull that off, I'll chop off my own head and give it to you as a urinal. The plan he'd been laying out for half a year was flawless. How could it possibly be thwarted so easily? June ignored his scornful remarks. She couldn't decipher the formula, but she was studying it intently. Black Tianma, Swift Dragon Saliva, Fire Yang Spirit Leaf, King of Longevity Elixir. She muttered the names of one unfamiliar herb after another, trying to find a pattern. However, she couldn't make sense of it, but someone else could. Dust's expression suddenly changed. With every herb June named, his face grew more grim, until finally he lunged forward and snatched the alchemy formula from her hands. That's not right. Hand it over so I can take a look. Stealing this young lady's stuff? Are you trying to get yourself killed, you old geezer? June gritted her teeth in exasperation. If it weren't for his advanced age, she'd really like to go up and tear that old skeleton to pieces. But at that moment, Dust was too preoccupied to care about her reaction. Holding the formula in his hand, he was actually trembling slightly. He scanned the formula at a glance, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, this is the long-lost formula for the mind-clearing elixir from my medicine faction. Where did you get it? He. Shin chuckled. If I told you I found it on the side of the road, would you believe me? It was indeed something he picked up. Before his rebirth, he'd been trapped in the secret realm for a while, and it was precisely there that he obtained the dragon bloodline. Aside from the dragon bloodline, the secret realm was also scattered with numerous legacies. He learned his alchemy there, and this formula was just one of his many discoveries. As for whether it was a lost formula from his medicine faction, who cares? Since it had already been lost to history. The ownership of this formula naturally belonged to Xian. Dust's unusual reaction left Warren puzzled, with a vague sense of foreboding. Master, is there something wrong with this formula? No. Dust muttered, there is nothing wrong with it, quite the opposite, it's perfect. I never imagined I'd see the long-lost mind-clearing elixir formula of our medicine faction again right here. It's fate, it's all fate. This was the most precious formula of their medicine faction. Ever since it was lost, countless sages of the medicine faction had attempted to recreate it, but all had ended in failure. Even he, after hundreds of attempts, had developed a formula for the mind-clearing elixir whose efficacy was merely 1/20th that of the original. His mind-clearing elixir, at best, served to invigorate the qi, refresh the spirit, sharpen the eyesight, and calm the mind. The original mind-clearing elixir, however, offered immunity to all poisons and the ability to dispel miasma and neutralize toxins if taken over the long term. It could even enhance the efficiency of one's luck and accelerate cultivation progress. With such effects, it's no exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure. Master, is this formula really that good? How much is it worth? 100 million? Warren asked tentatively. Dust laughed in exasperation. A treasured formula from my medicine faction is only worth 10 billion? Let me tell you, this is a truly priceless treasure. Never mind its ability to provide immunity to all poisons and dispel miasma and toxins, even just its ability to boost luck efficiency and accelerate cultivation is enough to make cultivators across the land flock to it. With this formula, forget about 10 billion. Even making a few hundred or 1,000 billion would be a piece of cake.
Hearing Dust say this, Warren's expression changed, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. If that were the case, wouldn't the Zhao family be able to weather this crisis with ease? If the Zhao family emerged unscathed, he would undoubtedly be held accountable for selling off their assets, and his end would be utterly gruesome. No, he couldn't let that happen. In this critical moment, Warren came up with a plan on the spot. He glared viciously at Xian and said, "Kid, where did you steal that medicine faction formula from? Stealing it is one thing, but to actually dare to flaunt it in front of Dust, your intentions are truly despicable." He was making the first move. Dust was momentarily taken aback. He quickly caught on, immediately playing along, and said coldly to Xian, "That's right. This is the medicine faction's most precious alchemy formula. I wonder when you little brat stole it. Now I, this old man, am reclaiming this formula. And that's not all. You'll pay the price for your theft, you little brat." The two played off each other, their act perfectly synchronized. In just a few words, they settled the ownership of the formula. This shameless display made June seethe with rage. Shameless. Disgraceful. It's clearly a formula we came up with. How dare you claim it as your own? The Zhao family finally had a glimmer of hope to turn the tables. There was no way she was going to stand by and watch these two snatch the formula away. Dust snorted coldly, not giving June the time of day. His medicine faction was one of the top powers in the capital. No matter how influential the Zhao family was in Huan City, they were no match for the medicine faction. His real target was Xian, standing beside her. "Boy, I'll give you one chance to choose. Return the formula to the medicine faction, and not only will we not press charges for stealing it, but we'll even offer you the position of guest scholar. From then on, wherever you go within the Great Xia Empire, as long as you carry the title of medicine faction guest scholar, you'll be treated as an honored guest. But if you insist on not returning the formula, don't blame me for reporting this matter to the medicine faction. Think carefully. If you offend the medicine faction, will you even live to see tomorrow's sunrise?" Dust threatened in an icy tone. In this world, no one wants to offend the medicine faction. As the top alchemist faction in Great Xia, they accumulated countless favors. With a single command, there were plenty willing to risk their lives for them. Thus, even other top-tier factions did not want to face the medicine faction's retaliation. Faced with Dust's threat, June's face visibly paled. This dilemma, everyone knew which choice to make. Chapter 60, June's Return of the Heart. The second dragon shadow activated. Xian chuckled indifferently. "Since it's a lost alchemy formula, then you claim the formula belongs to your medicine faction. Where's the proof?" Dust snorted. "The formula's effects and ingredients are virtually identical to our mind-clearing elixir. If you want proof, this is the best proof there is. This is the formula left behind by our ancestors. If he says it is, then it is. Even if it isn't, it still is." With the medicine faction's power and influence, the Xian and Zhao clans combined were nothing to speak of. He wasn't the least bit afraid of resistance from a second-rate clan. "Ha ha!" Xian laughed. "I wrote this formula myself. When did it become your ancestral formula? If you're so confident, why don't you try following the instructions on it and see if you can actually produce your elixir?" Of course, he wasn't about to just hand over the complete mind-clearing elixir formula. He deliberately omitted a few ingredients from the paper. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he wrote it himself. As for returning it to its rightful owner, you guys in the medicine faction can't even keep your own treasures safe. How dare you have the nerve to demand something from others? Dust's expression darkened. "So, you're determined to go against our medicine faction, are you?" Xian picked his ear. "What are you people from the medicine faction, anyway?" Fine. Dust laughed bitterly in his rage. "You backwater folk have no idea of the might of our medicine faction. Wait until I return to the capital to report to the sect master. I hope you won't regret this." With that, he tossed the formula onto the ground and turned to leave. He was going to refine the elixir himself to verify the formula's integrity. Warren's face alternated between pale and ashen as he hurried after him. Master, master, wait for me. After both of them had left, June picked up the formula from the ground, carefully brushed off the dust, and exclaimed excitedly, "If I follow this formula, will I really be able to refine the mind-clearing elixir?" "Of course." Xian smiled, added a few more ingredients to the formula with his brush, and handed the complete formula to June. "Refine it according to this formula. In less than a month, the Zhao family group S funding shortfall will be covered." June, of course, knew the true value of this formula. This was a top-tier formula that had even caused the masters of the medicine faction to lose their composure. The mere ability to boost luck efficiency was enough to make all cultivators flock to it. Moreover, it was a sustainable, ever-flowing business venture. Compared to that, what was the gold mine the Zhao family had given Xian back then? This was the true, inexhaustible gold mine. But doing this will alienate the medicine faction. I'm worried they'll set their sights on you. After her initial excitement subsided, June couldn't help but worry for him. Her uncle was right about one thing: this was originally an internal matter for the Zhao family. With this man going to such lengths for her, what woman wouldn't be moved? The more touched she was, the more she worried for Xian. She said earnestly, "No matter what happens in the future, even if the medicine faction really does come after you, the Zhao family and I will stand by you through thick and thin." Xian couldn't help but smile. If this were a dating sim with a fondness meter, this girl's feelings for him had definitely surpassed the passing mark he had to strike while the iron was hot. Xian deliberately sighed and shook his head. What can I do? I owe the old man a favor. If the medicine faction really comes knocking, then I'll just have to fight them to the bitter end." Hearing him speak so gravely, the joy she felt just moments ago from saving the Zhao family from crisis vanished without a trace. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and steel her resolve. "I'll help you become stronger. I have the Phoenix bloodline. I can aid your cultivation. Before the medicine faction arrives, let us improve as much as we possibly can during this time." With that said, June mustered her courage and boldly leaned in to kiss him. The Zhao family. The alchemy formula. At that moment, she cast them all aside. Her heart belonged solely to the man before her. Mum. As their red lips met, the soft sensation felt like an electric shock, instantly draining her of all her strength. No matter how bold she was still an inexperienced young maiden. How could she possibly be a match for Xian? He easily took control. Her head was spinning from the kiss, and before she knew it, her blouse had been pushed up to her neck. "Wait, tell me first. Do you like me?" Just at the very last moment, June regained her last shred of sanity and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Of course I do." Xian looked completely sincere. Even setting aside her status as a young lady, June's bold, passionate nature, her willingness to love and hate with equal intensity was enough to win his admiration. "You clearly said you didn't like this young lady's figure." Just mentioning this made June's teeth itch with frustration. The more she liked Xian, the more she couldn't let this one thing go. "Ahem, you can't speak without doing your research. I admit I misjudged you before. You have a great figure. I love it." Xian looked completely serious. Even a fool would know exactly what to say at a moment like this. Besides, he wasn't lying. "Not too big, but feels amazing." That was the honest truth. Sure enough, June let out a series of soft moans, her face lighting up with pleasure as she completely let down her last defenses. Accompanied by a suppressed little groan, the office was soon filled with sounds that made one's face flush and heart race. It was unclear how much time had passed. The heavy breathing in the office finally subsided. Xian took a deep breath and used his spiritual sense to examine the mana core. He saw that of the 9 dark gold protective dragon shadows, 2 had now been successfully activated. 2 crimson gold dragon shadows were continuously channeling energy into the central golden dragon, and his strength had broken through from the peak of the Saint stage, reaching the initial realm of the Emperor stage. This breakthrough in cultivation realm brought more than just a massive increase in strength. Breaking through to the Emperor stage even doubled the intensity of his spiritual perception. Within a radius of 500 meters, not even a mosquito could escape his divine sense. Every minute detail was revealed. Of course, this was an ability he could turn on and off at will, otherwise, the constant interference would disrupt his daily life. But the most crucial discovery didn't end there. Xian focused his divine sense on the second dragon silhouette and saw a set of incantations clearly engraved on its surface. Vital energy circulates through the heavens, laying the foundation and opening the meridians. Yin and Yang converge, return to void and unite with the Tao. Cultivate as one, return Qi to the primordial sea. With sincere feelings and pure intent, I am the true essence. This was the reward for activating the second dragon silhouette, the ancient dual cultivation technique, the yin-yang scripture. If not for this, even with Jun's Phoenix bloodline, it would have been impossible for a single act of union to elevate his strength to the Emperor stage. After all, the further one progresses on the path of cultivation, the slower the advancement becomes. Some practitioners, having reached the venerable stage, struggle to make any further progress for the rest of their lives, let alone reach the Emperor stage, as he has now. The reward from the second dragon shadow was related to dual cultivation. Xian wasn't surprised by this. As a bearer of the dragon bloodline, the 9 protective dragon shadows within his body couldn't possibly be completely unrelated to the ritual. What concerned him more was this: the first dragon shadow boosted his strength, the second granted him dual cultivation techniques, so what kind of reward would the third dragon shadow bring? Chapter 61, From now on, you're mine, I'm sticking with you. At that moment, Xian sensed movement in his arms. He saw Jun's gaze come back into focus. Her usually vivacious and willful, stunning face now looked somewhat dazed, revealing an expression that was part pout, part reproach. You're so naughty. It's one thing for you, you jerk, to bully me, but doing that at the end, what if I get pregnant? It was true that Jun was a virgin. But she wasn't completely clueless. Doing the math, today was right in the middle of her fertile window, and she was worried she might end up a teenage mom. Ahem, that one happen. Don't worry. Xian cleared his throat and reassured her. He had indeed gotten a little carried away just now. The heiress of one of Huan's city's top families, Miss Xiao, who was usually arrogant and capricious in front of others, had taken the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, giving him whatever he wanted. What man could resist that? Of course. What he just said wasn't the kind of empty reassurance a cat offers after getting his way. In this world, the stronger one's power, the lower the probability of conception, especially since he just taken a major leap in strength and reached the Emperor stage. Conceiving on the first try was simply unrealistic. If they really wanted to have a child, it would likely take many long nights, enough for Jun to transform from a spirited young girl into a young wife. Still, when she said that, she didn't really mean it as a complaint. It was surely just her shy reaction after losing her virginity. Sure enough. Hearing his words, Jun squirmed in his arms, letting out a soft moan, then playfully punched him and teased. Oomph, you rascal. It sounded like a complaint, but it was more like her being coy. Xian found it a little amusing. Once the mind-clearing elixir is refined and put on the market, the Zhao family's crisis will be over. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll find an opportunity to ask the old master for your hand in marriage. Ask for your hand in marriage. The condition the old master of the Zhao family had set back then was for him to become a son-in-law by marriage. However, with his heroic deed of saving the Zhao family under his belt, the old master surely wouldn't object to this marriage. That was precisely why Xian had to wait until the Zhao family's crisis was completely over before proposing to the Zhao family. However, Jun bit her lip at that moment. I think, let us just forget about it. Huh? Xian raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. You don't want to marry me? That didn't seem right. If she didn't want to, why had she been so obsequious just now, letting him do whatever he pleased? A woman can be stubborn and say one thing while meaning another. But her body's instinctive response that couldn't be faked. Jun took a deep breath and said hesitantly, Of course I want to marry you.
From that moment 2 hours ago, I, June, have been your woman and I'll be yours for the rest of my life. But the Zhao family has raised me all these years and shown me boundless kindness. If you really marry me, even if not as a son-in-law, there will definitely be people who will all try to dominate you as my father's son-in-law. The Zhao family was one of the most prominent families in Huan City. She was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family and its future heiress. It was impossible for her to be like an ordinary woman, to follow her husband wherever he goes and completely cast aside her original identity. No matter what, she would always bear the mark of the Zhao family. From the very moment she met Xian, June knew that the man standing before her would never be bound by anything. Neither money, nor power, nor strength could make him bow his head. How could she bear to watch Xian be walked all over by certain members of the Zhao family just for her sake? Let us just keep things as they are. As long as I'm alive, I'll be your woman. That will never change. June's eyes sparkled. This was a heartfelt confession and a promise from her, Miss Xiao. Xian couldn't help but be moved. To think of him to this extent, even willing to forego a formal marriage, what else could this be but true love? Xian couldn't resist pulling her close and planting another passionate kiss on her red lips. He didn't let her go until June was gasping for breath. Xian laughed heartily, his heart swelling with pride. In that case, I won't force you to marry me. As long as you're in charge of the Zhao family's affairs are my affairs. As for the future, rest assured, leave it to me. His woman, he'd protect her himself. With that, he stood up, got dressed, and prepared to leave. The Zhao family's crisis had been resolved. All that remained was for the mind-clearing elixir to be refined and released onto the market. He'd already gotten more than his fair share. He'd even won the heart of Miss Zhao. This trip had been a huge win. Meanwhile, inside the alchemy chamber, Dus stared at the cauldron before him, his aged eyes filled with disbelief. No, how could this be? He gritted his teeth as he stared at the medicinal residues spilling out of the cauldron. The black, formless residue was completely unusable. There was no way it could be refined into a complete elixir. He had clearly followed the kid's formula to the letter, so where exactly did it go wrong? Master, how is it going? Warren, who had been by his side the entire time, couldn't help but ask cautiously. Whether the formula that Guy had provided could actually be successfully refined would directly determine his fate. If he managed to produce the elixir, once the Zhao family's crisis was resolved, everyone from top to bottom would come after him. If he failed to produce it, then he could continue living a carefree life. He might even be able to acquire the bankrupt Zhao family group and successfully seize control of the Zhao family. And judging by the current situation, it seems everything is heading in the right direction. I don't know how to answer you. I'm merely a senior pill master. What is happening here is far beyond my capabilities. I can't handle this. Given the current situation, I'll have to write a letter myself and ask my sect to send someone over to take a look. Dus took a deep breath and said resolutely. The formula is definitely genuine. It's just missing a few key ingredients. More importantly, that kid was able to casually pull out a formula that appears to be one of the medicine faction's most treasured secrets. Who knows what other secrets he is hiding? Since this concerns the legacy of his sect, Dust had absolutely no authority to act on his own. He had no choice but to have a higher-ranking representative from the sect come in person. Whoa! Warren couldn't help but gasp, his body trembling. The medicine faction is sending someone in person? Dust standing before him was already a senior alchemist of the medicine faction. If the person coming was of even higher status than him, what level would that be? By then, he'd just be fanning the flames from the sidelines. Without him even having to lift a finger, the medicine faction would be able to deal with that good-for-nothing and reclaim the alchemy formula. By then, the Zhao family would still be the bankrupt Zhao family, and his plan wouldn't be affected in the slightest. At this thought, a hint of anticipation couldn't help but flicker across Warren's chubby face. Chapter 62, The Wang Family's Request, The Stunning Mrs. Wang. At that moment, Xian left the Zhao family group. Before he could step outside, he ran into a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform, who was walking briskly toward him. May I ask if you are the third young master of the Xian family?
Xian glanced at him. The middle-aged man smiled politely. I am Dexter, the head butler of the Wang family. My mistress would like to invite you to visit. Oh? Could it be that the incident where he crippled Harold had been exposed? He recalled that not long ago, Harold, the eldest son of the Wang family, that scoundrel had picked a fight with him at the auction house, only to be crippled by Xian to the point of being unable to care for himself. Now that the Wang family had found out, were they seeking revenge? What business does the Wang family have with me? Xian asked, raising an eyebrow. It's good news, of course. Please don't ask for specifics. Dexter refused to say more, merely smiling. We'd appreciate it if the third young master would come with us. Once we arrive at the Wang family estate, the lady will explain everything to you. This mysterious invitation from the Wang family, could it be a trap? Even if it is, so what? Xian didn't give it a second thought and waved his hand. Lead the way. He had already obtained intelligence on the Zhao and Luo families, two of the three major clans in Huan City. To uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance, the only missing piece of the puzzle was the Wang family. Whether or not it was a trap, Xian had every reason to go. Very well, this way, please. Dexter gave a subtle nod to someone nearby, and an unassuming Japanese car pulled up. Clearly, they'd been prepared for this all along. Xian casually slipped into the car, and it pulled away, heading for the Wang family estate. Half an hour later, the car drove straight into the Wang family compound. Third young master, we've arrived. Please step out. Dexter opened the car door for him and stood respectfully by his side, showing not the slightest hint of neglect. This must be the Wang family's back courtyard. He hadn't seen a single servant along the way. Was it a coincidence, or had they been deliberately kept out of sight? The lady of the house is waiting for you in the courtyard. I want to accompany you inside. Please make yourself at home. Dexter waited for him to get out of the car, gave his instructions, and then left. Xian was just about to take in his surroundings when, unexpectedly, an annoying voice rang out. What are you doing here? He turned around. There stood Manny, the Wang family's second young master, whom he met not long ago, staring at him with a look of surprise. Seeing that Xian showed no intention of speaking, Manny grew irritated. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Manner, don't be rude. A gentle voice stopped Manny in his tracks. Hearing that voice, Manny, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, immediately deflated and jogged over to greet her. A woman in her 30s emerged from the courtyard, her appearance showing not a single trace of age. She was wearing an exquisitely tailored purple cheongsam, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Her bust was strikingly curvaceous, stretching the cheongsam to its limits, while her voluptuous hips were incredibly alluring, effortlessly outlining her rounded curves. As she walked, her hips swayed gracefully, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Mom, why are you here? Manny hurried over to help the woman up, his demeanor respectful, not a trace of his usual arrogant young master attitude. Marilyn looked incredibly well preserved. Standing side by side, they looked more like an older sister and younger brother than a mother and son. This is a guest I invited. You are not to be rude to the third young master. Marilyn's gentle voice fell silent. Manny froze. Mom, this good-for-nothing is your guest? What gives him the right? He even snatched a necklace from me yesterday and swindled me out of 20 million. Just mentioning this made Manny's blood boil. He hadn't even settled the 20 million debt with this guy yet. How could this guy suddenly become a guest of the Wang family? Why on earth would you spend 20 million on a necklace? Marilyn furrowed her brow slightly. Isn't your birthday coming up soon? I wanted to get you a gift, but who would thought this kid would suddenly pop up and snatch the necklace I'd already reserved? Unless this guy spits out my 20 million today, don't let him walk out of the Wang family estate. Manny twisted the facts as he glared viciously at Xian. This was the Wang family's turf. After all, he wanted to see who would back this good-for-nothing now that the Zhao family's eldest daughter was out of the picture. However, he never expected that the person who should have supported him the most would actually turn against him. Marilyn shot her youngest son a reproachful glance with her beautiful eyes. Alright, it's just a necklace, isn't it? I'll transfer 20 million to you from the accounts office in a moment. Don't go spending money recklessly anymore. As for now, step aside. I have something to discuss with the third young master. Manny was stunned. Mom, what business do you have discussing with a good-for-nothing that even I can't hear? Wasn't he the second young master of the Wang family?
Marilyn wasn't in the mood for explanations at that moment. She waved her delicate hand.
Stop asking so many whys. Don't disturb me while I'm meeting with a guest. With that said, Marilyn finally turned to Xian and said apologetically,
I'm sorry, third young master.
It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I'm sorry for the embarrassment. Xian shook his head. It's fine. What exactly do you want to discuss with me?
To be honest, he was genuinely curious. If this were a trap, they would had people lying in wait the moment he walked through the door. Besides, to outsiders, he was probably still that good for nothing everyone in the city knew about. If the Wang family really wanted to take him down, they'd have just sent people over openly. No need for all this trouble.
Speaking of which, Marilyn let out a soft sigh. It's a long story.
Third young master, please follow me.
With that, Marilyn walked into the courtyard. Xian, suspecting no trickery, followed her inside.
Marilyn led him to a suite of rooms. As she pushed open the door, a pungent, overpowering scent of traditional Chinese medicine hit his nose.
Third young master, I've heard you're a skilled physician. I was wondering if you could help treat someone for me. Marilyn stepped aside.
On the bed lay a gaunt, sallow-faced young man, his eyes closed, unconscious. A week ago, my son was attacked by some villain and found unconscious in an alley. By the time we found him, he was already in this condition.
Marilyn's eyes welled up with tears. Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this an old acquaintance?
Back then, that jerk Harold had come looking for trouble, only to have his spiritual sea sealed by Xian in the process. He thought they'd never cross paths again, but who would guessed the Wang family would actually call on him for treatment?
It seemed
the Wang family still didn't know he was the mastermind behind Harold's downfall. Otherwise, Marilyn wouldn't be treating him this way.
We've tried every possible method these past few days.
Doctors all over the city have examined him and just shook their heads.
They haven't even found the cause of his illness, let alone a cure.
Marilyn's beautiful eyes were red and swollen as she looked at her eldest son on the bed, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief.
We've heard that you, third young master, cured the Zhao family as patriarch. Your medical skills are extraordinary. So, we'd like to ask you to give it a try. If you can cure the Wang family will surely reward you handsomely.
Chapter 63, The prescription given to Mrs. Wang drives the elder mad.
Xian hadn't said a word yet.
A sharp rebuke rang out from outside the room. Nonsense.
Howard is the eldest son of the Wang family. How could we possibly entrust his life to an outsider?
An elderly man with a salt and pepper beard strode in, his face contorted with rage.
You're supposed to be Howard's mother. Are you trying to harm him? Marilyn froze for a moment. Elder Wang Wei, I didn't
Reprimanded, she didn't even have time to wipe away her tears as she hurriedly explained, the third young master cured old Master Zhou's illness a while back.
I thought that with his medical skills, perhaps he could give it a try. Wang Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at Xian appraisingly. You are that miracle doctor who cured old Master Zhou?
The Zhou family had kept the news of the old master's recovery strictly under wraps. Currently, only a handful of people knew about it. This was Wang Wei's first time meeting this legendary miracle doctor, and he hadn't expected him to be so young it made one doubt his credentials. Every renowned doctor in Huan City, big and small, has come to examine him, and they've all been at a loss regarding Howard's condition.
What makes you so sure you can cure him?
Xian chuckled. It's simply because their skills aren't up to par. After all, it was spiritual energy that had sealed his sea of consciousness. No matter how skilled a physician might be, it would be impossible to cure him using conventional medical methods. It could be said that
In this world, he was the only one capable of curing Harold. Elder, please let him give it a try. I've tried every possible method. I really have no other options. That's why I asked the third young master to come. Marilyn said, her eyes red with tears. How could she not be heartbroken for her own flesh and blood son? If there had been any other way, she wouldn't have rashly asked Shin to come. She even knew the elders would object, which is why she secretly invited him over, even dismissing her own subordinates. Who could have imagined that word would still reach the elders, who came to stop her? Elder Wang Wei, his face stern, sized up Shin. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly. So many physicians in the city have already tried. You say they're unskilled. Are you suggesting that all of them are no match for you alone? If they could cure him, why would you have called me here? Xian retorted defiantly. Humph, how arrogant. Wang Wei's face darkened at the rebuke. A scion from a second-rate family, someone who wasn't even taken seriously, dared to speak to him, an elder of the Wang family, like that. If it weren't for the fact that this kid was somewhat useful, he would have taught him a lesson right then and there just for that remark. In that case, then go ahead and treat him. But let me make one thing clear: if you can't cure him, if you dare to act all high and mighty in the Wang clan without any real ability, the consequences are more than you can handle. Wang Wei said with a grim expression. Marilyn, hearing the elder back down, felt her heart ease just a little. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Xian's leisurely voice rang out. Oh? When did I ever say I'd treat him? A faint smile played on his lips, catching both of them off guard. Elder Wang Wei's expression darkened instantly. You brat, are you mocking me? If not to treat Howard, then why did you come here? Ha! Xian shrugged. How am I supposed to know why you invited me here? That's no way to ask for a favor. I'm in a bad mood. I don't feel like helping anymore. In this world, no one has been born yet who can give him orders. The Wang family needs his help, yet they haven't even shown proper respect, acting all high and mighty instead. Well, too bad. Let your young master stay unconscious then. Elder Wang Wei's face instantly flushed with rage. You brat, you're asking for. No. Elder, please calm down. Marilyn quickly reached out to stop him, trying to soothe his temper. Let me talk to the third young master. Howard's condition is critical. Elder Wang Wei snorted coldly, forcing himself to suppress his anger. At that moment, Marilyn let out a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that the hot-tempered Elder Wang Wei would come to blows with Xian. Right now, Xian was her only hope of saving Howard. She couldn't just stand by and watch this opportunity slip away. Master Healer, please don't take it personally. The elder does have a somewhat hot temper, but he is only acting this way because he is so worried about Howard's condition. If you can truly cure Howard, I beg you please save my son's life. No matter the cost, the Wang family will do everything in its power to meet your demands. Cash, martial arts techniques, medicinal herbs? If none of these satisfy you, the Wang family also has connections with the authorities. As long as you can cure Howard, we can arrange a high-ranking position for you in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Marilyn's tone was very humble, and she addressed him respectfully as you at every turn. Her attitude was a world apart from that of Elder Wang Wei. How deep is a parent's love? It wasn't just a matter of bowing her head in apology. For the sake of her child, she would do anything. In that case, all right. Xian's tone was calm. There were two reasons he agreed to treat Harold. On the one hand, Marilyn's attitude was good. She was completely devoted to her son, and that moved Xian. More importantly, there was another reason. He was about to demand the intelligence from back then from the Wang family, so he had to hold some leverage. Otherwise, given his history with the Wang family, they certainly wouldn't hand over that information easily. That's wonderful. Marilyn beamed with joy. Harold's illness had tormented her for so many days, and now there was finally hope for improvement. Xian casually grabbed a sheet of paper and began to write, his pen dancing across the page as he swiftly jotted down the prescription. In the blink of an eye, A brand new prescription was complete. He handed it to Marilyn and said calmly, "Take it 3 times a day. Simmer the herbs over low heat until 3 bowls of water are reduced to 1. Continue this for a week, and his condition will improve."
Marilyn treasured it as if it were a priceless treasure. She had barely taken it and glanced at it when she froze in shock.
This scene aroused Elder Wang Wei's suspicion. "What's the matter? Are the herbs that rare?"
He couldn't help but reach out and take the prescription. The moment he saw it, he was struck as if by lightning.
"Kid, are you looking to die?
How dare you toy with the Wang family like this?" Elder Wang Wei was beside himself with rage, feeling as though he'd been made a fool of.
"Oh? What exactly have I done to fool you?"
Xian remained calm and composed, not even flinching, as if he hadn't noticed Elder Wang Wei, who was about to explode with anger.
"What the hell is written on that prescription? Human-soaked licorice, toad skin, bat droppings, 5-spirit fat." Elder Wang Wei was shaking all over with rage. A formula like this was utter nonsense.
Especially human-soaked licorice. The name sounded respectable enough, but in reality, it was licorice soaked in human feces.
In other words, it's no different from eating shit. "Kid, if you can't explain yourself today, I'll make you pay for your arrogance."
Chapter 64, The Miraculous Prescription Feeding Human Center Yellow to the Wang family's young master.
"You don't know a good thing when you see it. What explanation do you expect from me?" Xian raised an eyebrow.
"Renjong Huang, toad skin, bat droppings, Wolingzi, these are all legitimate Chinese medicinal ingredients. Old man, you're both blocking me from treating the patient and questioning my prescription.
It seems to me you're deliberately trying to prevent your family's young master from getting better. Turning the tables."
Elder Wang Wei was so enraged he nearly spat blood. His finger trembled as he pointed at him.
"You beast. You're twisting the truth. If they were legitimate Chinese medicinal ingredients, that would be one thing. But an entire prescription filled with nothing but these filthy substances, what else could this be but deliberate sabotage?" "Ha! Old man, do you even know anything about medicine?
Let me ask you this, out of all the renowned doctors you've consulted, has any of them ever prescribed a formula like this for your young master?" Xian remained completely unflustered, his demeanor utterly composed.
"Well, no, they haven't. They wouldn't have the guts to."
Elder Wang Wei snorted coldly, speaking with displeasure. Making the Wang family's eldest son drink shit soup. Even if those renowned doctors in the city had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare do such a thing.
Exactly.
It hasn't been tested yet. On what basis do you claim my prescription won't work?
Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Why not give it a try and see for yourself?
A smile tugged at the corner of Xian's mouth.
In reality, he jotted down the prescription on a whim. But so what?
What had truly left Harold unconscious was a strand of spiritual energy he'd left inside him. Once he stepped in to lift Harold's seal, the man would naturally wake up. He only said he could cure Harold. He never claimed the prescription itself was what would do the trick.
"You're definitely up to no good, you little rascal."
Elder Wang Wei was about to argue further.
Just then,
Marilyn quickly stepped in. "Elder, I'm willing to trust him." Elder Wang Wei and Xian both turned to look at her. Marilyn took a deep breath, her expression tinged with sorrow.
"It's been so long since Howard fell into a coma. We've tried every treatment recommended by renowned doctors. Right now, as long as there's a way to cure Howard, I'm willing to try anything.
I implore you, Elder, to give the divine healer's prescription a try." Seeing this, Elder Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. He had lost the will to argue further. No matter how powerful an elder might be in a great clan,
but with his own mother's resolve so unwavering, what else could he say? "All right, then. You may give it a try."
Having said that, he turned to Xian and said coldly, "But listen, kid, I'll be blunt, if Howard doesn't show any improvement after taking your medicine, you'll have offended the entire Wang family.
When that happens, I'll make your Xian family pay the price. Using power to intimidate. Using influence to intimidate. This is the might of Huan City's three great clans. A second-rate clan like the Xian family is nothing in their eyes, let alone him, the third young master of the Xian family. Ha! Suit yourself. Xian chuckled and shrugged. The Wang family wants to take on the Xian family? That's a double blessing. Threatening him with the Xian family, that old man was just overthinking things. A family that owed him neither the debt of birth nor the debt of upbringing. He lived his whole life off the inheritance left by his parents, and even so, people like Maxine were still eyeing him greedily. What had the Xian family ever done for him? Elder Wang Wei had no idea he'd threatened the wrong person. He simply thought his threat had worked and turned to fetch the herbs. What? The herbs listed on the prescription RNT in the storeroom? Elder Wang Wei furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp enough to kill. The household servant in charge of the storeroom groaned in distress. Elder, where did you get this prescription? None of these are commonly used. We don't have a single stock of some of these herbs in the storeroom. Elder Wang Wei felt a vague sense of foreboding. Which herbs are missing? Are you saying that? Elder, the other herbs aren't the problem. The most crucial one is the primary ingredient listed first, Rinzhong Huang. We simply don't have this herb in the storeroom, and you need such a large quantity. We'll have to go to every major pharmacy in the city to gather it. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang Wei nearly fainted. The mighty Wang family. Could it really come to this, scouring the entire city for this stuff? What if someone asked, what are you buying so much Rinzhong Huang for? The answer, to brew medicine for the Wang family's eldest son. If word of this got out, the eldest son would never be able to hold his head up again, and the Wang family's reputation would be completely ruined. That little bastard surnamed Xian, his heart deserves to be torn out. He is simply despicable. But they had no choice but to buy the medicine. The young master had to be saved. Even if they had to hold their noses, they'd have to get the job done. Elder Wang Wei took a deep breath and said, his voice almost trembling, you send someone immediately to buy it in secret. Under no circumstances must the Wang family's identity be revealed. Keep everything under the radar. Yes, sir. The household servant understood and nodded before leaving. In the time it takes for 1 hour to pass. Given the Wang family's efficiency, this minor task was quickly completed. Following the pharmacy's instructions, the various herbs were simmered in 3 bowls of water until only 1 bowl remained, fully concentrating their essence. The moment the medicine was ready, the entire kitchen became unbearable. Elder, the medicine is ready. The servant's expression was a bit uncontrollable. He seemed to be struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Elder Wang Wei couldn't help but hold his breath as well. Go, hurry and take it to the eldest young master's private quarters. Only after the servant had left did he let out a sigh of relief and begin breathing again. The potency was just too damn strong. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to follow along and take a look. Soon after, in the private quarters of the east courtyard, the servant walked in carrying the medicinal broth. Madam, the medicine is ready. The moment he stepped inside, a foul, fishy stench instantly filled the entire room, its intensity rivaling an exploding outhouse. Xian held his breath and casually cast a transparent protective shield around himself. It was only because his cultivation had reached the emperor stage that he could afford such a luxury, using spiritual energy for this. Only one person in the room showed no change in expression. Marilyn walked over, took the medicinal broth, and said calmly, "Leave it to me. You may go." The servants hurriedly withdrew and left in a hurry. Marilyn held the medicinal broth, a flicker of conflict crossing her face. Should he remain unconscious for the rest of his life? Or should he drink the broth and start a new life? She hesitated for less than a second before quickly making up her mind. However, don't blame me, bitter medicine cures the illness. While steeled her resolve, Marilyn picked up a spoon and began forcing the medicine into Harold's mouth. The yellow-green medicinal broth was poured into Harold's mouth. It took just a single spoonful. Harold, lying unconscious on the sickbed, began to retch uncontrollably. Ugh. He vomited with heart-wrenching intensity, spitting up every drop he swallowed. This scene instantly made Marilyn's eyes light up. A miracle doctor. The prescription really works. Chapter 65, Curing Harold, truly a miracle doctor of our time. At that moment, Elder Wang Wei walked in.
Seeing Harold's reaction, he froze in surprise.
This the prescription actually works?
Hee, or did you think I was joking? Xian glanced at him with a chuckle. However, Elder Wang Wei was too preoccupied to care about his attitude at that moment. He hurried forward to take a closer look. Marilyn, who was in the midst of feeding him the medicine, lit up again and again, as excited as if she grasped a lifeline.
Divine healer. This prescription really works, it's wonderful.
With that, she pinned down Harold, who was struggling on the bed, and force-fed him spoonful after spoonful of the medicine.
Ugh. Be a good boy, Howard. This medicine will help you. Ugh.
One more spoonful, you'll be all better soon.
Ugh. Such a good boy. Bitter medicine is good for the illness.
Marilyn looked gentle, but her movements were decisive. She even carefully used the spoon to scrape the medicine from the corners of Harold's mouth and into his throat. Soon, the entire large bowl of yellow-green medicinal broth had been completely emptied. Marilyn let out a sigh of relief, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. She looked at Harold again. After all that, his complexion did indeed seem much better.
You truly are a miracle doctor of our time. Thanks to your prescription, Howard is saved now.
This miracle doctor looked young, but who would have thought her skills were so unfathomable? At first, she'd simply been trying anything as a last resort, but who would have known that just one prescription would actually produce such remarkable results?
No need to thank me, Xian said calmly, a smile on his face. All right, everyone step aside.
I need to take his pulse and examine him to assess his condition.
After what had just happened,
Elder Wang Wei and Marilyn were thoroughly convinced of his medical prowess and quickly made way for him.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for your help, Master Healer.
The two stepped back 3 paces and waited patiently. Xian took Harold's pulse with a cheerful smile, but in reality, he was secretly transmitting his voice. Kid, I know you can hear me. How does the herbal decoction taste?
Harold, lying on the sickbed, showed no reaction, but a tear unconsciously slid down the corner of his eye. Clearly, he had more than his fill of suffering.
Xian noticed this. He sneered inwardly.
He had sealed Harold's spiritual sea, but the other party could certainly sense clearly what had just happened. He simply couldn't react. If he crossed him, he'd have an endless supply of suffering in store for him. This guy had led the bullying against him and ruined his reputation, so Xian naturally wouldn't go easy on him. He certainly didn't want this young master of the Wang family to wake up still fixated on causing him trouble. So, even though he'd been forced to save this guy in order to exchange intelligence with the Wang family, he wouldn't let him off the hook, not even a bit.
There are still 7 days left in the treatment. When the time is up, I'll help you break the seal on your body.
But if, after you wake up, you still have any inappropriate thoughts, I won't mind putting you back in this state to drink that medicinal broth for a whole year.
Xian threatened in a calm tone. Even in a vegetative state, Harold's body stiffened visibly in an instant.
This reaction pleased him greatly. Looks like our young master of the Wang family is also someone who fears hardship. If, after these 7 days of treatment are over, that jerk Harold can still muster the courage to come after me, if he has that kind of willpower, Xian would have to admit he is pretty impressive. However, whether he has the guts or not, Xian didn't really care. His main purpose in coming here was the intelligence. The Wang family held a minor figure like Harold wasn't even worth Xian's attention. At worst, he could just kill him casually when he had the time. Xian left a trace of spiritual energy within Harold's body, then withdrew his hand and said calmly, "Your young master is recovering well. According to the prescription, if he takes the medicine for 7 consecutive days, he'll wake up from his coma." As soon as those words were spoken, both Elder Wang Wei and Marilyn let out a collective sigh of relief. A terminal illness that so many renowned doctors in the city had been unable to cure had been so effortlessly resolved by the man standing before them. Marilyn's eyes welled up with tears as she stepped forward and took Xian's hand.
Thanks to the divine healer's prescription, this means the world to our Wang family. Howard's father passed away early. I raised him all by myself through thick and thin. If anything had happened to Howard, I wouldn't have known how to face his father's spirit in the afterlife. Whatever you ask for, just say the word, the Wang family will certainly grant it. Her delicate, boneless hand clutched Xian's tightly. The two were standing extremely close to one another. Overcome with emotion, Marilyn had forgotten the proper boundaries between men and women. Her entire body was practically pressed against him. Xian could even catch the faint scent of cedar drifting from her. Hearing her words, it suddenly dawned on Xian. So it was a single-parent household. No wonder, given the circumstances, only Mrs. Wang and the elders had stepped forward on behalf of the Wang family. Since Mrs. Wang had put it that way, he decided to go with the flow and make his request, which was, after all, the purpose of his visit. My request is simple. I'd like to meet the matriarch of the Wang family. Ha! Both Marilyn and Elder Wang Wei-chan were taken aback. They expected Xian to make exorbitant demands for money or martial arts techniques, but never imagined his request would be so unassuming. To meet the patriarch? What kind of request was that? There are some matters I need to confirm with your patriarch. I'll explain the details once we meet. Xian offered no further explanation. Just like with the other two families, when the incident occurred all those years ago, these people were either not yet born or held positions too low to know the inside story. Only someone of high rank and influence within the three major clans could possibly answer his questions. Although the request was a bit strange. Neither Marilyn nor Elder Wang Wei asked any further questions. In that case, I'll see what I can do to arrange it. However, Divine Healer, you may have to wait a while. Our ancestor is currently in seclusion. This time, it was Xian's turn to be surprised. Your ancestor is in seclusion too? The Luo clan's patriarch is in seclusion, and the Wang clan's patriarch is in seclusion too. The Luo clan's patriarch was injured by his own parents, forced to recuperate, and eventually developed Alzheimer's. Could the Wang clan's patriarch be in the same situation? Just how many major events did his parents pull off behind his back then? Xian wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Marilyn quickly explained, our patriarch goes into seclusion as a matter of routine once every 2 years. It's been over a year since our patriarch's last seclusion. If you do the math, he should be emerging from seclusion around this time. We'll notify you, the Divine Healer, when the time comes, and we can also ask you to give Howard a follow-up examination while you're here. Xian paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he thought. Prominent families aren't so easily fooled, they're just as shrewd as anyone. That's what Marilyn was saying. The key was to have him come back for a follow-up in a few days. If Harold's condition really improved, they'd arrange a meeting then. As for whether their patriarch was actually in seclusion, that wasn't even certain. Xian didn't really care. He'd already waited 15 years, a few more days wouldn't make a difference. At that moment, Marilyn felt a bit embarrassed, so she said gently, the Divine Healer has solved such a huge problem for my Wang family. Aside from this matter, the Wang family also has some other compensation proposals. Chapter 66, Wang Jiao investigates the downfall of the dungeon. Marilyn smiled gently. The Wang family owns a casino in the city. It generates at least 2 million in net profit every day, which we can give to you, Divine Healer, free of charge. If you feel the profit isn't enough, you're more than welcome to adjust the commission rate yourself. Earning 5 million a day is no problem at all. 5 million a day. Xian raised an eyebrow. The Wang family was certainly being generous. The profits from this single casino would be considered a highly profitable venture even for the Zhao family, who had been in business for generations. But Xian wasn't blinded by the profits. He furrowed his brow and asked, if I'm not mistaken, operating a casino in the city isn't exactly legal, is it? Was the Wang family really that exploitative? They just finished treating their eldest son, and now they were already looking for an excuse to send him to prison? Divine Healer, you've misunderstood. For other families, this casino would naturally be an illegal enterprise. But this is a casino run by the Wang family naturally, it's a different story.
Marilyn lowered her head and smiled gently, her tone tinged with pride. You may not be aware of this, divine healer, but we have someone from the Wang family serving in the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and we use her position to cover it up. So, when they investigate illegal businesses, they naturally never trace it back to us. They got connections. This is the true strength of the Wang family as one of the three great families. The Criminal Investigation Bureau. Xian had heard her mention it before. It was an official organization specifically responsible for overseeing all illegal activities in the city. In a sense, this organization's power even surpassed that of the three great families after all, it was backed by the Xia government. Judging by what Marilyn had just said, the Wang family had someone serving in the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and that person's rank must be quite high. At the very least, they must be at the leadership level. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to protect an illegal business like a casino. Master Healer, please don't refuse. This is just a small token of the Wang family's appreciation. I'll have someone arrange the paperwork right away to transfer all future profits from the casino to your account. Marilyn didn't wait for a refusal, she simply smiled to herself. Just then, a sudden rush of swift footsteps echoed from outside the door. The sound came before the person did. Sister-in-law. A woman in her 20s pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her exquisitely beautiful, oval face was framed by a pair of striking, spirited eyes that were impossible to forget. She was dressed tastefully and professionally, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, and her figure was incredibly sultry. Her blouse was straining across her chest, making one worry about the quality of the buttons, and her slender waist defined a graceful curve of her hips, a true snake waist. She strode quickly toward them. Just as she was about to greet them, she noticed Xian in the room, furrowed her brow, and asked, "Who are you?" "Jiao, this is the miracle doctor we've invited. He is here to treat Howard," Marilyn explained with a smile. Wang Jiao frowned in displeasure as she sized up Xian. A miracle doctor? So young? Sister-in-law, I've told you this so many times. Don't go looking for those weirdos to treat Harold, most of them are just con artists. Lately, her cousin's wife had been constantly worried about Harold's condition, to the point where she was practically grasping at straws. She tried bringing in every kind of doctor she could find. Especially so-called miracle doctors and renowned physicians, most of them were either out to make a quick buck or build a reputation. Marilyn felt a bit awkward. No, this miracle Dr. Ji Yao is different from the others out there. The prescription he gave really works. I just followed his instructions and personally gave Howard the medicine myself, and he is already feeling much better. Hearing this, Wang Zhiyao looked a little surprised. It really works? Really? Marilyn nodded repeatedly, afraid she wouldn't believe her. For some reason, even though she was her cousin's wife, Marilyn seemed a little intimidated by her niece standing before her. Then I was out of line. Just then, Wang Zhiyao took a close look at Xian. It seemed she remembered something and asked, "Aren't you the third young master of the Xian family?" That's me. There are so many doctors in the city, and not only can they not cure Harold, they can't even diagnose what's wrong with him. Wang Zhiyao fixed her gaze on him and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Since you're such a miracle doctor and can treat him, can you tell me what is causing Harold's illness?" "I'm only responsible for treating illnesses, not explaining them." Xian laughed it off, refusing to elaborate. As if he revealed that Harold wasn't actually sick, it would be all too easy to expose the fact that he just treated the guy with the 10-ingredient manure decoction. He certainly wasn't worried about retaliation from the Wang family. But the main purpose of this trip was to exchange intelligence with the Wang family as patriarch. Until he achieved his goal, Xian wasn't ready to burn bridges with the Wang family. Wang Zhiyao narrowed her sharp eyes, still not giving up, and pressed further, "If I'm not mistaken, I don't recall ever hearing that you knew any medicine before. Where did you learn these medical skills?" Her expression as if she were determined to get to the bottom of everything made Xian raise an eyebrow.
I taught myself medicine. What, do I need to pass a medical license exam before I can treat members of your Wang family? Xian's tone was slightly irritated. The way this woman had started grilling him like a criminal right off the bat was getting on his nerves. Seeing that the situation had reached an impasse, Marilyn quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Master Healer, Jiao didn't mean it that way. She works at the Criminal Investigation Bureau, that's just how direct she is. Please don't take it personally. Xian was a little surprised. Just as he thought. This girl really is from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. No wonder her speech and actions are so efficient. Earlier, when Marilyn mentioned her connection to the Criminal Investigation Bureau, could she have been referring to Wang Jiao right in front of him? Wang Jiao also realized at that moment that she overreacted a bit. The divine healer here had come to treat Harold. He wasn't a criminal she was about to interrogate at the Criminal Investigation Bureau. She quickly apologized and explained, "I'm sorry, divine healer. We've been investigating the sudden collapse of the dungeon lately. With so much on our plate, I've gotten used to seeing everyone as a criminal. I didn't mean to single you out, I apologize." Wang Jiao offered a sincere apology. Given her personality, apologizing didn't feel awkward at all. She was open and straightforward about it. Xian was somewhat surprised. "What exactly are you investigating?" About a week ago, the largest underground organization in Huan City suddenly collapsed. Its members were either dead or on the run. There were hardly any survivors left in the entire organization. Even the leader, the Snake Princess, lost all cognitive function and became a vegetative patient who couldn't speak or move. Her symptoms were exactly the same as Harold's. Since you, the divine healer, are able to treat this condition, I'd like to ask you something. Do you have any leads? Chapter 67, Wang Jiao's doubts. Investigate this man for me. It sounds like things haven't been very peaceful at the Criminal Investigation Bureau lately, huh? Why are you investigating the Undercity? The disappearance of an underground criminal organization, isn't that a good thing for your bureau? Xian asked, raising an eyebrow. At this point, a wry smile involuntarily crossed Wang Jiao's resolute face. If only it were that simple. With such a massive criminal organization wiped out, many of the cases we were investigating have suddenly lost their leads. We don't even know who to turn to for closure. More importantly, its downfall has sent shockwaves through other factions in Huan City. Lately, smaller criminal organizations have been constantly trying to take over the business that the Undercity used to run. There have been endless conflicts, turning Huan City into a complete mess. Because of all this, my team and I haven't slept much for nearly a week. Xian wasn't sure whether to laugh out loud. It did seem a bit dire. If he told her right now that he was the one responsible for all this, who knows how she'd react? Wouldn't she probably arrest him on the spot and take him back to the Criminal Investigation Bureau for questioning? But that was just a thought. Better safe than sorry. The Criminal Investigation Bureau wasn't exactly a pleasant place, and Xian had no intention of paying it a visit. Clearing his throat, he said, "Since Harold's condition is under control. From now on, follow the prescription and give him the medicine for the full 7 days. I'll come back then." After saying this, Xian stood up and strode out. Marilyn saw him off to the door, her words brimming with gratitude. When she returned, she found her niece staring blankly at the doorway where Xian had left. Curious, she asked, "Jiao, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing." Wang Jiao shook her head. "Sister-in-law, could you bring me that prescription so I can take a look?" "Oh, sure." Marilyn, suspecting nothing, handed over the prescription she'd just received. Renjong Huang, toad skin, bat droppings, Wuling Ji. Wang Jiao muttered the names of the herbs listed on the prescription, her expression growing increasingly complex the more she looked at it. "You actually boiled the medicine according to this prescription to treat Harold? And it actually worked in the end?" "Yes." Marilyn patted her ample bosom and exclaimed, "We felt the same way you do now. We thought the miracle doctor was pulling our leg, but we never expected it to actually work." Wang Jiao instinctively sensed something was off. You didn't even need to know anything about pharmacology, even a fool could tell this prescription was completely made up.
Yet this so-called miracle doctor had actually cured Harold using a prescription that seemed like nothing more than a joke.
What's wrong, Jiao? Is something off? Marilyn asked curiously. No, nothing. Wang Jiao didn't say anything more.
Her sister-in-law spent most of her time at home, so she was inevitably a bit naive. She previously discouraged her sister-in-law from seeking out so-called miracle doctors outside because she was worried she'd get swindled. If she ran into someone trying to swindle money or fame, it wouldn't be a big deal. The Wang family was wealthy and influential, but if she happened to encounter someone trying to take advantage of her, her sister-in-law might not even realize it.
Alright, since we have the miracle doctor's prescription, I can rest easy now.
Harold, please take good care of him. I need to get back to the Criminal Investigation Bureau to continue my work.
Wang Jiao handed the prescription back and then left the Wang residence.
As soon as she stepped outside, an unassuming black SUV was waiting for her at the entrance, and one of her subordinates quickly opened the door for her.
Wang Jiao got into the back seat, rubbed the bridge of her nose wearily, and asked, So, any progress on the investigation into the underground city? The subordinate driving the car looked a bit awkward.
Well, we're still working on it as fast as we can. It's not that we're not trying, it's just that the dungeon's collapse was so sudden, they didn't leave a single survivor. The only survivor, Snake Princess, is in a vegetative state. We can't get any information out of her.
Boss, please give us a little more time.
Wang Jiao had expected this outcome and wasn't particularly surprised.
Just then,
she suddenly thought of the old family prescription and, furrowing her brow, asked, Do you think if we brewed a decoction for Snake Princess using ingredients like human center yellow, toad skin, bat droppings, and woolingzi, could it cure her? Upon hearing the ingredients the captain mentioned, the faces of the subordinates in the car contorted, and they exchanged strange glances. One of them couldn't help but say, Boss, I know you're really fed up with criminals, but abusing a suspect is against the law. We can't do something like that.
Wang Jiao wanted to explain, but the words died on her lips. Even she thought it was ridiculous.
But her sister-in-law had personally testified that the miracle doctor had indeed cured Harold with a single decoction.
She wouldn't lie to her.
So the only possibility was that the man had deceived her sister-in-law. The prescription wasn't what actually worked at all.
Wang Jiao instantly pieced it all together.
Her sharp eyes narrowed as she ordered, Put your current tasks aside for now and help me gather detailed information on one person.
Boss, who are you talking about?
The third young master of the Xian family, Xian. Hearing that name, her subordinates looked somewhat puzzled. But in their eyes, Wang Jiao represented authority, so without further ado, they all agreed to her request.
Just then,
the subordinate in charge of driving hesitated before speaking up. Boss, speaking of intelligence, I actually have a little something to report.
Speak.
I heard that a while back, during the Huang family patriarch's 80th birthday celebration, some troublemakers showed up and injured several members of the Huang family. Rumor has it they crippled the Huang family's only heir, leaving him in a vegetative state. The symptoms seem exactly like those of the Snake Princess, unable to care for himself and unconscious. The time of the incident coincides exactly with the time the dungeon was destroyed.
Wang Jiao was somewhat surprised. Why didn't you mention such important information sooner?
The Huang family sealed off all information the very day it happened. I only just uncovered this myself. The driver looked somewhat helpless.
At that moment,
Wang Jiao fell deep in thought, her bold brows furrowing slightly. The Huang family's only son was stripped of his powers and lost consciousness. Harold was stripped of his powers and also lost consciousness.
Not to mention the Snake Princess.
These three people have exactly the same symptoms. There must be a single clue behind it all. Wang Jiao had a premonition that she was very close to the truth behind it all, yet she was still just a hair's breadth away.
Step up the investigation into the Huang family. I need to know exactly what happened that day. Chapter 68, Confronting the Elders. What were their circumstances back then? Soon after, Wang Zhiyao returned to the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Her subordinates quickly gathered the requested information, and she opened the files to review them. Xian, low-level cultivation aptitude, fighter stage strength. Inherited the estate of the third branch after both parents died. Suspected of pursuing the Luo family head. Ice had a confrontation with Harold at the auction house a week ago. Wang Zhiyao stared at the file, lost in thought. A week ago. Wasn't he that the very day Harold's incident occurred? Could Harold's incident be related to this guy? But the file clearly shows he is only at the fighter stage. She continued reading. He has a younger sister who attends a top high school in Huan City. That day, someone noticed an unidentified vehicle tailing Arya. 2 hours later, news broke that the dungeon had been destroyed. It seemed another thread had come together. Before Wang Zhiyao had time to think it through, one of her subordinates pushed open the door and walked in to report. Boss, we've got results on the investigation into the Huang family incident. Someone did indeed cause a huge disturbance at Old Master Huang's birthday banquet that day, injuring and maiming several of the Huang family's sons and nephews. One of the Huang family members was the most severely injured. He remains unconscious to this day, with symptoms identical to those of the Snake Princess. And we've identified the mastermind behind all this. It's the third young master of the Xian family, the one you asked us to investigate. Wang Zhiyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her gaze filled with disbelief. It was him after all. These 3 incidents were indeed inextricably linked to him. But how did he do it? Isn't this guy only at the fighter stage? Ransacking the Huang family is one thing, but the Snake Princess in the dungeon is already at the venerable stage. How could she have been taken down so easily? Wang Zhiyao felt the dossier in her hands suddenly become unbearably hot. This guy, has he been hiding his true strength all along? Just then, one of her subordinates, noticing she was lost in thought, couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you think we should arrest him and interrogate him? Wang Zhiyao snapped back to her senses, feeling both exasperated and amused. What are you thinking? If this intel is true, he could single-handedly take down the entire dungeon. Even the Snake Princess, who is at the venerable stage, isn't a match for him. And you want to go there to arrest him? Not only would you tip him off, but he could take you down with one hand. After being scolded, the subordinate sheepishly backed away. At that moment, Wang Zhiyao took a deep breath. In any case, we now have a lead to follow. Try not to act rashly. For the time being, I'll keep a close eye on him myself. At that moment, Xian still had no idea he'd become a prime target of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Even if he did know, he wouldn't have cared. After leaving the Wang family estate, he teleported back to the Xian family compound and was about to return to his own courtyard. Unexpectedly, a cold snort rang out from behind him. Stop right there. Elder Xianzhan walked up to him and asked irritably, What the hell have you been up to lately, running around every day? I don't seem to have any obligation to report my actions to you, Xian said indifferently. You good for nothing. You're showing less and less respect for the Xian family. As an elder of the Xian clan, don't I even have the right to ask you a question? Elder Xianzhan replied with a stern expression. Xian had no intention of engaging with him. He yawned and said, Old man, spit it out if you've got something to say. If not, I'm out of here. Seeing that Xian completely disregarded him as an elder, Xianzhan's expression darkened. Xian was just about to turn and walk away. But then he seemed to think of something and turned back to ask, Where is the Grand Elder right now? He is cultivating in the ancestral hall with Xian Wu, Elder Xianzhan replied, frowning. What do you want with Elder Chuanji? Of course I have business. Xian immediately set off toward the ancestral hall. It had just occurred to him. If all 3 major clans had access to the intelligence from back then the Xian clan is the epicenter of the turmoil at the time. Couldn't he possibly know nothing about what happened back then? Now that the intelligence had been mostly gathered, only one piece was missing from the puzzle of information regarding the 3 major clans.
This was the perfect opportunity to verify the facts with the Xian clan elders. Before long, he arrived at the clan ancestral hall. Zachary was somewhat surprised by his arrival. Xian? What brings you here? My parents didn't actually die back then, did they? Xian cut straight to the chase. The moment his words fell, the entire ancestral hall fell silent, and a deathly stillness spread through the room. Elder Zachary, seated on a meditation cushion, frowned and denied it. I don't know who has been feeding you that nonsense. Your parents are gone, that's an indisputable fact. Xian, we know your parents' passing was a huge blow to you back then, but that's all in the past now. Xian gave a wry chuckle. Still playing along? I've already confirmed with both the Zhao and Luo clans you never even saw their remains back then. You dared to erect a symbolic grave for my parents and announce their deaths based solely on a rumor from the capital. Did you really think you could hide this from me for the rest of my life? Zachary and Elder Xuanwu couldn't help but exchange a glance, their eyes filled with shock. This kid. He actually went to the two major clans to verify it? How did you do that? Why on earth would anyone from those two great clans tell you something like that? Zachary blurted out instinctively. That's none of your business. In any case, you owe me an explanation now. Xian's expression turned icy. No matter what the truth was, he could accept it. The only thing he couldn't accept was being kept in the dark his entire life. Seeing how certain he was, Elder Zachary couldn't help but sigh, his sigh tinged with deep helplessness. Kid, do you realize we did all this for your own good? Elder Xianwu, standing nearby, interjected. Upon hearing this, Xian's expression instantly turned icy. For my own good? I've never received a single bit of kindness from you all my life. Where were you when outsiders bullied me? Where were you when everyone treated me like a good-for-nothing? You even dared to falsify the news of my parents' disappearance, forcing me to pay respects at a symbolic grave for 20 years. Is this how you show your goodwill toward me? Xian's tone carried a bone-chilling coldness. It was precisely because he had experienced the Xian family's kindness firsthand that he held such contempt for their hypocritical rhetoric. Kind to him? If they were so kind, why hadn't he ever felt it from childhood to now? Elder Xianwu was momentarily speechless, then took a deep breath and said, We had no choice but to do this. You have no idea what we've been through. Enough. Elder Zachary waved his hand to interrupt. No need to dwell on that. We made the choice, so naturally we must bear the consequences of this boy's hostility. At that moment, Zachary actually seemed rather magnanimous, as if he had come to terms with it. He let out a long sigh and said, Since you want to know, I'll tell you what happened back then. Chapter 69, Stripping You of Your Cultivation Talent, Striking Out in Rage. Zachary sighed and said, Back then, news came from the Fong family in the capital, saying your parents had died in the Chongshu secret realm. That was all they said. Although we didn't believe it, we had no right to question it. So, all we could do was erect a symbolic grave for your parents. His words were filled with deep helplessness. The Xian family's influence was far too weak even in a small place like Huan City. They were nothing more than a second-rate family. Even though the Xian family's two prodigies had died under mysterious circumstances in the Chongshu secret realm, and only a single sentence had been sent back, as the family elders, they had no right to demand answers. Because the message had come from the Fong family of the capital. One of the most powerful factions in Great Xia. The Xian family didn't even have the right to tie their shoes. Fortunately, so many years had passed, and Zachary no longer felt the same bitter anger as he had back then. He continued calmly, Actually, within the Xian family, the official conclusion regarding your parents has always been that they're missing. It's just that there was absolutely no need to tell you any of this. Were we supposed to tell you all of this and let you, a 5-year-old child back then, grow up filled with hatred? Even if you're an adult now and know the truth behind it all, what good would that do? Are we supposed to let you recklessly seek revenge against the Fong family in the capital? If you fail, not only would you be in grave danger, but the entire Xian family would suffer as well.
As Elder Zachary neared the end of his speech, his tone grew increasingly agitated, and he nearly stood up from his meditation cushion. Xian fell silent for a second. He could indeed understand the elder's helplessness. If he were in their shoes, he would likely have made the same choice. Sometimes, keeping things hidden is a form of protection. But just because he understood the elder's predicament didn't mean he could accept it. According to intelligence from the two major clans, his parents had been hunted down in the Chongshu secret realm by the combined forces of the Fong, Hong, Chu, and Wei clans. What an unjust fate! As their son, Xian had to seek justice for them no matter what. He would make those who had harmed his parents back then pay the price. At that moment, Xian continued, "So, what happens after the envoys from the Fong family in the capital return with this news? They traveled all that way, surely not just to deliver a single message?" This question seemed to hit the nail on the head. Elders Zachary and Xian Wu exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This kid has such keen insight. Realizing they couldn't hide it any longer, Zachary said helplessly, "Naturally, there's more to the story. Kid, do you know that when your parents entered the Chongshu secret realm back then, their cultivation had already reached the peak of the venerable stage?" "Of course I do," Xian replied with a touch of pride. Everyone in Huan City knew this fact. Back then, his parents were the city's most renowned prodigies. They had reached the peak of the venerable stage in their 30s. Given enough time, they might even have broken through to the demi-saint stage. However, as their only son, his cultivation aptitude was abysmal. Everyone knew he was only at the fighter stage, which is why he'd been mocked for so many years as the useless third young master. As their child, why is your talent so abysmal? Have you ever stopped to think why that might be? Zachary said, stroking his beard. These words left Xian feeling a bit annoyed. "Old man, if you dare suggest I'm not their biological son, don't blame me for not showing you respect." Even though he'd only been 5 years old back then. But his memories of his parents were so vivid he could picture their faces just by closing his eyes. In terms of appearance alone, he resembled both of them 7 or 8 out of 10. There was absolutely no way he could have been adopted. Elder Zachary froze for a second. He wasn't sure if it was because of Xian's insolence or because he was taken aback by the absurdity of the idea. Just then, Elder Xuanwu, who had been standing nearby, finally chimed in, snorting impatiently, "You good-for-nothing, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course you're their biological son. What we were trying to say just now was, the Fong family from the capital sent someone here specifically not just to inform us of the news. More importantly, they want to eliminate any future threats, to prevent anyone from seeking revenge once they learn the truth." Xian had a vague sense that something wasn't right. Eliminate future threats? His parents were being hunted down by the 4 major clans working together, and their fate was still unknown. There was certainly no question of any future threats. The only possibility was that it had to be him, their only surviving child? Seeing the sharp glint in Xian's eyes, Elder Xian Wu made no attempt to hide the truth. He nodded and said, "That's right, it's aimed at you. At the time, they demanded that we kill you to eliminate the threat once and for all." Hearing this, Xian's gaze turned completely icy. Fine, the Fong family of the capital. Back then, he'd been nothing more than a 5-year-old child. Yet a prestigious top-tier family of the capital could be so despicable as to target a child and even had the nerve to call it eliminating future threats. Elder Xian Wu cleared his throat. "Don't look at me like that. Of course we didn't agree to such a demand. Even though the Xian family is just a second-rate clan from a small town, we still have some basic backbone. Your parents' fate on their turf remains unknown. It's one thing that we lack the ability to get to the bottom of it, but we certainly can't fail to protect the child they left behind." Elder Xian Wu spoke with righteous indignation. However, Xian remained unmoved, his gaze regaining its coldness as he stared at him. Since this old man had specifically brought up the matter, it certainly wouldn't end there. Sure enough. The next moment, Elder Xian Wu cleared his throat and said, "So, in the end, we merely stripped you of your cultivation talent." "What did you say?"
A fierce glint flashed in Xian's eyes as his rage reached its peak. He had always believed he was simply born with poor cultivation talent, but he never imagined it had actually been stripped away by the clan elders. Damn it! Then what about all these years of being mocked and oppressed by outsiders, and even the clan elders habitually ignoring him? What were all those injustices supposed to mean? It's not their fault. Elder Xuanwu was about to say something else. The very next moment, Xian's attack had already struck. A palm strike radiating golden might struck directly at Elder Xuanwu's chest. Fueled by rage, he held nothing back. Elder Xuanwu Han-Ti expected such a sudden attack and hastily countered with a palm strike of his own. Boom! As their palms collided, a circular shockwave rapidly rippled out. The intense impact caused everything in the ancestral hall to sway. Elder Xianwu let out a muffled groan as he and his meditation cushion were sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar. You scoundrel, stop it! This is the Xian family's ancestral hall. How dare you lay hands on your elders? Are you trying to stage a rebellion? Elder Zachary couldn't help but speak up to stop him, his voice stern. Chapter 70, Expulsion from the Clan. You have no right to excommunicate me. Xian clenched his teeth. A blaze of rage raged in his chest, nearly causing him to lose control of his senses. Those old fools! All these years, he'd been kept in the dark. Even when everyone bullied and mocked him, he'd only blamed himself, forcing down his feelings of shame. Why? Because he'd always believed he was a natural-born failure. He'd brought shame upon his parents and dragged the family down. Now someone was telling him that all of this was man-made, that these old fools had intervened to strip him of his cultivation talent. The Fang family in the capital deserved to die, and these old fools deserved to die even more. Enough! We are, after all, your elders. You've laid hands on your ancestors in the ancestral hall. Do you have even a shred of loyalty, filial piety, trust, or brotherly devotion left in you? Zachary rebuked him sternly. Do you think we wanted to strip you of your cultivation talent? I had no choice back then. The Fang family's influence in the capital is more than 100 times greater than ours. If we hadn't complied with their demands, they could have wiped out the entire Xian family with a mere flick of their fingers, and you would have died 15 years ago. Why do you think the Xian family has always kept you at arm's length? That was precisely how we protected you. What is so wrong with living out your life as an ordinary person? That old fool keeps spouting all this sweet-sounding nonsense. If it were anyone else, they might actually have been taken in by it. Xian was almost laughing out of sheer frustration. He threw his head back and roared, "Ha ha ha! Old fool, do you expect me to thank you?" Elder Chuanji snorted coldly, stroking his beard as he said, "I never said that, but regardless, the Xian clan saved your life." His demeanor made it clear he didn't think he'd done anything wrong. No matter who it was, standing in his shoes, they wouldn't have made any other choice. Sacrificing the youngest son of a family to ensure the entire clan wouldn't be held accountable by the Fang family. What a bargain that was! Ha 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 ha! Xian laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath. Old man, that excuse you came up with, I almost believed it. Watch your attitude, you good for nothing. Zachary stroked his beard, his tone betraying his displeasure. Time and time again, he'd been disrespecting and talking back to his elders. If it weren't for the slight sense of guilt he felt toward Xian, he would already punish this good-for-nothing for his behavior. However, before he could make a move, Xian spoke up first. Old man, I understand that back then, under pressure from the Fang family, you intervened and crippled my cultivation talent. But that was just a display of how you old bastards are cowards, afraid of death. Don't use it for my own good as an excuse. All that righteous rhetoric coming out of your mouths really makes me sick. By the end of his speech, Xian's tone had turned completely cold, as if he were a different person. Elder Zachary glared furiously. You bastard! I saved your life back then, yet you show no gratitude, and now you dare to spout such insolent nonsense. If it weren't for our intervention back then, would you even be standing here now, talking back to us old men? Xian let out a cold chuckle, completely unmoved.
He had fully seen through their hypocrisy and mercilessly called them out. Saved my life? I'd say you were saving the lives of you old fools, wouldn't you? You say you kept the truth from me for my own good. Well, let me ask you this. In all these years, have you ever even tried to find out what happened to my parents? Their fate remains unknown, and they've been wandering out there for so many years. Has the Xian family ever lifted a finger to help them? His words rang out with force. Both elders' faces froze. They opened their mouths but hesitated to answer. Because, in all these years, they had indeed never searched for the two. As far as they were concerned, the Fong family's willingness to let them off the hook was already a great concession. If they made any unnecessary moves and angered the Fong family, the consequences would be more than they could bear. Seeing this, Xian let out a cold chuckle. The last shred of affection he had for the Xian family was extinguished in that very moment. If the Xian family truly cared about his parents, they wouldn't have failed to take any action all these years. The more righteous and noble they pretended to be, the more disgusted Xian felt. In that case, stop putting on a show in front of me from now on. If you want to be my elders, you're not worthy. Xian's dismissive attitude pushed Elder Chuanji past the breaking point, and he glared at him furiously. Will you ever shut up, you brat? Let me tell you this, as long as you carry the Xian family's blood, you are a member of the Xian family. You show no respect for your elders and have no sense of hierarchy. If your parents could see you like this, what would they think? And you dare mention my parents? Xian said coldly. Old man, you have no right to bring them up. Listen to me carefully. Since you're also afraid of death and afraid of offending the four great families of the capital, fine. From now on, I'll investigate this matter myself, and I'll bear all the consequences myself. You're not worthy, nor do you have the right to say another word. Elder Chuanji's face darkened. You brat, do you even know what you're saying? Kneel before the family genealogy right now, apologize to our ancestors, and promise never to investigate that incident from back then again. Then I might pretend nothing ever happened. His face darkened as he spoke in a threatening tone. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to strike your name from the family registry and expel you from the Xian clan. Once you're no longer under the Xian clan's protection, if people from the capital come knocking to wipe you out completely, the Xian clan will have no reason to shield you anymore. Think carefully about the consequences. A threat. A blatant threat. Even the Xian family, when faced with the true top-tier clans, was nothing more than roadside weeds. If this young man wanted to investigate the events of that year, he would inevitably clash head-on with the four great clans, something the Xian family could absolutely not accept. There were only two paths before him. Either give up the investigation and behave himself as a member of the Xian family. Or, break away from the Xian family, be disowned, and spend the rest of his life in exile. It was a choice, and the answer was obvious. Ha, you're going to disown me? Xian let out a cold laugh. He reached up with a sweeping motion and took down the Xian family genealogy book enshrined above the ancestral hall. Is this the family genealogy book? No one knew what he was up to. The two elders held their breath, watching his every move intently. The next moment, Xian flipped through the genealogy book, found the page listing his parents and himself, and then rip! He tore a page right out of it. Xian carefully tucked away the torn page, then casually tossed the genealogy book onto the floor as if it were trash. He said calmly, I don't need you to expel me. There are some things I'll handle myself. The entire clan hall fell deathly silent. Elder Chuanji's eyes widened. Even Elder Xian Wu, lying on the ground gravely wounded, wore an expression of utter disbelief. In the Xian family's 200-year history, this was the first clan member to seek to sever ties with the Xian family. And he didn't hesitate for a single moment? This brat, what gives him the right? How dare he? Chapter 71, Expulsion from the Xian family, Maxine's plan. You wretched beast! Do you even care about the Xian clan anymore? Elder Xian Wu's face turned crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged with rage. For someone who valued the clan's honor more than his own life, this scene had undoubtedly stepped on Elder Xian Wu's most sensitive nerve, making him want nothing more than to teach this brat a lesson. Weren't you the ones who wanted to expel me? I'm just doing what you wanted to do yourselves. Xian's tone was filled with cold indifference as he said, "You ruined my cultivation potential, and now you expect to keep me in line by leveraging your status as elders? Let me tell you, you're dreaming." The only reason he hadn't torn down this ancestral hall today was out of respect for his parents. Such a resolute attitude left the two elders looking exceptionally grim. This kid's behavior was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face to them, the elders. He shows no respect for hierarchy and acts with utter recklessness. I truly regret not disciplining you strictly all these years. In the end, you've turned into such a wretched creature. Elder Xian Wu scrambled to his feet, his eyes brimming with unspeakable grief and indignation. Enough! Since this wretch has made his choice, let him bear the consequences himself. I only hope that whatever you encounter in the future, you won't drag the Xian family down with you. Remember this well, you have severed all ties with the Xian family. Elder Chuanzi shook his head and sighed, as if all his strength had been drained from him. He could easily foresee what would happen. This kid was bound to cross paths with the four great families of the capital, or he'd be crushed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Therefore, he can only do his best to protect the Xian clan from being dragged down by this one boy. Ha! You're the ones who should remember those words. No matter what happens in the future, remember not to come to me for help. Xian said calmly. These old fools still hadn't realized what they truly lost. A bunch of old fools who didn't even possess venerable stage strength. Even if they devoted their entire lives, they could only keep the Xian family at the level of a second-rate clan. Forget the four top clans of the capital. Even clans like the Zhaos, Wangs, and Luos in Huan City could easily manipulate the Xian clan as they pleased. With his current emperor's stage strength, it would be enough if the Xian clan didn't come crawling to him in the future, begging for connections. Leaving those words behind, Xian turned and walked straight out of the ancestral hall. He hurried back to the third branch of the family. Brother Xian. Arya ran over cheerfully to greet him, but she soon noticed the serious expression on Xian's face. She blinked and asked, "Brother Xian, what's wrong?" "I'm moving out of the Xian family." "Are you staying here, or are you coming with me?" Xian kept his tone as gentle as possible to avoid scaring her. "Ha? What happened?" Arya froze in surprise. He shook his head, offering no further explanation. The past was something he had to investigate on his own, and the vengeance for his parents' deaths was his alone to seek. These matters were far too heavy a burden to place on a 17-year-old girl. "I'm going with Brother Xian." "Wherever you go, Brother Xian, I'll go too. We won't be apart." Arya didn't hesitate for a single second. She gave her answer immediately, supporting Xian as always. In her heart, wherever Brother Xian was home. Good girl. Xian ruffled her hair affectionately and patted her on the shoulder. "Go pack your things. We're leaving today." He'd originally planned to wait a while before moving, but now that he'd fallen out with the Xian family, staying here any longer would inevitably invite gossip. More importantly, he wasn't the good-for-nothing he used to be. He no longer needed to live under someone else's roof. Arya obediently went to pack her things. At that moment, Maxine, who lived in room 3, also heard his words and was utterly taken aback. You're moving out?" Facing a flustered Maxine, Xian's response was matter-of-fact, "I've been struck from the Xian family registry. From now on, I'm no longer a member of the Xian family." "What?" Maxine's expression shifted rapidly. "He has been disowned by the Xian family? Doesn't that mean the assets of the third branch and the first branch will also be reclaimed by the family? If that's the case, should she continue to serve this guy? But if she doesn't follow him, what about the restriction seal on her body?" For a moment, Maxine was torn, caught between a rock and a hard place. Seeing her changing expression, Xian guessed what was troubling her and said calmly, "Whether you want to leave with me or not is up to you. I won't force you." He didn't really care about this master-servant pair. The punishment was enough. As long as they didn't go looking for trouble in the future, Xian, a mere emperor stage cultivator, wouldn't go out of his way to cause trouble for two ordinary people. Just then, Arya walked out carrying a suitcase. "Brother, I'm all packed." Xian nodded and took Arya's other hand. The brother and sister left the Xian household. "First Lady, what should we do? Should we follow them?" Li Mengyue asked with a complex expression. Maxine was also in a complete state of confusion at that moment, staring at the direction the siblings had left torn with indecision. She simply couldn't make up her mind. "First Lady, I think it's actually a good thing they've left the Xian household. This way, you won't have to serve as the third young master's concubine. How much better it would be to stay at the Xian household as the first young lady." Li Mengyue, true to her role as the head maid, was thinking entirely from the perspective of protecting her mistress. "That's very thoughtful of you." Maxine smiled, but realized she couldn't actually laugh. That was true. If she didn't follow them, she certainly wouldn't have to serve as a concubine. In theory, she would regain her freedom. But the problem was, in a family like the Xians, a woman from outside the family like her would never be able to establish a lasting foothold. That was why she seduced Xian in the first place, to try to conceive a child with him and use that to secure her position in the Xian family. Now that Xian had taken everything he could and walked away without a second thought. Do you really think the Xian family elders would willingly hand over the assets of both the first and third branches to an outsider like her? She confided all these concerns to Li Mengyue. It wasn't until Li Mengyue pointed it out that she realized their predicament. "First Lady, are you saying that once the third young master leaves, we'll soon lose our footing in the Xian family as well?" "Yes." Maxine sighed. This was the helpless reality for women in prominent families without a son or daughter of their own. They had absolutely no say. Li Mengyue couldn't help but ask, "Well then, First Lady, should we follow the third young master and leave?" "I'll think it over." Maxine hesitated. To be honest, following him wasn't a great option either. That guy had lost his status in the Xian family. He'd already ruined most of his future prospects. He was just an ordinary person with fighter stage strength. How much could he really accomplish on the stage of Huan City? Thinking of this, Maxine instinctively rubbed her stomach, feeling a bit wistful. If I'd managed to conceive his child during this time, I wouldn't be in such a passive position now, unable to stay in the Xian family even if I wanted to. That guy clearly didn't hold back. He'd keep at it for most of the night, so why wasn't there even the slightest movement in her belly? Wait a minute, a child? Maxine suddenly realized something. Do you think if I'd tried a little harder during that time and gotten pregnant with his child, our situation with staying in the Xian family might have been different? Li Mengyue couldn't keep up with her train of thought and opened her mouth in surprise. Huh? Chapter 72, Moving into a New Home. Miss Zhao's Second Chance. At that moment, at the entrance to the Xian family residence. "Brother, where are we going to live from now on?" Arya asked, blinking as she held her little suitcase. "It's hard to say for now." Xian smiled and said, "We just walked right out of the Xian family's house like this. If we end up sleeping on the streets later, will you blame me?" "Brother, are you out of money?" Arya asked cautiously, then quickly reassured him, "It's okay. My summer vacation starts soon. I'll get a summer job to support you." What a wonderful little sister. With just a quick "let us go," she walked right out of the Xian household with him, without even asking what his plans were for the future. She was such a wonderful girl. How could Xian possibly bear to let her sleep on the streets with him? Seeing that she was genuinely worried, Xian affectionately ruffled her hair and laughed, "I was just teasing you, sis. We're not sure where we're going yet. Let me make a call." With that, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed the number stored in it. The call connected quickly. A slightly sleepy voice came through the line. "Hello? Help me find a place to stay, something a little nicer." June on the other end of the line had clearly just woken up, but the moment she heard him say that, she was instantly wide awake. "What happened?" "It's a long story. I just left the Xian family's place, and now my little sister and I are standing on the street. Help us find a place to stay as soon as possible, or we'll really have to sleep on the street tonight." Xian laughed and made a joke. It wasn't that he didn't have money,
but he couldn't very well take his little sister to sleep in a hotel. Given the Zhao family's influence, it shouldn't be too hard for them to find a place for them to stay in a short time. Sure enough, June perked up immediately on the other end. Hold on. The call ended. Xian put his phone away and stood quietly in place, waiting. A little over 10 minutes later, the roar of a sports car grew rapidly closer, and a red Porsche pulled up in front of them. Get in. I've already arranged a place for you to stay. I'll take you there right now to check it out. June's face beamed as she motioned for the two of them to get in. Thanks for your help, Xian said nonchalantly. This had all happened so suddenly. Otherwise, given his personality, he would definitely have looked for a place on his own. June shot him a playful, reproachful glance. Come on, you've done so much for the Zhao family. Now that I finally have a chance to return the favor, you're being so formal with me. He is being so polite now. Where was all this gentlemanly charm when he was putting me through the ringer? Once they were both in the car, she stepped on the gas and headed straight for downtown. They drove to the heart of the city, a prime location. June pulled up in front of a detached villa and announced triumphantly, "This is Yunshuijian, the best location in the city center." The Zhao family bought it a few years ago and developed it into a villa community. I've had all the paperwork taken care of. From now on, this villa is yours. Xian got out of the car. He surveyed the surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was in the bustling city center, a buffer zone over 100 meters wide ensured a peaceful and secluded environment. The villa itself was built around a private lake. The white, 3-story detached villa stood beside the azure lake, which is where the name Yunshuijian comes from. The interior decor was modern yet luxurious, fully equipped with all kinds of contemporary furniture. Even with his discerning eye, he couldn't find a single flaw. Just then, Arya leaned in and asked cautiously, "Bro, this place looks really expensive at first glance. Can we really afford to stay here? What if we get kicked out after just 2 days? Real estate in the city center is incredibly expensive. This villa must be worth at least several hundred million, right?" In the past, she would never have dared to dream that she could live in such a luxurious place. "Don't worry, just relax and enjoy your stay. June owes me a favor." Xian smiled reassuringly. This girl had lived a hard life since childhood. Suddenly raising her standard of living like this would definitely take some time to get used to. Really? A place this nice, it's going to be ours from now on? Arya's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Brother Xian, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Zhao? Why is she being so generous to us?" "Well, my relationship with her is pretty close. Anyway, kids shouldn't pry into grown-up matters. Just settle in and enjoy your new home." Xian cleared his throat and, feigning calm, gave her a light tap on the head. "Oh." Arya pouted in displeasure. Still treating her like a kid seriously. But that little bout of sulking was quickly overshadowed by her excitement at having a new home. Beaming with joy, she carried her luggage upstairs and began looking for a room for herself. At that moment, only 2 people remained on the first floor. June asked with a smile, "All right, now that your living arrangements are taken care of, can you tell me what happened?" "I had a bit of a falling out with the elders, and I've now been expelled from the Xian family," Xian said calmly. Such a momentous event came out of his mouth without the slightest inflection. His tone was utterly flat. "Huh? They expelled you? Those old fools in the Xian family really have no vision. They don't even know what they've lost." June wrinkled her delicate nose and spoke up in his defense. A top-tier family like the Zhaos treated Xian with the utmost respect. Even the old patriarch had extended an olive branch to him time and time again. And yet, a man like him was so unwelcome in the Xian family. In the end, he was actually expelled. Those elders were completely blind. "It's okay. If the Xian family doesn't want you, I do. You're my man. No matter what happens from now on, I've got your back, and that'll definitely carry more weight than the Xian family's reputation." June tilted her chin up, speaking with unbridled confidence. Ever since the crisis at the Zhao family had been resolved, she had regained her confidence as the young miss and was once again radiant with vitality.
Why are you being so polite to me?
June smiled, her lips curving into a crescent moon.
It's because you're my man, after all.
Her smile was adorable. Shen couldn't help but pull her into his arms and kiss her red lips passionately. At the same time, his large hands roamed over her body.
As a novice, June was no match for him.
She could only collapse limply into his arms, panting heavily as she let him have his way with her. Just then, she suddenly remembered something.
Pushing him away with some effort, she said, "Oh, right. I had people try refining that pill formula you left behind, and sure enough, they were able to produce the mind-clearing elixir. The effects are even better than we imagined. It's definitely ready for mass production. In 2 days, the first batch of mind-clearing elixir will be ready. I'd like to organize a press conference to promote our elixir. What do you think?" Chapter 73, Dual Cultivation of the Yin-Yang Scripture, heading to the press conference.
Oh?
That fast?
Xian was taken aback for a moment.
He just left the Zhao family group that morning, and by the afternoon, she was already telling him the elixir was ready.
This girl had just lost her virginity, yet she was still so efficient that did take him by surprise.
June snuggled into his arms and cooed, "What can I say?
It's a major event for the Zhao family, after all.
I took a quick nap at noon and then got right back to work. I'm exhausted."
She really was tired. And she was definitely taking the opportunity to be a little spoiled. Once the press conference in 2 days was over and the mind-clearing elixir had made a name for itself, there would certainly be no shortage of buyers.
For an elixir of this caliber, once its reputation was established, sales would naturally flow in endlessly.
By the way, I've already decided no matter how many mind-clearing elixirs we sell in the future, I'll split the profits 50-50 with you. June tilted her head back and looked at him earnestly.
Xian was taken aback. That much? Isn't that a bit much? To be honest, when he gave June the alchemy formula, he hadn't even thought about profits.
Exchanging a single formula for Miss Zhao's favor and even having her give him her virginity was already a huge win. And now he was taking half the profits as well. After all, the herbs and labor required for alchemy had nothing to do with him. It was the Zhao family who was actually doing the work.
By taking half the profits, it was as if the Zhao family were working for him.
You deserve every bit of it. Without you, the Zhao family probably wouldn't have recovered this time.
You're the hero who saved the Zhao family. What's wrong with giving you half the profits?
Anyone who dares to object, I'll kick them out of the Zhao family.
June snorted, exuding sheer dominance.
However, this domineering demeanor didn't last long. She quickly sensed something amiss and, pressing down on that mischievous hand through her clothes, scolded playfully, "I've been exhausted all day today.
Can't you just hold me still for a moment and let me rest?"
Xian, however, was dead serious.
Don't get the wrong idea.
Since you're splitting half the profits with me, I have to return the favor and show my appreciation.
June shot him a disdainful glance. What kind of returning the favor is that? You pervert.
Though she scolded him with her words, her body told a different story. She let her beloved tease her.
However, Xian was serious. As he felt her bone structure, he asked, "What cultivation technique are you practicing?" "Huh? You really have to ask that right now?"
June bit her red lip, a bit annoyed.
This guy's hands weren't staying still at all. They already slipped under her skirt, and yet he was pretending to be all serious about this? "I'm serious. I have a dual cultivation technique. You can give it a try."
As soon as Xian finished speaking, June's face flushed instantly, and she couldn't help but curse him silently in her heart.
You pervert. So it's still about that.
Xian, however, remained dead serious as he said, "Your current strength is too low.
Once the old master leaves, you won't even be able to protect yourself.
I'll use these next couple of days to help you boost your strength." Her phoenix bloodline had helped him activate his second protective dragon shadow. He couldn't be the only one to reap the benefits. Besides, this yin-yang scripture was well suited for her to practice.
dual cultivation wouldn't have much impact on his current Emperor stage strength after all, his cultivation level was already established. But June was only at the Grandmaster stage right now, so her improvement would definitely be quite noticeable. Well, alright then. You'd better teach me properly, okay? June didn't refuse. She actively wrapped her arms around his neck. Dual cultivation or not, her body and soul already belonged to the man standing before her. Even without the dual cultivation technique, she wouldn't have refused Xian doing anything to her. Seeing that Miss Zhao had made her intentions so clear, Xian's hands grew even more unrestrained. He pulled her into his arms, kissed her passionately, and then carried her into the bedroom. Soon, a captivating melody drifted from the room. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During the day, June was busy with her career, overseeing the refinement of the mind-clearing elixir. At night, she returned to the Yunshui villa, where Xian taught her the yin-yang scripture step by step. With Xian's strength and his sincere efforts to help her improve. It took this young lady only 2 days to break through to the king stage. Another dual cultivation session had come to an end. Got it. I'll be right there. June lazily set down her phone, curled up in Xian's arms, and couldn't resist taking a quick nap. These past 2 days had been so fulfilling that she was feeling a bit drained. Xian found the sight somewhat amusing. Miss Zhao, who was usually feisty and full of energy, was now curled up in his arms like a kitten that had just had its teeth pulled, a deeply satisfying sight for any man. But June was young, after all. It took her only 5 minutes to recover. She climbed out of bed, got dressed, and didn't forget to remind Xian. Let us go, we're about to be late. Today was a crucial day. No matter how sleepy he was, he had to get up and host the press conference. Do I have to go too? Xian was a little surprised. Of course. This formula is yours. How could we host a press conference without introducing you? Xian shook his head. Skip the introduction. I'm not interested in that kind of empty fame. He had too many secrets. It was best to avoid drawing attention to himself. Not to mention that he possessed the dragon bloodline. The real issue was that all 4 of the capital's top families might have a grudge against him. If he drew too much attention and caught the eye of these powerful factions, it would spell trouble. Even though he was now at the emperor stage. But the depths of these top families' power were unfathomable. Who knew if some reclusive old monster might set their sights on him? Seeing that Xian didn't want to be in the spotlight, June didn't press the issue. All right, then. I'll do my best to keep your existence under wraps. But you'll still have to come with me. Xian was taken aback. Why? June bit her lip, looking a bit embarrassed. It's my first time hosting such a big event, and I'm not feeling very confident. If you're there, I'll feel a little more at ease. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. The Zhao family had really pulled out all the stops for this press conference. They summoned every major and minor family in the city. It was a massive spectacle. After all, June was only in her early 20s. Facing such a grand occasion, it was only natural for her to feel a bit nervous. Xian smiled. All right then, I'll go with you. He climbed out of bed. He was still wearing that familiar set of casual clothes, looking neat and fresh. As the host, June's evening gown was much more of a hassle to put on. By the time he was all set, June was still fiddling with her dress in front of the mirror. Xian smiled and walked over to help. But his attempts only made things worse. By the time the 2 of them were ready to leave, another half hour had passed, and along the way, he earned several disapproving glances from Miss Zhao. At this moment, at the Zhao family group. In the massive conference hall, countless family representatives had already gathered, waiting for today's press conference to begin. Chapter 74, Who said the Zhao family was going bankrupt? They're about to take off. At this moment, inside the conference hall, Warren was sitting among the crowd, with Dust, who looked like a reclusive sage, seated beside him. Master, are you sure you're really okay? That brat is about to hold a press conference. She must have the real mind-clearing elixir in her possession, otherwise, she wouldn't be making such a big fuss and summoning everyone here. If she really manages to save the Zhao family, I'm done for. He said with a look of deep concern. The more families that arrived, the more anxious Warren became. Dust smiled. What are you panicking about? I've already contacted the medicine faction.
The Valley is taking the situation here very seriously and has decided to send my junior master personally. We just need to wait patiently.
Once my junior master arrives, do you think they'll still be able to hold this press conference? Hearing this,
Warren was naturally overjoyed.
Really? That's wonderful. If we can really take down June and that good-for-nothing Shin in one fell swoop, Warren, will definitely reward the master handsomely. Dust chuckled, Layman Zhao, you're too kind. We're simply each getting what we want.
What the fat man Warren wanted was the Zhao family, what they in the medicine faction wanted was the formula for the mind-clearing elixir. The two sides were, so to speak, on the same page regarding this matter.
Just then,
the lights in the conference hall dimmed. A slight commotion rippled through the crowd as people began to whisper among themselves.
The Zhao family went to all this trouble to summon us here. What on earth are they up to? Hard to say.
I heard the Zhao family has been having some trouble lately. They've even sold off a lot of their assets.
Could they really be going bankrupt? Who knows?
Lately, it seems like that girl June has become the head of the Zhao group.
If everything were fine, would they really have a girl in her 20s take over? Could today be the Zhao family's bankruptcy announcement? Everyone below was buzzing with speculation. At that moment, June walked onto the stage.
She wore a red evening gown. Her skin was fair and smooth, and the dress perfectly accentuated her slender figure. After 2 days of Shin's guidance, June's eyes and brows had taken on a touch of allure, making her even more stunning.
The guests in the room couldn't help but swallow hard. She's so beautiful.
How could Miss Zhao have become even more beautiful in just 2 days? Facing the crowd's gaze, June finally spoke up. I'm sure you're all curious as to why the Zhao family has gathered you here today. Recently, rumors have been circulating in the city that the Zhao family is on the verge of bankruptcy.
I'm sure you've all heard them. Let me set the record straight here. These are not rumors. The Zhao family's financial situation has indeed encountered some difficulties. Whoa!
A single stone sent ripples through the pond. The guests below erupted into a commotion, whispering to one another.
Is the Zhao family really going under?
Such a huge matter, and they actually sent a young girl out to announce it.
Whereas the old patriarch? Surely he can't just stand by and watch the Zhao family go bankrupt? I told you the rumors weren't groundless. The Zhao family really is finished. Faced with the wave of speculation, June's hands were trembling slightly with nervousness.
It was her first time hosting such a large event. Just maintaining her composure was an achievement in itself.
However, when June's gaze fell on Xian sitting below and he gave her a slight nod, her nerves instantly calmed. She knew that no matter what happened, the man before her would stand behind her and support her. That was enough.
June took a deep breath and continued.
But the reason we're holding this press conference today,
it's precisely because the Zhao family has weathered its most perilous moment. With the help of a master, the Zhao family has obtained a pill formula worth a fortune. It can be used to refine the long-lost mind-clearing elixir.
As she finished speaking, there was no reaction from the audience.
The guests exchanged puzzled glances. The vast majority of them had never even heard of the mind-clearing elixir.
June wasn't surprised by this.
She took out a sandalwood box, inside which lay a pale blue pill. Faint fluctuations of spiritual energy were emanating from it in a steady stream. I'm not the one to judge the efficacy of this mind-clearing elixir. So, I'd like to invite a representative to come up
to experience the pill firsthand.
A middle-aged man seated in the front row stood up and walked onto the stage.
The crowd below recognized him immediately. It was none other than an appraiser from the Luo family.
The Luo family, which primarily operates in the auction business, naturally employs a team of professional appraisers.
These appraisers have an impeccable reputation and never make mistakes. Having a professional appraiser present at the event regardless of the conclusion reached would convince everyone else. Miss Zhao.
The middle-aged appraiser gave a slight bow. After exchanging greetings, he took the sandalwood box and swallowed the elixir right there in front of everyone. After swallowing the elixir, the appraiser immediately crossed his legs and sat in meditation. A moment later, the appraiser opened his eyes again, his expression one of genuine astonishment. This pill has actually increased my cultivation efficiency by about 30%. The effects will last at least a week. A fine item, indeed. A fine item. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The guests could no longer sit still. What? A 30% increase in cultivation efficiency? With effects like this elixir must surely rank among the top-tier elixirs, right? If even the well-traveled and knowledgeable Luo family appraiser calls it a fine item, it must be true. The Zhao family is actually willing to part with such a precious elixir and put it up for sale? Countless questions sprang to the guests' minds. Everyone realized exactly what a pill like this meant for a clan. If they could buy this mind-clearing elixir and supply it generously to their clan members, wouldn't they be winning right from the starting line? Now the most important question was, just how many of these pills did the Zhao family actually have? Fortunately, June had no intention of keeping them in suspense. With a single glance from her, someone brought forward a large chest. With a light tap of her jade-like hand, the chest was opened. Inside, countless porcelain vials were piled high, each containing 10 mind-clearing elixirs. By a conservative estimate, at least 2,000. I know what you're all wondering. For the first batch of mind-clearing elixir to hit the market, the Zhao family has decided to release 2,000 pills, each priced at 100,000 yuan. More importantly, the Zhao family has now invested in a pharmaceutical factory, so in the future, mind-clearing elixir will be produced in a steady stream. We can provide as many as you want. A confident smile played across June's lovely face. She was beaming. There were hardly any people left in the room admiring her beauty. Everyone had gasped in shock at her words. Such a precious elixir, and it's selling for only 100,000 yuan? That's practically giving it away for free. If what June said is true, then who the hell said the Zhao family was going bankrupt? This is clearly the start of a major rise. However, at that moment, a cold snort echoed through the conference hall. Humph! Shameful Zhao family, how dare you steal the medicine faction's most precious treasure? Chapter 75, Envoys from the Medicine Faction, a venerable stage expert. As the words fell, a powerful aura engulfed the venue. Suddenly, the figure of an elderly man in white appeared, startling everyone present. Stepping a foot at a time. A divine ability that only those at the venerable stage or above can master. The guests swallowed hard, not daring to even breathe, for fear of disturbing the eminent figure before them. What did that old man just say? That this is the medicine faction's most precious treasure? What kind of day is today, anyway? It had even drawn such a prominent figure here. May I ask who you are, senior? June asked, clasping her fists while bracing against the white-robed elderess' overwhelming presence. You had the audacity to steal the medicine faction's mind-clearing elixir, yet you don't recognize this old man? I am a revered master of the medicine faction. Yao Weio. The medicine faction has arrived. June's mind was in turmoil. She had anticipated that the medicine faction would send someone, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. Even a high-ranking figure from the medicine faction had come in person. Senior, I meant no offense. But this formula was given to the Zhao family by a master. It has absolutely nothing to do with your medicine faction's most precious treasure. June said, gritting her teeth. At that moment, Warren and Dust, who had been sitting below, could no longer sit idly by and rushed onto the stage. Senior, she's lying. Uncle Master, this elixir is clearly the long-lost mind-clearing elixir of our medicine faction. Don't listen to her nonsense. The two, in perfect unison, rushed over to Medicine Wuyo's side. Yao Wuyo narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at June. Young one, considering your youth and ignorance, I won't hold this against you. Whether or not this is the treasured artifact of my medicine faction is not for you to decide. Just hand over the formula for the mind-clearing elixir, and I'll have my own way of verifying it.
June clenched her teeth.
I'm sorry, but the formula is a secret of the Zhao family. We cannot reveal it to outsiders.
Are you kidding me? The medicine faction is a master of alchemy.
If he handed over the formula, they'd have 10,000 ways to verify that this is indeed the medicine faction's long-lost formula.
Yao Wuyo's expression darkened.
So, are you saying the Zhao family intends to forcibly seize the formula and is determined to make enemies with my medicine faction? The might of a venerable stage expert was on full display.
It weighed down on everyone present, leaving them gasping for breath.
June's face turned pale for a moment, and she swayed on her feet. Even though the Zhao family could call the shots in Huan City, they were still no match for the medicine faction in the capital. But for the sake of the Zhao family, she had no choice but to resist the pressure Yao Wuyo was exerting while gritting her teeth and defending herself.
Even if you're a member of the medicine faction, senior, surely you can't be so high-handed? The Zhao family's alchemy formula, you're claiming it's the medicine faction's lost treasure without any evidence.
If word of this gets out, how will other factions across the land view the medicine faction?
Yao Wuyo's brows furrowed slightly.
What a sharp-tongued girl.
But she hit the nail on the head.
The greater the medicine faction's influence, the more it valued its reputation.
If he couldn't produce evidence today, it would indeed be a problem. Just then,
Warren finally found his chance to step forward and quickly piped up, "Senior, I can vouch for her. This formula was clearly handed to me personally by Dust just a couple of days ago. But in a moment of carelessness, I let this girl sneak a peek at it, and in the end, she actually went and openly sold the mind-clearing elixir she refined using this formula.
It's a complete disgrace to the Zhao family." Many people in the room recognized Warren and looked utterly astonished. Yao Wuyo furrowed her brow. "Who are you?" "I am the eldest uncle of the Zhao family."
Warren, smug with pride, clasped his fists and said, "I implore you, senior, to intervene, reclaim the Zhao family's formula, and restore our tarnished reputation."
The guests in the room gasped in shock. Even the Zhao family's eldest uncle has turned against them? Could it be that the Zhao family really did steal this formula? June was struck as if by lightning, trembling with rage. "Warren, are you even human? How dare you kick someone when they're down at a time like this?
You know better than anyone where this formula came from. It has nothing to do with the medicine faction."
At that moment, Dust actually stepped forward to deliver the final blow.
Stroking his beard and adopting an air of otherworldly grace, he said, "It is true that I gave the Zhao family a pill formula some time ago." Hearing his words, June nearly ground her silver teeth to dust.
Shameful.
This old man was deliberately obscuring the key point. He had clearly handed over an ordinary mind-clearing elixir formula, yet in this old man's words, he was deliberately obscuring the truth, leading people to mistakenly believe that today's mind-clearing elixir was refined according to his formula.
"Senior, please see clearly.
This formula was gifted to the Zhao family by a master. It has absolutely nothing to do with the formula Dust handed over."
June took a deep breath and defended herself. "Oh? In a small place like Huan City, there is actually such a master? In that case, please bring that master out so I can meet him."
Yao Wuyo stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm.
Did he really not know what level Dust, an outer sect disciple, was at?
The reason he was deliberately playing along was precisely to lure the snake out of its hole. If the master this girl mentioned could produce one top-tier alchemy formula, who knows, maybe there is a second, a third, who knows how deep their reserves run. If they could capture this person and force them to reveal more alchemy formulas, the medicine faction's power might well surpass that of the four great clans.
June wasn't stupid.
She could vaguely sense the other party's malice, so she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry, senior, but the master who gifted the Zhao family the alchemy formula has a detached personality and doesn't wish to deal with outsiders."
"Oh? So, you have no evidence at all?" Yao Wuyo gave a faint smile.
Yet that smile sent a chill down one's spine.
Everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath for June.
The effects of this elixir are clearly identical to those of the one my great-grandmaster created back in the day. Your great-uncle and Dust have both testified that they were the ones who handed the formula over to the Zhao family. Tell me, should I believe you, a person with nothing but empty words, or should I believe your great-uncle and Dust? Since you can't produce any evidence, then I have no choice but to follow the rules. I'm taking these 2,000 mind-clearing elixirs with me today, and you're coming back to the medicine faction with me to hand over the complete formula for the mind-clearing elixir. Once there, I'll erase your memories before letting you go. With just a few brief words, Yawoyo had already sealed the fate of the Zhao family. Jun's face turned pale in an instant. The guests present, who didn't understand what was happening, even praised the medicine faction's magnanimity for not holding the Zhao family accountable. Yawoyo smiled faintly and reached out to grab the deathly pale Jun. "My good sir, please come with me." Just then, a large hand seized his wrist, and a calm voice came from above. "Did I give you permission to touch her?" Chapter 76, Confrontation on the Spot. Xian's domineering nature. Yawoyo felt a tremendous force grip his wrist. The force was so great it nearly dislocated his bones. Ouch! He yelped in pain and pulled his hand back, glaring at the man. "Who are you? Aren't you searching high and low for your great-grandmaster?" Xian let out a cold laugh. "What's the matter? Now that I'm right in front of you, shouldn't a good great-grandson kneel and acknowledge me as your ancestor?" Hearing this, Yawoyo immediately recognized the man's identity and exclaimed in surprise, "You're the master who gave the Zhao family their alchemy formula?" He never expected him to be so young. Seeing him in his 20s, Yawoyo almost didn't dare to believe it. After all, in the art of alchemy, experience and technique are paramount. The older one is, the greater their mastery. Someone this young, if he were in the medicine faction, he'd probably be nothing more than a menial apprentice, wouldn't he? Ha! It's strange, really. I've never even been to the capital in my entire life, yet for some reason, a whole bunch of so-called virtuous descendants have come running to claim me as their ancestor. Xian's nonchalant attitude infuriated Yawoyo. His expression darkened instantly. "You brat, you've got some nerve. You stole my medicine faction's alchemy formulas, and yet you dare to talk back to this old man. I'm asking you one last time, where exactly did you get those formulas?" Xian chuckled, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. "I collected them in my previous life from the secret realm. Do I really need to tell you that? If things had started differently, if the medicine faction had approached him with kindness from the beginning, there might still have been a chance to get the formula back. After all, having been reborn, he held countless trump cards. There were plenty of ways he could have helped the Zhao family weather the crisis. But the formula he'd painstakingly gathered from the secret realm. Relying on their power, these people had simply pinned the blame for stealing the formula squarely on him. From that moment on, any possibility of the medicine faction retrieving the formula was completely cut off. Xian, although you've done the Zhao family a favor, now that the elders of the medicine faction are here, you'd better come clean." Seeing Yawoyo standing in front of him, Warren spoke with great confidence. However, he never expected it. The moment his words fell, boom! Xian struck out with a palm strike from a distance, slamming it heavily into his face. Warren let out an agonized scream and was sent flying backward. His plump body crashed into the wall and bounced back. Lying on the ground, he coughed up blood uncontrollably and said in disbelief, "You dare to hurt someone?" Everyone was stunned. No one expected him to dare to strike right in front of the medicine faction's elders, and he acted so decisively. "You owe me an explanation." "What explanation do I owe you?" Xian raised an eyebrow and asked. It was only out of consideration for Jun that this guy hadn't already died several times over. How else could he still be lying on the ground, clinging to a breath of life to question him? Yawoyo had witnessed the entire scene. His heart sank with alarm, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the young man before him. Something was off, very, very off. When this man struck just now, even he hadn't detected the slightest hint of it. With that kind of strength, he was at least in the late venerable stage and was beginning to match his own level.
When did such a small place as Huan City suddenly produce a master of this caliber? However, even though Yao Wuyo was startled, he didn't feel much panic. The medicine faction was a vast and powerful organization. A single venerable stage youth wasn't enough to make him wary. He snorted coldly, folded his arms behind his back, and asked pointedly, "Young man, you injured my witness, isn't that a sign of a guilty conscience? We of the medicine faction have treated you with sincerity this time. All we ask is that you hand over the pill formula for verification. If we truly made a mistake, what's wrong with offering you an apology?" The white-haired elder's dignified demeanor, coupled with his confident and reasoned tone, caused many guests at the scene to nod in silent approval. As expected of the medicine faction, a top-tier power truly possesses extraordinary magnanimity. Now that's the attitude of winning people over with reason. Some people resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. It's simply too domineering. Sigh. If they weren't guilty, why would they refuse to hand over the formula at all costs? There's definitely something fishy going on here. I knew it. How could a good-for-nothing like him possibly get his hands on such a top-tier formula? If he stole it, that would explain everything. The guests' sympathies had already shifted toward the medicine faction, and the way they looked at Xian had taken on a strange edge. It seemed like only a short while ago this kid was still known citywide as a good-for-nothing. Now, out of nowhere, he transformed into the mysterious mastermind behind the Zhao family's salvation. A shift so drastic that many couldn't come to terms with it. Rather than believe this kid had been hiding his true strength for 15 years, they were far more inclined to side with the medicine faction's version of events. June couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out, "Put. For someone from the medicine faction, you're surprisingly shameless. Handing the pill formulas over to an old fossil like you to act as the judge, doesn't that mean right and wrong are entirely up to whatever you say? I said the Zhao family lost a few pill formulas. Why don't you hand over all of your medicine faction's formulas to prove to this young lady that you didn't steal them?" June let out a haughty snort. She'd never been outdone in a verbal sparring match. Earlier, she'd been intimidated by Yao Wuyo's venerable stage cultivation, leaving her unable to speak coherently. Now, with Xian backing her up, her courage had returned, and every retort struck right at the heart of the matter. Yao Wuyo seethed inwardly. What a sharp-tongued little brat. This old man wouldn't waste his breath arguing with a mere girl. As for this alchemy formula today, you'll hand it over whether you want to or not. With that, Yao Wuyo launched a decisive sneak attack, executing a grappling technique aimed straight at Xian's position. His venerable stage cultivation was so formidable that the crowd couldn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. All they felt was a chilling gust of wind sweeping across the stage. "You're overestimating yourself." Xian didn't even flinch. She took a step back and effortlessly dodged Yao Wuyo's attack. He certainly didn't have any bad habits like respecting the elderly or protecting the young. He immediately kicked out, striking Yao Wuyo squarely in the chest. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air. Yao Wuyo didn't even have a chance to react. In an instant, he was sent crashing into the wall, sending spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. By the time Yao Wuyo realized what was happening, he was already sprawled on the ground. A metallic, sweet taste filled his throat. What? Yao Wuyo's eyes widened as he forced down the urge to cough up blood, his mind reeling with shock. He had thought they were evenly matched. But now he couldn't even block a single move from his opponent? This level of power, at least that of a demi-saint stage master, how was that even possible? Xian gave him no time to think. He took a step forward, stepped on Yao Wuyo's palm, and crushed down hard with his foot. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Ah! Intense pain surged through him. Yao Wuyo could no longer maintain his dignified, otherworldly demeanor. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. However, it was far from over. Xian's expression remained impassive as he lifted his foot from the man's hand, then stepped down on Yao Wuyo's head. "I didn't catch what you just said." "What do you mean, you'll hand them over whether you want to or not? Translate that for me." Chapter 77, 11 Top-Tier Pill Formulas. What kind of heritage does your medicine faction have? Ugh. Dust, standing nearby, trembled like a leaf at the sight. Not even a venerable stage senior uncle could hold his own? He didn't even manage to block a single move. It was like he was being beaten like a child. Of the two he brought along, one Warren was lying on the ground, coughing up blood non-stop, while his senior disciple, Yaoyo, was being trampled underfoot, his dignity completely shattered. Just who had he provoked? Ha ha! Yaoyo's hair was disheveled, even his topknot had been trampled into disarray, and he had lost all trace of his initial composure. Yet he was still struggling desperately. Because he could feel the pressure on his head growing stronger and stronger. His opponent truly intended to crush him to death, just like crushing an ant. Are you trying to silence me by killing me? Do you think that by killing this old man, you can wipe the slate clean of your theft of the medicine faction's elixir formula? Dream on. Even if this old man dies, you won't be able to silence the endless whispers of the world. Yaoyo shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse with exertion. His voice echoed throughout the entire conference hall, and the room fell deathly silent. Watching Yaoyo struggling desperately at his feet, Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To save his own life, this old man was pulling out all the stops, stubbornly insisting on the pill formula. If he really killed this old man now, it would confirm the suspicion of a murder to silence a witness. When a person is about to die, their intelligence does seem to increase considerably. Xian loosened his grip slightly and looked down at him calmly. You're saying this is the lost, priceless alchemical formula of your medicine faction? Yes. Then, do you know how I'm going to prove that I didn't steal this formula from your medicine faction? I do not know. Xian chuckled and said. What if I told you that I still have over a dozen top-tier pill recipes like the mind-clearing elixir in my possession? Are you trying to tell me that your medicine faction has also lost over a dozen top-tier pill recipes? Dust's face was frozen in shock. Yaoyo's eyes widened. The guests present were stunned into silence, their movements frozen in place. They all wondered if they just zoned out and heard things. T10 or more? Yaoyo snapped back to reality, his face filled with disbelief. You have over a dozen top-tier alchemy formulas? Xian replied calmly, of course. The secret realm was teeming with ancestral legacies. His hall wasn't limited to just over a dozen alchemy formulas, it was just that these people didn't need to know that much. Impossible. Even a single mind-clearing elixir is already a rarity in this world. How could you possibly have so many alchemy formulas? It's a lie, it must be a lie. Do you really expect me to believe you just because you say so? Yaoyo's mind was reeling. If all this were true, then with over a dozen top-tier alchemy formulas in his possession, he naturally wouldn't steal their medicine faction's formulas because there simply wouldn't be any need to. But how could any of this be possible? What do you take top-tier alchemy formulas for? Cabbage growing by the roadside? Xian smiled and said, you've hit the jackpot today. With that, he took out 11 alchemy formulas from his Sumeru ring and held them up one by one in front of Yaoyo's eyes. Blue Lotus Purifying Calamity Pill, Jade Purity Revitalizing Pill, Falling Star Life Protecting Pill, Purple Microcosm Barrier Breaking Pill. Every formula was written clearly and precisely. The uninitiated see the spectacle, the experts see the subtleties. As a senior disciple of the medicine faction, Yaoyo knew the true value of these alchemical formulas with just a glance. Even though he was still being trampled underfoot, his heart couldn't help but race. For any alchemist, the allure of these top-tier alchemical formulas was no less than that of 11 peerless beauties. When Xian put the formulas away, Yaoyo couldn't even help but struggle, desperate for one last glimpse. Well, do I have this many top-tier formulas in my possession? Xian asked with a smile. Yaoyo was completely dumbfounded. How could that be? How could you possibly have so many? Their medicine faction had been passed down for 500 years, yet to this day, they possessed only a single Shaojijin Huandan as their sect's most treasured artifact.
That was precisely why he valued this mind-clearing elixir so highly he was even willing to resort to any means necessary to bring it back to the sect. And yet, the young man standing before him had produced 11 top-tier alchemical formulas in a single move. How could such a stark contrast not send shivers down his spine? No proof was needed. Yao Woyo's reaction was proof enough. The guests present couldn't even see the formulas, yet they already reached a conclusion. It's actually true this kid wasn't lying? 11 top-tier pill formulas. How on earth did he pull that off? Forget the medicine faction, no faction today could produce that many top-tier pill formulas all at once. Seeing everyone's reaction, Shen knew he'd achieved his goal. He chuckled and said, "You, the medicine faction, accused me of stealing your most precious treasure? Ha! What kind of resources do you even have that would make me bother with you?" His tone was laced with blatant contempt. It infuriated Yao Woyo, yet he couldn't refute it. If anyone else had said this, people would have scoffed at it, but not this young man standing before them. He truly did possess that many top-tier pill recipes. In comparison, the medicine faction's resources seemed somewhat meager. At that moment, June couldn't help but feel a bit worried. We've let him look through all these pill recipes. What if that old man goes back and secretly memorizes them? Her concern was well-founded. The medicine faction was, after all, a pill-refining sect. Memorizing a few pill recipes would be a piece of cake for them. If they let that old man see the recipes, in a few days they might as well become the property of the medicine faction. There's no need to worry about that. As for these 11 pill recipes, I trust he'll keep them strictly confidential. Right? Xian wore a benevolent smile on the corner of his mouth. Ah, yes. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. Once I return, I will certainly keep my mouth shut. Yao Woyo was overjoyed, thinking he'd been let off the hook. But when he noticed Xian's indifferent gaze, he immediately realized something was wrong. Only the dead can keep a secret forever. From the moment he showed me those alchemy formulas, he never intended to let me leave here alive. Realizing this, Yao Woyo's alarm bells went off instantly. Every cell in his body was screaming, "Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward and instantly vanished into thin air. Before anyone could react, they saw Yao Woyo's figure vanish from where he stood. Divine ability, step on the ground to create a foot. That old man actually tried to run. However, almost the very moment Yao Woyo vanished, Xian swiftly stepped forward, arriving at the spot where Yao Woyo had disappeared, and reached out. His hand seemed to reach into a pocket in the void, grabbing effortlessly. The next moment, Yao Woyo's figure reappeared. As if he were holding a little chick, Xian had yanked him right back. The entire arena fell silent. Even Yao Woyo hadn't processed what had happened. Everyone stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 78, Dog Bites Dog. The Valley Master of the Medicine Faction. The entire arena fell silent. Yao Woyo's expression was blank. He simply couldn't fathom why he'd been pulled back after clearly stepping into the void. "Did I ever say you could leave?" Xian asked calmly, still holding him. His calm tone, however, made Yao Woyo sense a chilling intent to kill. At that moment, Yao Woyo had no choice but to play hardball, using the power of his faction behind him to intimidate Xian. He swallowed hard in feigned confidence. "Are you really going to pick a fight with our medicine faction? If anything happens to me, the Valley Master won't let you off the hook." Xian snorted derisively. "Am I the one picking a fight with your medicine faction? Are you people from the medicine faction dogs? You've come looking for trouble time and time again, and now you're turning the tables on me." Even with Yao Woyo's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a moment of embarrassment. Some things are acceptable, but being called out on it to your face is still a bit awkward. As for what happened earlier, it was indeed this old man who made a mistake. To be honest, I, too, was deceived by a villain. Xian raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "Oh? Where is this villain you speak of?"
Hearing his tone soften slightly, Yao Wuyo's heart leapt with joy. There's hope. He quickly turned to his junior disciple Dust standing nearby and said menacingly, "This very man is the villain. The alchemy formula was clearly a gift from a master to the Zhao family, yet you deceived me into reporting that we discovered the medicine faction as most precious treasure. I was momentarily blind, which is why I fell victim to that villainous scheme." Yao Wuyo's indignation was no act. That bastard Dust, he only mentioned there was a top-tier alchemy formula here. Why the hell didn't he say there was a master stationed here? If he'd known that earlier, he wouldn't have dared to come here and stir up trouble, even if it cost him his life. Dust turned green with fear when he saw the blame being directed at him. Uncle Master, I. Smack. A crisp slap cut Dust off mid-sentence. Yao Wuyo gritted his teeth and snarled. "Shut up, you wretch. You still dare to make excuses at a time like this? Just wait until I clean up this mess today." Smack. Smack, smack, smack. Yao Wuyo delivered a slap with his dominant hand, followed by another with his other hand. The slaps fell in a steady rhythm. The sound of slaps echoed continuously through the empty conference hall. Dust was stunned by the barrage of slaps. But if he just shut up now, he'd be left to take the full blame for this incident. Dust covered one side of his face as he dodged, mumbling, "It wasn't me, Uncle Master, it wasn't me. Warren is the real culprit behind all this. It's all that fat bastard's fault. He wanted to pocket the Zhao family's fortune all by himself, so he incited me to frame the Zhao family so he could reap the benefits." Whoa! The guests in the room felt their brains go into overdrive. The phrase "dogs fighting among themselves" involuntarily popped into their minds. This press conference was damn full of highlights. Not only did they get to see top-tier elixirs, but they also witnessed members of the usually aloof medicine faction tearing each other apart. Warren, lying on the ground, was stunned as well. Seeing that both Dust and Yao Wuyo were looking at him, he immediately snapped out of it and tried to defend himself. "Master, please hear me out. I had my reasons." Smack! The crisp sound of a slap rang out once more. Only this time, it wasn't Yao Wuyo, it was Dust, his face twisted with rage. "Shut up, you fat pig. I've acted with caution all these years, and in the end, I let you egg me on and offended a true master. You fat pig, you deserve to die, you deserve to die." With that, Dust straddled him and began slapping Warren viciously. Warren had only just been beaten until he coughed up blood by Xian. In his current severely injured state, how could he possibly be a match for Dust, who was now in a full-blown rage? In just a few blows, he was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, truly turning into a pig's head. Finally, he let out an agonized scream and passed out cold. The three of them took turns, one after another. They literally staged a relay race of slaps. Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This tragic little drama was so spectacular it made him want to clap his hands. Just then, as Warren passed out, Yao Wuyo took a deep breath and said, "Master, now that the culprit has been punished, what do you think?" "Oh?" Xian raised an eyebrow. "You two from the medicine faction traveled all this way to stir up trouble, and now that you've beaten up Warren, an outsider, you think that's the end of it? Are you two from the medicine faction different from everyone else? Do 3 self-imposed drinks really atone for your sins?" Hearing him press the issue relentlessly, Dust's face turned green. Had he really just punished himself with 3 cups? His junior master had really gone all out just now. His face was almost swollen from the blows. But the other party's tone made it clear they weren't satisfied. If they couldn't come up with a resolution that satisfied the other side, none of them would be getting away today. Yao Wuyo quickly snapped out of it and kicked Dust right in the gut. "I'll show you for lying about the news." Ouch! Dust rolled onto the ground, wailing in pain. Soon, he, too, was kicked unconscious, lying motionless next to Warren. Yao Wuyo sighed with a touch of resignation. This junior disciple usually offered him generous tributes, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rush to Huan City the moment he received the news.
Seeing them beaten up like this, even he, as their master's uncle, felt a twinge of pity. But if it meant putting this whole affair behind them, then this small sacrifice was well worth it. Yao Wuyo straightened his collar and asked tentatively, "Master, is it okay now?" To his relief, the other party finally nodded. "Those two have passed the test," Xian said with a smile. He'd never really taken these two little camas seriously. Especially Warren, after all, he was Jun's uncle. No matter how despicable he was, the Zhao family should deal with him afterward. It had nothing to do with him. Yao Wuyo let out a huge sigh of relief at seeing they passed the test. Wait a minute. If those two passed, what about him? Yao Wuyo suddenly realized this and quickly looked up to meet Xian's gaze. He met a pair of indifferent eyes. It was as if he were looking at a dead man. "You're something else. You just had to look at my pill formula. I couldn't even stop you from seeing it. Now look, I can't even let you off the hook." "Really, Tsk. Xian feigned exasperation. It didn't matter whether those two little camas lived or died, but this one who'd seen the alchemy formula had to die. Yao Wuyo's face turned pale, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Please wait, master. I bear the Valley Master's mark. If you kill me, the Valley Master will surely find out, and then both you and the Zhao family will be." Yao Wuyo didn't even finish his sentence. Golden spiritual energy had already struck. A hole had suddenly appeared right in the center of his forehead. The body slowly collapsed to the ground, Yao Wuyo's face still frozen in the bewilderment and resentment of his final moments. A wisp of white mist drifted from the corpse, rising into the air before slowly fading away. The old man hadn't lied after all. He truly did possess some kind of high-level mark. The very next moment, an overwhelming aura struck instantly, its immense might engulfing the entire scene. "Who dares to kill a member of my medicine faction?" Chapter 79, The Pact. After emerging from seclusion, the manhunt. That voice was laced with fury. It made one feel as insignificant as a speck of dust facing a 10,000 Zhang avalanche. Everyone present was so intimidated by the overwhelming pressure contained in the voice that their faces turned deathly pale, and they all fell to their knees. Those with lower cultivation levels had already coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Even more astonishing was that this voice was actually a woman's, brimming with fury. Everyone knew this was none other than the Valley Master of the Medicine faction, one of the top combatants within the Great Xia realm and one of the greatest powerhouses of this generation. Yao Xian. Xian's expression didn't waver as he stared straight ahead. White mist coalesced out of thin air, forming a blurry human silhouette. Only those at the demi-saint stage could exert influence from 1,000 li away. But it was merely a projection. "Boy, is it you who killed my medicine faction disciple?" The white figure scanned the scene and quickly zeroed in on Xian. Among those kneeling on the ground, Xian was the only one standing so conspicuous that it would be nearly impossible to miss him. "You killed someone and didn't even try to run. You do have some guts. How do you want to die?" Yao Xian narrowed her eyes slightly. Although the projection couldn't display particularly complex expressions, everyone could still sense the astonishing killing intent. After all, the corpse lying on the ground wasn't just some random nobody. It was a high priest of the medicine faction. Such an important figure had died in humiliation right out in the open. As the Valley Mistress of the medicine faction, she had to restore the faction's honor. Why don't you ask them first what they've done?" Xian's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly. Yao Xian frowned, casually grabbed a person off the ground and pulled them toward her, then slapped them twice to wake them up. "Who? Oh my god, there's a ghost!" Warren's eyes widened as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Having just regained consciousness from unconsciousness, he was met with a pure white human silhouette. Anyone would scream at that sight. Yao Xian said nothing. But everyone could sense her exasperation. She simply tapped Warren's forehead with a finger, and he immediately rolled his eyes and passed out. A moment later, Yao Xian withdrew her hand.
So that's how it is. Clearly, she had already figured out what had just happened by reading Warren's memories. He'd been using the medicine faction as a front, intending to steal someone else's pill formula. He deserved to be killed in the end. Yao Yixian turned to Xian. I now understand the whole story. It really isn't your fault. Xian raised an eyebrow. Was she being this easygoing? At first, she'd been fiercely demanding answers, and he'd even been ready to fight. What else with that look? Do you really think the medicine faction is the kind of faction that acts without distinguishing right from wrong? Yao Yixian chuckled. Not only that, but let me tell you something. You've got 11 top-tier pill recipes in your possession, right? You don't need to worry about the medicine faction coveting those recipes. We in the medicine faction neither would nor would we stoop to using any underhanded tactics to steal others' pill recipes. Yao Yixian spoke with great conviction. It was unclear how much of it was genuine and how much was an act. But after she finished speaking, the gazes of the crowd kneeling there truly shifted toward her. Because the goodwill that Yao Wuyo had lost was effortlessly restored by her few words. Xian sighed inwardly, what a clever woman. The smarter a woman is, the less trustworthy she is. Today, the medicine faction had suffered losses in both personnel and reputation, enduring so many setbacks. On top of that, this woman had searched her memories and learned from Warren that he possessed 11 top-tier pill recipes. He didn't believe for a moment that she had no ulterior motives. Sure enough. The next moment, Yao Yixian said leisurely. However, let us keep things separate. Yao Wuyo was at fault, but his crime doesn't warrant death. Even if he was at fault, it should have been up to my medicine faction to judge him. You, young man, killed one of my medicine faction's venerables so easily. Both publicly and privately, as the Valley Master, I must seek justice for him. The truth is out. The medicine faction really isn't one to mess with. After all that circling around, they've finally set their sights on me. Who would believe they aren't after the alchemy formula? Then bring it on. I'm ready whenever you are. Xian couldn't be bothered to even show any expression as he replied bluntly. Just a mere demi-saint stage-level powerhouse. If she didn't know her place, he wouldn't mind sending this Yao Yixian on her way. Fine, I'll come find you once I emerge from seclusion. Yao Yixian said calmly. This kid knows his place, at least. If he dropped to his knees and begged for mercy when she said those words just now, she really wouldn't have been able to intervene forcefully. Otherwise, it would have looked like the medicine faction was bullying the weak. This response was just right, it gave her a face-saving way to step in. For that reason alone, she might even spare this kid a proper burial later. After saying that, Yao Yixian fell silent. She gave a wave of her hand, causing Yao Wuyo's body and dust to float into the air, and carried them away from the scene. The aura of a powerful figure finally dissipated. Everyone present let out a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Jun walked over, tugged at the hem of his shirt, and whispered, Xian, do you think the Valley Master of the medicine faction will really come? Of course. A powerhouse of her caliber wouldn't just make empty threats. Then what are you going to do? Jun's stunning face was etched with worry. Why don't you find a place to lie low for a while? That was the sect master of the medicine faction, after all. A demi-saint stage powerhouse, someone she and the Zhao family could only look up to in awe. Xian found it a little amusing. This girl had entrusted both her body and soul to him, yet she had absolutely no concept of just how powerful he actually was. Wasn't she even curious? Why had her strength skyrocketed after their dual cultivation sessions these past few days, propelling her straight to the king stage? If he were still at the fighter stage himself. Even if sparks flew during their dual cultivation these past 2 days, he wouldn't have been able to help her cross a major cultivation realm. It was clearly his emperor's stage power that had forcibly propelled her upward, yet this girl remained completely oblivious. TSK. He'd have to punish her properly tonight. Xian pulled his wandering thoughts back and said with a chuckle. If I just ran off like this. What about you and the Zhao family? That woman, Yao Xian, doesn't he seem like someone who'd be easy to deal with? June took a deep breath and replied earnestly.
Compared to the Zhao family, I'd rather you be safe and sound. You've already done more than enough for us, I don't even know how to repay you. As June spoke, her eyes softened like water. Even the usually feisty and spirited Miss Zhao was deeply moving when she showed tenderness. Xian laughed heartily, unable to resist pulling her tightly into his arms and planting a passionate kiss on her red lips.
Chapter 80. The Wang family invites them again. Wang Zhiyao personally welcomes their arrival.
June was a novice in such matters. Over the past 2 days, Xian had already discovered nearly all her erogenous zones. Now, held in his arms as his hands roamed her body, she trembled all over and completely lost her strength.
Oh my, stop it. So many people are watching.
June finally caught her breath, pushing against his chest with her delicate hands, her face flushed. Xian laughed heartily. He knew this wasn't the right time, so after taking his advantage, he let her go. There's nothing to worry about with the medicine faction. That woman went on and on with all that nonsense before finally declaring her intention to seek revenge with such righteous fervor. That just proves she still has some sense of dignity left. She wouldn't dare come over openly to steal things. On the contrary, if I were to find a place to hide right now, that would play right into that woman's hands.
Xian smiled faintly, confident in Yao Xian's analysis. Besides,
Yao Xian had also mentioned that after emerging from seclusion, she might either be in seclusion again or exploring some secret realm. In any case, she wouldn't be a threat to them anytime soon.
Oh, that's good. June let out a sigh of relief.
She had complete trust in Xian's judgment.
Leave this to me from here on out. I'll come back to find you once I'm done handling this.
As she spoke, June leaned in and kissed Xian. She knew he didn't like to draw too much attention to himself, so she handled the wrap-up for this press conference.
Let the Zhao family deal with the tedious, labor-intensive tasks. Xian smiled slightly, showing no objection, and strode out of the conference hall.
June watched him leave, exhaled softly, and resumed her usual air of a spirited young lady. Looking down at Warren, who had fainted on the floor, a flash of disgust crossed her eyes.
Someone, carry this guy back to the Zhao family estate. Have the old man look into this personally. She still had a score to settle with Warren. At that moment,
outside the Zhao family group headquarters, Xian strode out of the building, only to find a familiar Nissan parked outside.
Third young master.
Butler Wang, dressed in a suit, came forward with a polite smile.
What do you need me for? Oh, hasn't your eldest young master had enough of his medicine by now?
Xian suddenly remembered Harold's situation.
Calculating the time, it was about right. Exactly. I wonder if you have a moment now. The First Lady is waiting for you.
Butler Wang said politely.
Xian nodded. Lead the way.
The Wang family still owed him a favor they hadn't fulfilled yet.
Their patriarch should be out of seclusion by now, shouldn't he? The Nissan pulled up shortly after. Xian opened the back door and got in.
To his surprise, there was already someone inside.
It's good to see you again, third young master.
Wang Zhiyao sat in the back seat and nodded slightly. She was wearing a sharp Criminal Investigation Bureau uniform, her legs crossed, her long, slender legs fully on display. Xian couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times.
Wang Zhiyao noticed his gaze, smiled faintly, and confidently displayed her legs. Ahem, what a coincidence. Are you heading to the Wang residence too?
Xian cleared his throat and averted his gaze.
It's no coincidence.
I heard from my sister-in-law that you were being invited today, so I volunteered to come pick you up.
Oh? Wang Zhiyou's candid words took Xian by surprise, and he raised an eyebrow. He came all the way just to pick her up?
He couldn't help but take a good look at Wang Zhiyao. This woman from the Criminal Investigation Bureau was stunningly beautiful and possessed a sharp, capable aura rarely seen in women. She was the kind of woman who would get people's imaginations running wild just by walking down the street.
As for a woman like that, Shen didn't believe he had that much charm that she'd fall for him at first sight after just meeting him. She must have some other motive. He sat down in the back seat with ease, casually closing the car door without a hint of hesitation. Go ahead, what do you want? Seeing his composure, Wang Zhio's opinion of him improved slightly. She cut straight to the chase. When we last met, I told the third young master that the Criminal Investigation Bureau is currently investigating the dungeon case. This whole thing you did it, didn't you? Without waiting for his reply, Wang Zhio quickly added. And Harold S. Coma that you're doing, too. The Criminal Investigation Bureau has canvassed the area and confirmed your movements. They closely match the timing of these incidents. On top of that, information obtained from within the Huang family reveals that a man named Victor has also fallen into a coma under circumstances identical to those of the victims mentioned above. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Xian, trying to spot the slightest hint of a slip-up. However, she wasn't prepared for Xian's response. I did it. Xian smiled, his tone crisp and decisive. Wang Zhio was stunned. He just admitted it like that? The Criminal Investigation Bureau had been working themselves to the bone on this case for so long, and even she had only managed to pick up a few clues by sheer coincidence. Even so, she wouldn't dare say she was 100% certain of the situation. What she'd done earlier was just a bluff. She hadn't expected him to admit it so readily. It left her feeling as though after all that preparation, she'd just punched a bag of cotton. What's the matter? You seem pretty disappointed. Xian raised an eyebrow. You just admitted it like that? Aren't you afraid the Criminal Investigation Bureau will come after you? Ha! Xian laughed. You all know I'm the one who destroyed the underground city, yet you still have the guts to come after me? That's pretty impressive. A snake princess with venerable stage power was already at the absolute peak of combat strength in Huan City. But in front of him, she wasn't even worth a fart. If the Criminal Investigation Bureau wanted to come after him, Xian wouldn't mind turning them into a second underground city. Wang Zhio's expression froze. How infuriating. He was clearly a criminal, yet he actually dared to be so arrogant. What made it even more infuriating was that she couldn't even refute him. Do you think that just because you're powerful, you can lord it over others? That you can trample on the law and the rules as you please? Wang Zhio said sternly, her face cold with indignation. Xian was amused by her anger. You've got that backwards. If I recall correctly, the dungeon was a criminal organization that committed every imaginable evil. Now that I've taken it down, not only does your Criminal Investigation Bureau refuse to issue me a good citizen certificate, but you're actually charging me with a crime? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Do good people have to have guns pointed at them? This woman is so tough, why didn't she lead a raid to take down the dungeon when it was still around? Wang Zhio took a deep breath. You think you're acting heroically. But in reality, it's more like vigilante revenge. Any vigilante justice carried out without an official trial is a criminal act. Xian chuckled. It was true that his actions weren't motivated by any sense of justice, it was simply that the people from the underground city were blind enough to provoke him. But getting him to admit he was wrong was out of the question. He crossed his arms and said calmly, So, are you going to arrest me, or put me on trial? Ask yourself that. As long as the dungeon organization exists for even one more day, who knows how many people will fall victim to it? If I take it down, will that be a good thing or a bad thing for the city's citizens? Wang Zhio fell silent. This was precisely what had been weighing on her mind, the reason she hadn't reported the matter to the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Deep down, she actually agreed with Xian's reasoning. When fairness and justice are absent, vigilante justice becomes a form of justice. But as a government official, she naturally couldn't voice such thoughts aloud. Just then, Xian spoke again, his tone leisurely. Besides, what right do you have to judge me? Hasn't your Wang family committed any crimes? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Zhio looked completely taken aback. What? Chapter 81, The Wang family's young master wakes up calling dad? What the hell? The drama had turned on her. Wang Jiao couldn't help but press further. What did you just mean by that? Could you explain yourself more clearly? Xian smiled and said leisurely. Your Wang family secretly runs a gambling den. Isn't that illegal? Running a casino definitely involves loan sharking. With the Wang family's influence, I don't believe for a second you wouldn't be capable of violent debt collection or assault. The casino was actually a gift from Marilyn. It's just that he wasn't short on money and couldn't be bothered to take it. This woman was putting on an act of being a champion of justice. Working at the Criminal Investigation Bureau yet secretly turning a blind eye to her own family's illegal activities. What else could this be but a double standard? Wang Jiao's expression froze. Her look of surprise didn't seem feigned. I'm not aware of the situation you're describing. I'll look into it when I get back. If what you say is true, I certainly won't stand idly by. What a huge embarrassment. She'd come here to call them out, but never expected to be outmaneuvered so easily. Who on earth is secretly running a gambling den behind her back? All this time, she hadn't picked up a single lead at the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Could it be that the mastermind was using her name to get the Bureau to turn a blind eye? If that were the case, wouldn't that make her an accomplice? Stop the car. I need to head back to the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Wang Ziao took a deep breath and told the butler to pull over. I'll get back to you once I've figured this out. With that, she opened the car door, stretched out her long legs, and stepped out. Xian was a bit surprised. This woman's reaction didn't seem like an act. Given the Wang family's traditions, could they really have raised someone with such a strong sense of justice? However, whether she knew about it or not, it had nothing to do with him. They wouldn't be crossing paths again anyway. 20 minutes later, the car pulled smoothly into the Wang family compound. As soon as Xian got out, a fragrant breeze carrying the scent of cedar filled his nostrils. Master Healer, you're finally here. Marilyn came over enthusiastically to greet him, immediately slipping her arm through his and leading him into the room. These past few days, I've been following your instructions to the letter. I haven't missed a single dose of the medicine with every meal. But for some reason, for the first 3 days, Howard had a strong reaction, and his condition improved significantly. But then, gradually, he stopped reacting. I was worried the medicine wasn't strong enough, so I secretly tripled the dose. Master Healer, you don't think this will be a problem, do you? Marilyn asked anxiously. Xian suppressed a smile. Of course not, you did the right thing. Harold's condition definitely calls for a higher dose. As for why he had such a strong reaction at first but none afterward, I suspect maybe he has gotten used to it, so his natural reaction isn't as strong anymore. But rest assured, the prescription I wrote is absolutely top-notch. Hearing the divine doctor's approval, Marilyn breathed a sigh of relief and hugged him even more warmly. That's a relief. The soft, undulating curve of her chest brushed against his arm ever so lightly. Yet she didn't realize she'd been taken advantage of. After all, in her mind, the miracle doctor standing before her could cure her son. However, he was naturally a compassionate healer, so there was no need to be on guard. However, she had clearly misunderstood something. As Marilyn wrapped her arms around him, Xian felt an astonishingly soft, supple elasticity on his arm as if he were sinking into something. He had never been a model of virtue. Especially after awakening his dragon bloodline, the flames of desire within him grew more intense with each passing day. A mature beauty like her with a figure and looks that were second to none, and the occasional waft of a rich, cedar-like scent was enough to stir an uncontrollable surge of lust in his lower abdomen. However, the soft sensation on his arm vanished. They had reached the private room. Marilyn released his arm, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Master Healer, this way, please. Xian clicked his tongue in slight disappointment. He stepped inside. On the bed, Harold lay covered by a quilt, his cheeks sallow and gaunt. In just a few short days, the guy actually looked even more haggard than last time. Marilyn sighed helplessly and said,
Lately, Howard has been throwing up everything I feed him. He has barely eaten anything. I hope you, the divine healer, can help Howard get better soon. Otherwise, if this keeps up, I don't know what to do.
Oh, well, that's settled then.
So it turns out he'd been drinking too much of that medicinal broth, which was causing him to throw up everything he ate.
Xian smiled and said deliberately,
"Whether your young master wakes up or not depends on the situation.
Let me take his pulse. If the medicinal broth isn't working well enough, we'll have to keep increasing the dosage."
Marilyn was a little surprised. "Master Healer, I've already been giving him triple the dosage for the past few days.
Do we need to increase it even more?"
"That depends on how well your young master tolerates the medicinal broth," Xian said loudly, deliberately so that Harold on the bed could hear.
Immediately afterward,
he began taking Harold's pulse, but was actually transmitting his voice to him. "I know you can hear me.
I'll loosen the restrictions on you a little in a moment. Do you know how to react?"
Harold, lying on the sickbed with his eyes closed, twitched his eyelids almost imperceptibly.
For someone in a vegetative state, such a reaction showed just how excited he was.
Xian smiled, then withdrew some of the spiritual energy from Harold's body.
The effect was immediate.
Harold, who had been in a deep coma just moments ago, was instantly able to open his eyes.
"Hey-er!"
Marilyn wept with joy, rushing over to hold Harold's hand, overcome with emotion.
"You're finally awake."
Xian watched this deeply moving scene with a calm expression. The spiritual energy in his hand was already poised and ready. If Harold didn't learn his lesson after waking up, Xian wouldn't mind putting him back into a coma. Only this time, it wouldn't be as simple as waking him up with a few days' worth of medicinal soup.
However, to Xian's surprise,
Harold, upon waking, ignored Marilyn, who was standing by the bed, overcome with emotion and tears. He shakily crawled to his feet, and then,
thud!
Harold dropped straight to his knees, his lips trembling as he murmured,
"Dad!"
A look of bewilderment flashed across Marilyn's beautiful eyes.
Xian was stunned as well. Had this guy lost his mind in his sleep? Chapter 82, Harold acknowledges his father and meets the Wang family patriarch. Xian frowned and took a step back. What on earth was this guy up to?
Marilyn was also stunned. Once she came to her senses, she gritted her teeth, yanked Harold's ear, and snapped, "Have you lost your mind, you brat? You don't even recognize your own father anymore. Get up right now. Don't offend the divine healer." Harold exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, I didn't misidentify him. They say doctors have compassionate hearts, and the death of a life saved is like that of a parent. The divine healer cured me and saved my life. What's wrong with calling him Dad?" Marilyn was dumbfounded. She shot Xian an awkward, embarrassed, and exasperated glance. "That's true, but if you call him Dad, then what am I?" she thought to herself. Xian chuckled, "Good boy, get up now." How had he never noticed this before? This kid was actually a genius at logic. Harold knelt on the ground, stammering, "No, I want to get up. I was immature back then and offended the divine healer in so many ways. I, Harold, am a beast, a scoundrel. How dare I have ever turned against you, divine healer? Now I've fully realized my mistakes. I beg you, divine healer, to forgive my past offenses." "What's all this talk of forgiveness?" Xian said with a smile. "I'm not the type to hold a grudge. I didn't even take what you said to heart. Like hell I believe you." Harold couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Damn it, who wrote that prescription that made him drink that shit soup for 7 straight days? A whole 7 days. Those 7 days were worse than death. Harold couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Divine healer, since I've realized my mistakes, do you think I can stop taking the medicinal soup for the next few days?" He really didn't want to drink it anymore. It was bitter, astringent, and damn sticky in the throat. "Hey! What nonsense are you spouting, you kid? You've only just recovered from a serious illness. How can you stop taking the medicine now?" It was precisely because of the divine doctor's prescription that your life was saved. You're not allowed to stop taking it. Mama's going to brew the medicine herself to help you regain your strength." Unexpectedly, Marilyn was the first to speak up in opposition. It was obvious. She truly cared about Harold's health and was terrified that he might develop any lingering health issues. However, hearing her say that, Harold turned green with fear. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Xian, pleading, "Master Healer. Dad. Please explain to my mom right away I'm completely cured and don't need to take any more medicine." Thump, thump, thump. Harold banged his head on the ground with all his might. Even while he was unconscious, his stepmom had secretly tripled his dosage. Now, under the pretext of nourishing his body, he had no idea how many bowls of medicinal soup he'd have to drink every day. Ahem. Xian forced a smile to his lips, cleared his throat, and said, "Since you've woken up, we can stop the medication for now." As he spoke, he raised his hand to stop Marilyn from speaking. "But Harold, don't get too excited just yet. Your condition has only stabilized for the time being. If you're not careful, you could fall into a coma again at any moment. Do you understand what I'm saying?" His tone was matter of fact. Harold, however, detected a strong sense of warning in it. His whole body trembled, and he bowed his head once more, vowing, "Rest assured, great doctor, I will absolutely turn over a new leaf and start anew. You saved my life, Harold. From now on, I'm your loyal follower. Wherever you tell me to go, I'll go." At this point, even a fool could figure it out. The man standing before him was no good-for-nothing famous throughout the city. He must have been out of his mind to dare provoke such a terrifying figure. He was lucky just to have his life spared. How could he possibly dare to harbor any other thoughts? "Master Healer, I really owe you my life today." Marilyn's eyes were as gentle as water, brimming with gratitude. "Today happens to be the day our patriarch emerges from seclusion. Shall I take you to see him?" She still remembered Xian's request. Xian nodded and let her lead the way. Passing through the rear courtyard of the princess mansion, Marilyn brought Xian to the door of a side chamber and said respectfully, "Patriarch, it's Monli." "What is it?" A resonant voice, full of vitality, came from inside the side room. "The third young master of the Xian family has cured Haore's illness. He would like to request an audience with you. Let him in." After a moment's pause, a voice from inside granted permission. Marilyn led him into the side room, then tactfully excused herself and closed the door behind them. Xian surveyed the interior of the room. The decor was understated and simple, with hardly any furniture, a far cry from his impression of the Wang family. Seated on the meditation cushion right in the center of the room was a middle-aged man with black hair. He was exceptionally well preserved judging by his appearance. He looked only in his early 40s, and yet he was actually the patriarch of the Wang family. Wang Haoqiang was also sizing up Xian and said with interest, "The third son of the Xian family. You're the child of Lord Xian and his wife. You've grown so much in the blink of an eye." Xian was just about to find a way to break the ice when, unexpectedly, the other man had already taken the initiative. Taken aback, he asked, "You know my parents?" "Of course. Back then, a tiny second-rate family actually produced a pair of prodigies like Lord Xian and his wife. When all of Huan City didn't he know about them? It's just a pity that talent is often cut short by fate. Young man, I suppose you came to see me because of what happened back then, didn't you?" Wang Haoqiang sighed softly, as if lost in memories of the past. But Xian didn't have time to press the matter. Instead, he heard the man across from him say slowly, "I can understand how you feel, but there are rules to follow when doing things. Just to see me once. To reduce my grandson to that state that's hardly justifiable, is it?" Xian's guard went up instantly, though his expression remained calm as he replied with a cheerful smile. "I was actually planning to keep him bedridden for the rest of his life. But your fine grandson knew better, so I let him off the hook. No need to thank me." He didn't beat around the bush. The other party had decided the moment they met that he was here to pick a fight. So whether he explained himself or not, it wouldn't make a difference. Sure enough, Wang Haoqiang laughed heartily, as expected of Xian Gong's son. That reckless and unrestrained temperament truly takes after him. It seems today, I'll have no choice but to help him. To teach the kid a lesson. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Haoqiang slapped the meditation cushion beneath him and, channeling all his power, struck with ferocious force. Chapter 83, Chongshu's Secret Realm, a gathering of young geniuses. The floor beneath Wang Haoqiang shattered as he leaped into the air and unleashed a fierce punch. Straight at Xian's midsection. Xian stood his ground, snorted coldly, and countered with a punch of his own. In this head-on clash, raw power was the deciding factor. In this regard, Xian had absolute confidence he was second to none. Sure enough, their fists collided. The sound of the impact was like metal clashing, ringing out incessantly. Wang Haoqiang stumbled back several steps, nearly losing his balance. He managed to steady himself only by channeling spiritual energy into his legs. His expression was one of astonishment. "Kid, you're already at the venerable stage?" That brief exchange was enough to send shockwaves through Wang Haoqiang's mind. Even though he was now at the peak of the venerable stage, facing the young man before him was an immense struggle. This strength was at least above the venerable stage. Want to keep fighting?" Xian asked with a chuckle. Venerable stage? It was only because he sensed Wang Haoqiang had no ill intent that he held back, using just 10% of his power. Had the other party shown any ill will, he would have let Wang Haoqiang experience what absolute dominance truly meant. Sigh. Even though he hadn't fought at full strength, Wang Haoqiang realized this fight was going nowhere. He let out a soft sigh and said, "I guess I really can't deny getting old. Now I can't even beat a youngster." He saved face and sat back down on the meditation cushion. Knowing he couldn't win, Wang Haoqiang even softened his tone considerably, adopting a flexible and accommodating attitude. "I knew it with the extraordinary talent that Lord Xuan and his wife possessed back then, there is no way their child could be a good for nothing. You kid, you've been biding your time all these years. That must be been tough on you." Xian had no interest in small talk and got straight to the point. "Since you know why I'm here, then I won't beat around the bush either. How much do you know about my parents' disappearance all those years ago?" Wang Haoqiang was taken aback at first, then burst into hearty laughter. "Disappearance? Ha ha ha. You just won't give up, will you? I can assure you that after all these years, everyone in the know believes your parents are dead." Xian let out a cold laugh, not bothering to argue with him. No sign of life, no trace of a body. They erected a symbolic grave and expected him to accept his parents' death as if that were possible. After his laugh subsided, Wang Haoqiang didn't press the issue any further and revealed everything he knew. "All right, since you want to know, then I'll tell you what I know, but let me warn you in advance, you'd better brace yourself. The matter is inextricably linked to the Fong family in the capital." He briefly recounted the events of that year. Wang Haoqiang paused, observing Xian's reaction with keen interest. However, Xian's expression remained calm throughout. This threw Wang Haoqiang off balance a bit, and he said strangely, "You little rascal, why aren't you surprised at all? What kind of reaction were you expecting from me?" Xian chuckled. He had already learned all this information from the Luo family and the Zhao family. How could Wang Haoqiang's revelation possibly surprise him now? However, this trip wasn't entirely without reward. After all, the information held by all three families matched up perfectly. This also indirectly confirmed that the intelligence he'd gathered so far was highly reliable. At that moment, Xian asked a question he'd been holding back for a long time. "You said my parents met with an accident in the Chongshu Secret Realm back then. That Chongshu Secret Realm, what exactly is it? You actually don't know?" Wang Haoqiang was a bit surprised. He sized Xian up, then quickly realized. That's not surprising. Who told you to pretend to be a good for nothing for so many years? Naturally, no one would have told you. He couldn't resist taking a dig at Xian. After a brief pause, he continued, the so-called Changshu secret realm refers to an ancient secret realm that has existed for thousands of years. Every 3 years, it opens its doors for exploration. The secret realm contains a vast array of ancient legacies, countless top-tier cultivation techniques, elixirs, and weapons. As long as you make it out alive, even the most meager haul is enough to be treasured by the major clans. However, the Changshu secret realm also has its own rules. The older you are, the greater the suppression you face inside, and vice versa. That is precisely why. As a result, it is usually the young prodigies from various clans who enter the Changshu secret realm. Back then, your parents had both broken through to the venerable stage. It was precisely in response to an invitation from the Fong family in the capital that they gladly set out. At this point, Wang Haoqiang shook his head, his expression complex. Unfortunately, the next time I heard news of them, it was the news of their deaths, sent back by the Fong family. Come to think of it. He also felt a sense of regret for the Xian couple. Such young prodigies, if they hadn't perished, who knows what heights they might have reached in the future. Xian furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the Luo clan patriarch he had injured. Young prodigies? I seem to recall that the Luo clan patriarch also participated in the Changshu secret realm back then? Not only did he enter, but it seemed he also clashed with his own parents, resulting in him being beaten into a state of senile dementia. That old bastard Luo Changsheng? Wang Haoqiang snorted contemptuously. His lifespan is running out, so naturally he grasped at any opportunity to prolong his life. The Changshu secret realm is brimming with treasures. There are bound to be rare treasures capable of extending one's lifespan. That's precisely why that old codger shamelessly went to participate in the secret realm. Later, I heard he was injured by someone inside the secret realm. Once he returned to the Luo clan, he went into seclusion. If you ask me, that old bastard deserved this misfortune for trying to steal opportunities meant for the young. Xian was at a loss for words as well. Damn it! Old ancestor Luo really is an old bastard. He almost tricked me. He was clearly just abusing his seniority, flouting the restrictions of the Changshu secret realm to snatch opportunities meant for young prodigies. And then he had the nerve to turn the tables and claim that his parents had stolen his opportunity. It's utterly outrageous. I'll find a chance to go back and beat the hell out of that old fossil. I'm going to beat the crap out of that senile old fool. Just then, Wang Haoqiang suddenly remembered something and said with a smile. Oh, right. Let us do the math. In 6 months, the Changshu secret realm will open again. Since you've already advanced to the venerable stage, why don't you head to the Changshu secret realm and test the waters? Xian replied decisively, of course I'll go. But where exactly is the Changshu secret realm, and how do I get there? Wang Haoqiang chuckled, it'll be open in the capital. All the young prodigies of Great Xia will be heading there. At such a grand event, as long as you're in the capital, you'll definitely find out where the Changshu secret realm is. Xian nodded, I've learned something new. No matter what, he was determined to go to the Changshu secret realm. Perhaps he could find traces left behind by his parents and uncover the truth of what happened all those years ago. But, after all, the capital was their territory. With his current emperor stage strength, it wasn't quite safe enough. He might have more than enough to handle the Fong family alone, but if the 4 great clans join forces, he'd likely have to lie low and avoid the storm. Therefore, Xian quickly set his goal in his mind. Over the next 6 months, he would do whatever it took to raise his strength to the sovereign stage or even higher. Chapter 84, The Death of the Snake Princess. The 4 great clans send envoys. Meanwhile, the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Wang Jiao hurried toward her office and pushed the door open with a cold expression. Inside, a middle-aged man was working at his desk. He looked up, somewhat surprised to see her. Jiao, what brings you here? Dad, do you know that the Wang family is running casinos in the city? Did you give them the go-ahead to do this? Wang Dong was taken aback by her question, then frowned in displeasure. Watch your tone when you speak to me. With so many mouths to feed in the Wang family, what is wrong with running a few casinos?
I've got people keeping an eye on their other criminal activities.
I won't let them go too far, rest assured. He shook his head as he spoke. His daughter was great in every way, but she was just too stubborn. He shouldn't have assigned her to the Criminal Investigation Bureau in the first place. Now even this minor privilege was being used as grounds for an investigation.
Hearing him admit it, Wang Jiao trembled with rage. Dad! You're knowingly breaking the law. No wonder I hadn't heard a single thing about the Wang family running casinos.
So you were the one who sent people to cover it up?
The Criminal Investigation Bureau is a government agency. What else could this be but abuse of power?
Wang Dong felt a headache coming on from her questioning.
All right, let us not talk about this anymore.
I'll just have him shut it down later.
Is it really worth yelling at Dad over such a trivial matter? What family in the city doesn't have a few skeletons in the closet? It's just a gambling den. No one has been killed. Why be so strict about it?
That girl Xiao, she is so inflexible, treating the laws of Great Xia as if they were a creed. I wonder who she takes after with such an upright character. To prevent her from pressing further, Wang Dong quickly changed the subject, clearing his throat and saying,
All right, let us not dwell on these trivial matters.
The Criminal Investigation Bureau is swamped right now. Your timing couldn't be better.
Wang Jiao froze, her attention instantly drawn. What is going on?
That snake princess we had in custody, someone killed her.
Wang Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The snake princess was being held in the Criminal Investigation Bureau's dungeon. It was arguably one of the most secure places in the entire city. Who could have infiltrated the Criminal Investigation Bureau and killed the snake princess? Who would go to all that trouble just to kill a useless person at our Criminal Investigation Bureau? Could it be an enemy of the snake princess from her past?
Wang Xiao speculated, somewhat puzzled.
Wang Dong quickly dismissed the idea, probably not.
It seems the perpetrator conducted some experiments on the snake princess's body, as if searching for something. As for exactly what they were looking for, I have no idea.
In any case, I'm assigning this case to you and your team to investigate.
Yes, sir.
With the assignment given, Wang Jiao nodded solemnly. It was now evening. Xian had already left the Wang family mansion.
The information he gathered from Wang Haochong had filled in the final piece of the puzzle. The Chongshu secret realm would open in 6 months. No matter what, he had to attend this gathering of prodigies as soon as possible to search for traces left by his parents.
It seemed like there was still about half a year left, but in reality, time would fly by in the blink of an eye. He didn't have much time left. In the time ahead, he had to seize every possible opportunity to boost his strength.
Xian stood on the street, pondering where to go tonight.
Logically speaking, seeking out June for dual cultivation would be the best choice. However,
the girl had just wrapped up a press conference that afternoon, and a pile of matters at the Zhao family estate awaited her. She likely wouldn't have time to dual cultivate with him and boost his strength anytime soon. In that case, he might as well go home and cultivate on his own. As Xian thought this and was about to head home, he unexpectedly sensed something amiss drifting from a short distance away.
He furrowed his brow.
Since stepping into the Emperor's stage, his perception of malevolence had become remarkably keen. He immediately projected his divine sense outward, taking in the entire situation within a 5-kilometer radius.
He hadn't realized it until he looked.
In every corner of the area, at least a dozen figures in black were lying in ambush, lying motionless as if frozen in place.
You're sneaking around, come out, Xian said calmly.
These men thought they were well hidden. Little did they know that the trace of malice directed at him radiated all too clearly.
As his words fell, the surroundings remained deathly silent, as if he were speaking to thin air. Looks like I'll have to invite you out myself, Xian said.
He struck out with a palm strike through the air. Spiritual energy whistled as it shattered the rocks by the roadside. At the same time, a dull thud came from beneath the rocks. Clearly, he had hit his target.
Oh no, he has discovered us. Attack together. Take him down and capture him alive.
Swish, swish, swish.
More than a dozen men in black immediately sprang into action, charging at Xian. Their murderous intent wove a dense net, instantly surrounding him, and their attacks came in a flurry. "Capture me alive?" Xian let out a cold laugh and raised his right hand. A protective aura materialized out of thin air, deflecting all the attacks. Before the assailants could react, he raised his hand again, and a golden beam of spiritual energy shot forth, piercing the forehead of one of them with pinpoint accuracy. "Trouble! Form the formation quickly!" The leader of the black-clad figures roared. More than 10 of them took their positions at the star points, forming the grand celestial star formation, radiating waves of murderous intent. However, their cultivation was only at the king stage, even with the formation forcibly boosting their combat power by an entire major realm. They were still no match for Xian. Xian actively stepped into the center of the formation. Facing the murderous intent of more than 10 opponents, he raised his hand with casual ease. His unique golden spiritual energy surged into the formation. Boom! The entire formation instantly collapsed under the strain. The dozen or so black-clad men who had formed the array were all struck by the backlash, coughing up blood as they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. How can you possess such overwhelming power?" The leader of the black-clad men's eyes widened to the point of bursting. Their combined formation was so formidable that even venerable stage experts would have to avoid its full force across Huan City. It had virtually no equal. And this man had single-handedly broken their formation? "Now, is it your turn to ask questions?" Xian looked completely unfazed. He didn't take these small-time players seriously at all. What he was more curious about was which faction this group belonged to. More than 10 king stage cultivators. Only a major clan could possess such resources. He was familiar with the 3 major clans of Huan City. The Zhao clan was out of the question. The Luo clan had no motive. As for the Wang clan, he'd just come from the Wang family's estate. Even if someone really had sinister intentions, they wouldn't have waited until now on purpose. "Who sent you?" "I'd love to know which family has the resources for something this grand." Hearing Xian's question, the leader of the men in black snorted coldly without answering. "You'll never find out." Xian said calmly, "I don't need you to tell me. I've already guessed. Apart from the 4 great families of the capital, who else would have the resources for something like this? I'm just curious, what do you want with me? Is that it? Can't wait to die?" As the words fell, the leader of the men in black's expression changed. Chapter 85, News of Victor's Deathmaster and Servant Seek Refuge. Seeing the man in black's reaction, Xian knew he'd guessed correctly. However, he still couldn't pinpoint exactly which of the 4 great families it was. "Will you tell me yourselves? Or will you spill the beans after I torture you?" Xian looked at the dozen or so people lying on the ground and said calmly, "Ha! Don't even think about getting anything out of us. You really know how to hide it. Pretending to be a good-for-nothing all these years, you even fooled the family head." The leader of the men in black had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his smile was sinister. "We won't be getting out of here today, but it doesn't matter as long as we don't return alive to report. The family head will soon figure out what happened. Just wait. Wait for your doom to arrive." As soon as the words fell, Xian furrowed his brow, but before he could ask a question, more than 10 men in black lying on the ground simultaneously bit into the poison in their mouths, and the poison took effect instantly, killing them all. They didn't even give Xian a chance to interrogate them. How decisive! These weren't ordinary assassins, they were suicide squads specially trained by a major clan. A group like this, sent to ambush him? After all, to outsiders, he'd been nothing but a good-for-nothing all these years. Even if someone really wanted to take him out, they wouldn't go so far as to deploy over a dozen king stage-level suicide assassins. Which clan, exactly, was willing to go to such lengths for him? What a pity! They died too decisively. I didn't get a chance to interrogate them. Xian clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. But it didn't matter. According to the leader of the men in black, whether they returned or not, the other clan would eventually hear about what happened here. He just needed to be prepared and wait for the mastermind behind the scenes to lose patience and strike again. With that in mind, Xian didn't dwell on the corpses on the ground and simply walked back to the Yunshui villa. When he arrived home, he spotted two figures lurking suspiciously by the front door. "What are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled Maxine and her servant. She turned around and saw Xian. Maxine quickly flashed an ingratiating smile. "We were here to see you, master." "Oh? You want to move in?" Maxine forced a smile. "I'm your servant, master. Since you've moved out, of course I have to move in to serve you." Xian raised an eyebrow. Was this woman really that savvy? Honestly, ever since he moved out of the Xian household, he hadn't expected Maxine to follow him at all. After all, she was so vain. Staying at the Xian household as the young mistress was certainly better than following him around to serve him. He even wondered if Maxine had taken the wrong medicine today. But it didn't really matter. June was busy these past few days anyway, so having them stay and serve him together might actually come in handy. Xian said nothing and started walking toward the house. "Third young master, let me help you." Li Mengyue hurried to help him slip on his slippers. There was something off about this pair of mistress and maid. Wasn't their eagerness a bit too much? Even when they were in bed a couple of days ago, he hadn't seen them act this submissive. Had they suddenly changed their ways today? Xian gave them both a puzzled look. "What is going on with the two of you?" Maxine's expression changed. "And no, nothing. If you don't want to say it, fine. Just don't count on me if anything happens in the future," Xian said indifferently. His cold attitude made Maxine panic, her expression shifting between fear and anguish. At that moment, Li Mengyue finally couldn't hold back any longer. Summoning her courage, she said, "Third young master, we promise to serve you well from now on. Could you please not kill us? We were in the wrong before. We shouldn't have oppressed you. But now that my mistress and I are both under your command, please spare us." As Li Mengyue spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. There was no trace of her usual sharp-tongued demeanor. Xian chuckled. "Why on earth would I kill you when everything is fine?" He usually couldn't be bothered to kill those who posed no threat to him. The two of them, mistress and servant, were completely defenseless. Back when he was still a useless cripple, he could still be outmaneuvered and oppressed by them, but now that he had advanced to the emperor stage, his strength was worlds apart from what it used to be. To put it bluntly, those two aren't even worth my attention right now. Maxine and Li Mengyue exchanged glances and both let out a sigh of relief. "But that's what you two say. Something must have happened. Spill it. Why did you suddenly come running over to suck up to us?" Xian raised an eyebrow. Maxine forced a smile that looked worse than a cry. "Master, aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? We got word from the Huang family earlier today. They said Jing Sheng is dead. If it weren't for you stepping in, who could possibly hold such a grudge against a vegetable like him?" Xian had just moved out of the Xian household yesterday. The news of Victor's death came this morning. It was hard not to draw a connection. When the two of them received the news this morning, they were so terrified their legs nearly gave out. They immediately rushed over in a panic to beg for Xian's forgiveness. But Xian had been out at the time. They waited a full day before they finally found Xian. "Oh?" Xian looked puzzled. "Victor's dead? How did he die?" You don't know?" Maxine paused for a moment. "They said Jing Shang was found dead in his room. I thought you, the master, did it. Do I look that bored?" Xian snorted derisively. Victor was just a small-time nobody. Ever since he crippled Victor with his own hands last time, Xian had put him out of his mind, let alone gone out of his way to the Huang family to commit murder. Then who killed Jing Shang? Maxine was half convinced, half doubtful, still a bit hesitant. In her mind, the man standing before her was the prime suspect. Having spent these past few days with him, she could clearly sense just how vindictive he was.
Neither the Huang family nor the Xian family elders had managed to gain the slightest advantage over him. Even she herself had paid a heavy price. Not only had she been completely claimed, but she hadn't even been able to keep the concubine maid who came with her as part of her dowry. She had lost everything. Even so, she was certain she held no place whatsoever in Xian's heart. She was nothing more than a plaything. Therefore, the moment news of Victor's death reached her, Maxine didn't dare entertain any false hopes. Terrified, she immediately packed up all her belongings and rushed over to gauge Xian's reaction, afraid she might suffer the same fate as her brother. How should I know? Maybe someone took a dislike to your brother and decided to rid the world of a menace. In any case, it has nothing to do with me, Xian said nonchalantly. Hearing Xian say this, Maxine finally felt completely at ease. Knowing the man before her as she did, she was certain he wouldn't stoop to deceiving her. That's good, that's good. Maxine let out a long sigh. Losing her brother was certainly sad, but her own safety was even more important. After what had happened, she didn't dare stay with either the Huang or Xian families anymore. Only by staying by Xian's side could she feel safe. Chapter 86, So much energy in broad daylight? With that thought in mind, Maxine leaned in, biting her lip. It's getting late. Where are we going to stay tonight? Xian raised an eyebrow. You guys can stay wherever you want. I don't have enough rooms here anyway. Maxine felt a pang of frustration. This villa was clearly huge, more than spacious enough for a dozen people. How could there possibly not be enough rooms? Come to think of it, where did he get all that money to buy such a luxurious villa? A villa in such a prime location in the city center, wouldn't it cost hundreds of millions to buy? Not to mention her, even the Xian family couldn't come up with that kind of money. You just want me to beg you, don't you? Maxine looked at him with a resentful gaze. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to seek refuge with me. If you're going to ask for help, you need to show the proper attitude. Xian chuckled. They weren't even related. Victor was dead, and this woman had run to him out of insecurity, but why on earth should he protect her? Please, let us stay here. If it really can't be helped, we'll stay in your room, we'll even sleep on the floor. Please. Maxine shot him a pleading glance, quickly realizing what he meant. There weren't enough rooms, so if the two of them wanted to stay, wasn't there only one option? But this outcome didn't surprise her. After all, the first time is awkward, but the second time is easier, and anyway, her boundaries had been pushed time and time again by the man standing before her. Xian smiled faintly. You're a guest, how could I possibly let you sleep on the floor? Come on, I'll show you the room. With that, he picked Maxine up in his arms and headed upstairs. Li Mengyue watched, completely dumbfounded, until Xian's figure disappeared upstairs. Only then did she realize the door to the room was still open. She bit her lip and followed after them. The next day at noon, a Hummer screeched to a halt in front of the Yunshuijian villa. A pair of long legs stepped out as the door opened. Looking up, it was none other than Wang Jiao from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Are you sure Xian lives here? The Xian family probably can't afford a villa like this, can they? Wang Jiao frowned. It's true, Chief. We've already confirmed it, he really does live here. Anyway, Yunshuijian is owned by the Zhao family. I've heard he has a special relationship with Miss Zhao. Who knows, he might just be a kept man. One of her bearded subordinates said, his tone betraying a hint of envy. Wang Jiao realized that wouldn't be surprising at all. She'd long heard that Miss Zhao and this guy were quite close. She hadn't expected her to actually be willing to provide him with such a top-tier mansion to live in. No wonder he moved out of the Xian family's house. Boss, do you think we should go in together to summon him? The bearded man asked hesitantly. No need. You guys stay here and keep watch. After all, we're summoning him to the Criminal Investigation Bureau. If we all go in together, it's bound to make him feel pressured. I'll just go in by myself. With that, Wang Jiao strode into Yunshuijian on her long legs. She stood at the doorway and took a deep breath.
Then she pushed open the door. "It's good to see you again, third young master." I. Just as Wang Zhiyao was about to greet the person inside, the scene in the living room made her face flush instantly. "Sorry to interrupt." She quickly shut the door and hid behind it, feeling her heart pound wildly. How could this guy be playing cards in broad daylight and with two people at once? "Oh my gosh, it's all your fault." Maxine's face was flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger. "She wasn't sure you insisted I practice some cultivation technique in broad daylight." Xian was a bit awkward too. Who knew someone would show up unannounced? He originally thought that since Arya was back at school reviewing for her senior year exams and no one was home, it would be the perfect opportunity to have her and her maid help test the yin-yang scripture. But just as the dual cultivation was reaching its climax, Wang Zhiyao suddenly burst in. That was truly something he hadn't anticipated. What on earth was that righteous girl doing coming to find him? Maxine shot him a listless, exasperated glance and, supported by Li Menhua, went back to her room to rest. But seriously, the effects of the yin-yang scripture were quite evident. After just one night of dual cultivation, Maxine had become even more alluring, her every gesture exuding a seductive charm. As she walked, her hips swayed and her slender waist undulated, creating an indescribable allure. However, the one drawback was that the yin-yang scripture was, after all, a dual cultivation technique. The emphasis lies in the word technique at the end. Even though Xian had tested it repeatedly on the two of them, master and servant, he couldn't actually boost their combat prowess. It seems quality is far more important than quantity. Given his current strength, it's likely only someone with a physique like Jun S could meet his needs for further growth. Oh, and their SICD agreed that as long as he could achieve something great, he'd earn her approval. He wasn't sure how that standard was defined, or whether he met it yet. As Xian pondered this, he got dressed and walked to the door. He opened the door. Sure enough, Wang Zhiyao was still standing there. "Listen, barging into someone's home in broad daylight, do you have any manners?" Xian glared at her. "Sorry, I was being presumptuous. I didn't expect you, third young master, to be so in the mood during the day," Wang Zhiyao said with a strange look on her face. After saying that, she didn't want to continue the topic, so she cut straight to the point. "I'm here to see you on serious business. A case has occurred at the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and we'd like you to come back with us to assist with the investigation." Xian, oh? What kind of case? "The Snake Princess is dead. Someone infiltrated our Criminal Investigation Bureau and murdered her in a brutal manner. We're currently investigating every possible suspect." Wang Zhiyao's first thought was Xian. After all, he was the one who had left the Snake Princess in a vegetative state. Xian furrowed his brow. If something happens once, it's a coincidence. If it happens twice, it can't be ignored. He didn't care about Victor or the Snake Princess's deaths, but these two were, to some extent, connected to him. Who had killed them out of the blue, and what was their motive? "In any case, we'd like you, third young master, to come back with us to assist with our investigation." Xian gave no clear answer. "Lead the way." Last night, someone had ambushed him, and today, news of deaths had come one after another. He, too, wanted to know if there was a connection between these two events. Wang Zhiyao led him outside, where an imposing Hummer was parked. A bearded man and a skinny guy sat in the front seat behind the wheel, frequently glancing at Xian. "These two are my colleagues, Li Jijun and Su Gao." Wang Zhiyao introduced them. Xian had little interest in getting to know the two of them. He got into the car on his own and took a seat in the back. His indifferent attitude prompted Li Jijun, the bearded man, to snort in displeasure and mutter, "A freeloader acting so cocky. Keep your mouth shut." Wang Zhiyao frowned and snapped at him, all the while keeping an eye on Xian's reaction. Xian didn't even lift an eyelid, continuing to stare out the window. She let out a sigh of relief and instructed Li Jijun to drive. The Hummer quickly pulled away, heading toward the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Chapter 87, Murder in Broad Daylight. The Hong family of the capital. However, the Hummer hadn't gone far. A Mercedes coming from the opposite direction suddenly lost control,
seemingly unable to stop as it barreled toward them. Holy shit! Lee Ji-jun, who was behind the wheel, reacted quickly, yanking the steering wheel all the way to one side, and the vehicle narrowly missed the oncoming car. They had managed to dodge it. But the Mercedes showed no sign of braking and plowed straight into the car behind them. The two vehicles collided with a deafening crash, and thick smoke instantly billowed from the scene. Lee Ji-jun pulled over to the side of the road and stared in shock at the devastation behind them. "What are you standing there for? Get out of the car and help them." Wang Jiao snapped, "Then got out of the car first." Li Ji-jun and Su Gao snapped out of their daze and followed her out. At that moment, a man in a suit stepped out of the Mercedes. Tall and upright, he looked impassively at the accident before him, as if the car that had been hit wasn't his own. "Are you fucking blind or something? I just picked up this car. How were you driving?" The owner of the crashed car also got out and demanded angrily. Anyone whose brand new car had just been wrecked wouldn't be in a very good mood. However, what he didn't expect was that this would turn out to be the last words he'd ever speak. With a casual wave of his hand, the man in the suit sent a flying sword shooting out from his sleeve, slicing straight through the car owner's throat. Blood spurted out with a sizzling sound. The driver clutched his neck desperately, letting out gasping sounds, before finally collapsing to the ground, dead. This scene left the bystanders stunned. They scattered in all directions, shouting in panic. "Murder!" Wang Jiao and her two subordinates were all taken aback. They hadn't expected to witness a murder right on the street, and as members of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, they reacted immediately. The two master stage practitioners and Wang Jiao, a king stage practitioner, all channeled their spiritual energy, surrounding the man in the suit. "Don't move. You're under arrest."